dripping with insincerity. Yun Lingxian, still on the phone, turned her head at the sound of his frivolous tone, her brow furrowing in disapproval. A strikingly handsome young man was striking a pose he deemed attractive, winking at her. "Excuse me, I am on the phone and I already have a boyfriend." Yun Lingxian replied politely, despite her lack of fondness for his overtly flirtatious behavior. "Having a boyfriend is no obstacle. Breakups happen all the time, and I am unperturbed." Chu Ping laughed undeterred. "Please do not interrupt my call," Yun Lingxian replied, her voice tinged with irritation at his insensitivity. "Ha, Chu Ping. You are not up to the task. Allow me to handle this," another voice chimed in. As Sun Cheng observed Chu Ping's embarrassment before the enchanting lady, he could not resist the urge to mock, opening his mouth with derision. Subsequently, he struck a pose he deemed quite charming, directing his attention towards Yun Lingxian. Introducing himself with a flourish, "I am Sun Cheng. My father is a renowned pop singer. Shall we get acquainted, beautiful? I must reiterate that I have a boyfriend, and I have no desire to meet you," Yun Lingxian declared, her previous politeness evaporating as she witnessed the audacity of individuals approaching her in her boyfriend's home. "I don't mind if you have a boyfriend. Breaking up is all that's required." "I am quite open-minded," Sun Cheng retorted, echoing Chu Ping's earlier words. His expression adorned with an unabashed smirk, his gaze brazenly roaming over Yun Lingxian's alluring figure. "I might not mind, but I certainly do. How dare anyone venture into my home to steal my woman?" "Such audacity is astonishing," Li Rui interjected, having just approached and overheard Sun Cheng's remarks. His anger transformed into a sardonic smile. Chapter 199. I am your elder. Who are you? As Sun Cheng pondered how to win over the enchanting beauty before him, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Turning around, he scrutinized Li Rui from head to toe, then arrogantly declared, "Who am I? I am your elder." With a sharp retort, Li Rui stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Sun Cheng's face. The force of the blow, amplified by his enhanced physique, was immense. Sun Cheng was propelled 2 meters sideways, falling to the ground with a cry of anguish. "Who the hell are you?" Sun Cheng gasped, propping himself up with difficulty, spitting blood onto the ground as he glared at Li Rui, fury etched on his face. "I already told you, I am your elder. You insolent fool dared to harass my woman. Do you even know how to spell death?" Li Rui advanced another step, crushing Sun Cheng's fingers beneath his foot. "Let go! Let go! It hurts like hell!" Sun Cheng screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. "Do you know who my father is? You better stop right now." At this moment, Chu Ping, shocked by Li Rui's sudden aggression, finally regained his composure and threatened Li Rui, his face flushed with indignation. "Do you know who I am?" Li Rui retorted, his posture even more defiant. "You just had the audacity to flirt with my woman. Who gave you the nerve?" Since returning from the kingdom of Jade, his perspective had shifted. With thousands perishing at his command, he had become a king. The audacity of these 2 insects to covet his woman and threaten him ignited his fury to its peak. "What do you want?" "My father is Chu Jiang, a legendary figure in the entertainment industry. He knows many people, and if you harm me, he will not let you off easily." Chu Ping, noticing Li Rui's mocking approach, retreated while boasting about his supposed powerful background. "Regardless of whether your father is Chu Jiang or Li Gang, today you shall learn why the flowers bloom so brightly." With that, Li Rui lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Chu Ping's abdomen. What is happening? Mr. Li? What is going on?" After finalizing the performance venue with Li Yong, Zhou Quan was on his way to discuss the details with the stars when he heard the anguished cries of Sun Cheng and Chu Ping. Realizing that Li Rui was involved, his expression changed, and he hurried over, cautiously inquiring, "What transpired?" "Ask these 2 fools themselves who lent them the audacity to wreak havoc here." Li Rui coldly scoffed, avoiding a direct answer to Zhou Quan. Since these 2 were accompanying the stars, they were, in a sense, under Zhou Quan's purview, and thus, Li Rui had no intention of treating him kindly either. If it were about other matters, Li Rui would not be so petty. At most, he would reprimand the 2 troublemakers and would not show any displeasure toward Zhou Quan. However, these 2 had crossed an insufferable line by harassing Yun Lingxian, which was akin to touching his sensitive spot. "Mr. Li, please do not be angry. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Who brought these 2 here?" Zhou Quan, noticing the grim expression on Li Rui's face, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards himself and quickly lowered his head with a forced smile. He then turned to the person following behind him. "Zhou Butler. These 2 are from Huang Xiaoming's company." A middle-aged man accompanying Zhou Quan whispered promptly in his ear upon being questioned. "Go fetch Huang Xiaoming for me." Zhou Quan commanded the middle-aged man with a countenance that was exceedingly grim. Yes, the man nodded and proceeded towards the room previously assigned to Huang Xiaoming. Zhou Quan then turned his attention to the writhing and wailing Chu Ping and Sun Cheng on the ground. What on earth have you two done to provoke Mr. Li to such anger? Zhou Quan inquired in a low voice as he approached Sun Cheng. It hurts so much. You wait. I will definitely have my father deal with you. My father is Sun Xiaochuan, and I will make you pay dearly for this. Sun Cheng, ignoring Zhou Quan's question, covered what seemed to be a broken finger with one hand, and glared at Li Rui with a hint of fury. Smack! What did you just do? Are you deaf? Zhou Quan suddenly crouched down and slapped Sun Cheng hard across the face. Zhou Quan was well aware of Sun Xiaochuan's reputation as a veteran actor with extraordinary status and connections in the entertainment industry. Yet he understood that, compared to Li Rui, whom even his young master had to appease, he knew where his allegiance lay. Who do you think you were to hit me? Sun Cheng was momentarily stunned by the slap. Having lived a charmed life for over 20 years without ever being struck, he was taken aback that anyone would dare to lay a hand on him, especially not two individuals. Zhou Butler, what is going on? Just then, Huang Xiaoming appeared, accompanied by a charming young woman, swiftly approaching as he inquired of Zhou Quan from several paces away. Mr. Huang, are these two from your company? They have offended our young master's benefactor. How do you think this should be handled? Zhou Quan, hearing the voice from behind, stood up and turned to see Huang Xiaoming, then spoke with an impassive expression. Benefactor of young Master Chen? Huang Xiaoming's expression shifted upon hearing Zhou Quan's words. To be referred to as a benefactor by the steward of the first heir to the Chen group implied an extraordinary identity. What on earth have you two done? Huang Xiaoming stormed towards Sun Cheng, his face dark as water, glancing at the two lying on the ground before him and shouting in rage. Uncle Huang, Sun Cheng began to speak, but was interrupted. Stand up to speak, and I am not your Uncle Huang. Call me Mr. Huang, Huang Xiaoming interjected. Having already deduced from Sun Cheng's address and his pointed finger at Li Rui that Li Rui possessed a terrifying identity. Mr. Huang, I merely attempted to strike up a conversation with that enchanting lady, and yet he assaulted me so brutally, Sun Cheng lamented. Upon witnessing Huang Xiaoming's demeanor, he was momentarily taken aback, struggling to reconcile this behavior with that of his father's familiar, jovial friend. Confounded, he trembled as he managed to rise, feigning the appearance of a victim. Following the direction of Sun Cheng's finger, Huang Xiaoming and Zhou Quan turned their gazes towards the already concealed Yun Lingxian, who stood shyly behind Li Rui. Noticing her pure countenance and graceful aura, they quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. They were in another's abode, trifling with someone else's woman. Mr. Huang, we merely wished to make the acquaintance of a lovely lady. We had no knowledge of their affiliation. He struck us without provocation. Chu Ping interjected, his tone softening as he approached Huang Xiaoming, attempting to convey a sense of innocence. Chapter 200. Want to leave? It is not so simple, you lie. I have already informed you all that I have a boyfriend, yet you persistently cling to me, claiming that it does not matter if I have a boyfriend, and that breaking up is sufficient. At this moment, Yin Lingxian, who was hiding behind Li Rui, quickly spoke up to expose Chu Ping's deceit. Upon hearing Yin Lingxian's words, the members of the Li family who had gathered finally comprehended the situation and glared angrily at Chu Ping and Sun Cheng. You audacious scoundrel, daring to wreak havoc in our Li family village without understanding the gravity of this place? Just watch as I do away with you. Li Yongda, known for his fiery temper, declared as he prepared to confront Chu Ping and Sun Cheng. Let me handle this matter, fourth uncle. You are not as young as you once were. I wouldn't want you to injure your back, Li Rui interjected swiftly, grasping his uncle's arm as he noticed the fire in his eyes. What is the matter? Do you look down upon your fourth uncle so? Li Yongda raturta. Clearly displeased by Li Rui's insinuation about his age, he proceeded to flex his biceps, showcasing his strength. Fourth uncle, it's not that I think you are old, but tomorrow is a momentous occasion for fourth brother. As the head of the family, it would be inappropriate for you to resort to violence. Is there such a notion? I was unaware, Li Yongda replied, bewildered as he glanced at the other members of the Li family. I believe Xiao Rui is correct. Do you still think you are as youthful as you once were? Just look at your belly. At your age, you should refrain from resorting to violence. Xiao Rui is here as well, Li Yongjin remarked, stepping forward. Very well, Xiao Rui, you handle it. Do not let those who dare to harass our Li family daughter-in-law get away unscathed. Mr. Huang, you are aware of the context of the situation, are you not? These two individuals belong to your company, correct? What do you propose we do? Li Rui turned to Huang Xiaoming, raising his gaze. Huang Xiaoming stammered, caught off guard by Li Rui's sudden inquiry. He found himself in a predicament, torn between the son of an old friend and the identity of a significant personage. Mr. Huang, the young master has stated that anyone who displeases Mr. Li will face the wrath of the Chen family. Zhou Quan interjected, eager to assert his position and to mend the previous dissatisfaction Li Rui had towards him. From this moment forth, you two are no longer affiliated with our company. How many times have I told you? Always relying on your parent status to act recklessly. Handle this matter yourselves. Huang Xiaoming, an astute individual, grasped Zhou Quan's implication and promptly distanced himself from the troublemakers. Uncle Huang, why is that? He is merely a country bumpkin living in the countryside. Why are you so afraid of him? Sun Cheng exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Li Rui as he questioned Huang Xiaoming. Indeed, Uncle Huang, when you first embarked on your journey, my father extended his support to you. How could you so easily forget such kindness? Chu Ping, observing Huang Xiaoming's attempt to sever ties with him, sensed an unsettling shift and hastily invoked his father's name, hoping to persuade Huang Xiaoming to assist him through this predicament. I shall reiterate, do not address me as Uncle Huang. Our paths have diverged, and you are no longer my employees. The gratitude I owed your forebears has been repaid over the past 2 years. I am unable to assist you this time. You, Huang Xiaoming, do you consider yourself remarkable? Your achievements stem merely from good fortune. Your acting skills are abysmally poor, and your self-perception as dashing is misguided. You are merely a greasy middle-aged man. You are not exceptional, and we can thrive independently of your company. Chu Ping, let us depart. Sun Cheng, witnessing Huang Xiaoming's complete lack of compassion, abruptly tore their facade of civility, mocking Huang Xiaoming in front of the gathered crowd. You, a worthless entity, unable to rise to any occasion. Faced with such public derision from Sun Cheng, Huang Xiaoming's fingers trembled with indignation. You wish to leave? It is not that simple. Someone, come here. What is your command, boss? At the sound of Li Rui's voice, 2 imposing bodyguards emerged from the throng of onlookers. I do not wish to see them exit. Understood, boss. The 2 towering bodyguards, each nearly 2 meters tall, advanced towards Chu Ping and Sun Cheng. What do you intend to do? The sight of these behemoths instilled a palpable fear in the slender figures of Chu Ping and Sun Cheng, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The bodyguards remained silent, simultaneously seizing the heads of their targets and forcefully driving them into the ground. Bang! Their faces made brutal contact with the unforgiving concrete, accompanied by their anguished cries that echoed through the air. Crack! In the midst of their screams, a bodyguard raised his booted foot and crushed down onto their calves, the sound of splintering bones resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Throw them out, Li Rui commanded with an impassive expression. 2 more bodyguards emerged from the crowd, disregarding the agonized cries, each grasping one of the men by their collars and escorting them towards the outskirts of Li's village. Mr. Li, I will warn them to refrain from contacting the authorities. Observing the severity of Li Rui's actions, Zhou Quan quickly stepped forward to offer his assistance. There is no need. If they wish to report this, let them. It is merely a matter of financial compensation and a few years in prison. Are you certain, Mr. Li? The young master has informed me that Chen's family is prepared to mobilize any resources you may require. Please convey my gratitude to Brother Chen for his kindness. But this minor issue is within the capabilities of the Li family to resolve. Brothers, are you afraid of serving time? Li Rui initially declined Zhou Quan's generous offer before raising his voice. We are willing to die for the Li family. Suddenly, nearly 100 burly men, each towering at 2 meters, emerged from various directions, thumping their chests and shouting in unison. Upon witnessing this scene, the assembled crowd, with the exception of the villagers from Li family village, stood agape, their eyes wide with terror. A flicker of astonishment crossed Huang Xiaoming's eyes. The sudden appearance of these individuals felt eerily familiar to him. Were they assassins? Yet, even more astounded than Huang Xiaoming was Zhou Quan. This was his first encounter with Li Rui and his inaugural visit to the Li family. He had only heard from Chun Xiu about the Li family's formidable business acumen, but he had never anticipated that such a rapidly ascendant clan would possess assassins. Indeed, over 100 of them, each exuding formidable prowess. Sister Kai, could it be that this Li family is akin to those hidden clans depicted on television? It is no wonder they could summon the first heir of the Chun family to invite us. It is truly terrifying, Dang Cheesy remarked, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes betraying her fear as she spoke to Kai leaning beside her. Indeed, it is quite terrifying. I had never heard of such a Li family before. However, this might prove to be a fortuitous circumstance for us. Kai Lini replied, her initial fear gradually giving way to excitement. Fortuitous? Why do you say that? A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invoke its wrath. As long as we do not provoke him and seek to cultivate a favorable relationship. Could this not be a unique opportunity? Chapter 201. The Pink Diamond Ring. Xing, you instructed someone to take them to the hospital. Upon witnessing Li Rui escorting Yun Lingxian back into the house, the crowd gradually dispersed. Huang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment before addressing Song Ziying. Boss, those two just berated you. Are you really going to concern yourself with them? Moreover, they often tease me, and were it not for your presence, who knows what outrageous acts they might commit. Upon hearing Huang Xiaoming's words, Song Ziying reluctantly replied, their father is an old acquaintance of mine, and he once rendered me a favor. This shall be my final act of kindness towards them. Go ahead. Very well, Huang Xiaoming responded, wanting to say something further, but ultimately acquiescing. As he watched Song Ziying's retreating figure, his eyes were vacant, lost in thought. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and, after some contemplation, made a call. Brother Sun, why are you calling me? Is my wayward son misbehaving again? If he is, just discipline him as you see fit. As long as he isn't killed or severely harmed, feel free to handle it. A robust voice filled with mirth emanated from the other end of the line. Brother Sun, Sun Chung has stirred up trouble and has lost a leg. I've already sent him to the hospital. What? What did you say? My son has lost a leg? The previously jovial tone was instantly replaced with shock and outrage upon hearing Huang Xiaoming's words. Brother Sun, it is true. This matter, are you jesting with me? Brother Huang, my son is in your vicinity, and someone dares to disrespect you and cripple him under your very eyes? Huang Xiaoming's words were abruptly interrupted by the furious response from the other end. Brother Sun, I was not present during the conflict between Sun Chung and the other party. Even if I had been, they would not have yielded to me. Their status is quite formidable. What nonsense about formidable status? How dare they cripple my son? Do they think I am made of clay? Huang Xiaoming, tell me where my son is now. In Xiangnan Province, Chunning County. I will send you the specific hospital address shortly. Hearing the person on the other end directly address him by name, Huang Xiaoming's expression darkened, and his voice grew progressively colder. After listening to Huang Xiaoming's words, the person on the other end fell silent and abruptly ended the call. Staring at the screen displaying the call ended notification, Huang Xiaoming muttered under his breath, Sun Xiaochuan, you have assisted me, but I have repaid my debts. From this moment forth, we are even. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me for not warning you. As time swiftly passed to 8 p.m., while Li Rui and Yun Lingxian sat closely together watching television, a sudden sound from phone disrupted the tranquility. It was a call from Chen Xiao. Brother Chen, have you arrived? Haha, I will be at your village in 5 minutes. All right, I shall come down to fetch you. Thank you, Brother Li Rui. However, I should be the one thanking you. All right, there is no need for such formality. We can save that for when we meet later. Chen Xiao remarked with a hearty laugh. Agreed. We shall discuss it upon meeting, Li Rui replied before ending the call. Lingxian, I shall head downstairs to greet Brother Chen. Li Rui said, rising to address Yun Lingxian. Very well. Shall I accompany you? She inquired. No need. You stay here, he replied, turning to open the door and descend the stairs. As Li Rui reached the ground floor, he spotted Zhou Quan emerging from another villa, knowing he was also there to welcome Chen Xiao. Mr. Li, Zhou Quan called out, quickly approaching with a friendly nod. Li Rui acknowledged with a brief response, choosing not to engage further. After a few minutes, standing at the village entrance, Li Rui observed two unfamiliar luxury cars approaching, realizing that this signified Chen Xiao's arrival. Ah, Brother Li Rui, it's been a while. As the first vehicle came to a halt, Chen Xiao eagerly opened the back door and strode toward Li Rui, beaming with joy. Brother Chen, Li Rui responded with a smile, extending his hand for a handshake. It's been nearly 2 months since we last met, and you've only grown more handsome. Chen Xiao chuckled, shaking Li Rui's hand. Likewise, Brother Chen. Enough of the flattery. Let us get down to business, Chen Xiao said, gesturing behind him. A robust man in a suit emerged from the passenger seat, striding toward Chen Xiao. Young master, the suited man called out, then produced an exquisite box from an elegant paper bag and presented it to Chen Xiao. Li Rui, this is a ring, Chen Xiao announced, opening the box to showcase its contents to Li Rui. Peering into the box, Li Rui beheld a magnificent diamond ring, unlike any he had seen before. Not only was it substantial in size, but it also boasted a striking pink hue. Brother Li Rui, are you pleased? Chen Xiao inquired, noticing the glint of surprise in Li Rui's eyes, indicating his satisfaction. Indeed, I am grateful, Brother Chen. I have previously stated that I have greatly benefited from your generosity, so your politeness puts me in an awkward position. Very well, I shall refrain from further expressions of gratitude. Have you dined yet? I can arrange for a meal. Chen Xiu offered. No need for a meal. I've already dined. Just look at my round belly. No deception here. Chen Xiu chuckled, patting his stomach to illustrate his point. All right then, I have prepared a room for you, Brother Chen. If you feel tired, you may rest now. I am indeed a bit fatigued, but first, let me introduce you to someone, Chen Xiu replied with a smile, turning to beckon someone from behind. Hello, Chairman Li. I am Zhao Changfeng. The man who had been waiting in the car exclaimed, hurrying to approach Li Ruwei while extending his hand with a friendly smile as he closed the distance between them. Greetings, I am Li Ruwei. Li Ruwei introduced himself with a smile as he extended his hand. Having long heard Chairman Chen speak highly of Director Li's remarkable youth and accomplishments, it is indeed a privilege to meet you in person, exclaimed Zhao Changfeng, shaking Li Ruwei's hand with enthusiasm. I cannot claim to be particularly accomplished. Rather, I consider myself fortunate. Mr. Zhao, it is only fitting that I should extend a warm welcome to you for your journey to Li Family Village. However, due to a significant celebration within my family tomorrow, I fear I may not be able to dedicate the attention you deserve, Li Ruwei politely replied, withdrawing his hand as he spoke to Zhao Changfeng. Although he had learned from Chen Xiu of Zhao's considerable standing within the Zhao family, he felt little desire for deeper acquaintance. A brief introduction sufficed. He lacked the inclination to expend excessive energy in socializing at this late hour. His agreement to meet Zhao Changfeng stemmed merely from his appreciation for the assistance Chen Xiu had rendered him. Chapter 202. Incomprehensible. Pardon my intrusion. Today, I merely wish to have a fleeting encounter with Chairman Li. Having fulfilled that desire, I am thoroughly content and shall not impose further. Here is my business card. Should Chairman Li ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Zhao Changfeng, a man of considerable intellect, instantly grasped Li Ruwei's intent, harboring no resentment within. Although the Zhao family is a notable commercial dynasty, they pale in comparison to the boundless potential of a company like Tongfei Group. Moreover, Zhao was merely one among the upper echelons of his family, fully aware of the hierarchy that dictated their standing. Very well, Li Ruwei acquiesced, retrieving his wallet, from which he produced a business card and handed it to Zhao Changfeng. I shall take my leave now. By the way, Chairman Li, may I come by tomorrow to partake in a celebratory toast? Zhao Changfeng asked, his excitement palpable as he accepted Li Ruwei's card. Of course, you are welcome. Li Ruwei replied graciously. Thank you, Chairman Li. Mr. Chen, I bid you farewell. Zhao Changfeng expressed his gratitude to Li Ruwei before exchanging pleasantries with Chen Xiu and subsequently turning to depart. As his vehicle reversed and headed towards the outskirts of Li Family Village, Li Ruwei gestured for Chen Xiu to enter the village. Brother Li Ruwei, lead the way. Chen Xiu responded readily. Following him was Zhou Quan, trailed by 3 imposing bodyguards. Under Li Ruwei's guidance, they passed through the grand iron gates and entered Li Family Village. Brother Chen, I shall retire to my quarters now. You should also rest early, Li Ruwei remarked as he greeted Chen Xiu in the plaza nestled among several villas, then made his way home. My lord, today. Upon returning to the room assigned by Chen Xiu, Zhou Quan eagerly recounted the complete account of the confrontation between Li Ruwei, Chu Ping, and Sun Cheng to Chen Xiu. Those two are courting disaster. Zhou Quan, your actions were commendable. I had previously overestimated the strength of the Li family, yet it appears I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Chen Xiu praised Zhou Quan for his firm stance during the conflict, then, reflecting on this revelation, spoke with self-deprecating humor. My lord, have you noticed as well? Zhou Quan inquired. Indeed, I observed upon entering the village that within these villas reside over 100 exceptionally skilled bodyguards. Our Chen family has only trained about 30 over the decades. The strength of the Li family, both commercially and militarily, is truly unfathomable, Chen Xiu expressed, unable to suppress his astonishment. My lord, these individuals are not only formidable, but are also death warriors. What? Over 100 death warriors? Chen Xiu exclaimed in shock, fully aware of the implications of such a designation, which signified true depth and a capability that money could scarcely cultivate, akin to possessing a nuclear arsenal. Indeed, over 100 death warriors. In modern society, nurturing such a formidable cadre is no trifling matter, Zhou Quan replied, equally bewildered. In this modern society, where everyone has access to smartphones and a plethora of information, the cultivation of unwavering loyalty is exceedingly challenging. Even those who are indoctrinated from a young age may find their steadfast beliefs wavering after exposure to the digital deluge. It is conceivable that even if we were to nurture 1,000 or even 10,000 individuals, we might not succeed in producing a single subordinate willing to sacrifice their life for their family rather than for wealth. Perhaps it is time to reevaluate the Leaf family. Do hidden aristocratic families truly exist? Is a Leaf family one such entity? Chun Xiao and Zhou Quan exchanged glances, each remaining silent, for none knew the answer. Fourth brother, you look quite handsome today, though just a tad short of my own charm, remarked Li Rui, who arose early at 6:30 a.m. the following day and arrived at his uncle's villa. Upon entering, he encountered Li Weiguang, who stood nervously in a suit and tie. Xiao Rui, you finally made it. I must admit, I'm a bit anxious about my first wedding. What should I do? Li Weiguang, previously overwhelmed with nerves, seized Li Rui's arm and inquired earnestly. Fourth brother, I can understand your anxiety about your first marriage, but could you refrain from asking such foolish questions? It's as if I've been married before, Li Rui retorted, rolling his eyes at Li Weiguang as he extricated himself from his grip. He ambled over to a table, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and took a sip. Honestly, fourth brother, there's nothing to be overly anxious about. You are no longer the worker you once were. Even without considering our family, your current accomplishments far surpass what an ordinary person could hope to achieve in a lifetime. Your in-laws will not be difficult, Li Rui reassured him, setting down his teacup. Well, Xiao Rui, you make a valid point. Given our family's current standing, I suppose I need not feel so tense, Li Weiguang conceded, reflecting on how swiftly circumstances had transformed. I used to feel utterly insignificant and feared being looked down upon by my in-laws during the wedding, which is why I instinctively felt anxious. Fourth brother, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? You resemble a panda, Li Rui teased, noticing that Li Weiguang had relaxed. Ah, don't even mention it. The company has been exceedingly busy. I returned home past 11 last night and spent hours coordinating with Wen Xiu about today's wedding details. I woke up early today after only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. How could I not have dark circles? Li Weiguang lamenta, pulling out his phone to inspect his reflection, his expression one of dismay. Never mind, it's all right. Men can afford to look a bit disheveled. It's of no consequence. By the way, you have prepared the rings, I trust? Li Rui continued to jest, then shifted the conversation to inquire about the rings. Of course, I have them ready. Hee, Xiao Rui, take a look. They're quite nice, aren't they? Li Weiguang replied, momentarily taken aback by the question, before retrieving an exquisite box from his pocket and presenting it to Li Rui. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted diamond ring before him, Li Rui smiled calmly, then rose to his feet, retrieving a beautifully adorned box from his pocket. Fourth brother, what do you think of this? Li Rui said with a grin as he opened the box. Wow, it's stunning, Li Weiguang exclaimed upon catching sight of the treasure in Li Rui's hands. He then glanced at the box in his own possession, feeling as though the ring within paled in comparison. Xiao Rui, is this for your wedding? It's so large, and in pink, how lovely, Li Weiguang remarked, his eyes glimmering with envy. Indeed, it is intended for a wedding, but not for my own, Li Rui replied, closing the box and casually handing it to Li Weiguang. Here, consider this my gift to you and fourth sister-in-law. What? This is for me? Xiao Hui, this ring appears to be quite valuable. You're giving it to me? Li Weiguang said, pointing incredulously at himself. Fourth brother, we are family. It's merely a diamond ring. I do not know its worth, but it pales in comparison to our bond. Take it, as it marks the first joyous occasion since the rise of the Li family. Let's not tarnish our name. Chapter 203. The supercar wedding procession, is everyone prepared? Li Rui inquired with a cheerful tone, surveying his cousins, all adorned in their best groomsman attire, half an hour later at the villa's plaza. We're ready. The group of cousins responded in unison. Once we're set, we shall embark on our journey, Li Rui declared, leading the way towards the 11 cars concealed beneath covers at the side of the villa's plaza. Sister Kai, I noticed these 11 vehicles upon their arrival. Even shrouded. It's evident they are no ordinary cars. They appear to be supercars, remarked Dang Cheesy, who had risen early for her performance and had just finished her makeup, stepping outside to see Li Rui conversing with a group before heading towards the covered cars. It would indeed be strange for a family of this stature to arrive in ordinary vehicles. While having 11 supercars for a wedding is extravagant, it is fitting for such a distinguished family, Kailini observed, her arms crossed, eyes gleaming as she watched Li Rui and the others from a distance. That is true. Dang Cheesy nodded in agreement after pondering Kailini's words for a moment. As Li Rui lifted the car covers, the exquisite sight of the 11 supercars was revealed to the early risers. Among these supercars were 5 owned by Li Rui and 6 borrowed from El Yifan. The villagers of Li family village, accustomed to such spectacles, were unfazed. However, the staff accompanying the stars halted their hurried activities, mouths agape and eyes wide as they beheld the stunning array of supercars, each boasting unique designs and hues. To have a wedding procession with 10 supercars. How enviable for the bride. If only I could experience such luxury on my wedding day, mused a girl carrying a makeup case, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the 10 supercars. Just imagining it is a delight. The total value of these 11 supercars exceeds 300 million. How could ordinary folks like us ever afford such grandeur? All right, enough ogling. We must hurry to prepare the dancers for their performance. The show begins at 9, and we cannot afford any delays, she urged. Those who frequently accompany celebrities, even if they cannot afford such supercars, possess the acumen to estimate their worth at a glance. Yes, we should hasten, she added, quickly moving forward with her makeup case, though after a few steps, she couldn't resist glancing back at the supercars. Brother Rui, these cars are truly magnificent. Someday, I must own one, she exclaimed. Huh, they are merely 10 million each, right? With your income, buying a few each year shouldn't pose much of a challenge, Li Rui replied, noticing Li Wenlong's envious expression and smiling as he spoke. Brother Rui, while I earn well, my investments are substantial as well. To keep pace with the demands of the Tongfei Group's growth, our construction company has been expanding, and it's currently a bit challenging to allocate over 10 million for a car, Li Wenlong explained, a wry smile on his face as he shared his circumstances. That is something I had not considered. It's quite commendable. While you are young, strive hard and earn more. You are still quite young, and supercars may be a bit too much for you to handle, haha. Brother Rui, how old are you? Aren't you young as well? Observing the boisterous laughter of Li Rui, Li Wenlong wore an expression of exasperation. Can you even compare with me? You are who you are, and you cannot match my prowess, Li Rui chuckled, though inwardly he mused that he was indeed endowed with advantages. The fortune he possessed was already more than sufficient, rendering any further struggle unnecessary. As everyone adorned their vehicles with simple embellishments, Li Weiguang emerged from the villa accompanied by Li Yongda. Upon seeing them, Li Rui promptly called out to his cousins, "Let us get ready to depart." All right, the group responded in unison, each retrieving prepared ribbons to tie around the rearview mirrors and door handles of the supercars. Such extravagant vehicles, valued at over 10 million, required minimal decoration. Hence Li Rui and his companions merely added a few modest touches. Is fourth brother ready? Shall we set off? Li Hui inquired, glancing at his cousins who were busy securing ribbons, and then turned to Li Weiguang, who was approaching him. All set. Let us go, Li Weiguang replied, displaying an air of calmness that belied his earlier nervousness. Excellent. You will lead the way with that Venom GT. Understood, Li Weiguang affirmed, making his way to the purple Venom GT valued at 80 million. Xiao Rui, it's in your hands, Li Yongda said with a beaming smile directed at Li Rui. Rest assured, fourth uncle, I will ensure the task is completed flawlessly. With that, Li Rui proceeded towards the Lamborghini Veneno, worth 90 million. Subsequently, the 11 supercars, led by the purple Venom GT and followed by 10 Range Rovers, set forth towards the outskirts of Li family village. However, as Li Rui and his entourage drove their luxurious convoy towards the village to collect the bride, they encountered a blockade of 8 vehicles at the entrance, which effectively narrowed the once spacious road to a mere passage for pedestrians. In recent days, the village had been buzzing with news of a celebrity performance coinciding with the marriage of the fourth master of the Li family, drawing numerous villagers from nearby areas eager to secure a good vantage point for the festivities. The road, already somewhat congested, became exceedingly cramped with the obstruction of the 8 cars. To the astonishment of the local residents, it was evident that these individuals had deliberately parked their vehicles at the village entrance. On the auspicious day of the fourth master's wedding, it was unheard of for anyone to block the road in such a manner, raising suspicions among the onlookers. Were these individuals here to cause trouble? Who would dare provoke the Li family in Chuning County? As thoughts of curiosity and concern filled the air, many bystanders halted in their tracks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The 8 obstructing vehicles consisted of a Mercedes, a Bentley, and 6 vans. Is this the place? Son Xiaochuan alighted from the Mercedes, carefully assisting his son, Sun Cheng, who was seated in a wheelchair due to a leg encased in plaster. With a face etched in concern, he inquired, "Yes, this is the spot. Dad, I've never suffered such humiliation before. You must help me take revenge." Sun Cheng, seated in the wheelchair, gazed at Li family village with eyes brimming with vengeance. This vengeful father will undoubtedly assist you in seeking retribution. I, son Xiaochuan, am not easily oppressed. Brother Sun, what do you propose we do about this? This scoundrel must have some wealth if he can afford to invite Huang Xiaoming, yet having inflicted such harm upon our son. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Aren't they holding a wedding today? We shall ensure their plans are thwarted. Chu Jiang, stepping down from the Bentley, approached Sun Xiaochuan. His teeth clenched in fury. Indeed, we cannot let this slide. What are a mere few filthy riches? This time we have borrowed over 60 seasoned fighters from Uncle Xiang, and we shall reclaim our honor. Father, he has broken one of my legs. Therefore, I shall demand his 4 limbs in return. Similarly seated in a wheelchair, Chu Ping's eyes glinted with a fierce intensity as he gazed toward Li family village, envisioning how he would exact vengeance upon the one who had so cruelly injured him. Chapter 204. Roadblock. Had Chu Ping been expelled from Li family village a tad later yesterday, he would have witnessed a scene where over 100 towering men pledged their loyalty to the Li family. He would never have believed that a mere 60 thugs could restore his honor. Yet, alas, reality offers no ifs, and the chasm between imagination and actuality is vast. Indeed, not only will their wedding not proceed, but I shall also demand that they pay 100-fold for their transgressions. Sun Xiaochuan remarked with a sneer. Indeed. Brother Sun, it seems the situation is somewhat peculiar. Do you hear what they are saying? Chu Jiang, who was about to echo Sun Xiaochuan, suddenly noticed the crowd around them pointing and whispering, brazenly discussing matters that made him frown. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard information that piqued his curiosity. What? Sun Xiaochuan inquired, slightly puzzled, as he turned his attention to the onlookers who regarded him and his companions as mere spectacles, straining to catch snippets of their discourse. This group is truly courting disaster. How dare they provoke the Li family? No one within dozens of miles would dare to act recklessly here. They must be outsiders, surely seeking their own demise, came a voice from the crowd, dripping with mockery. If they weren't seeking death, how could they dare to offend old Master Li? Not only is he wealthy, but he also commands a loyal clan. With just a phone call, he could summon hundreds, even thousands, of capable men. Indeed, I have heard that one of the Li family's sons-in-law struck a daughter of the family, and the Li clan retaliated by gathering 1,000 men to obliterate that entire family. It is utterly terrifying. Is that true? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? My cousin's brother is also a member of the Li clan. He participated in that incident and told me that it wasn't just a family that was annihilated, but an entire village. So, you see, one cannot provoke the Li family. There is bound to be a spectacle to witness soon. Listening to the nonsensical chatter of the crowd, Sun Xiaochuan and Chu Jiang exchanged glances, with their lips twitching at the absurdity of it all. An entire village eradicated? Do they truly believe the law is a mere formality? Though they were skeptical of the crowd's wild claims, they understood the adage, where there is smoke, there is fire. Brother Chu, allow me to call Huang Xiaoming, Sun Xiaochuan suggested. Very well, it would be prudent to inquire. Son, do tell your father once more. Does the other party truly lack any extraordinary background? Chu Jiang first responded to Sun Xiaochuan, then turned to his father, Chu Ping, who sat in a wheelchair. There is no extraordinary background. What sort of special connections could one have in such a remote backwater? At most, they're just nouveau riche, Chu Ping stammered initially, then confidently stated his conjecture. True, if there were any formidable background, they would not reside in such a small village. Chu Jiang nodded in agreement with his son's assertion. Damn it, that scoundrel Huang Xiaoming is not answering my calls. Sun Xiaochuan exclaimed as he dialed Huang Xiaoming's number, only to be met with the disheartening tone of an unanswered call. Let it be, Brother Sunday. Perhaps we are overthinking this. What credibility do the words of these rustic villagers hold? Let us gather our brothers. We cannot let a single vehicle depart today. Come on out. Sun Xiaochuan beckoned towards the 6 vans, and soon after, at least 10 robust men wielding clubs emerged from each vehicle. With these 60 brothers by my side, I wonder how they will manage to conduct their wedding today. Sun Xiaochuan remarked with a smile as he observed the imposing ranks of over 60 henchmen. Father, vehicles are approaching. At that moment, Sun Chung spotted what appeared to be cars emerging from Li family village. Filled with excitement at the prospect of avenging his grievances, he eagerly informed Sun Xiaochuan. Hearing Sun Cheng's words, everyone turned their gazes toward Li family village. This seems a bit off, Sun Xiaochuan muttered to himself, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and then instinctively glanced at the equally incredulous Chu Jiang. Is it a supercar or a supercar convoy? Surely, this family possesses more than mere wealth. Chu Jiang thought, having previously dismissed the man who had incapacitated his son as merely a nouveau riche. Son, is this the so-called tycoon you spoke of? A convoy of over a dozen supercars? Chu Jiang exclaimed, pointing towards the approaching fleet and incredulously questioning Chu Ping. I don't know. Aren't they just supercars? We have those too. What is there to fear? Just because they can afford supercars means I cannot seek revenge for my main leg? Father, you are being overly timid, Chu Ping retorted defiantly. Foolish child, do you comprehend the identity of your adversaries? Those with such power may lead us to significant trouble if we charge in recklessly. Do you understand? Chu Jiang admonished his son with a sense of frustration. Recognizing that scolding him would be futile, Chu Jiang sighed and turned to inquire about son Xiaochuan's plans, only to find him deeply furrowed in thought. Brother son, what occupies your mind? Speak quickly of our course of action, Chu Jiang urged, as the supercar convoy approached within mere hundreds of meters. Nothing much. We have come this far without a path for retreat. We are here to reason with them. They harmed our son, and it is only right that we retaliate, son Xiaochuan explained, turning to Chu Jiang. Huh? Chu Jiang was taken aback by son Xiaochuan's assertion that they were there to reason, his face filled with confusion. Are we here to reason? Do we require over 60 henchmen to travel such a distance for that? Sun Xiaochuan's change of heart stemmed from recalling a conversation with Huang Xiaoming the previous day, wherein Huang had mentioned that their opponent was of notable status. In his earlier anger, Sun Xiaochuan had not pondered deeply, but now it seemed that perhaps their adversary indeed held significant influence. Thus, it was wise to reconsider their approach to vengeance. What is happening up ahead? Li Rue, driving a Lamborghini Veneno behind a purple GT, frowned as he noticed a crowd gathering at the village entrance, muttering to himself. What is going on, fourth brother? Upon witnessing the venomous serpent, Li Rue halted the vehicle and alighted, approaching Li Weiguang, who had similarly disembarked. What could it be? He inquired. I have no idea. Let us investigate, Li Weiguang responded, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Very well, we shall proceed. We cannot afford to delay, Li Rue declared, taking the lead. The brothers in the vehicle, noticing Li Rue's cessation, followed suit and exited to join him as he advanced towards the gathering crowd. As they approached the throng, a few dozen meters away, some individuals discerned Li Rue's approach. Those who caught sight of him instinctively lowered their heads, while others retreated to the side of the road. What is happening here? Li Rue inquired calmly of a young man who had stepped aside. Lord Li Qi, there is a blockade, though I am unaware of the reasons. The young man stammered, tensing at Li Rue's question. He swallowed hard, nervously divulging what little he knew. A blockade? Though somewhat taken aback by being addressed as Lord Li Qi, Li Rue did not dwell on it. His primary concern was to ascertain who dared oppose the Li family, especially on the day of his fourth brother's wedding. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Chapter 205, Master Li of the Li family. Master Li. As Li Rue advanced toward the crowd, they instinctively parted, with several young voices calling out to him. Who are you? Why have you blocked the road with your car? Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Rue immediately spotted son Xiaochuan and Chu Jiang, whose attire set them apart from the ordinary onlookers. Recognizing them as the individuals he sought, he furrowed his brow and inquired sternly. Upon hearing the voice behind him, son Xiaochuan turned to see a young man casting a menacing glare in his direction. Realizing this was one of the adversaries he had been warned about, he began to formulate a response. However, as his eyes widened in shock, beads of sweat quickly formed on his brow. Oh well, I came to apologize for my little brat, he stammered awkwardly, racing to concoct what he hoped would be a reasonable excuse. Earlier, upon witnessing the impressive convoy of supercars, he had suspected that Li Rue possessed an extraordinary identity. And now, the 50 towering men accompanying Li Rue only reinforced that belief. Dad, what are you talking about? Apologize? We're here for revenge. He's the one who hurt me. Call someone to take him down. I want to cripple him. Sun Chung, seated in a wheelchair, recognized Li Rue as the one who had ordered the maiming of his leg. His excitement was palpable as he envisioned how he would deal with Li Rue. However, his father's unexpected words about an apology left him utterly bewildered. Shut your mouth. Don't you know your own shortcomings? Clearly, you were at fault first. Apologize to this brother at once. Son Xiaochuan, realizing that his son was oblivious to the imposing figures behind Li Rue, scolded him while desperately blinking and signaling with his eyes. I don't care. If you don't help me get revenge, I'll tell Mom. Sun Cheng's heart was consumed by hatred for Li Rue, the man responsible for his injury. He had no inclination to ponder his father's Xiaochuan's frantic gestures. He merely pouted defiantly. You. Sun Xiaochuan was rendered speechless by his foolish son. Although he had brought over 60 thugs, the opposing side was equally matched. Not to mention the 50 burly men resembling bears. The odds of victory were slim, especially without considering the extraordinary background that Huang Xiaoming had alluded to. Dad, he asked the one who had my leg broken. Tell Uncle Xiang's men to kill him. At that moment, Chu Ping also recognized Li Ruwei as the one who had ordered his own leg to be shattered and spoke up to his father. As a figure who has navigated the entertainment industry for decades, Chu Jiang possesses an extraordinary ability to read the room. He keenly observes Sun Xiaochuan's unusual reaction and surmises that the identity of the individual before him is far more complex than what his son has suggested. Moreover, he is not blind. The 50 hulking figures he has summoned are simply not capable of overcoming such odds. If you wish to avoid death, and if you wish to spare your father from such a fate, I suggest you silence yourself, Chu Jiang remarked, his gaze shifting to the 50 towering men behind Li Ruwei. After swallowing hard, he leaned closer to Chu Ping, speaking through clenched teeth. Xiao Ruwei, are these individuals here to cause you trouble? Li Weiguang, following closely behind Li Ruwei, quickly grasped the situation, furrowing his brow as he sought confirmation from his younger brother. Just a couple of insignificant pests. They dared to provoke the young, and now they face the elder, Li Ruwei replied nonchalantly. Having spotted Sun Chang seated in a wheelchair alongside Chu Ping, both of whom understood the unfolding scenario. Step aside. Today marks a momentous occasion for the Li family. I have no desire to engage in conflict. This is your final warning, Li Ruwei cautioned coldly, directing his gaze at Sun Xiaochuan. Wah! Sun Xiaochuan's face darkened to being publicly ordered to leave, a reaction that nearly sparked desire. Yet, upon recalling the imposing figures behind Li Ruwei, he swiftly quelled his anger and retorted, We're leaving now. This is unacceptable. You must retaliate. Quickly, incapacitate him. I'll pay 1 million. I'll pay 2 million. Sun Cheng, upon hearing his father's intent to retreat, was engulfed in a frenzy, shouting at Sun Xiaochuan while simultaneously urging the 60-odd thugs behind him to act. The group of over 60 armed henchmen, enticed by the promises of reward, felt a stirring within them. However, upon seeing the 50 well-built men in black suits who had positioned themselves behind Li Ruwei, all thoughts of avarice evaporated. After all, what good is wealth if one does not survive to spend it? Sun Cheng's thugs remained unmoved, exasperated as he pointed at them, yet found themselves utterly powerless. Bring them all to the fields, Li Ruwei declared, losing patience with the spectacle before him, gesturing decisively toward his cadre of elite bodyguards. Yes, boss. The 50 elite bodyguards responded in unison, promptly advancing toward Sun Xiaochuan and his entourage. We'll leave on our own. We'll leave on our own. Sun Xiaochuan, realizing that the situation was escalating, waved his hands in a gesture of retreat. Just as Sun Xiaochuan was about to assist his son back to their vehicle, a man from the crowd suddenly shouted out, his eyes gleaming with intent. Esteemed villagers, the illustrious master Li has achieved remarkable success beyond our borders. Yet he has not forgotten his roots. He has returned to our homeland to establish an industrial park, providing employment to many of our relatives, who now earn salaries that are unattainable in major cities and enjoy benefits typically reserved for civil servants. Furthermore, the Li family has established a charitable foundation to aid the impoverished and those unable to afford medical care, embodying the spirit of a living bodhisattva. However, on this joyous occasion, outsiders have dared to infringe upon the Li family's domain, an affront not only to the Li family, but also to the dignity of all of us from Chunning County and Tianlong Town. What shall we do? Let us cast them into the fields. Anyone who dares to disrupt Li family village is challenging all of us from Tianlong Town and Chunning County. Indeed, let us throw them into the fields. As a few individuals led the charge, the gathered crowd of hundreds echoed their sentiments with fervor. Let us strike, shouted the leader, sensing the moment was ripe, as he surged towards Sun Xiaochuan and his companions, with his sights set on the wheelchair-bound Sun Cheng. Don't! We will walk ourselves. Sun Xiaochuan cried out in panic as he witnessed the throng charging toward him. Chapter 206. The intercepting whine in such a scene. The cries of a solitary voice proved futile. In an instant, Sun Xiaochuan, Chu Jiang, and over 60 henchmen were overwhelmed by a throng of hundreds. Logically, a group of 60 armed with clubs should possess some capacity to retaliate against mere civilians. Yet they were swiftly submerged, primarily due to their palpable fear of the 50 robust men clad in black suits. They dreaded that any attempt to fight back would provoke a brutal onslaught from these formidable figures. Thud, thud. Mere minutes later, the sound of over 60 impacts reverberated, as all those who had been battered, sporting bruised faces, were unceremoniously tossed into the muddy fields beside the road. Everyone, lend a hand. Push these cars into the fields as well. We must not delay the joyous occasion of lordly C, commanded the leading man with a wave of his hand. 1, 2, 3, lift. Thud, accompanied by 8 even louder thuds. 2 luxurious vehicles and 6 vans were similarly shoved into the adjacent field. Lord Li Qi, the task is accomplished. The leading man approached Li Rue with a smile that sought favor. Li Rue appraised the man before him, of average height and appearance, and after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "What is your name?" "Seventh Master. My name is Zhao Hua," the man replied, excitement flickering in his eyes upon hearing Li Rue's question. "Zhao Hua indeed. Fourth brother. Do you require more hands?" Li Rue inquired with a smile towards Li Weiguang. Though Li Weiguang harbored a hint of skepticism, he nodded in response to Li Rue's words after glancing at Zhao Hua. "Give him a business card," Li Rue commanded before turning towards the Lamborghini Veneno behind him. Li Weiguang, upon hearing this, retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Hua, subsequently hurrying after Li Rue. Zhao Hua, upon receiving the instruction to obtain a business card, briefly felt a pang of disappointment, but soon excitement surged within him. Even if he could not align himself with the formidable Seventh Master, being close to Fourth Master Li promised significant prospects. This connection with the Li family of Li Village would afford him considerable influence throughout Chunning County, and the thought alone brought an uncontrollable joy to his face. "Zhao Rue, why did you ask me to give him a business card?" Li Weiguang queried, catching up to Li Rue with a puzzled expression. He's not entirely lacking in wits. This fellow will surely be of use one day. Running a company, developing a family business, all requires manpower. You can't bear the burden alone. Otherwise, you'll exhaust yourself. Look at you. You hardly have time even for a wedding. You ought to be more attentive to capable individuals. That way, you won't be so weary, understand, fourth brother? Li Rue replied with a smile before slipping into the Lamborghini Veneno. Though Li Weiguang found Li Rue's words somewhat perplexing, he recognized that this was not the time for contemplation. Fetching his wife was paramount. He shook his head and hastily climbed into the GT Veneno. "Now, everyone behave yourselves. Wenxiu is about to marry into the Li family, a true aristocracy of Chunning County. Do not act recklessly, especially in the presence of Lord Li Qi. Show him the respect he deserves." In a village located 7 to 8 kilometers from the Li family village, vibrant balloons of various colors adorned the surroundings. A modest single-story red brick house was embellished with numerous red couplets and auspicious characters, exuding an atmosphere of festivity. An elder, nearly 60 years of age, stood in the open space before the house, sternly admonishing a group of young men gathered before him. "Understood, Uncle," they replied in unison. "Is the Li family truly as formidable as you say? I've only been away for a year, and in that short span, such an impressive family has emerged just a few kilometers from us." A man in his late 20s questioned the elder, his brow furrowed in disbelief. "The Li family has risen to prominence in less than 6 months. They have produced a true dragon among men. In due time, you will come to learn more about them. I can only say that our Zhang family is fortunate to be linked to this marriage. No one is to meddle. If anyone jeopardizes this union, they shall be expelled from the family tree. Do you hear me?" "Understood." The young men responded once more in unison. "They have arrived. The wedding procession is here," exclaimed several women standing by the village road. "Wow, look at those supercars, how stunning. Oh my goodness. So handsome, incredibly handsome." Wenxiu, quickly listen. The wedding party has arrived. I envy you for marrying into the Li family. I've heard that the younger generation there earns at least several million a year. You're going to enjoy a life of luxury. Inside the red brick house, the exposed bricks and the moss in the corners cast a slight gloom over the room. On a not particularly wide bed sat a bride dressed in a red embroidered gown, flanked by 2 bridesmaids in matching attire. At the door stood 4 or 5 more bridesmaids, all similarly dressed. One of the bridesmaids seated next to the bride rose to listen to the commotion outside, turning to the bride with a hint of envy. "Have they arrived? Is there anything I should do?" Wenxiu asked, her hands tightly clasped together, betraying her nervousness. "You needn't do anything. Just sit tight and leave it to us." The groom won't part with his money so easily. "This door will not open without a challenge." A slightly older bridesmaid chuckled, reassuring Wenxiu. "Li Jia, isn't that inappropriate? We should at least show some gesture. We cannot upset Weiguang." Wenxiu expressed her concern, listening to her cousin. Rest assured, Wenxiu, your husband earns millions each year. Do you think a few hundred for the wedding door fee will upset him? I'll find then. If Wei Guang is unwilling to give, do not press him. After the wedding, I will reward you all with red envelopes. Wenxiu finally relaxed upon hearing her cousin's words. As the group arrived, a cloud of smoke enveloped them. 11 supercars gracefully parked on the vacant lot next to the red brick house, while 10 Range Rovers lined the village road. Li Weiguang and Li Ruwei, accompanied by others, disembarked and approached the Zhang family, who awaited them some 10 meters away. The elder leading the Zhang family produced a pack of pre-prepared Zhonghua cigarettes, smiling as he offered them to the Li family. Fourth brother, aren't you going to introduce us? Li Hui inquired politely, accepting the cigarettes and placing one behind his ear with a smile. Ah, this is Wenxiu's uncle, Li Weiguang replied, finally easing his earlier tension as he made a brief introduction of the elder before him. Greetings, greetings, the elder responded, recognizing Li Weiguang as fourth brother. Noticing the Li family members seemingly defer to Li Weiguang, a thought struck him. Could this person be the esteemed seventh master of the Li family? Before Li Weiguang could further introduce him, the elder quickly extended his hand to grasp Li Rui's. Hello, I am Li Rui said, shaking hands gently and responding courteously. So, you are the seventh master of the Li family. My apologies for the oversight, the elder exclaimed, his eyes sparking with recognition. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Rui, he turned to the younger generation of the Zhang family behind him. Greetings, seventh master. The young members of the Zhang family exchanged glances, hesitant and unwilling to shout out, feeling embarrassed by the elder's command. However, due to their elder's directive, they reluctantly complied. You're far too courteous. Today marks the joyous occasion of my fourth brother's wedding. There is no need for such formality. The priority is to bring the bride quickly, Li Rui remarked, somewhat surprised by the elder's demeanor, as he sought to redirect the attention back to the day's main event. Indeed. Please, my dear son-in-law, after enjoying those fruit juices, you may proceed to fetch Xiuwen, the elder replied, a hand patting his forehead in realization, affirming Li Rui's words. He then grasped Li Weiguang's arm with one hand while pointing towards the row of benches leading to the red brick house. Fruit juice? Both Li Weiguang and Li Rui exchanged puzzled glances. They had heard of the custom of serving liquor as a barrier to the bride's procession, but this notion of barrier fruit juice was entirely new to them. Chapter 207, the betrothal red envelope of 500,000. Come everyone, let us each take a sip, for we must hasten to bring the bride home and not miss the auspicious hour. Li Rui followed closely behind Li Weiguang, making his way to a row of long benches, where he beheld an array of neatly arranged fruit juices, nearly bursting into laughter. All the male cousins, much like Li Rui, stifled their chuckles at the sight of the orderly fruit juices, yet they understood that given the current standing of the Li family in the locality, had it not been for local customs, there would not even be roadblock fruit juices. No one would dare to risk offending the Li family by arranging any form of roadblock libations, for even the slightest hint of displeasure from the Li family would deter anyone from attempting such a venture. Moments later, the long line of fruit juices was entirely consumed by Li Rui and his brethren, and under the enthusiastic guidance of the elder, they entered the red brick house. Father, mother. Upon entering the room, Li Weiguang greeted the two middle-aged individuals, approximately 50 years of age. Ah, Weiguang, you have arrived. Come, everyone, let us have a cup of tea. The middle-aged man, whom Li Weiguang addressed as father, warmly invited him and the rest of the Li family to partake in tea. Father, mother, I have come to fetch Wenxiu. After everyone had taken a sip of tea, Li Weiguang eagerly spoke to the couple once more. Wenxiu is waiting for you in that room, the middle-aged man, noting that Li Weiguang had merely taken a sip of tea, understood the urgency of the situation and, wishing to avoid delaying the auspicious hour, pointed directly towards a door without further pleasantries. All right then, father and mother, please sit. I shall go fetch Wenxiu. Go ahead, the middle-aged man replied with a squint and a beaming smile. Wenxiu, open the door. I have come to take you away. Li Weiguang, leading the way, approached a door adorned with the character for happiness, nervously adjusted his suit and tie, then knocked gently and called out, Groom, if you wish to take Wenxiu today. It is not so simple, a woman's voice echoed from within the room. Li Weiguang recognized this voice as that of the bridesmaid and understood the implication behind her words. Oh, then what must I do to take Wenxiu away? Li Weiguang asked with a smile, playing along. That depends on your sincerity, she replied. Ah, understood. My dear brother, Li Weiguang responded with a grin, then turned to call out to Li Tsong, who was trailing behind Li Rui. Here, Li Tsong, grinning widely, held out a large paper bag to Li Weiguang. Li Weiguang accepted the bag, reached inside, and produced a large handful of red envelopes, tossing them towards the window above the door, which lacked glass. In an instant, the outside observers, including Li Rui and Li Weiguang, were met with the sound of raucous screams emanating from within the room. "This is mine, don't snatch it. Mine, all mine. Oh no, you stepped on my foot." Hearing the uproar of shouts and commotion from inside, Li Rui and Li Weiguang exchanged knowing smiles. "Can we open the door now?" Li Weiguang inquired once again towards the interior. "Please wait a moment. I want to see your sincerity first," came the voice of a young woman from inside the room. Within the confines of the chamber, several bridesmaids stood, each clutching a few red envelopes, some with 3 or 4, while others possessed 6 or 7. "Sister Li, the thickness of this envelope is truly impressive. How much do you think it contains?" inquired a bridesmaid in her early 20s, excitement evident in her voice as she addressed the eldest among them. "Let us take a look and find out," Sister Li replied quietly, her curiosity piqued as she eagerly opened one of the envelopes. "Wow, what a generous gift. One envelope contains 1,000. If I have 7, that amounts to 7,000, Sister Li exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she pulled out 1,000 yuan notes from the envelope. "That means I have 5,000 as well. No wonder the Li family is so generous," another remarked. "Indeed, I've been a bridesmaid several times. Yet I've never encountered such largesse from the groom's side," another chimed in. "Naturally, in the weddings you've attended, how many grooms have families as affluent as yours?" "That's true," she conceded. Outside the door, Li Weiguang overheard their hushed discussions, yet the door remained shut. Anxious not to miss the moment, he called out once more, "Can we open the door now?" The bridesmaids, realizing the urgency of the situation, felt a twinge of embarrassment at their excitement, making it difficult for Sister Li to keep the door closed. Just as she prepared to open it, Li Weiguang's voice rang out again. "Come out and grab your red envelopes." Reacting instinctively to the commotion outside, the bridesmaids glanced toward the door, only to witness a rain of envelopes cascading down from the unglazed window. In a heartbeat, Sister Li regained her composure and flung open the door, dashing toward the scattered envelopes on the ground. The other bridesmaids followed suit, while Li Weiguang seized the opportunity to rush into the room, scooping up the still-dazed Zhang Xiuwen and swiftly exiting. Li Rui took the paper bag from Li Weiguang and trailed behind, tossing envelopes as he went. Soon, family and friends of the Zhang family outside joined the fray, collecting the falling envelopes. Minutes later, as they gazed at the departing convoy of luxury cars, the Zhang family members were filled with exhilaration. Some rejoiced at having collected a handful of envelopes, while others celebrated the alliance with the Li family. The Li family truly knows how to spend lavishly. Each envelope is 1,000, and there must be 400 or 500 of them, remarked a young man in his 30s, holding several envelopes with a sense of wonder. Indeed, to scatter red envelopes worth 500,000 during a wedding, only the Li family could afford such extravagance, another added. "Hee, our Wenxiu is indeed fortunate to marry into the Li family. You'll be living a life of ease." "Old 5, he said, grinning at the man previously addressed as Dad by Li Weiguang, as they watched the convoy disappear into the distance. "He indeed. We must express our gratitude to Aunt Zhang. Had she not introduced Wenxiu to Weiguang when the Li family was just beginning to rise, such fortuitous events would have eluded us." The man, gazing in the direction of the departing procession, could not conceal the joy that illuminated his countenance. As the bridal procession arrived, it entered Li family village amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Upon entering the village road, Li Rui caught sight of several vehicles still in the fields, while more than 60 individuals had seemingly vanished without a trace. "The bride is coming," the village children exclaimed loudly as the procession reached the entrance of Li family village. Amidst the crackling of fireworks and firecrackers, Li Weiguang, holding a red umbrella, assisted Zhang Wenxiu in disembarking from the vehicle. Subsequently, under the gaze of thousands of villagers, they stepped onto the meticulously laid red carpet, making their way toward the grand courtyard composed of 8 magnificent villas. Chapter 2:08 The departure of the guests. Following the departure of the guests, the wedding ceremony was gracefully hosted by Hu Gu and Zheng Kai on the pre-constructed stage, lasting half an hour before Li Weiguang and Zhang Wenxiu concluded their vows. "Weiguang, this diamond ring is stunning. It must have cost a fortune," Zhang Wenxiu remarked, seated on the edge of their festively adorned bridal chamber in Li Weiguang's villa. Her expression radiated joy as she gazed at the pink diamond ring that Li Weiguang had just placed on her finger. "I have no idea. It was a gift from my 7th brother," Li Weiguang replied. A pink diamond of such purity must be worth several million. Your seventh brother is exceedingly generous, Zhang Wenxiu exclaimed, incredulity etched on her face. What's the big deal? All of us, brothers, owe our success to the support of the seventh brother. While a few million is indeed substantial, it pales in comparison to the other gifts he has bestowed upon us. Our family's current standing is solely due to his efforts. We must always remember his kindness, Li Weiguang emphasized, nodding in agreement with his own sentiments. As time swiftly passed, it became 9 in the morning. Outside the Li clan ancestral hall, the square was teeming with thousands of people, all seated orderly, facing the stage. Beyond the crowd in the square, every available vantage point, trees, ridges, and hills, was filled with spectators, bringing the total to an estimated few thousand. In the front row of the stage, for young ladies, Yun Lingxian, Yun Rong, Tang Wenxin, and Lu Yin were animatedly discussing something. After finishing his tasks, Li Rui approached Yun Lingxian. What are you discussing? He inquired, taking a seat beside her. Darling, you're here. They want signatures from celebrities but are too shy to ask, so they want me to do it, but I'm not going, Yun Lingxian replied, linking her arm with Li Rui's and smiling. Li Rui, I would love to have Hu Ji's autograph. Is there any way you could help? Yin Rong asked, feeling a bit shy as she noticed Li Rui's presence. Of course. Just tell me whose signature you desire, and I shall acquire it for you, Li Rui assured them. Really? I want Zheng Kai's and Huang Xiaoming's signatures, Yin Rong exclaimed, not holding back her excitement. This was a rare opportunity, after all. Soon, Lu Yin and Tang Wenxin also expressed their wishes for autographs, and Li Rui readily agreed to all. Now, I declare the wedding celebration for Mr. Li Weiguang and Miss Zhang Wenxiu officially commenced, announced a captivatingly graceful woman as she took the microphone on the makeshift stage. Please welcome our first performer, Ms. Deng Qiqi. As the host's words echoed, a figure emerged from behind the stage, instantly recognizable even to those like Li Rui, who were not particularly attuned to the entertainment industry. Deng Qiqi, famously known as the last music diva. As Deng Qiqi stood in the center of the stage, the air was filled with the familiar musical prelude that Li Rui recognized all too well, emanating from the high-quality sound equipment flanking the stage. Feel the sensation resting at the tips of my fingers, how to instantaneously freeze time. I am profoundly grateful to everyone for attending the performance. We shall now enter intermission, resuming the show at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At 11:30, after a 2.5-hour performance, the charming host took to the stage to announce this. Subsequently, Li Rui, accompanied by the 4 ladies, made their way to the villa to partake in the wedding banquet of Li Weiguang. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to the Li clan ancestral square to witness the performances of the stars. By 5 o'clock, the performances had concluded, and it was then that Li Rui led the 4 ladies towards the stars, preparing to return to the villa. You are Hugo, aren't you? Li Rui inquired as he approached a strikingly handsome man. Yes, indeed. I am Hugo, the gentleman replied courteously upon hearing Li Rui's question. He was well aware of the earlier conflict between Li Rui and the 2 individuals brought by Huang Xiaoming, as well as the fate that befell them. He also understood the demeanor of Zhou Quan, the steward of the Chun family's first heir. Thus, even though Li Rui was a prominent celebrity, Hugo dared not exhibit the slightest impudence in his presence. My friend would like your autograph, if that is possible, Li Rui asked with a warm smile. Of course. It would be my pleasure. Where would you like me to sign? Hugo replied, glancing over at Yun Rong, Lu Yin, and Tang Wenxin. Sign here, sign here, Yun Rong exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a pen and a notebook from her bag and handing them to Hugo. Hugo quickly signed his name in the notebook and returned it with a smile to Yun Rong. He then signed for Lu Yin and Tang Wenxin as well, exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Rui before departing with his assistant towards the villa. Following suit, Li Rui requested 10 top-tier celebrities to sign for the 3 ladies in turn before he, too, returned to the villa. Brother Li Rui, I plan to head back to Magic City today. Do visit when you have the chance, Chen Xiu said as he arrived back at the villa with Zhou Quan to bid farewell to Li Rui. Certainly, today has been rather busy, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. I hope Brother Chen will not take offense, Li Rui replied courteously. Oh, where has there been any shortcoming? The food was delightful, and the rest was splendid. Well then, Brother Li Rui, I shall not prolong the pleasantries. I must catch my flight. Let us arrange to meet again next time, Chen Xiu concluded. Agreed, let us plan for another time. An hour later, dozens of vehicles parked at the Li family villa began to depart in succession. Li Rui received 10 business cards, each from one of the top celebrities, which he initially hesitated to accept. However, recognizing their assistance, he graciously accepted them and reciprocated with one of his own cards. Mom, Dad? On the third day after Li Wei Guang's wedding, Li Ruei, unusually early in the morning, descended the stairs with Yun Lingxuan, eager for breakfast prepared by his mother. Noticing his father was absent, he casually inquired. Your father has gone to the ancestral hall, Wang Sume replied, serving Yun Lingxuan a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. Oh, Li Ruei responded in kind, taking the initiative to serve himself a bowl of the congee. As Li Ruei savored his breakfast, his phone unexpectedly rang from his pocket. His father's call? Balancing a spoonful of congee in one hand, Li Ruei retrieved his phone. Glancing at the screen's contact name, he muttered to himself. Hello, Dad. What's the matter? He inquired as he answered the call. Xiao Ruei, please come to the ancestral hall. Your uncle and I are waiting for you. We have something to discuss. His father's voice on the other end carried a weight of concern that struck Li Ruei as unusual. What's going on, Dad? Li Ruei set down his spoon, a frown creasing his brow. It's about one of our relatives, an uncle, who has encountered a bit of trouble. He is here at the ancestral hall as well. It's not something that can be explained quickly. You'll understand once you arrive, his father replied. All right, I'll head over immediately, Li Ruei responded, placing his bowl down. After exchanging quick farewells with Wang Sume and Yun Lingxian, he hurried toward the Li family ancestral hall situated behind the village. Chapter 209, Misfortune at Home. A few minutes later, Li Ruei arrived at the square of the Li clan ancestral hall. From a distance, he spotted his father and uncle squatting before the entrance, seemingly attending to someone lying on the ground. Dad, Uncle, what is going on here? Li Ruei jogged forward, pointing at the elderly man sprawled on the ground, dressed in tattered clothes and with wisps of white hair. Xiao Ruei, you're here. Li Yongjin, upon hearing the voice, instinctively looked up. Seeing it was Li Ruei, he relaxed his furrowed brow, shook his head, and let out a deep sigh. Dad, noticing his uncle's silence, Li Ruei turned to Li Yongzheng for answers. Let us first help him inside, Li Yongzheng responded, not immediately addressing Li Ruei's inquiry. He extended his hand to assist the elderly man while speaking to Li Ruei. Oh, Li Ruei acknowledged his father's words without pressing further on his question, reaching out to aid the man on the ground. Do not concern yourself with me. I deserve this fate. I have failed as a parent and must accept the consequences. The elderly man suddenly began to struggle as Li Ruei grasped his arm, his voice weak and tinged with sorrow. Taken aback by the man's words, Li Ruei instinctively looked towards Li Yongzheng. Noticing his son's gaze, Li Yongzheng shook his head again, indicating that now was not the time for explanations. He leaned down to gently comfort the elderly man, saying, Uncle, we share a common ancestor. The same blood flows through our veins. We cannot ignore your plight. Let us go inside and clarify matters. Lying here brings disgrace upon our ancestors. Don't you agree? Indeed, I lack the capability to bring honor to our ancestors, yet I must not bring them shame. The elderly man, who had been struggling fiercely, paused upon hearing Li Yongzheng's words. He pushed himself off the ground and stood up. Now you're speaking sense. Gulme, let's go inside and have a cup of hot tea, Li Yongjin said, stepping beside Li Ruei to take his place and support the elderly man as they made their way into the Li clan ancestral hall. Xiao Ruei, I forgot to mention, your uncle hasn't eaten yet. Please ask your mother to bring some breakfast. Li Yongzheng turned back to Li Ruei and instructed. Okay, Dad, Li Ruei replied, pulling out his phone to call his mother and request a bowl of century egg and lean pork congee. He then stepped into the ancestral hall. Inside the main hall of the Li clan ancestral hall, Li Yongjin and Li Yongzheng helped the elderly man to a chair before finding seats for themselves. Just then, Li Ruei entered. Dad, can we talk now? What exactly happened? Li Ruei approached Li Yongzheng and whispered in his ear. Let us go over there. Li Yongzheng glanced at Li Ruei and then at the elderly man's sorrowful expression before standing up and gesturing toward the corner. Your uncle, residing 20 kilometers away, has 3 sons and 4 daughters, with numerous grandchildren. At his age, he should be savoring the joys of family life. However, as you can see, his attire tells a different story. Li Yongjin, with a somber expression, quietly explained to Li Ruei as he led him to a corner. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Ruei instinctively glanced at the elderly man, who was wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his garment. The man, approximately 80 years old, was frail, with a head full of white hair and a face etched with deep lines, his clothes adorned with numerous patches. Just that fleeting glance caused Li Ruei to furrow his brows in concern. Father, don't we provide the elderly in our clan with an annual stipend of 4,000? While this amount may not be substantial, It is certainly enough to ensure a life free from hardship in the countryside, not to mention he has so many children. How could it come to this? Li Rui questioned. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but from the few words he has uttered, it seems his children are reluctant to support him, his father replied. A flicker of indignation ignited in Li Rui's eyes. He harbored a profound disdain for those who are unfilial. This situation likely transcended mere unwillingness to provide for the elderly, especially since, with the annual 4,000 and some government subsidies, a rural elder could manage quite well without additional support from their offspring. Yongzheng, the porridge has arrived at that moment. Wang Sume entered, carrying a bowl of congee. She called out to Li Yongzheng before placing the bowl of century egg and lean meat congee before the elderly man. Uncle, you've walked all night and haven't eaten. Please, have some porridge to ease your hunger, Li Yongjin urged, noticing the old man's longing gaze towards the steaming bowl. He swallowed hard, but did not reach for his chopsticks. Indeed, uncle, please drink the porridge. At your age, after walking 20 kilometers overnight, you must eat something or your body will not withstand it, Li Yongjin added, stepping closer to encourage the elder, moved by their concern and feeling the pangs of hunger. The elderly man could no longer resist and wolfed down the congee. Sume, you may return now, Li Yongzheng said, gesturing for Wang Sume to leave as she lingered. She nodded in acknowledgement and exited the ancestral hall, while Li Rui and the others returned to their seats, observing the elderly man as he devoured the porridge. In just 2 minutes, the entire bowl of congee was consumed, leaving no remnants behind. Uncle, please share the details with us. Both Rui and I are here and can certainly assist you, Li Yongjin urged as the old man set the bowl down, clearly still yearning for more. Alas, the elder sighed deeply several times upon hearing Li Yongjin's inquiry, yet he fell silent once more. Li Yongjin and the others, upon encountering the elder, remained silent and refrained from pressing further. It was clear that such matters needed to be contemplated by him before he could articulate his thoughts. Otherwise, compelling him to speak would prove futile. Alas, the misfortunes that beset his family. After a silence of 2 minutes, the elder finally spoke, recounting the sequence of events that had transpired. What a bunch of good-for-nothings, unworthy of being called sons. After listening to the elder's lament for 10 minutes, Li Rui slammed his palm onto the table, causing the bowl of congee to tremble violently, and then he erupted in anger. The source of Li Rui's fury stemmed from 2 revelations conveyed by the elder. First, that his sons, devoid of any independent thought, had blindly followed their wives' wishes and had audaciously refused to support the father who had nurtured them through thick and thin. Secondly, the elder's pension of 4,000 yuan had been shamelessly divided among the 3 sons, leaving the elder with not a single penny. Just a few years prior, at the venerable age of 75 or 6, he had sustained himself through arduous labor in the fields, but in recent years, unable to toil, he had resorted to scavenging for scraps and relied on meager government assistance to survive. Chapter 210, the Li clan's code in this era. It astonished him that there still existed such unfilial descendants, especially within his own clan, evoking an overwhelming fury within him. Eldest uncle, what should be done about the unfilial descendants of the Li clan who neglect their parents? Li Rui abruptly rose, gazing at the main hall of the ancestral shrine, where 2 colossal stones inscribed with gilded characters loomed. He posed a question to Li Yongjin. The Li clan's code, Article 8, states that those who neglect their parents shall receive 18 lashes and must correct their ways immediately. Should they refuse to comply or change, they shall be expunged from the family tree and forever denied recognition by the clan, Li Yongjin proclaimed, his voice resonating as he approached one of the gilded stones and read aloud the inscription. Very well, father. Beat the drum and convene the assembly, Li Rui declared, instructing his uncle to notify the clan elders in the group chat about the 9 p.m. meeting at the ancestral shrine. He continued, those who can attend must send at least 1 representative, and for those unable to arrive in time, we shall conduct the meeting via video. Understood. Agreed, the 2 responded, each preparing to beat the drum and notify the elders in the group. Leader, perhaps we should reconsider, an elder who had just recounted the circumstances suggested, his expression shifting from one of sorrow to tension as he stood. He addressed Li Yongjin, who was about to send a message in the group chat. Uncle, I understand your concerns, but your sons and daughters-in-law have gone too far. You may think of them, yet they have not given a thought to you, Li Yongjin replied, ceasing his actions and looking earnestly at the elder. However, they are still my sons. I do not wish for them to be removed from the family tree. The elder hesitated, his expression troubled. Uncle, Our Li family is no longer a small household. Our clan's rules are not mere formalities. This matter transcends your immediate family. I shall grant them one opportunity, but should they squander it, they have only themselves to blame. Gazing at Li Rui's serious countenance, the elder opened his mouth but fell silent, lowering his head. He felt emboldened to plead for his sons before Li Yongjin, the clan leader. Yet he lacked the courage to do so before this young man who called him uncle, knowing the immense power he wielded. His emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, he hoped his sons would fulfill their filial duties, while on the other, he feared their expulsion from the family. It was clear that the advantages of being a member of the Li clan, both tangible and intangible, were beginning to manifest, and no member wished to face the disgrace of being erased from the family lineage, a truth even this nearly 80-year-old man understood. Seeing the elder remain silent, Li Yongjin turned and ascended the stairs, while he too retrieved his phone to initiate a voice message in the clan group. After a brief moment, a sound that had long been absent resonated rhythmically through Li family village and its neighboring hamlets. At this juncture, Li Rui took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yi, instructing him to contact Zhao Yi to assist in gathering the elderly's children and grandchildren to Li family village. Within a matter of minutes, Li Rui's uncles and relatives had all convened at the Li family ancestral hall. As the clock struck 9, over 100 individuals had gathered in the ancestral hall, the majority of whom were of advanced age. Eldest uncle, please commence, Li Rui said to Li Yongjin, who occupied the prominent seat at the long table. Indeed, Li Yongjin replied, clearing his throat before addressing the assembly. Our branch of the Li family has witnessed remarkable growth in recent months, a testament to both Xiao Rui's hard work and the collective efforts of all present. However, to maintain a flourishing family legacy, we must adhere to strict clan regulations. There have been transgressions against these rules. What do you all think should be done? Listening to Li Yongjin's words, the crowd exchanged curious glances. They were aware of the meeting's purpose through group messages, but were uncertain of the specifics. While they were familiar with the clan rules, having reviewed them during the last ancestral worship, they had never been enforced. Who had violated these regulations? The intrigue stirred within them. Clan leader, what exactly has transpired? Inquired one elder, perplexed. Our family has produced unfilial descendants. Li Yongjin succinctly recounted the situation. Upon hearing Li Yongjin's account, the assembly began to comprehend the gravity of the matter. Such incidents were not uncommon in rural areas. Many were reluctant to support their elders. Although this would usually incite anger, it was often considered a private family matter. However, this time was different. The Li family stood apart from other fading clans. They possessed both the authority and the capacity to address the issue. This occurrence within our clan is a misfortune, and it must be dealt with seriously according to our regulations, proclaimed a venerable elder in his 70s, standing with fervor after Li Yongjin's narration. Indeed, this matter warrants serious attention. To neglect one's parents is to betray the essence of filial duty. Such individuals are unworthy of being called members of the Li family. Another elder echoed passionately. I propose we expel them from the family. As discussions erupted among the attendees, Li Yongjin glanced at Li Rui, signaling him to speak. Please, everyone quiet down. I have instructed that the children and grandchildren of our uncle be brought to Li family village. They are currently en route. Once they arrive, we shall assess their stance before making any decisions, Li Rui stated, nodding at Li Yongjin. He then raised his hand to quell the chatter. Very well. We shall heed Xiao Rui's guidance. Li Dongling, come with us for a moment. Inside the office building of the Tongfei Group New Energy Technology Industrial Park in Chunning County, two imposing figures, each towering at 2 meters, entered the office area with a purposeful stride. They approached a young man, addressing him in a cold tone. The sudden intrusion startled Li Dongling, who was engrossed in his work. Upon turning his head, he recognized the familiar silhouettes. Although he had never encountered these two individuals personally, he had certainly seen many of their kind, loyal enforcers of the Tongfei Group's owner and, in his eyes, the most formidable force of the Li family. Is there something you need, brothers? He inquired, feeling a twinge of apprehension at being summoned so unexpectedly by such intimidating figures. The boss is waiting for you in Li family village, and your grandfather is there as well, one of the expressionless bodyguards replied. What? My grandfather is in Li family village? Upon hearing the bodyguard's words, Li Dongling immediately grasped the identity of the boss mentioned, and, upon learning that his grandfather was present in the village, he abruptly stood up, a profound sense of foreboding surging within him. Chapter 211. Unfilial Descendants Boss. Everyone except the miners has arrived, reportedly E. After another half hour, as impatience grew among the gathering, Li Yi entered the ancestral hall, approaching Li Rue and whispering, "Please bring them in." Li Rue nodded in acknowledgement, replying softly, "Understood." Moments later, Li Yi returned to the main hall of the ancestral shrine, accompanied by dozens of individuals. "Father, who permitted your presence here?" As soon as the group entered the hall, a man in his 50s shouted vehemently at the elderly figure seated in a chair, who was nearing 80. The old man trembled involuntarily at the outburst and, with great effort, rose to his feet, his gaze darting away from the man, struggling to articulate a response. "Father, are you here to complain?" The middle-aged man continued, "Elders, esteemed clan members, this old fool has lost his wits. His words cannot be trusted." A woman beside him chimed in with a shrill voice, "Indeed, my father is confused. His mind is not right. Come now, father. Let us return home. Grandfather, please go back with Mom and Dad. They prepared Braiseport for you today. And this afternoon, they plan to take you shopping for new clothes. Last time, you refused to accept them, insisting on wearing your old garments. This could lead the clan to misunderstand our intentions toward you." The throng of 2 or 3 dozen individuals who entered behind Li Yi took turns attempting to reason with the elderly man, though only a few of the younger ones bowed their heads in silent remorse. Li Rue observed all of this, and his heart sank at the sight of their true natures. Among the numerous offspring, only a handful exhibited a semblance of guilt towards the elder. The majority showed no shame and even went so far as to malign him as senile, eliciting a bitter laugh from Li Rue. "Ah, splendid. This is your wonderful progeny. Uncle, you think of them, yet have they ever considered you?" Li Rue exclaimed, clapping his hands as he stood before the elder. "Alas, it is all at the mercy of the clan." The old man sighed deeply, recalling the words of his eldest daughter-in-law who had called him senile, and the fabrications spewing from his grandson's lips. His spirit broken, he turned to Li Rue and lamented, "Father, you have become confused. It is best not to wander about. Just look at the trouble you have caused for us, your children and grandchildren. My son was diligently working, yet he was summoned here because of you. You truly are a source of worry." The sharp-toned woman reiterated her disdainful remarks toward the elder. "Mother, please refrain from speaking," said a young man standing behind a middle-aged woman. At the sound of his mother's words, his previously bowed head shot up, his gaze involuntarily darting towards Li Rue, whose expression was a curious blend of amusement and derision. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily tugged at his mother's arm. "Why can't I speak? Your grandfather is simply senile, creating trouble for us," the middle-aged woman retorted, shaking off her son's grasp, her face twisted in a scathing expression as she berated the elder. "How dare you utter such filth within the Li clan ancestral hall?" Li Rue swiftly seized a whip hanging from a nearby pillar, flicking it with a casual motion. The whip lashed out like a serpent, striking the middle-aged woman's face with precision. Ah, it hurts. So painful. I can't bear it." The sting of the whip took a few seconds to register, but once it did, the woman covered her face with her hands and began to wail in agony. The speed of Li Rue's action was astonishing. The onlookers were momentarily stunned until the woman's cries pierced the air, revealing a bloodied mark on her cheek. A collective shiver ran through the crowd as they instinctively glanced at the whip in Li Rue's hand, and the expressions of the elders, children, and grandchildren morphed into sheer terror, with some collapsing to the ground in shock. "You know how you treat your father. You are all too aware." Li Rue advanced a few steps, addressing the throng of 30 or so visibly anxious individuals before him with a cold demeanor. "Who among you is the son, daughter-in-law, daughter, son-in-law, grandson, or granddaughter? Line up properly. Today, I intend to question you about your lack of support for the elderly. What justification do you have to deny your duties? What audacity do you possess to claim a portion of the family inheritance meant for the elder's pension?" Noticing the silence, Li Rue turned towards the seating area, commanding the group. Upon hearing his words, the 30 individuals exchanged glances before looking at the middle-aged woman, who was still crouched on the ground, shielding her face while crying out in pain. They obediently formed a line. "First, state your name, and then explain why you have failed to care for your father." Li Rue inquired expressionlessly of the middle-aged man who had initially shouted at the elder. "I am the eldest. I. The man hesitated, casting a desperate glance at his younger brothers, who feigned ignorance, burying their heads lower. Ultimately, he had no choice but to stammer out his introduction, floundering for words. Seeing the man struggle to articulate himself, Li Rue's previously subdued anger flared anew. He abruptly stood, preparing to strike with a whip once more. "Wait, I will speak, I will," the stammering man exclaimed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, urgently attempting to appease Li Rue. I find myself in a predicament. My wife forbids me from caring for my father. She asserts that he has contributed significantly to the family of my second brother, while my mother, during her lifetime, devoted herself even more to the upbringing of the children of my third brother. She insists that those two families should take responsibility for him. Alas, I am left with no recourse. As this middle-aged man spoke, a sense of grievance welled up within him. How could you? This is your father, the very man who raised you. Just because your wife disapproves, you would abandon him? Listening to the man's explanation, Li Rue's anger not only failed to dissipate, but intensified. The moment the man finished his statement, Li Rue rose and struck the man's arm with a whip. Ah, ouch! The middle-aged man cried out in pain from the lash. But as he noticed the increasingly sharp gaze of Li Rue, he quickly covered his mouth with one hand, gritting his teeth to stifle any further sounds. Chapter 212. Removal from the family tree. Who are you, and what is your justification? Li Rue inquired, brandishing a whip as he turned to the other middle-aged man, standing beside the one covering his mouth. I am your uncle by lineage. Is it not a bit inappropriate for you to strike me, your uncle, in such a manner? The middle-aged man replied, attempting to curry favor with a conciliatory smile. I am his second son. My wife insists that the elder son should receive the better plot of land, while the third should take the more fertile fields, thus suggesting that they should take care of the old man. He continued hastily, sensing Li Rue's piercing gaze that indicated his disapproval. Crack! As soon as the middle-aged man finished his explanation, Li Rue unleashed a whip across the air. Ugh, you say. I am a third son. My wife believes. Upon hearing similar justifications, Li Rue's initial fury subsided, and he casually flicked the whip once more before casting it onto the table. As sons, you heed and follow the whims of your wives, neglecting your own father. Do you believe you deserve such punishment? Yes. The three men gritted their teeth against the pain and nodded in unison. Will there come a day when you grow old? If your children emulate your behavior, how will you respond? Listening to Li Rue's words, the three men fell silent, lowering their heads in contemplation. Noticing their lack of remorse, Li Rue turned his attention to the 20 or so individuals behind them. I have no desire to hear your trivial excuses. As daughters, sons-in-law, grandchildren, is it not your responsibility to ensure the well-being of the elderly when they refuse to care for their parents and divide the family's elder support funds? Should you not intervene? The crowd of over 20 exchanged glances, yet none spoke, all bowing their heads in silence. It is not that I do not care, but rather that I am powerless to act. I have just graduated from university and recently commenced my career. I have spoken to my parents numerous times, yet they refuse to listen. Just as Li Rue thought silence would prevail, a girl in her early 20s raised her head to address him. Surprised to hear a response, Li Rue turned towards the voice and recognized her as one of those who had previously shown guilt. What is your name? He asked, his demeanor softening slightly. My name is Li Mianci. Where do you work, and what is your occupation? I work as an accountant at a small company in Chuxin County, Li Mianci replied, though she was puzzled by the sudden inquiry about her employment. Uncle, the family should have a slot at Tongfei Group. Who is it? Li Rue abruptly directed his question towards Li Yongjin, who was seated nearby. Wait, let me check, Li Yongjin stammered, momentarily taken aback by the sudden question. After a brief pause, he retrieved a small notebook from his clothing and began to flip through its pages. It is Li Dongling. A minute later, Li Yongjin raised his head and uttered a name. Upon hearing the name spoken by Li Yongjin, the young man who had previously stopped the middle-aged woman from receiving a beating looked up with a flash of trepidation. You must be Li Dongling. Li Rue observed the young man's reaction and immediately deduced that he was indeed Li Dongling. Yes, that is I, Li Dongling replied, nervously nodding. Your position will be given to Li Mianci, Li Rue stated in a flat tone, delivering words that plunged Li Dongling into instant despair. No, please don't. I am so close to passing the probation period. I cannot afford to lose this job. If I lose it, Ying will surely break up with me. Please. Hearing Li Rue's intention to allocate the position at Tongfei Group to Li Mianci, Li Dongling was initially shocked, but soon panic enveloped him. The Li family has no need for unfilial individuals, and neither does Tongfei Group. If you continue to whine, get out. Li Rue disregarded Li Dongling's pleas and simply issued a warning. Although Li Dongling's eyes were filled with intense reluctance upon hearing Li Rue's admonition, the weight of Li Rue's authority compelled him to suppress his words. When Li Mianci realized that the position at Tongfei Group was now hers, her previously puzzled expression transformed into one of delight. It was well known that her current workplace was merely a small company where she worked as an accountant, earning just over 3,000 yuan a month, a stark contrast to the lucrative employment at Tungfei Group with its generous benefits. This disparity was enough to elate her. As for whether her cousin would be displeased about her taking his place, the memory of him boasting about his job at Tungfei Group made her dismissive of such concerns. Can I really do this? Li Nianci, filled with excitement yet tinged with apprehension, inquired of Li Rui. This is merely an opportunity for you. If you do not pass the probation period, you will not remain. This chance is granted solely to those with filial piety in the Li family. How you seize it is entirely up to you, Li Rui concluded, turning his gaze away from her. I will certainly succeed, Li Nianci declared, her earlier worries dissipating as she confidently clenched her fist and murmured to herself. Uncle, the situation is quite clear. The 3 sons and 3 daughters-in-law of the uncle have failed to provide for their father, which is deemed unfilial. We shall proceed according to clan regulations. Li Rui turned to Li Yongjin and said, Very well. According to clan rules, you 6 shall receive 18 lashes for neglecting your father. You must immediately rectify your previous errors, and if you fail to repent, you will be expelled from the family, never to return. Are you willing to accept these 18 lashes? Li Yongjin inquired, standing up to address the 3 middle-aged men and 3 middle-aged women. I refuse. If the family expels us, can we not survive without the Li family? That old man is meddlesome. He made me receive a lash on my face. How will I deal with this when I return home? The middle-aged woman, who had just received a lash across her face, initially retorted sharply at Li Yongjin before turning to threaten her husband. The pain from a lash was unbearable, and the mere thought of enduring 18 more was inconceivable. Could you refrain from speaking so much? Her husband exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing her words. Mother, what exactly do you intend to do? Hearing his mother utter such words filled Li Dongling with despair. Although he had been stripped of his position at Tungfei Group, possessing the identity of a member of the Li clan still offered him numerous opportunities. However, if he were to be expelled from the clan, his chances of turning his life around would be exceedingly slim. Splendid. Uncle, remove this entire family from the family tree and expel them from the clan. Li Yi, call Lu Yin and, in the name of Tungfei Group, issue a statement declaring that any company daring to employ this family shall be considered an enemy of Tungfei Group. I shall see who would dare to oppose me. Li Rui, he said, listening to the woman's words, smiling rather than fuming. Chapter 213. Enforcing clan rules. No. Clan leader, please, I was wrong. I cannot be removed from the family lineage. The middle-aged man, overhearing his wife retort to Li Yongjin, had just issued a reprimand when he was struck by the gravity of Li Rui's intent to blacklist their family under the auspices of the Tungfei Group. This revelation extinguished any thoughts of damage control. As a member of the Li clan, he had always kept a watchful eye on the Tungfei Group, aware of the immense power wielded by this enterprise founded by their kin. Should Tungfei Group issue a public notice to ostracize them, it would be nigh impossible for his children to secure respectable employment, a veritable nightmare. Moreover, he understood who held sway in the Li household. If Li Rui were to be serious, his words would carry the weight of a decree. Li Rui's mocking laughter struck terror into his heart. Yet he realized that pleading with Li Rui would bear no fruit. Thus, the man stepped forward, bending his knees to kneel beside Li Yongjin, repeatedly bowing his head as he begged for mercy. Clan leader, my mother's words do not reflect my sentiments. I am willing to endure 18 lashes. I implore you, do not expunge me from the family registry. Li Dongling, as a younger member of the family, comprehended the dire implications of being blacklisted by a trillion-yuan conglomerate. Upon witnessing his father kneeling beside Li Yongjin in supplication, he too hastened to the ground, joining his father in a display of contrition. Xiao Rui this. Li Yongjin, taken aback by the sudden kneeling of the two, found himself at a loss. Having only recently assumed the role of clan leader, he had never encountered such a situation and was unsure how to proceed, glancing up at Li Rui for guidance. Li Rui, meeting his uncle's beseeching gaze, responded with a calming nod before lowering his head to sip leisurely from a cup of tea. A family that fails to uphold respect for the elderly and love for the young lacks the very foundation for its existence. For a family to thrive, it requires not only wealth, but also virtuous conduct. Thus, he sought to impart a profound lesson to all present members of the Li clan, wishing to prevent such occurrences from befalling them in the future. Mother, you must apologize quickly. Acknowledge your mistakes before the clan leader, Li Dongling urged. Recognizing that Li Rue was awaiting his mother's capitulation, he turned to the now anxious middle-aged woman, imploring her to relent. I was wrong, clan leader. I was wrong. The woman, not lacking in intelligence, felt a weight of fear upon hearing Li Rue's threat to wield his influence against their family. Though she initially clung to pride, the sight of her son kneeling in desperation compelled her to whisper an apology to Li Yongjin. Listening to her contrition, Li Yongjin cast a brief glance her way before redirecting his attention to Li Rue, clearly seeking his approval. However, Li Rue feigned ignorance, continuing to savor his tea. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Li clan ancestral hall was exceedingly oppressive. All present awaited Li Rue's words, while he nonchalantly sipped tea, seemingly indifferent. As time progressed, the silence grew palpable, and the breaths of the onlookers became increasingly rapid, with some discreetly wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Patriarch, I truly erred, a middle-aged woman, unable to bear the mounting pressure, stepped forward and knelt beside her husband and son, who were also prostrated beside Li Yongjin. Patriarch, an elderly gentleman, nearing 80, could no longer remain seated. He regarded his kneeling son and grandson with eyes full of compassion. He then rose and addressed Li Yongjin. Despite their transgressions, they were still his kin, and the true culprits were his daughters-in-law. Witnessing their plight compelled him to intercede, yet he was at a loss for words. Out of respect for my great-uncle, I shall grant you one opportunity. Fourth uncle, you shall execute the family regulations, Li Rue remarked, sensing the moment was ripe, as he coldly directed his words towards Li Yongda. Very well, I shall do it. Li Yongda, known for his fiery temperament among the Li brothers, had long been displeased with this unfilial family and was now eager to seize the opportunity to chastise them. Who shall be first? Li Yongda inquired, taking up the whip from the table and casting an impassive glance at the middle-aged couple kneeling before him. The couple, upon hearing the question, instinctively lifted their heads to gaze at the whip in Li Yongda's hand, their bodies involuntarily trembling, and they shrank back, none daring to respond. If you do not choose, I shall make the selection for you, Li Yongda declared, noticing their silence, and he advanced towards the middle-aged man. I shall take it, Li Dongling. Seeing Li Yongjin approach his father, gritted his teeth and stood up to speak. Supporting my great-uncle is my parents' duty, although I too have faults, according to clan rules. I should not face this punishment of 18 lashes. Li Rue, somewhat taken aback by Li Dongling's willingness to accept his fate, remarked, as the eldest grandson, I have failed to stand up for my grandfather during my parents' neglect. This is a grave error in itself, and I must accept these 18 lashes. Good, very good. You speak wisely. You should indeed receive these lashes. Even those daughters, sons-in-law, grandsons, and granddaughters who have been inactive should be punished as well. Were it not for clan regulations, I would have inflicted lashes upon each of you. Li Rue commended Li Dongling before shifting his attention to the more than 20 individuals standing with heads bowed. Hearing Li Rue's words, Li Dongling was momentarily stunned. The reality diverged sharply from his expectations. He had anticipated that by voluntarily stepping forward to accept the punishment, Li Rue would regard him with newfound respect. Yet the response was entirely contrary to his imagination. Fourth uncle, proceed, Li Rue commanded. Very well, Li Yongda replied, raising the whip and bringing it down forcefully upon Li Dongling. With each lash that struck Li Dongling, he grimaced in agony, letting out cries of torment. At that moment, Li Dongling ought to feel fortunate that the one wielding the whip was not Li Rue. Had it been Li Rue, the consequence of 18 lashes would have been far more severe than mere screams of pain. Xiao Rue, the 18 lashes have been delivered. What should we do next? Li Rue inquired of Li Yongda before stepping forward to address Li Dongling. From now on, I shall exert every effort to honor my grandfather and would never dare to bring shame upon the Li family again, Li Dongling replied, gritting his teeth against the pain that coursed through him, enunciating each word with care. Very well, it's your turn, fourth uncle, Li Rue nodded, then turned to Li Yongda. Crack. For the next 20 minutes, Li Yongda delivered his own exclusive performance, with each of the three couples receiving a heavy 18 lashes. Do any of you harbor discontent regarding today's events? Only after Li Yongda returned the whip to its place on the pillar did Li Rue pose the question to those who had just endured the lashes. Chapter 214. Reward of the turbofan engine despite the pain that made them grimace. A few individuals responded to Li Rue's inquiry with a chorus of reluctance. From this day forth, the family would arrange visits to the elderly. Should such incidents recur, not only would the sons and daughters-in-law face punishment, But all those privy to the knowledge would be equally reprimanded. Li Rui, listening to their fearful denials, refrained from responding directly to them and instead cast his gaze upon everyone present, deliberately issuing a warning. Upon your return, ensure that your maternal families come here. Today, the Li family has exacted punishment upon you, and they must be informed of the reasons. Otherwise, they might mistakenly believe that the Li family is oppressive. He then addressed the three women who had just received a beating. Must that be necessary? One ventured. Indeed, this situation arose from our wrongdoing. Summoning our maternal families seems excessive. We have erred and accepted the family's disciplinary measures. That is sufficient. There is no need to involve our families. We acknowledge our fault. Even if they could muster 100 reasons on the surface for not supporting their parents, deep down, they recognize the futility of such excuses. If their families were summoned, confronted with the formidable Li clan, they would find themselves powerless, especially since the initial fault lay with them. It would be fortunate if they were not scolded. Whether you like it or not, you shall comply. This is not a matter for negotiation. Li Rui's expression darkened as he spoke, intent on ensuring that all formidable women of the clan understood that, irrespective of their son's negligence, the clan would take responsibility. Seeing Li Rui's rising ire, the three middle-aged women reluctantly nodded in agreement. Ding dong. The system detected an increase in the host family's cohesion, rewarding the advanced turbofan engine manufacturing technology. The reward would be dispensed in the form of 500 bioengineered beings. Would you like to proceed with the distribution? Just as Li Rui intended to voice further thoughts, the system's long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. Turbofan engine? Could it be an aviation engine? He mused excitedly, replaying the system's announcement in his mind. Although he was quite wealthy and owned a formidable company, with a military presence of 20,000 abroad, the realm of aviation engines felt exceedingly distant and beyond his comprehension. However, knowing that the system's offerings were of exceptional quality, he dismissed the gathering in the ancestral hall and directly inquired within his mind, "System, please elaborate on this reward." "Certainly, host. The reward is the advanced turbofan engine manufacturing technology, which boasts a thrust range of 26,000 kilograms force, kgf. Wait, are you saying this aviation engine has a thrust of 26 tons? Li Rui exclaimed, halting the system's introduction in sheer astonishment at the revelation he had just heard. Though he possessed little understanding of aviation engines, he nonetheless grasped the concept of thrust, aware that the Kunping transport aircraft utilized by Longhua operated with a maximum thrust of merely 15 tons per engine. In contrast, the thrust of the engine awarded by the system reached an impressive 26 tons, presenting a notable disparity of 11 tons. Typically, transport aircraft are equipped with 4 engines, which results in a staggering difference of 44 tons, a critical technological gap for Longhua. Indeed, the host received an affirmative response from the system, causing Li Rui to tremble slightly with excitement. With such advancements in aviation engine technology, Longhua's capabilities would experience a significant transformation. "Xiao Rui, what is the matter?" At that moment, Li Yongjin noticed Li Rui's silence and involuntary shivering, prompting him to approach with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," Li Rui replied, having snapped back to reality upon hearing his father's call. Though the technology was remarkable, he realized that, given his current status, it was unwise to reveal it prematurely. Careful consideration was necessary. With this thought, Li Rui's exhilaration gradually subsided, and he resolved to address family matters first. "All right, let us leave it at that for now. Everyone may return home," he announced. "Wait, Xiao Rui, I wish to discuss something with you." Just as Li Rui was about to dismiss everyone, Li Yongjin suddenly halted the movements of the group and turned to Li Rui. "What is it, uncle?" Li Rui inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Xiao Rui, our family is thriving, and our clan is gradually finding its footing. I feel inadequate for the position of clan leader, so I believe it would be best if you assume that role," Li Yongjin said, rising and walking over to Li Rui with a smile. He had long harbored this thought. After spending most of his life as a farmer, the sudden expectation to lead a clan was daunting. Although he had made some adjustments recently, he recognized his limitations and understood that only Li Rui was truly capable of fulfilling this role. Thus, after careful contemplation, he voiced his decision. "You want me to be the clan leader?" Li Rui paused in surprise, pointing to himself as he looked at Li Yongjin. "Yes, Xiao Rui. Please do not decline. I know you dread complications, but no one else in our family possesses the capability to assume the leadership. It is indeed inappropriate for me to take on this role," Li Yongjin urged, sensing Li Rui's hesitance. "But there are no buts. I will assist you with the minor affairs. but you must take charge of the significant decisions. The position of clan leader is meant for you. Li Yongjin interjected, seeing Li Rui's reluctance. Very well, Li Rui conceded, recognizing his uncle's resolute stance. Accepting the title of clan leader offered no substantial benefits, aside from appeasing certain people's vanity. Moreover, his uncle did not possess a strong desire for such vanity. It would be unreasonable to compel him into such a thankless role. At that moment, he declined the position of clan leader, deeming it a troublesome responsibility. However, in retrospect, he realized that despite not assuming the role, he had already undertaken many duties that a clan leader ought to perform, for none other than him could fulfill those obligations. Given this, it would be more prudent to accept the role of the Li family patriarch. After all, with Liu Yin managing the company, he currently finds himself rather idle. With a hearty laugh, Li Yongjin addressed the assembly. Henceforth, Xiao Rui shall be the patriarch of the Li clan. Greetings, patriarch! The crowd responded with smiles, acknowledging Li Rui. Despite his youth, no one opposed his leadership. Even during Li Yongjin's tenure, there were murmurs of dissent, but when it came to Li Rui, they all acquiesced wholeheartedly. Since everyone holds me in such esteem, I shall accept the role of patriarch. However, having assumed this position, I cannot do so without purpose. Please return for now, and I will notify you of my plans shortly. Upon hearing Li Rui's words, the assembly exchanged glances, pondering whether he had some scheme in mind. Chapter 215. The clan school. Once all the members of the Li clan had departed, only Li Yongzheng and 6 of Li Rui's uncles remained in the main hall of the Li ancestral temple. Xiao Rui, do you have any plans? Li Yongzheng inquired, exchanging glances with his brothers before directing his question toward Li Rui. Yes, uncle. As I have assumed the role of clan leader, it is imperative that I contribute to our family. I intend to establish a clan school and recruit the finest educators, for I wish to provide the children of the Li family with the best possible education. A clan school? Indeed. For a family to thrive across generations, it must cultivate a sufficient pool of talent. Without quality education, how can we hope to nurture more exceptional individuals? Initially, when Li Rui acquired the system, his first thoughts were self-serving. Thus, he promptly indulged in luxury sports cars. After satiating his own desires, he turned his thoughts toward assisting his uncles and relatives, offering only modest elder benefits and facilitating housing loans. Now, he found himself in a position where he lacked nothing and spent his days in idleness. Thus, he resolved to pursue a meaningful endeavor, to set a noble goal for himself, to forge a truly distinguished and illustrious lineage. And a truly illustrious family must not only possess wealth, but also wield power. This necessitates a robust supply of talent. Although acquiring biological individuals could yield a vast array of talent in a short span, it is not a sustainable solution. What would become of the Li family a century hence, should he no longer be around? Thus, he was compelled to contemplate the long-term strategy for the Li family. Very well, I support you. I increasingly believe that our branch of the Li family is on the brink of remarkable transformation under Xiao Rui's leadership. Li Yongzheng proclaimed with a hearty laugh, addressing his brothers. Indeed, this year has already brought about astonishing changes for our family. It feels almost dreamlike. I eagerly anticipate what our family will become in 10 or 20 years, Li Yongshun added with a smile. Uncle, please send a message in the group to tally how many children in our family are currently attending school below high school level, and how many would be willing to transfer to our newly established school. This will assist me in making arrangements. All right, I will notify the group now. With that, Li Yongzheng shared Li Rui's intentions in the clan group, and shortly thereafter, the chat erupted with excitement. Clan leader, are we truly establishing a clan school? Is this for real? Someone queried, evidently unaware of the day's meeting. Yes, we are to create the finest school, providing the best education for our descendants. Moreover, I must announce that, effective immediately, I am stepping down as clan leader. My nephew, Li Rui, will assume this role, and it was he who proposed the establishment of the clan school. Upon hearing Li Yongzheng's message, the group fell silent momentarily, only to erupt into fervent discussions. If the clan school was indeed Li Rui's brainchild, then there was much to look forward to. The school, backed by $1 trillion consortium, undoubtedly ranks among the most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Country. To have one's offspring enrolled in such an esteemed establishment is indeed a remarkable opportunity. All right, everyone, you may head back for now. Eighth uncle, please ask Deng Changyu to come to my home shortly. Our hospital is ready to commence operations. Li Rui remarked to Li Yonghu. Understood. I'll go inform him right away. Meanwhile, within the confines of Li Yonghu's new villa, Deng Changyu sat beside Li Yuhan. engrossed in a television program. Li Yuhan was delightfully entertained, her laughter ringing like silver bells, while Deng Changyu appeared rather distracted. Changyu, could you please pass me the chips? Li Yuhan asked, her gaze never leaving the screen. Changyu, what's wrong? After waiting for a while without receiving the chips, Li Yuhan turned her head in mild frustration, preparing to question Deng Changyu, only to find him staring blankly, lost in thought. Ah, it's nothing, Deng Changyu, snapping back to reality, waved his hand dismissively and handed her a bag of chips. Are you contemplating the hospital matters? Rest assured, Brother Rue's promises will not waver. The hospital has only just been completed, and you've only recently brought in some equipment. Brother Rue has only been back for a few days, busy with Brother Weiguang's wedding, which is why he hasn't had time to address the hospital's affairs. I anticipate he will reach out to you in the next couple of days. Li Yuhan gently reassured him while opening the bag of chips. Deng Changyu nodded at her comforting words, though a flicker of concern lingered in his eyes. He had heeded his parents' advice and resigned from his previous job without hesitation, but these days he felt quite anxious. On one hand, he doubted his ability to fulfill the role of hospital director. On the other, he feared that Li Rue might inadvertently make an unwise remark, complicating matters for him. Xiao Deng, Brother Rue wants to see you at his home to discuss hospital matters, Li Yonghu announced as he entered, interrupting Deng Changyu's troubled thoughts. Ah, uncle, Brother Rue is looking for me? Deng Changyu responded, momentarily taken aback by Li Yonghu's words. Yes, you should hurry. Don't keep Brother Rue waiting, said Li Yonghu, turning to leave. See, I told you I was right. Li Yuhan chimed in, pride evident in her expression. Who is Brother Rue? He is undoubtedly the most formidable person in the world, and he always delivers on his promises. Ha ha, indeed, Brother Rue is the most remarkable individual, and you, Yuhan, are the most beautiful person, Deng Changyu exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he playfully cupped Li Yuhan's face and kissed her. Get away. You made me all sticky with saliva. Hurry and find Brother Rue. Don't keep him waiting. Li Yuhan playfully pushed him away, feigning annoyance. All right, I'm going now, Deng Changyu replied, enthusiasm propelling him toward the door. Upon returning to the first floor of the villa, Li Rue had just settled down with a cup of hot tea when he spotted Deng Changyu hastily approaching his residence from the courtyard. Brother Rue, Deng called out, his voice resonating from several dozen meters away. Why the rush? Come, have a cup of tea first, Li Rue said, noticing Deng's breathlessness. He rose with a smile and poured a cup of tea for Deng, then handed it to him. Thank you, Brother Rue, Deng responded, taking the cup with both hands, expressing his gratitude. It was indeed a moment of surprise for him, as the chairman of Tongfei Group and the owner of a trillion-dollar enterprise personally served him tea. Please, have a seat. All right, our hospital is set to open soon. Have you compiled the necessary statistics regarding the number of doctors and nurses required? Li Rue inquired directly after Deng settled down. Chapter 216. The bioengineered doctor. The hospital requires approximately 50 doctors across various specialties, around 150 nurses, and about 20 security personnel, along with additional staff, such as cleaners and caregivers. As the number of patients in the hospital increases, the need for more doctors and nurses may also grow. During these days, Deng Changyu was not merely idling. He had already devised some basic plans for the hospital. So, when Li Rue inquired about it, he casually shared some data that had long been etched in his mind. All right, take the time to list the required doctors for each department. I will arrange the doctors and security personnel for you. As for nurses and other staff, you will need to recruit them yourself, Deng Changyu stated. After pondering for a moment, Li Rue responded, I have already prepared the list of doctors needed for each department. As he spoke, Deng Changyu retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Rue. Very well. I will have the doctors come to see you tomorrow. You can discuss the necessary medical equipment then, and I will arrange for the group to purchase it. Li Rue remarked as he examined the paper. Good, Deng Changyu replied, his excitement palpable at the prospect of both personnel and equipment being provided. The following day, Li Rue arose early and shared breakfast with Yun Lingxian before dialing Lu Yan's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Does the group have buses available? Yes, boss. How many do you need? I have 500 people that need to be transported to the county for accommodation. Around 10 buses should suffice. Understood, boss. I will arrange that immediately. Can we place these people at the new Energy Industrial Park? Yes, they should be housed together with the previous 2,000. Their safety must be ensured without any oversight. Of course, boss. An hour later, 10 buses arrived on the National Highway, near Li Family Village, where 500 individuals boarded the buses. Xiao Rue, we have compiled the data. There are approximately 500 children from our clan who are in high school or below. Except for those who live too far away or are unwilling to come, about 400 are willing to attend the school established by the clan. Li Yongjin hurriedly informed Li Rui shortly after lunch. Oh, 400? Li Rui mused, nodding thoughtfully. With 9 years of middle school and 3 years of high school, that totals 12 years, averaging just over 30 students per grade. Almost a complete class. Uncle, have the older brothers work overtime to construct a teaching building. I want the school to open in a month, Li Rui declared. What? So soon? Li Yongjin exclaimed in surprise at the mention of opening in a month. What's the matter? Is it unfeasible? A teaching building accommodating 400 students doesn't require much space, just 12 classrooms. As long as there are enough hands. A month should be ample time, Li Rui insisted. It can be done, time is not an issue, but finding good teachers is quite a challenge. Can we secure quality educators on such short notice? Li Yongjin inquired with a hint of concern, pondering the future of the children who had come to study, all of whom were descendants of the Li family. He feared that their education in the new school might be inferior to that of their previous institution. Rest assured, Uncle, Li Rui replied confidently. I have no desire for the members of the Li family to disparage me behind my back. The teachers I have selected are undoubtedly the finest in the entire Dragon Country, beyond the esteemed educators within the system. The elite bioengineers from various fields were a testament to excellence. Each individual was a paragon in their respective domains, abundantly qualified not only to teach students below the high school level, but also effortlessly capable of instructing university scholars. Take, for instance, the 500 individuals I entrusted to Lu Yin today. Each one is a top-tier talent within their industry. Any one of them could serve as a professor at a university or be appointed as an academician at the Dragon National Aviation Engine Research Institute. Li Rui firmly believed that with such an abundance of talent guiding them, even a pig could achieve remarkable accomplishments. As these children matured, the Li family would find its members flourishing across business, politics, and the military, producing merchants, scientists, doctors, lawyers, and elite professionals from all walks of life. This, he envisioned, would signify the true ascent of the Li family. Though the Tongfei group and his own remarkable presence might suggest a rise, it was merely a personal triumph and not a reflection of the Li family's broader success. After bidding farewell to his uncle, Li Rui began selecting doctors from the list provided by Deng Changyu within the system. Senior bioengineer surgeons, possessing the pinnacle of surgical experience and a doctorate, priced at 30 million Dragon Country coins. Senior bioengineer internists, with top-tier diagnostic and treatment expertise. Senior bioengineer neurologists, also with premier diagnostic skills. He recited each introduction of the bioengineer doctors, nodding in agreement. What does it mean to be worth more than the price? This was it. 30 million Dragon Country coins per person might seem steep at first glance, yet when one truly evaluates the value, it becomes exceedingly reasonable. These doctors not only hold doctoral degrees, but also possess invaluable experience. Initially, he intended to purchase just 10, planning to recruit the remainder from the community. However, Li Rui had a change of heart, deciding to procure all 50 from the system, merely one. 5 billion coins. If he was to embark on this endeavor, he would do so by establishing the best hospital. In the following minutes, he successfully acquired all the doctors from Deng Changyu's list and positioned them near Li Family Village. Boss, in just a few minutes, 50 individuals aged between 30 and over 50 gathered in the villa courtyard, greeting Li Rui with resounding applause as he approached. Greetings to you all, Li Rui smiled, acknowledging the 50 doctors. Just as he prepared to visit his 8th uncle's home to find Deng Changyu, the latter fortuitously emerged. Rui, who are they? With a hint of excitement, Deng Changyu inquired of Li Rui, having just overheard the shouts from outside while he was in his room. Upon stepping out, he deduced that these individuals must be the doctors Li Rui had procured for him. The thought that he was no longer a solitary figure filled him with such joy that he nearly erupted into laughter. These individuals are the doctors I found for you. How do you find them? Are you satisfied? Li Rui smiled at Deng Changyu. What are their qualifications? Deng Changyu, slightly bewildered by Li Rui's question about satisfaction, was entirely unaware of the backgrounds of these individuals, leaving him a loss regarding how to express any sense of contentment or discontent. Why don't you introduce yourselves to your Dean Deng? Li Rui prompted the 50 or so distinguished biomedical doctors, while also teasing Deng Changyu. Shi Liang, Ph.D. in medicine, specializing in surgery, previously employed at the third-rank hospital in the United States. Fang Baiquan, Ph.D. in medicine, specializing in respiratory medicine, formerly associated with a top 2 hospital in the United Kingdom, and has published relevant papers in esteemed medical journals. Qi Guangling, PhD in medicine. As he listened to the introductions of these remarkable individuals before him, Deng Changyu's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. These were all experts in their respective fields, and it became evident that Li Rui possessed extraordinary abilities to gather such an impressive assembly of talent. With these professionals on board, it was merely a matter of time before the hospital in Lijia village ascended to become one of the top 5, or even top 3, hospitals in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 217. The agricultural processing plant. After everyone introduced themselves, Li Rui smiled at Deng Changyu and inquired, "How is it?" "Excellent, absolutely excellent. Brother Rui, with so many experts and doctors in related fields, I am confident that we can transform our Lijia village hospital into the premier medical institution in the Dragon Country." Deng Changyu's enthusiasm for the hospital's future prospects was palpable, but he suddenly recalled that the hospital bore the name Lijia Village Hospital. His expression faltered momentarily before he cautiously asked Li Rui, "By the way, Brother Ray, doesn't the name sound a bit too rustic?" "A touch of rusticity is perfect. Our hospital is fundamentally dedicated to serving the villagers of Lijia and the surrounding areas, so it is quite grounded." "All right then, I will discuss with them the necessary medical equipment, and I shall report back to you afterward." Deng Changyu gestured towards the 50 esteemed medical professionals present. "Go ahead and discuss. Once you have made your arrangements, there is no need to report back to me. You could directly contact CEO Liu Yin of Tongfei Group for what you need." As he spoke, Li Rui retrieved a piece of paper with a phone number and handed it to Deng Changyu. "Very well. We shall head to the hospital to confer." Deng Changyu indicated toward a pristine new building not far away. "Go on." Li Rui nodded in encouragement. "Dad, I wish to establish an agricultural processing plant and involve our relatives from the village. What do you think?" Upon returning home, Li Rui fortuitously encountered Li Yongzheng and promptly posed his question. "What? An agricultural processing plant? How did you come up with such an idea?" Li Yongzheng was taken aback by his son's words. "Dad, our uncles are earning tens of millions annually. They have villas and luxury cars. Haven't these relatives from the village approached you?" Li Rui inquired with a hint of amusement. "You little rascal, do you not know? Over the past few months, the villagers have delivered gifts to our home countless times. Each family has visited at least 7 or 8 times, and I have turned them all away. Even your mother's relatives have come over numerous times, and she has also refused them, all to avoid adding to your burdens. If this continues, your mother and I will be overwhelmed. After all, they are relatives, some I even have to call uncle or grandpa. It has been a challenge to reject their gifts so many times. If you have a solution, that would indeed be splendid." Li Yongzheng finally understood his son's intentions, starting with a long list of complaints before expressing his delight. "Ha, Dad, then you should notify them. I plan to invest 100 million in the agricultural processing plant, and I want 51 ownership. The remaining 49 will be evenly distributed among them for subscription. Son, apart from your uncles, there are 58 households in our village. If we divide that 49 into 4, 900 shares. Each household would approximately be able to subscribe to 84 shares. What do you think would be a reasonable price per share? If it is too expensive, many may find it unaffordable." Listening to his father's inquiry, Li Rui suddenly found himself momentarily stunned. This was something he had not contemplated. If he were to calculate based on his investment of 100 million for a 51 stake, then each share would be valued at around 20,000 yuan. However, at this price, acquiring 84 shares would amount to over 1,600,000, a sum that the other villagers in Li family village could evidently not afford. "Father, let us set the subscription price at 5,000 yuan per share," Li Rui declared after a moment of contemplation. This figure was the result of careful consideration. Establishing this agricultural processing factory was, in essence, akin to bestowing financial support upon his fellow clansmen. With the backing of the Tongfei Group, the product from this factory would undoubtedly find a market. Therefore, the prospect of profit was assured. Even at 20,000 yuan per share, it would still be an exceptional bargain. However, recognizing that the villagers might not be able to muster such a large sum, Li Rui chose to lower the share price to 1/4 of the initial figure. The reason for not reducing it further was not due to any lack of financial concern on his part, as he truly regarded this amount as trifling. Rather, he believed that if something is obtained too easily, it would not be valued. It could even lead to a farcical situation of resentment among those who received it. Even when offering financial assistance, Li Rui wished for them to earn it with some effort, as they were distinct from his uncles and aunts. As for the 5,000 yuan per share, should they still be unable to afford it, he felt no remorse. Whether they borrowed from relatives or secured a loan from a bank, it was a surefire investment. He had placed the opportunity right before them. If they chose not to seize it, what more could he do? All right, I will go speak with them now. By the way, what about your relatives on your mother's side? Just as Li Yongzheng was about to step out, he recalled his wife's relatives and took a step back to inquire of Li Rui. I will discuss this with mother at an appropriate time, Li Rui replied. Understood, Li Yongzheng responded, a smile spreading across his face as he realized he would no longer need to deal with those who incessantly brought him gifts. He then stepped out of the villa with a light heart. Uncle, you truly seem to be at ease, Li Yongzheng remarked as he approached Li Dahong's doorstep, where he found Li Dahong gently swaying in a rocking chair, eyes closed, listening to the radio. Yongzheng, what brings you here? Li Dahong exclaimed, quickly sitting up upon hearing the familiar voice. Come, have a seat. Wife, hurry and pour Yongzheng a cup of tea. Li Dahong, having abruptly awakened from his reverie, welcomed his nephew with warmth. Haha, uncle, I am here today with some good news, Li Rui stated, taking a seat beside Li Dahong without further pleasantries. Oh, good news? What sort of good news? Li Dahong asked, his expression initially one of surprise, but then his eyes sparkled with intrigue, eager to listen. This man, who had once been an ordinary farmer just a few months prior, now held the title of father to a billionaire. Any good news from him would undoubtedly be something that ordinary folks would covet. Allow me a moment to sip my tea. At that moment, Li Yongzheng observed Li Dahong's wife emerging from the house, gracefully carrying a cup of tea. With a smile, he remarked, Yongzheng, you are tantalizing my curiosity. Come, drink up. I can hardly contain my eagerness to learn what splendid news awaits us. Although Li Dahong was aware that Li Yongzheng was merely teasing him, he could not resist the allure and eagerly accepted the tea from his wife's hands, promptly offering it to Li Yongzheng. Uncle, you are exceedingly courteous, he chuckled. Just now, Xiao Rui contacted me, expressing his intention to establish an agricultural product processing factory and proposing to allocate 49 of the shares for purchase by the villagers. Uncle, as the village chief, what are your thoughts on this plan? Li Yongzheng accepted the tea from Li Dahong, jesting momentarily before revealing the true purpose of his visit. Chapter 218, Subscription of Shares. How wonderful. After hearing Li Yongzheng's words, Li Dahong could not contain his excitement and stood up, clapping his hands vigorously while exclaiming his approval. As the village chief of Lijia village, many villagers had approached him recently, hoping he would intercede on their behalf to persuade Li Rui to provide them with a way out. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Despite being the village chief and Li Rui's elder by generation, he understood that these titles held little weight in the presence of a billionaire like Li Rui. If he were to broach such a topic, it would merely invite ridicule and possibly offend Li Rui. Thus, he had declined all requests for assistance. Yet he secretly shared the same hopes as those who sought his help, yearning for Li Rui to extend a hand for the sake of their shared lineage. He too desired to live in a villa, to see his descendants drive luxury cars, and to enjoy a prosperous life. Now, the opportunity he had eagerly anticipated had finally arrived, and it was impossible for him not to feel exhilaration. Excuse me, Yongzheng, do you have any idea how much Li Rui intends to invest? After the initial excitement, Li Dahong shyly inquired of Li Yongzheng. 100 million, Li Yongzheng replied, his face beaming with joy. 100 million. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Li Dahong's expression transitioned from astonishment to elation. An investment of 100 million to establish an agricultural product processing plant was substantial in rural areas. More importantly, it was backed by Li Rui's support. Such a factory could easily earn tens of millions annually. Moreover, Li Rui was willing to allocate 49 of the shares to the villagers, meaning each household could potentially receive hundreds of thousands. The mere thought sent Li Dahong's emotions spiraling, almost causing him to lose composure. Had it not been for Li Yongzheng's presence, he would have burst into laughter. By the way, Yongzheng, how will the shares be subscribed? Li Dahong suddenly recalled that these shares were not being given away freely, but would require financial investment, with Li Rui contributing 100 million for 51 of the shares. The remaining 49 would also be valued at nearly 100 million, making it impossible for anyone to purchase a significant number of shares without considerable sacrifice. Uncle, Li Rui has already considered this for everyone. The 49 of shares will be divided into 900 shares, with a standard price of 20,000 per share. However, understanding that many may not have that much capital, Li Rui decided to offer them at 5,000 per share. Our village, excluding my 8 brothers, has 58 households, and each household can subscribe to a maximum of 84 shares. Any unpurchased shares can be offered to others, Li Yongzheng explained. noticing Li Dahong's worried expression and sharing Li Rui's previous decision. All right, 5,000 per share means 84 shares would cost 420,000. I will subscribe to these shares. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I must acquire them all. Li Dahong mused aloud, as if speaking to himself, yet addressing Li Yongzheng. Very well, then. I will need to trouble you to help communicate this to the others. Let's convene in the square in front of the ancestral hall shortly, Li Yongzheng replied. Agreed. Let's head out now. Half an hour later, the square in front of the Li clan ancestral hall was filled with over 100 people, all engaged in animated discussions. Our ancestors have blessed us. We finally have hope, murmured a middle-aged woman, her hands clasped in prayer as she bowed toward the ancestral hall. Indeed, we finally have hope. I have watched Xiao Rui grow since he was a child. Even back then, I knew he would achieve greatness. Just look at his accomplishments now. He is a billionaire, and most importantly, he has not forgotten us, his kin. What a wonderful child. Another middle-aged woman chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the first. Yes, yes. The emergence of Li Rui from our village is truly a sign of fortune for us. We too shall enjoy the blessings. Everyone quiet down. I have something important to announce today. You may already have an inkling of what it is, but I will elaborate for your better understanding. Li Dahong proclaimed loudly as he approached the seated crowd. Upon hearing his words, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Had Li Dahong spoken merely as the village head, they might not have listened so attentively. However, he now represented Li Rui, and they dared not be disrespectful. Everyone knows that Xiao Rui from the Yongzheng family is the most capable person in our village. Not only has he achieved wealth for himself, but he has also uplifted his uncles, cousins, and brothers, guiding them towards prosperity. Now, he is willing to lead all of us, the elders and fellow villagers, towards wealth as well. Do you wish to join Xiao Rui in this endeavor? Li Dahong asked. Yes. The crowd resounded in unison. Very well, I shall not ramble. Xiao Rui has decided to invest 100 million to establish an agricultural processing factory and is willing to offer 49 of the shares for public subscription. This amounts to 4,900 shares, originally valued at 20,000 yuan each, now available for just 5,000 yuan per share. Each household can subscribe for up to 84 shares. What do you think? As soon as Li Dahong finished speaking, a more fervent discussion erupted among the crowd. Observing the lively discourse, Li Dahong remained patient, waiting for several minutes until the majority of the crowd quieted down before speaking again. If anyone is reluctant to purchase shares, I am willing to offer 500 yuan per share for a subscription slot, he proposed. Noticing some hesitance among the crowd, he quickly added, Village head, while your thoughts are grand, your appearance is not. We are not foolish enough to fall for this seemingly risk-free deal. A middle-aged man stood up, responding to Li Dahong's suggestion. Given your family circumstances, you can at most muster 2 to 300,000 yuan. To subscribe for all 84 shares would require 420,000 yuan. Can you afford that? I suggest you let me take half, and I will even give you 20,000 yuan. The village chief, a middle-aged man named Li Jianhao, dismissively rolled his eyes at Li Dahong, asserting, I cannot produce the sum of 420,000. I find it hard to believe you can. Unperturbed, Li Dahong responded, though I may not possess the funds, I am capable of borrowing, whether from relatives or a bank. This represents a stake in the future. Not only will we benefit, but as long as the processing plant operates, our descendants will reap the rewards. I would go to great lengths, even selling my possessions, to secure my share. I shall not part with my allocation of shares. I will borrow the full amount from my relatives to ensure my complete subscription. Li Dahong turned towards the source of the voice and recognized one of the individuals who had previously exhibited hesitation. Ah, splendid. It is gratifying to see that everyone understands the value of this opportunity. This is a benefit graciously bestowed by Xiao Rui. Once the processing plant is established, it will generate an annual income of several hundred thousand for each household, an endeavor that guarantees profit. Let me reiterate, should anyone be reluctant to invest in these shares, they may sell them to me. Please prepare the funds within 3 days to come here and sign a contract. Chapter 219. The peculiarity of the second brother. A week has swiftly passed, during which the villagers of Li family village displayed their resourcefulness, borrowing funds from relatives and securing bank loans to fully invest in shares of the agricultural product processing factory. Among them were a few families facing financial hardships, unable to gather the requisite funds or find relatives to assist them. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, they approached the bank for loans. Initially, The bank staff were poised to decline the request upon discovering the applicants possessed no assets and were merely farmers. However, upon realizing these individuals hailed from Lee family village, they hesitated, retracting their earlier judgments. Following discussions with higher authorities, it was revealed that these loans were intended for investment in the processing factory initiated by Li Rue. Understanding the purpose of the funds, the bank executives readily approved the loans, recognizing that with Li Rue, a veritable fortune bringer, such investments were virtually risk-free, ensuring that these loans would not become bad debts. Thus, the bank had no reason to withhold the funds. Xiao Rue, is the hospital opening today? Aren't you going to take a look? Early in the morning, Li Rue was lost in dreams while embracing Yun Lingxian when he faintly heard his father's voice from outside. Why should I? It's just the hospital's opening. What's there to see? I want to sleep, Li Rue replied, eyes still closed, addressing Li Yongzheng outside the door. You always want to sleep in. It's already 9 o'clock. If you don't eat the breakfast your mother made, it will get cold. Hurry up and get up. Li Yongzheng, upon hearing Li Rue's disinterest in attending the opening, did not insist but rather urged him to rise. All right, I'll get up now, Li Rue said, turning over, continuing to keep his eyes shut, showing no intention of rising. Darling, it's time to get up. It's already 9 o'clock. Isn't it a bit unwise to sleep in like this every day? Yun Lingxian, awakened by Li Yongzheng's voice, noticed Li Rue turning over again, and shyly nudged him. I don't have school or work. Why should I get up so early? I'll wake up naturally when I've had enough sleep. Counting money until my hands cramp. That's one of my 2 life aspirations, which I've already achieved. Now it's time to fulfill my dream of sleeping until I wake up naturally. Li Rue opened his eyes, playfully pinching Yun Lingxuan's cheek as he spoke with a grin. You're so thick-skinned. I can't be like you. Come on, get up, Yun Lingxian exclaimed, pulling back the covers and vigorously shaking Li Rue. Fine, I'm getting up. Li Rue, feeling dizzy from the shaking, reluctantly acquiesced. Xiao Rue, are you having breakfast? Just as Li Rue and Yun Lingxian were engaged in conversation while eating, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Second uncle, have you had breakfast? Would you like some? Li Rue stood up, presenting his breakfast to Li Yongchun. I've already eaten. You go ahead, Li Yongchun replied, finding a chair to sit down. Observing the peculiar actions of his second uncle, Li Rue contemplated that his uncle likely had matters to discuss with him, matters not suitable for Yun Lingxuan's ears. Lingxian, I have finished my meal. You may take your time, he said, placing his breakfast aside and addressing Yun Lingxian. All right, Yun Lingxian, noticing Li Yongchuan's unusual demeanor, understood that he was there to speak with Li Rue about something serious. She refrained from questioning further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Second uncle, Li Rue rose and made his way outside, softly calling as he passed by Li Yongchun. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? Upon arriving at a secluded corner of the villa courtyard, devoid of any onlookers, he inquired. Your second brother. Li Yongchun hesitated, opening his mouth to speak but faltering midway. What about him? Li Rue asked, furrowing his brow in concern. Your brother has not returned home for several days now. I thought it was something serious, but perhaps he is merely busy with work, Li Rue responded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after hearing Li Yongchun's words. Xiao Rue, even when he is busy, your brother usually comes home. Even if he misses a day or two, he would at least call. This time, however, he has been absent for nearly a week and has not contacted anyone, Li Yongchun explained gravely. Have you tried calling him? He is an adult. He won't just disappear, Li Rue said, attempting to ease Li Yongchun's worries with a light-hearted chuckle. I'm not concerned about him disappearing. What's embarrassing is that when Long saw your brother entering a bar in the county with a young woman yesterday. I called him this morning to clarify the situation, but he hung up on me. Now I cannot reach him at all. I cannot control this situation, and if Qianqian's mother finds out, it will surely create a scandal. Li Yongchun's face was etched with worry as he spoke. No way. Second uncle. How could my brother possibly do such a thing? Li Rue asked incredulously, grappling with the shocking news. Xiao Rue. Not everyone can maintain their integrity when wealth comes their way. Your brother, in my opinion, has become arrogant with his newfound riches. He is on the verge of ruining a stable family for the sake of fleeting desires. When he returns, I swear I will give him a piece of my mind. Li Yongchun's fists were clenched in anger, clearly agitated. I will call Wenlong first to confirm. He may have mistaken someone else for my brother, Li Rue responded, still unable to fathom that his brother, who once cherished his wife dearly, could be entangled with another woman. Rue, good, did you need something? Li Rue took out his phone and dialed Li Wenlong's number. Moments later, the call was answered, and Li Wenlong's enthusiastic voice rang through. I have something to ask you. Oh, what is it? Did you tell second uncle that you saw my brother with a young woman entering a bar? Are you certain it was him? Allow me to speak candidly, Brother Rue. I am unequivocally certain that it is indeed second brother. Brother Rue, second sister-in-law, is quite a commendable person, and second brother's actions are somewhat unfair to her. I understand. I shall take care of this matter. After listening to Li Wenlong's words, Li Rue fell into silence for a brief moment before addressing Li Wenlong on the other end of the line. Uncle, I am now about to call second brother. After ending the call with Li Wenlong, Li Rue prepared to dial the number of second brother Li Xiao. All right, hasten to bring that little rascal back. It seems you are the only one capable of managing him in this household. Second brother, where are you? The phone rang for several seconds, and just as Li Rue thought that second brother might not answer, the call was finally connected. Xiao Rue, what brings you to seek me? Li Xiao on the other end did not directly respond to Li Rue's inquiry, but instead asked what matter prompted Xiao Rue to contact him. Chapter 220. The Enchanting Woman, Second Brother. Uncle is right beside me. You should come back for a while. This. Xiao Rue. I am currently occupied with matters at the company and do not have the time to return. I will come back when I can. Xiaoga, who is this? Calling you so early? Listening to the phone, a soft, melodious female voice suddenly emerged, causing Li Rue to furrow his brows, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. Xiao Rue, I have something to attend to. I will call you back once I am done. Without allowing Li Rue a moment to respond, Li Xiao abruptly hung up the phone. This scoundrel hung up your call as well. Xiao Rue, you heard that woman's voice, didn't you? So early in the morning. Li Yongxuan's voice trailed off, finding it difficult to continue. As a normal man, Li Rue naturally understood his uncle's implication. At this moment, he felt a surge of frustration. If his second brother had indeed become entangled with that woman, resolving the situation would undoubtedly be troublesome. I'll try calling second brother once more, Li Rue declared, redialing Li Xiao's number. In Donghai Longgong KTV, located in Chunning County, Li Xiao was embracing a voluptuous, stunningly beautiful young woman. Although one would expect him to wear a broad smile, his expression was marred by worry. Xiaoga, what is troubling you? Why the long face? The enchanting woman gently caressed Li Xiao's cheek, her voice dripping with sweetness. Jiao Jiao, you shouldn't have spoken earlier. Now it's a disaster. Xiao Rue will surely misunderstand me, Li Xiao admonished, panic evident in his demeanor as he chastised the woman for her earlier words. Who would frighten you like this? You are the second master of the Li family. Who in Chunning County would dare disrespect you? Even this KTV was supposed to open in the afternoon, yet the owner readily opened the doors for you upon hearing of your arrival and arranged for staff. My father is still nearby. He heard your voice and will undoubtedly piece together our situation. It will be over then. Li Xiao struggled to justify Li Rue's standing within the Li family. Not wanted to lose face before the woman, so he resorted to mentioning Li Yongchun. Didn't you say you would divorce that yellow-faced woman and take me home instead? Are you still afraid of your father finding out? I suspect your previous sweet words were merely a deception, the enchanting woman retorted, her voice quivering as she began to sob softly. My darling, don't cry. Xiaoga hasn't deceived you. I will definitely take you home. No one can stop that. Li Xiao, upon seeing the beauty's tears streaming down her flawless face, felt a pang of heartache and quickly embraced her, speaking with reassuring firmness. Yes, yes. I knew Xiaoga treats me the best, the enchanting woman responded softly, her voice dripping with affection. Xiaoga, your phone is ringing again at that moment. The enchanting woman straightened up, pointing to the phone on the glass table. What? What should we do? Li Xiao followed the direction indicated by the alluring woman's finger and saw his phone displaying Li Rue's name. Instantly, his earlier bravado dissipated, replaced by a sudden panic. Brother Xiao, answer it. You can evade the initial confrontations, but you cannot escape the inevitable. We must face this challenge, the woman said, her expression soft and fragile. Very well, if I must face my fate, so be it. As long as I can marry you, everything will be worthwhile, Li Xiao declared resolutely. Turning away from the enchanting woman, he picked up the glassy phone from the table and answered the call. As he turned to grasp the phone, the woman's previously gentle demeanor transformed, revealing a knowing smile as she observed his retreating figure. Second brother, you must return today. All right, I will be back shortly, Li Xiao responded, sensing the gravity in his younger brother's voice, which was markedly more serious than before. Deep within his eyes lay a profound unease regarding his younger brother, who was merely a decade his junior. This inexplicable fear was something he had never felt even in the presence of their father. He had risen from being a derided laborer to earning tens of millions annually, achieving a status in Chunning County where he was respectfully addressed as Li Eryi. All this was made possible through his younger brother. And therein lay the source of his fear. He dreaded the possibility of his brother reclaiming the privileges he had come to relish. Bring that woman along as well. Okay. Li Xiao glanced at the now seemingly delicate woman before turning back to respond to the phone. Xiao Rui, what should we do? Upon hearing the call disconnect, Li Yongchun sensed his son's intention to bring the woman. Feeling utterly at a loss, he questioned Li Rui. Becoming a daughter-in-law of the Li family is not a simple feat. This woman is unsuitable. Even without meeting her, Li Rui had developed a strong aversion to the woman who spoke in a flirtatious tone, enticing married men. He could never allow such a woman to enter the Li household. With your words, I feel reassured. Our family must not betray Qianshan's mother. An hour later, a red Porsche in 911 came to a halt in the courtyard of the Li family villa. Li Xiao was the first to exit the vehicle, followed by a young beauty clad in stockings and high heels. Brother Xiao, your Li family is indeed unique. These 8 villas resemble a bagua, and there is a wall surrounding the village. Those must be bodyguards, each one resembling a bear. Quite imposing. The young beauty gestured towards their surroundings, addressing Li Xiao. Indeed, our Li family is no longer a minor player. If only there were more space, constructing a villa 10 times larger would be a mere trifle, Li Xiao replied, wrapping his arm around the young beauty's waist, his expression brimming with pride. Just as Li Xiao finished speaking, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the front of 6th Uncle S Villa, where he spotted Li Yongchun, accompanied by Li Yongjin, Li Yongzheng, and Li Rui. The entire assembly of uncles was present, along with the 7th brother, which caused him to freeze momentarily, hastily withdrawing his hand that had been wrapped around the waist of the young beauty. What is the matter, Xiaoge? The young woman inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion at the sudden absence of his touch. My father is over there, Li Xiao murmured, casting a glance towards the direction where Li Yongchun and the others were seated. Ah, Xiaoge, I'm scared, she admitted. Fear not, for I am here. He reassured her, gently taking her hand. Come, let us walk over together. Observing her like a frightened little rabbit, a wave of affection washed over him. With renewed confidence, he strode towards the group gathered in front of the villa. His earlier trepidation completely vanished. Dad, uncle, he greeted, steeling himself as they approached, still a good 10 meters away from the group. You reckless boy, are you still holding hands? Put your filthy paws down, his father admonished. Father, my feelings for Jiao Jiao are genuine. Chapter 221. True love is priceless. True love, my foot. You scoundrel, just watch as I make you pay for this. Li Yongchun exclaimed, seizing a broom from the side, his anger boiling over as he charged towards Li Xiao. Second uncle, resorting to violence won't resolve anything. Let's allow second brother to clarify the situation first. Li Rui interjected, recognizing that such an approach would be futile as he witnessed Li Yongchun's furious advance. That rascal better come to me. Upon hearing Li Rui's counsel, Li Yongchun abruptly halted, contemplating for a moment before letting out a derisive snort directed at Li Xiao, followed by an outburst of curses. Father, put down the broom, and I will come over, Li Xiao replied calmly. You insolent wretch, you dare to negotiate with me? Li Yongchun threatened, brandishing the broom at Li Xiao, but soon realized that such tirades would lead nowhere. With a frustrated sigh, he discarded the broom and returned to his original seat. Second brother, what is going on? This is not like you. What will you do if second sister-in-law finds out? Once Li Xiao approached with a captivating woman, Li Rui scrutinized her before turning to Li Xiao with his query. Xiao Rui, but I truly love Jiao Jiao, and she loves me in return. Our love is genuine, Li Xiao confessed, his expression shifting to one of guilt upon mentioning his wife of nearly 20 years. However, feeling the warmth of the young beauty beside him rekindled a spark of resolve within him, and he affirmed, our love is real. What is your name? How old are you? Where are you from? After Li Xiao finished, Li Rui ignored him and squinted at the alluring woman, posing his questions. Brother, Xiao, she hesitated, feigning fear and inching closer to Li Xiao. Xiao Rui, her name is Lu Jiao Jiao. She hails from Jiangcheng, and this year I didn't ask you to speak. Li Xiao interjected, but was cut off by Li Rui's unyielding tone. Though Li Rui's voice remained calm, the others present sensed the simmering fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Li Xiao, observing Li Rui's impassive demeanor, contemplated saying more, but merely uttered I before obediently falling silent. Speak, Li Rui commanded, turning his gaze back to Lu Jiao Jiao after Li Xiao's reluctance to respond. My name is Lu Jiao Jiao. I am 21 years old, and I am from Jiangcheng, she replied. a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she feigned vulnerability once more. Xiao Xiao, you have truly gone too far. Qiuxin has been with you for 17 years, bearing you a son and a daughter. And this is how you repay her? After Lu Jiao finished her statement, Li Yongjin, seated nearby, rose to reprimand Li Xiao. Indeed, the men of the Li family are known for their devotion to their wives, yet none have stooped as low as you, Li Yonghuan added, his expression stern as he let out a cold huff. Uncle, third uncle, I acknowledge that my actions were misguided, and I should make amends to Qiu Exen. Li Xiao murmured, lowering his head. How do you intend to compensate? Li Yongchun, observing his son's unwavering obstinacy, picked up the broom he had just set down and hurled it directly at Li Xiao. Ah, Xiao Gu, seeing the broom hurtling towards him, Lu Jiao let out a cry and promptly sought refuge behind Li Xiao. Jiao, are you all right? Li Xiao swiftly turned to shield Lu Jiao from the broom thrown by Li Yongchun, gently reassuring her. I'm fine, Xiao Gu. Father, how could you act in such a manner? What if you had injured Jiao? Relieved that his beloved was unharmed, Li Xiao turned in anger to confront Li Yongchun. You ungrateful child, Li Yongchun trembled with fury. Taken aback by his son daring to question him in the presence of their elders for the sake of a woman, collapsing into the chair behind him. Xiao, how old are you? This woman is hardly older than Xian. You have no shame, but we, the Li family, still possess dignity. If you wish to bring this woman into our household, I, Li Yongda, shall be the first to oppose it. Seeing Li Xiao's demeanor, Li Yongda rose in anger. Pointing at Lu Jiao, I too disapprove. What about this woman resembles a respectable person? With that fox-like face, how does she compare to Qiu Exen? Li Yongguang echoed in anger. His own daughter had previously suffered at the hands of a scoundrel, instilling in him a profound hatred for irresponsible men. The appearance of such a cad within the Li family incensed him greatly. I too stand against this. If you dare to marry this woman, do not call me Uncle Ba again, for I cannot bear such disgrace. Xiao, I advise you to contemplate this matter carefully. You have witnessed the stance of your uncles. Should this news reach outsiders, what would they say about the Li family? Would they claim that we, having prospered, discarded our loyal spouses? Would they say that we, having thrived, are fickle? Your seventh brother has established a new energy technology industrial park, creating 20,000 high-paying jobs with benefits for the people of Chunning County, and has founded the Li Charity Fund to assist the elderly and underprivileged children. The investment in the semiconductor industrial park has significantly boosted the local economy, providing numerous employment opportunities. Now, in Chunning County, who does not praise the Li family? Do you wish for your actions to turn others against us? Li Yongzheng, seeing all the brothers had expressed their views, earnestly advised Li Xiao. Sixth uncle. Upon hearing Li Yongzheng's words, Li Xiao's expression turned to one of guilt, and he unconsciously loosened his grip on Lu Jiao's hand. Shuo Yi, perhaps we should let this go. Lovers need not always unite. Even if I marry another, my body may belong to someone else, but my heart shall forever reside with you. Lu Jiao, sensing Li Xiao's grip loosening, turned her eyes pleadingly, her expression tinged with sorrow. Not at all. Your heart belongs to me, and your body can belong to no one else. Upon hearing that the woman he cherished was destined to marry another and would surrender herself to another man, Li Xiao could hardly bear it. After firmly grasping Lu Jiao's hand once more, he resolutely declared, Father, uncles, I must marry Jiao. I am willing to allocate 25 of the company's dividends to Qiu Exen and the 2 children as compensation. You. Li Yongchun was left speechless with indignation after hearing his son's words. Second brother, your company is obligated to allocate 50 of its profits to the family fund. If you distribute 25, you will be left with only 25 of the profits. This could result in a loss of tens of millions annually, perhaps even more. Are you truly willing to sacrifice that? After a prolonged silence, Li Rui, with a faint smile, turned to Li Xiao and inquired, Is true love not priceless? Chapter 222. Is she an undercover agent? As long as I can marry Jiao, I would be willing to sacrifice everything. Hearing that his annual earnings would be reduced by several tens of millions, Li Xiao's expression was one of profound anguish. Yet, when he glanced at the beauty beside him, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Very well, I never imagined my second brother to be such a romantic. Since that is the case, I shall support you. You may marry this woman. What? No way. Xiao Rui, I absolutely disagree. Xiao Rui, what are you thinking? How can such a woman enter the Li family? Indeed, son. Have you lost your senses? Xiao Rui, is that true? Ha, Jiao, quickly thank seventh brother. Upon hearing Li Rui's agreement, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback. After several uncles had spoken, he finally regained his senses and hurriedly urged Lu Jiao to express her gratitude to Li Rui. No need to rush with the thanks. I have a condition, Li Rui said calmly. You must come forward and apologize to me. Lu Jiao. Huh? What condition? Li Xiao asked, perplexed. I want all your dividends. What? All the dividends? This. Li Xiao's eyes widened, and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Even if he were to give away 25 of the dividends, he would still earn tens of millions a year, living a life of luxury, driving extravagant cars, and residing in opulent homes. However, if all dividends were reclaimed, he would lose everything, a reality he could not bear. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? I have offered you this opportunity. There may not be a second chance. Xiao Rui, that is impossible. Even if I were to leave the Li family, I would still marry Jiao. Li Xiao declared with a newfound determination. You wish to sever ties with the Li family? Li Rui regarded him with a sardonic smile. Yes, although I do not hold shares in the company. I possess 50 of the dividend rights. As long as I have these dividends, even if I do not return to the Li family, I can still live very well. Li Xiao replied, shedding his earlier hesitance and standing defiantly against Li Rui. Very well, second brother. I can ensure you earn tens of millions a year, but I can also leave you with nothing. Do you believe me? I could have Tongfei Group issue a statement. Do you think your company will still secure any contracts? And do not forget, you are the legal representative of the company, yet the shares do not belong to you. Do you think it is that simple to leave the Li family? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Second brother, how long have you known her? Do you truly understand her? You would forsake everything you possess for her? You would betray your family for her? Foolish, utterly foolish. Li Rui scolded Li Xiao vehemently. Tell me, who invited you here? Noticing Li Xiao with his head bowed, mouth agape, looking utterly lost, Li Rui turned his attention to Lu Jiao beside him. I do not understand what you are asking, Lu Jiao replied softly, like a startled fawn. Alas, such a stunning beauty, I truly wish to refrain from employing any underhanded tactics. However, I am curious. If you were to lose that exquisite visage, will my brother still hold you in such high regard? Li Rui sighed, a look of regret etched upon his face. What do you mean? Someone, fetch a basin of water for this lovely lady, but ensure the water is not too cold. I fear it may chill her. Understood, sir. A senior bodyguard stepped forward in response to Li Rui's command. What do you intend to do? Lu Jiao inquired with palpable terror, for she could not naively believe that Li Rui genuinely wished to wash her face. Xiao Rui, what are you truly planning? You cannot harm Jiao. I will forfeit my share entirely, Li Xiao implored, his heart aching at the sight of Lu Jiao's fear. Brother, it is too late. Lu Jiao, I shall grant you 3 minutes to reveal your origins. Otherwise, you will come to regret it. I have no remarkable past. I am merely a girl from an ordinary family in Jiangsheng, and my love for Xiao is genuine. Why must you treat me this way? Wailing, Lu Jiao sank to the ground in tears. Xiao Rui, your actions are utterly excessive. Jiao is merely an ordinary girl. What could her background possibly be? Seeing Lu Jiao weep sorrowfully, Li Xiao crouched down, gently patting her shoulder in consolation, before furiously confronting Li Rui. The one who has gone too far is you. Li Xiao, how did I end up with such a disgrace as you? Everything you possess today has been granted by Xiao Rui. What right do you have to speak ill of him? Without Xiao Rui's generosity, what makes you worthy of her affection? Is it your age, your looks, or perhaps your tendency to neglect personal hygiene for weeks? Li Yongchun berated Li Xiao vehemently. Brother, you are far too trusting. She is an undercover agent? I knew she was not to be trusted. How could she possibly be interested in Xiao? He is old enough to be her father. It appears she is indeed a spy. Speak. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? Before Li Rui could finish his statement, Li Yongda, having conjured a cinematic narrative in his mind, stood up, indignantly, accusing Lu Jiao. An undercover agent? No, fourth brother. What use would our Li family have for a spy? Have you watched too many movies? Li Yonghuan questioned incredulously, listening to Li Yongda's assertions. Third brother, when something seems amiss, there is often a hidden truth. Observe how this woman resembles a vixen, while look at Xiao. He pales in comparison to my youthful self. What could she possibly see in him? I suspect she's indeed a spy. Li Xiao is not as lacking as you suggest. Could it not be that she is drawn to his wealth? Li Yonghuan, witnessing his fourth brother disparaging his nephew's appearance before everyone, quickly signaled him to refrain. Do not attempt to signal me. Given the actions he has taken today, I would be remiss to lay a hand on him. as that would be a favor to you, brother. Li Yonda dismissed Li Yonghuan's subtle cues, boldly stating his thoughts before the assembly. Enough with the conjectures. Let Xiao Rui finish his words. Li Yongjin interjected, observing that his two younger brothers were incessantly bickering. Lu Jiaojiao, I believe it should be Xiang Jiaojiao, for you're not a native of Jiang City, but rather a denizen of the Magic City. As soon as Li Yongjin's words fell, Li Rui, with a faint smile, turned once more to the softly weeping Lu Jiaojiao and inquired, What were you saying, Xiang Jiaojiao? I am Lu Jiaojiao, a true Jiang City resident. The previously sobbing Lu Jiaojiao, upon hearing Li Rui's remarks, felt a tremor run through her body and quickly lifted her head, responding in a rapid tone. Truly, one does not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Do you think my family, the Li family, is deaf or blind? The Xiang family? Such audacity. Li Rui retrieved his phone, peering at the messages displayed, speaking as if in a soliloquy, yet seemingly addressing Lu Jiaojiao as well. Chapter 223. The Authority of the Patriarch Xiang Family? Xiang Jiaojiao. What on earth is going on? Li Yongchun inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Second uncle, this woman is an orphan, nurtured since childhood by the Xiang family of Magic City, named Xiang Jiaojiao. As for who the Xiang family is, just know that from this moment on, they're the enemies of our Li family, Li Rui explained. Ah, Xiang Jiaojiao. Do you truly go by that name? Li Xiao asked in disbelief, turning to Xiang Jiaojiao. Brother Xiao, my name is Lu Jiaojiao. I am not Xiang Jiaojiao. Do you not believe me either? Lu Jiaojiao replied, looking up at Li Xiao, her eyes brimming with tears. Huh, I must commend the Xiang family for their capabilities in raising such a beautiful and talented woman. They truly deserve their reputation as one of the underworld's overlords in Magic City. However, no matter how convincing your performance is, it holds no sway with me. I have never believed that there exists a secret that cannot be uncovered, Li Rui remarked coldly with a smirk. Boss, the hot water is ready. Shall I wash this young lady's face now? As soon as Li Rui finished speaking, a previously departed elite bodyguard approached, holding a basin of steaming water. Of course, can't you see this young lady's face is all in tears? Li Rui replied. Understood, boss, the bodyguard said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he advanced towards Xiang Jiaojiao. What are you going to do? Brother Xiao, I'm scared. Xiang Jiao whimpered, retreating behind Li Xiao as the towering bodyguard approached with a basin of hot water. Li Rui, you must be mistaken. Jiao is just an ordinary girl. How could she possibly be someone raised for ulterior motives? I will not allow you to harm her, Li Xiao defended, sensing Xiang Jiao's fear as she trembled behind him. He spread his arms protectively, like a hen shielding her chicks. Get out of the way. What a fool. How long have you even known this woman? Just 7 or 8 days. How can you trust her so blindly? I have thoroughly investigated her background. Her name is not Lu Jiaojiao, but Xiang Jiaojiao, an orphan raised by the Xiang family in Shanghai's Magic City. She has an agenda in drawing near to you. Do you understand? Li Rui asserted, his tone growing more serious. Second brother, I will give you one last chance. Step aside now. You know you cannot stop me, Li Rui stated, his voice unwavering as he delivered his final ultimatum upon seeing Li Xiao's hesitation. Li Rui. Someone take him away. Li Rui shouted, his eyes blazing with disappointment. He was utterly dismayed by his second brother's naivety in being so easily swayed by a woman he had only known for a week. This incident would necessitate a thorough lesson for the younger generation of the Li family, especially the men among them. As the command from the master, Li Rui, was just issued, 2 senior bodyguards emerged from an unknown location, advancing towards Li Xiao. No, 7th brother, I am your second brother. You cannot treat me this way, Li Xiao exclaimed, his complexion changing drastically as he noticed the expressionless bodyguards approaching. Now you recognize me as your 7th brother? Just moments ago, weren't you proclaiming your desire to sever ties with the Li family? Father, please help me, Li Xiao pleaded with Li Yongchun, turning to him as Li Rui showed no mercy. Wretched child, I do not acknowledge you as my son. I would forsake everything for that vixen, and my son possesses none of that capability, Li Yongchun retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm rather than compassion. Second master, please, do not compel us to act, the 2 senior bodyguards stated, standing before Li Xiao with impassive faces. I will not leave. You cannot harm Jiao. Get away from me, Li Xiao declared defiantly, pushing his hands towards the bodyguard's chest. Truly ungrateful, one of the bodyguards scoffed, swiftly seizing Li Xiao's arm while grasping the collar of his garment, lifting the 7-meter tall, 70-kilogram Li Xiao as if he were a mere chick. Release me. You scoundrel, let go of me. Li Xiao's cries fell on deaf ears as the gathering crowd witnessed the troublesome individual being tossed aside like a child. Their attention returned to the terrified Jiao Jiao. This time, no one will come to your aid. Speak, what is your name? What do you want me to say? My name is Lu Jiao Jiao. I am from Jiang. I had given you a chance, now proceed. Yes, sir. A bodyguard, carrying a basin of boiling water, swiftly approached Jiao Jiao, placing the large basin on the ground before gripping her hair and preparing to submerge her head into the scalding water. Help! Until that moment, Jiao Jiao maintained her fragile demeanor. Knowing her true nature, Li Ruwei could not help but admire her psychological resilience. Stop! Li Yongzheng shouted urgently as he witnessed Jiao Jiao on the brink of being plunged into the boiling water. Although he harbored no fondness for this home-wrecking woman, she was merely a girl in her early 20s. If she were wronged, and such a beautiful girl were to be disfigured, the consequences would be dire. Father, I have my own methods. I assure you the information I possess is indisputable, Li Ruwei declared with unwavering conviction. This, Yongzheng, Xiao Ruwei is now the head of the Li family. When it comes to family matters, the word of the patriarch is law. Even as his father, you have no authority to contradict his orders. Do you understand? Li Yongjin interjected, seeing that Li Yongzheng was about to speak again. He once served as a patriarch for a period, and naturally, he possesses a deeper understanding of the challenges inherent in managing a family than his siblings. To excel in the role of a patriarch, one must command sufficient respect. He resigned from the position, fully aware of his insufficient authority. The most effective means to establish such respect is through wise and decisive words. Thus, even Li Yongzheng, the father of the young Ruwei, refrains from challenging Li Ruwei's authority in family matters. Indeed, the elder brother is correct. Since we have entrusted the leadership to young Ruwei, we ought to extend our unwavering trust to him. Without young Ruwei, our family would still be toiling in the fields, facing the harsh realities of life, rather than enjoying our current prosperity. Young Ruwei's capabilities far surpass those of all the Li family combined. He possesses his own sense of propriety in his endeavors. Yes, I support all of young Ruwei's decisions. Sixth brother, please take a seat. Let young Ruwei handle this, Li Yonghu said as he stood up, gently guiding Li Yongzheng back in his chair. Chapter 224. A grand gift, very well then. Xiao Ruwei, proceed as you see fit. A flicker of reluctance passed through Li Yongzheng's gaze. He feared that the girl might be wronged, and he was even more apprehensive about the possibility of his son committing a grave mistake. Yet, he also understood that his son would not act without substantial confidence. So having come to terms with it, he refrained from further objections. Noticing that his father had no intention of intervening, Li Ruwei remained silent, merely nodding before directing his attention towards the senior bodyguard who had ceased his movements. The bodyguard, aware of Li Ruwei's intent, shifted his gaze back to Xiang Jiao Jiao, forcefully pressing her head down towards a large basin filled with boiling water positioned on the ground. You are forcing my hand. Just as Xiang Jiao Jiao's body was about to bend at a precarious angle, she suddenly let out a fierce scream, using her left hand to push against the wrist of the bodyguard gripping her hair, while her right hand reached for her waist, swiftly drawing a glinting dagger aimed at the bodyguard's abdomen. Be careful. Quickly, get away. The spectators, excluding Li Ruwei and the two other senior bodyguards, were startled by the sudden turn of events, gasping in alarm. Little girl, do you wish to stab me? The unexpectedly challenged bodyguard, having sensed the imminent threat, released his hold on Xiang Jiao Jiao's hair and, with ease, sidestepped the thrust of her sharp dagger, all while taunting her. How could you possibly evade that? Xiang Jiao Jiao, astonished that the burly man who had just grasped her hair could dodge her sudden attack, found herself at a loss for words. She was aware of her professional training. Although she could not match the prowess of elite assassins, she had always triumphed over ordinary bodyguards at surprise assaults. Little girl, with your meager skills, you think you can ambush me? You still have much to learn. Allow me to demonstrate what true lethal technique looks like. The senior bodyguard grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Go to hell. Angered by the man's condescension, Xiang Jiao Jiao lunged at him once more, dagger in hand. I offer you a chance to reconsider, and yet you still wish for my demise? You truly are ungrateful. Prepare for your punishment. The bodyguard, unfazed by her advance, calmly stated, then quickly kicked the basin of scalding water towards her. As Xiang Jiao Jiao saw the large basin of boiling water rushing toward her, her expression changed dramatically. With no time to retreat, she crossed her arms to shield her face. With her hands shielding her face, she failed to protect her body. Her once delicate arms bore the brunt of the scalding water, turning a fiery red. The excruciating pain radiating from her arm compelled Xiang Jiaojiao to emit a pained cry. Second brother, is this the frail woman you speak of, capable of murder? Li Rue listened impassively to Xiang Jiaojiao's agonized screams. A faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to Li Xiao, who was still restrained by two elite bodyguards. How could this be? Li Xiao, initially filled with concern, was taken aback to see Xiang Jiaojiao wielding a dagger, thrusting it at someone with lethal intent. Even in his ignorance, he realized that this seemingly fragile girl was far from ordinary. I want you dead. Xiang Jiaojiao recognized the formidable strength of the man before her, realizing she might not prevail. Seeing Li Rue, the instigator, mock her further ignited her fury. Despite the pain radiating from her arm, she raised her dagger defiantly towards him, shouting in anger, attempting to harm the boss? You must first contend with us. At that moment, 10 towering figures emerged from the shadows, standing protectively in front of Li Rue, addressing Xiang Jiaojiao. Astonished, Xiang Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. A true expert reveals their prowess upon confrontation. Although she had not directly engaged with the earlier giant, his ability to nimbly evade her sudden dagger thrust confirmed his expertise. Now, confronted by 10 more men of similar stature and strength, she had ample reason to suspect their skills matched that of the previous giant. How could she possibly fight them? Faced with such opponents, even escape seemed a daunting challenge. Fear not. Let her come forward. It has been ages since I have had the opportunity to engage. My hands are itching for action. Though she is a woman, I am not choosy. I simply wish to stretch my limbs. As he spoke, Li Rue intertwined his fingers, twisting his hands and neck in a show of readiness. And do take her dagger. I would prefer not to have my new attire torn. Although Li Rue did not view this woman as a threat, he adhered to the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. Even the slightest risk was not one he wished to entertain. Chairman Li, this is a misunderstanding. I merely come on behalf of the Xiang family to foster friendship with the Li family. As the 10 elite bodyguards closed in on her, Xiang Jiaojiao's fierce demeanor abruptly shifted to one of feigned amiability, and she discarded her dagger upon the ground. Misunderstanding? Friendship? You from the Xiang family have come to support Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan in their endeavors against my Li family. Haven to you? I had forgotten about those two scoundrels, but it seems they have enlisted your family to bolster their cause. How amusing, Li Rue remarked. A cold smirk etched upon his face as he observed the sudden change in Xiang Jiaojiao's expression. He had previously instructed Zhao Yi to investigate the background of the woman beside Li Xiao and discovered her ties to the Xiang family of the Magic City, with whom he held no grievances. Having had a falling out with him and being from that side of the city, it is likely that the individuals in question are Sun Xiaochuan and Chu Jiang, who were previously tossed into a field by nearby villagers during the wedding of the fourth brother. Thus, it is not difficult to surmise that the Xiang family dispatched this woman to approach the second brother in order to support those two. As for whether the Xiang family sent this woman to disrupt the unity within the Li family or to assassinate him, he remains unaware and sees no need to know. Regardless of the motivation, when faced with an adversary, he will ensure that they pay 100-fold for their actions. Mr. Li, this is truly a misunderstanding. I shall call our Xiang family head right now. He genuinely wishes to befriend the Li family. Your Xiang family's method of friendship is rather unique. Making friends with a dagger, perhaps? Did you not just wish for my demise? How have your sentiments changed so swiftly? Well, I was momentarily overwhelmed. That was my personal impulsive behavior and does not represent the Xiang family. Here, I offer my sincere apologies, Xiang Jiaojiao said, bowing respectfully to Li Rue. Please do call your family head. His method of friendship is quite intriguing, and I must say I admire it. I have heard that the Xiang family possesses several lucrative estates in the Jadestone Kingdom, and I would like to present a grand gift to your family. I believe you will appreciate it as well. Chapter 225. The war has begun. Listening to Li Rue recount how the Xiang family possesses several estates in the Yushur Kingdom, Xiang Jiaojiao's pupils dilated in shock. The power of the Li family is indeed formidable, as they managed to uncover the Xiang family's hidden properties abroad in such a short span of time. It was only at this moment that Xiang Jiaojiao truly felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that the Xiang family had provoked such a formidable adversary. In the magical city, at the Xiang family estate, Xiang Xiong, have you truly sent people to the Li family? Yes, Guxiong. My men were tossed into a field. If I, Xiang Tailong, do not respond, where would I place my face? Xiang Tailong said with a cold, indifferent demeanor. However, The Li family's strength cannot be underestimated. The recently ascendant Tengfei group is under their control. This is a group with remarkable potential. Chu Jiang expressed his concern. Chu Xiong, you worry too much. Though the Li family possesses Tengfei group, which indeed holds great promise, they're still merely a family that has risen in less than half a year. Lacking in deep-rooted heritage, many matters cannot simply be resolved with wealth. The Li family falls short compared to our Xiong family in various tactics. Such a large, succulent piece of meat is rare. If we can seize it, the Xiong family would not hesitate to take a bite, Xiong Tailong remarked, a hint of malevolence curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Chu Xiong, what does it matter how wealthy the Li family is? They are, after all, just nouveau riche. The Xiong family is the true aristocracy with profound heritage. With over 2,000 brothers under Xiong Xiong's command, what can the Li family possibly do to him? Besides, this time, Xiong Xiong is standing up for us. We must not diminish our own stature while elevating theirs. The Li family has gone too far, not only breaking our son's legs, but also throwing us into the fields. When has son Xiaochuan ever endured such a disgrace? This enmity must be avenged, son Xiaochuan exclaimed, recalling the humiliating incident of being thrown into the field, his fury erupting like a volcano. Brother son, I am merely concerned for Xiong Xiong. My anger is no less than yours. The vengeance for my son's broken leg and the shame I have suffered is something I have never forgotten, Chu Jiang responded, his eyes equally reddened, his tone filled with indignation. Enough of this. Anger serves no purpose. Let's await the news. It should be forthcoming soon. First, let us enjoy some tea. Xiong Tailong chuckled, picking up the teapot on the table and, employing a special technique, filled the 3 small teacups with tea. Yes, let us drink tea. This tea from Xiong Xiong is indeed top-quality Longjing. It is rare for me to have the opportunity to savor it, son Xiaochuan said with a smile, lifting a small cup of tea from the table. Indeed, it is only due to our decades-long friendship with Xiong Xiong that we can indulge in this treasured Longjing. Others do not share this fortune. Chu Jiang similarly lifted a small cup of tea, laughing. The 3 men raised their teacups and took a delicate sip. Just as they placed their cups back on the table, a mobile phone beside it rang. With a light chuckle, Xiong Tinglong observed the incoming call on his mobile phone, remarking to his companions, "Indeed, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Brother Chu, brother son, we shall soon ascertain whether the Li family is a true dragon or merely a little loach." As soon as the call connected, Xiong Tinglong eagerly inquired, "Jiao Jiao, have you uncovered the true strength of the Li family?" "Head of the family, Chairman Li wishes to speak with you," came the reply on the other end. "What?" "Put him on the line," he commanded, startled by the revelation. As the head of a prestigious family, he was no fool. The implication of Jiao Jiao's words was overwhelmingly significant. Most notably, she had inadvertently exposed her identity to the Li family, a newly ascendant clan that, within just 6 months, had managed to uncover Jiao Jiao's true self and compel her to make the call. This compelled him to reassess the Li family, which he had previously underestimated. "Chairman Li wishes to converse with you." Upon receiving Xiong Tinglong's assent, Jiao Jiao extended the phone towards Li Rui. A senior bodyguard stepped forward, took the phone from her, and handed it to Li Rui. "Are you the head of the Xiong family?" "Indeed, and you must be Chairman Li Rui?" With a chuckle, Li Rui replied, "I had heard that Chairman Li was quite young. I was skeptical until now, but your voice indeed conveys youthful vigor. I am Xiong Tinglong, head of the Xiong family. I understand you wish to befriend me, and have even sent me a grand gift. I find this gesture delightful, and would like to reciprocate with a gift of my own. What do you think?" Chairman Li, is there perhaps a misunderstanding?" Xiong Tinglong, now recognizing the underlying threat in Li Rui's words, feigned ignorance, having begun to regard the Li family with newfound seriousness. "Yusher Country, Sanglong Mountain Villa, Wohushan Villa, Jutsai Mountain Villa, Jubao Mountain Villa, Xiong family, you have quite the enterprise." "You, Chairman Li, it is easier to resolve enmities than to forge them. We, the Xiong family, are not to be trifled with." As he listened to the names of the 4 villas mentioned by Li Rui, Xiong Tinglong's pupils constricted, and his expression darkened. These villas have been secretly managed by the Xiong family for over a decade, harboring numerous illicit enterprises that could not operate within the borders of Longhua. The immense profits derived from these ventures comprised a significant portion of their overall income. The fact that the Li family had uncovered these villas elevated his regard for them, yet he dismissed the evident threat in Li Rui's words. The reason these 4 villas had thrived abroad for so long was that they were under the protection of local warlords, to whom they allocated 30 of the villa's profits annually. Such payments were not made lightly. With the oversight of local warlords, he was resolute in his belief that the Li family could not pose a threat to his establishments. One must only squeeze a soft persimmon to know its yield. I assure you, when dealing with foes, they shall learn that the Li family is not to be trifled with. Chairman Li, do you truly wish to make an enemy of the Xiang family? Perhaps we should sit down and engage in a meaningful conversation, for it would be beneficial for both our families. Although Xiang Tinglong harbored doubts regarding the Li family, which had only recently risen to prominence, posing any real threat to their overseas business, he nonetheless felt a twinge of unease at the Li family's ability to unearth the hidden estate of the Xiang family, concealed for over a decade. In such a short span of time, there is nothing to discuss. Anyone who dares to extend their hand toward the Li family shall find it severed. Xiang Tinglong, the war has commenced. Relish the grand gift I have bestowed upon you. With that, Li Rui ended the call. Your phone, he said, extending it toward Xiang Jiaojiao. Upon hearing Li Rui's invitation to retrieve the phone, Xiang Jiaojiao momentarily faltered. The burly man had previously barred her from approaching him. So why now was she permitted to take the phone directly? With a sense of bewilderment, she cautiously approached Li Rui and reached out to reclaim her phone. Snap! Chapter 226. The terrifying scream, ah! Just as Jiang had taken her phone, she suddenly witnessed Li Rui raising his hand with astonishing speed, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Caught off guard, she could only endure the forceful blow, staggering back several steps before collapsing onto the ground, one hand pressed against her burning cheek, gazing at Li Rui with an expression of disbelief. Because of you, look at what you've done to my second brother. How much time have you wasted for all of us? Do you think you deserve that slap? Li Rui remarked disdainfully, observing the powdery residue on his palm. Though Jiang was seething with anger at Li Rui's mockery, she understood that she was powerless against him and chose to lower her gaze to the ground, remaining silent. Come on, you don't expect to stay here for dinner, do you? There's no place for you at the Li family's table. What? You're just letting me go like this? Upon hearing Li Rui's intent to let her leave, Jiang shot her head up in disbelief. What? You don't want to leave? Li Rui asked with a smirk. No, I'm leaving right now. Without waiting for another word, Jiang sprang to her feet and dashed towards the villa's entrance at the fastest speed of her life. Xiao Rui, are you really letting her go? Li Yonda, watching Jiang's vanishing figure, approached Li Rui and inquired. Fourth uncle, we're in the Li family's villa. I can't very well kill her, can I? Besides, she's quite the beauty. I can't bring myself to harm her. Ah, Xiao Rui you. Li Yonda exclaimed, bewildered by Li Rui's words. You can't bring yourself to harm her? What about that slap you just delivered? Second brother, the world is fraught with treachery. How have you not grasped this after living for so long? A girl like that has you completely tangled up. What will you do if second sister finds out? How will you face Qian if she learns of this? Ignoring Li Yonda, Li Rui turned to Li Xiao with a stern expression. I was wrong. Xiao Rui, uncle, dad. Please don't tell Qiao Xian. Nothing happened between me and that woman. If you tell Qiao Xian, I'm finished. Li Xiao's face was etched with terror. Only now do you know fear? Where did your earlier bravado go? You've barely enjoyed a few days of good fortune. Xiao Rui, I suggest you transfer the dividend rights of his company to Qiao Xian. I see clearly now that this scoundrel is utterly brainless. Upon hearing Li Xiao's claim that nothing had transpired with the woman, Li Yongshun secretly sighed in relief. However, recalling Li Xiao's previous actions, he couldn't help but scold him in anger. Li Rui listened to Li Yongshun's words in silence, merely smiling faintly at Li Xiao. I am willing to relinquish the company's dividend rights, provided that Aoxin remains unaware of this arrangement. At this moment, Li Xiao, fully awakened, noticed Li Rui's silence and understood that he was awaiting his voluntary declaration. Without hesitation, he spoke. Now that he was clear-headed, a genuine sense of dread washed over him. If his wife were to discover this matter, it would undoubtedly create chaos, leaving him unable to hold his head high in that small family. You handle this yourself. Very well. Everyone may return. Tomorrow, let us convene a meeting. The Li family shall not permit any further occurrences of this nature, Li Rui stated, first addressing Li Xiao and then turning to the uncles present. As he watched the figures of those departing towards the family villa, Li Rui exchanged greetings with Li Yong before ascending the stairs. Zhao Yi, contact Dark One for me and request him to deliver a small gift to Xiang Tinglong, Li Rui instructed as he entered an empty room, pulling out his phone to make a call. Once the call connected, he spoke in a cold, subdued tone. Boss, what are your orders? Take care of her. Understood, boss, Zhao Yi replied before hanging up. No one could extend their hand into the Li family and leave unscathed. Only those who With his phone stowed away, Li Rui gazed at the expansive plaza of the Li family villa, a cruel smile suddenly gracing his face as he muttered to himself. The following morning, within the main hall of the Li clan's ancestral shrine, "Is everyone present?" Li Rui asked, standing before his brothers with a smile. "We are all here," they replied in unison. "Today's meeting primarily concerns a matter you are likely already aware of." Upon hearing Li Rui's inquiry, the attendees exchanged glances, their expressions turning peculiar as they looked toward Li Xiao, who sat at the back, before all subtly nodded in agreement. It is not uncommon for men to be drawn to beautiful women. It is those who are indifferent that are truly unusual. However, the issue lies in the fact that Li Xiao is a married man with a wife and daughter, born into a family that holds reputation in high regard. Our family has risen too swiftly, and now there are those who cannot restrain their desires, which I find unacceptable. I do not wish for our family to be the subject of gossip, nor do I want anyone to tarnish the Li family's reputation. Therefore, today I require everyone to sign an agreement. After a brief pause, observing no objections from the assembly, he turned to Li Yongjin. Li Yongjin nodded, picking up the pre-prepared agreements and distributing one to each member of the younger generation of the Li family. "You may review the documents. If any find them unsuitable, please voice your concerns." As each person received their agreement, Li Xiao finally spoke. "I have no objections." Li Tsong quickly skimmed the content of the document and, without hesitation, responded, "Neither do I. I feel the same. From now on, any actions that may harm the Li family's reputation will result in the family's right to reclaim your dividends. Do you truly have no thoughts on this matter?" As Li Rui observed everyone unanimously expressing their agreement, he smiled and articulated the contents of the agreement. He then turned to the assembly once more. "Xiao Rui, all that we possess at this moment is a gift from you. Whatever you decree shall be our command. Moreover, we are part of the Li family. Should anyone act against the interests of the Li family, I shall be the first to oppose it." Without you needing to say a word, Li Tsong declared, rising to voice his thoughts fervently. "Indeed, my elder brother speaks with wisdom. Without Xiao Rui, I would merely be a gatekeeper, a humble security guard. Even if we do not sign this agreement, it is our duty to uphold the honor of the Li family. Yes, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall sign it now." As he witnessed his brothers present signing the agreement without a moment's hesitation, Li Rui nodded in appreciation. "Second uncle, you need not worry. I will speak with second brother regarding this matter. It is quite understandable. After all, even heroes can falter in the presence of beauty. I trust that after this experience, second brother will not behave similarly in the future." At this moment, Li Rui noticed second uncle's anxious gaze directed towards Li Xiao, who sat with his head bowed in silence. Understanding that this concern was for his son, he approached him and softly offered words of comfort. "Let's hope so." Meanwhile, in the enchanting city of magic at the Xiang family estate, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah, Ting Long, wake up! Wake up! This is... What is it? Did you have a nightmare?" Startled from a deep slumber, Xiang Ting Long opened his eyes abruptly to find his wife, her face etched with terror, pointing frantically at the bedside. Confusion washed over him as he inquired, "What is happening?" Chapter 227. "Chairman Li, how ruthless you are, head. Ah." The woman paid no heed to Xiang Tinglong's inquiries. Her expression grew increasingly terrified, her screams escalating to a crescendo. In a frenzy, she tore off the covers, clutching her head, and dashed out of the room in her nightgown. Witnessing his wife in such a state of panic filled Xiang Tinglong with a sense of foreboding, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. Slowly turning his head, he cast a glance at the bedside that had instilled such fear in her. Just one look caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and the terror in his eyes surged like a tumultuous tide that could not be suppressed. Someone! Xiang Tinglong's roar echoed throughout the Xiang family estate. Head of the family! Head of the family! As soon as his furious shout subsided, frantic calls began to emerge, growing louder and closer. Upon hearing the familiar voice calling for him, the mixture of fear and anger on Xiang Tinglong's face morphed into bewilderment, accompanied by an ominous premonition. "Head of the family! Something terrible has happened. You know there has been an incident? How are you managing the Xiang family estate? You incompetent steward? Get in here!" Xiang Tinglong bellowed in anger upon hearing the steward mention a grave situation outside the door. The realization that someone had approached his bedside undetected last night, potentially with the intent to harm him, fueled his rage towards the steward. "Head of the family. The dark arts. Is this Jiao Jiao?" An elderly man in his 60s, upon hearing Xiang Tinglong's command to enter, hurriedly pushed the door open without pausing to ponder what had provoked such ire. As he stepped inside, poised to report the significant discovery he had made, he was met with the sight of someone he recognized lying on the bedside table. However, the state of this individual was far from good, and the gruesome scene caused him to gasp in shock. "You worthless wretch! Is this how you oversee the Xiang family estate? Allowing such a thing to be placed at my bedside? If that person intended to kill me, wouldn't it have been a simple task?" Xiang Tinglong seethed, seizing the object on the bedside and hurling it at the elderly man who had just entered. Although Xiang Tinglong was a notorious figure in the underworld of the Magic City and had weathered much turmoil in his early years, his hands stained with blood, he felt no fear regarding the object on the bedside. What truly terrified him was the realization that someone possessed the capability to take his life at any moment. Where are the bodyguards? Where have the dark guards gone? Head of the family, all 9 dark guards were killed with a single stroke. I was just about to report this matter to you, the old man stammered, trembling as he glanced at the object that had rolled to his feet. What? All 9 dark guards were killed with a single stroke. Xiang Zhong, are you jesting with me? Xiang Tinglong abruptly threw aside the covers, slipped into his slippers, and hastily approached Xiang Zhong, seizing him by the collar, his eyes wide with urgency, as if ready to unleash flames. "Master, I have only just discovered this. How many adversaries have arrived?" Upon receiving Xiang Zhong's affirmative response, the strength of Xiang Tinglong, a soul master, seemed to evaporate, and he wearily released his grip on Xiang Zhong's collar. "From the wounds of the 9 dark positions, it appears there is but one." "What? One person? One individual could eliminate 9 of my meticulously trained subordinates?" Xiang Tinglong questioned incredulously, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Listening to his inquiry, Xiang Zhong bowed his head in silence. The grim reality was already evident. "The Li family, it must surely be that Li family. I have underestimated you. How ruthless you are, how merciless your methods." He muttered to himself, dark thoughts swirling as he acknowledged that one person had indeed dispatched his 9 carefully cultivated underlings. "Master, what is that?" Just as Xiang Tinglong was lost in his own thoughts, Xiang Zhong suddenly raised his hand and pointed towards the bedside table beside Xiang Tinglong's bed. "What is this?" Xiang Tinglong turned to follow Xiang Zhong's gaze and noticed a white paper note resting at the edge of the table. "This is intolerable. This is absolutely intolerable," he exclaimed, snatching the note and, after a mere glance, crumpling it into a ball and angrily tossing it to the floor. "Master, what shall we do?" With eyes blazing with fury, Xiang Tinglong paused at Xiang Zhong's inquiry, the anger momentarily stalling within him. What had he done? He had come to harbor a profound apprehension towards the Li family, whom he had previously dismissed as a mere upstart. If the man from yesterday had intended to kill him, the one who now lay separated from his body should have been himself. What sort of power did the Li family possess to command such formidable subordinates? Were they truly merely a family that had risen to prominence in less than half a year? At this moment, he felt a genuine wave of regret. He should never have regarded this newly ascendant Li family as easy prey, nor should he have provoked them. Take Jiajiao out and give her proper burial. He instructed Xiang Zhong, his mind racing with various thoughts. Moments later, he issued the command to Xiang Zhong without further ado. "Understood, master," Xiang Zhong replied after a moment's hesitation, acknowledging Xiang Tinglong's directive. Watching Xiang Zhong tremble as he carried Jiajiao out of the room, Xiang Tinglong's gaze shifted back to the crumpled note he had discarded. Picking it up from the floor, he slowly unfurled the paper and, taking out his phone, dialed the number inscribed upon it. "Wait, second brother, I have something to discuss with you," Li Rui called out to Li Xiao, who was also making his way outside the ancestral hall, lost in thought as he moved with his head lowered. "What is it, Xiao Rui?" Li Xiao asked, his body instinctively stiffening at the sudden call, turning with a complex expression to face Li Rui. "Brother, throughout history, even the mightiest heroes have found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. If even the great overlord cannot escape this fate, how can you? Moreover, making mistakes is not insurmountable. What matters is the willingness to amend them. The Li family is willing to offer you a chance, and I too am prepared to extend my hand." Li Rui stepped forward, gently patting Li Xiao on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Is that truly the case? Do I still have a chance?" The once dim light in Li Xiao's eyes flickered back to life upon hearing Li Rui's words, and he eagerly inquired. "Yes, brother. Lift your spirits. Who among us can claim a life devoid of errors?" "Thank you, Xiao Rui. I. Enough, brother. I understand your sentiments. I have faith in you." Observing Li Xiao's struggle to articulate his thoughts, Li Rui swiftly interjected, "Brother, you should return for now. I need to take a call." At that moment, Li Rui felt his phone vibrating vigorously in his pocket, signaling an incoming call. He then addressed Li Xiao. "Please excuse me." "All right." Li Xiao nodded and turned to exit the ancestral hall. "Chairman Li, you are quite ruthless," came the voice from the other end of the line as soon as the call connected. The same voice Li Rui had heard the day before. Chapter 228. Crush them ah. "Have you received the small gift I sent you, Master Xiang?" Li Rui inquired with a faint smile. "Chairman Li, I acknowledge my misstep towards your family, but isn't your response rather excessive? This involves 10 lives," came the retort. "Ha, how ludicrous. Truly absurd. How many lives do you think are in Xiang Tinglong's grasp? The souls lost due to your actions far exceed a mere 100. Xiang Tinglong, you should never have reached out to the Li family. Anyone who dares to extend a hand towards us shall face death," Li Rui asserted coldly. "You, Li Rui, do you presume you have me entirely at your mercy? Do not forget that I command over 2,000 brothers. The Xiang family is not to be trifled with. Just a rabble of worthless chickens and dogs. If you dare, send them my way," Li Rui challenged. "You force my hand. I vow to annihilate your entire clan." "Very well, await my grand gift, Xiang Tinglong. Savor your dwindling moments, for I shall ensure you witness the obliteration of the Xiang family at your own hands," Li Rui stated, his demeanor unwavering, betraying no anger as he maintained a chilling smile while listening to the threats emanating from the other end of the line. The current state of the Li family resembled a child holding a vast treasure, oblivious to the multitude of eyes lurking in the shadows. A demonstration of power was necessary. The Xiang family, alas, could only blame their misfortune for daring to reach towards the Li family. Upon disconnecting the call with Xiang Tinglong, Li Rui muttered with a cold laugh to himself. System, purchase 100 advanced bio-humanoid assassins and 100 elite intelligence agents. Gender and age random. Nationality, citizens of Longhua. Understood, host. 6 billion Longhua currency has been deducted from your bank account. Shall we proceed with the deployment of bio-humanoids? Deploy. Bio-humanoids have been positioned within a 1-kilometer radius. Please contact promptly. Zhao Yi. Shortly, 200 individuals will be seeking you. I need you to keep a close watch on the Xiang family. I must be informed of every move they make, while ensuring the absolute safety of everyone in the Li family. Can you manage this?" Li Rui ordered as he dialed Zhao Yi's number. "Boss, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." "In Yushur Country, Ruifeng County." "Master, the brothers are fully equipped and ready to depart at any moment." A spirited soldier reported to Li Wu, who was seated in a chair, poring over documents. "Hold on a moment. We, the Li family, value politeness. Allow me to make a couple of calls first," Li Wu replied with a smile, retrieving his mobile phone. "Hello, is this General Ong Kai?" he asked as the phone was answered shortly after ringing. "Who are you?" came the response from the other end after a brief silence, spoken in an unrefined dialect of Longhua. "I am Li Wu, the county chief of Ruifeng." "The county chief of Ruifeng?" echoed a gaunt, 60-year-old man in military garb, seated in a grand armchair within an opulent mansion situated roughly 100 kilometers from Ruifeng County, his brow furrowing slightly as he repeated the words he had just heard. Recently, the events that transpired in Ruifeng County have not escaped his notice. The previously dominant Huang Chao was unexpectedly vanquished by an unknown force that seemingly emerged from nowhere. He had dispatched individuals to investigate, yet none returned, instilling a profound sense of trepidation towards this mysterious entity. Consequently, he had taken extensive precautions, deploying a significant portion of his military strength toward Ruifeng County, which lies adjacent to his territory. To his astonishment, after this enigmatic force had obliterated Huang Chao, they proceeded to dismantle all local enterprises and release the Dragon Kingdom citizens within, remaining inactive thereafter. Today, he received a personal call from an individual claiming to be the county magistrate of Ruifeng County and speaking in the dragon language, an unexpected development. "Ah, General Li Wu, I wonder what prompts your call today." Acknowledging that the person on the other end was the leader of this mysterious force, Ong Kai responded with a courteous smile. "General Ong, I would like to request your assistance. Would you be willing to oblige?" The directness of the request from the caller caused Ong Kai to furrow his brow, internally questioning their familiarity. Why should he lend his aid? However, mindful of the potential consequences, he withheld his thoughts. "What matter does General Li Wu require my assistance with?" "I need the Zonglong and Wahuhu estates," Li Wu stated bluntly. "What? General Li Wu, what did you say?" Ong Kai exclaimed, slamming his palm against the armrest of his chair, rising in disbelief. Everyone knew those estates were under his protection. They generated hundreds of millions of Dragon Kingdom coins annually. Without them, how could he support his army of over 8,000 soldiers? The audacity of this request felt like a direct threat to his very existence. I require the Zonglong and Wahuhu estates, General Long. To be frank, it is our master's command. I want those estates to be reduced to ashes. Do you comprehend the wealth those estates bring me each year? Do you understand how many weapons and ammunition that wealth can procure? How many soldiers it can sustain? You think a mere statement from you can claim those estates? Realizing that the individual on the other end aimed to obliterate his financial lifeline, Onkai discerned that they must be enemies of the Li family. Yet, regardless of their identity, any threat to his income was a threat to him. General Long, money can always be earned anew. However, once life is lost, all is lost. Yuan Kai seethed with fury at Li Wu's unabashed threat. Yet, recalling the man spoke in the dragon language and his uncertain strength, he refrained from unleashing a torrent of curses that nearly escaped his lips. The individual across from me is no fool. His audacity in uttering such words stems from an unwavering confidence. Speaking in the dialect of dragons, his certainty in overpowering me raises suspicions. Could it be that he possesses some hidden prowess? Though the likelihood of this is nearly non-existent, I dare not take such a gamble. I am willing to negotiate the handling of these two estates, yet I require a reasonable compensation. Otherwise, our discussions are futile. This call is merely a formality. With the mere 8,000 ragtag soldiers under your command, I could obliterate your forces within an hour. Since you are so obstinate in your refusal to heed my counsel, we shall meet on the battlefield. With that, Li Wu hung up before Onkai could respond. Master, I believe we should simply strike directly. The chieftain's orders are unequivocal. We must dismantle those 4 estates. The combined forces of those 2 warlords do not even amount to 20,000 troops, and they're armed with nothing but light weaponry. Is such courtesy truly necessary? A soldier, who had been patiently awaiting orders, could not restrain himself from interjecting. As a branch of the Li family in the Kingdom of Jade, we are, after all, outsiders. Even in warfare, we must have justifiable reasons. Otherwise, we risk inciting panic among other warlords. Should that happen, they may unite against us. While we are undaunted, it is prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. Li Wu explained with a smile to the soldier. Well, as I anticipated, these warlords will never allow us to encroach upon their coffers. Let us rally the brothers and set forth. Crush them. Chapter 229. The Assault on Fengzi, County Master Xiang. Have you recently offended anyone? After having his call abruptly ended by Li Wu, Onkai pondered for a moment, his expression dark, before dialing Xiang Tinglong. As soon as the call connected, he eagerly inquired, General Long, what brings this question? Xiang Tinglong had just been cut off by Li Rue, and in his frustration, he was contemplating how to teach the arrogant Li family a profound lesson when Onkai's call interrupted him. A sense of foreboding crept over him as he heard Onkai's question, causing his heart to skip a beat. A fellow named Li Wu just called me, claiming he wants the Long, Hu, and Tsang Long estates. Master Xiang, this is clearly aimed at your family. What? Li Wu? General Long, you must be jesting. I am unaware of these 2 estates under your protection. Who is this Li Wu anyway? Merely a clown? What authority has he to demand those estates from you? Master Xiang, this Li Wu is no mere buffoon. He was responsible for Huang Chao's downfall. None of the men I sent to investigate him returned, which speaks volumes about his formidable capabilities. This General Long, we share a symbiotic relationship. You must ensure these 2 estates are safeguarded. The realization that this Li Wu was the one who eliminated Huang Chao made Xiang Tinglong's heart feel as if it were suddenly gripped tightly, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Huang Chao was no insignificant figure in Yushur Nation. He commanded over 6,000 soldiers. It was evident that anyone capable of vanquishing him could not possibly be a mere clown. And the fact that such a person bore the surname Li compelled him to contemplate whether he was connected to the Li family of Chunning County. If his suspicions were correct, it would present a grave predicament. A force capable of annihilating a warlord with 6,000 soldiers was no emerging family. It was a clan far more powerful than the Xiang family. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, as there were many individuals with the surname Li. It was conceivable that these were mercenaries hired by the Li family of Chunning County, and he was located in Longhua. Should it indeed be the case, the Xiang family would not be entirely powerless, considering their own position. With these thoughts, Xiang Tinglong's anxious heart began to calm slightly, and his trembling limbs gradually regained composure. Master Xiang, it would certainly not be an issue to protect those 2 estates. After all, my own family army also requires them. However, The enemy is formidable, and I fear my intentions may not suffice. General Ong, I am willing to offer 1 billion Longwu coins as a reward for the Ong family army soldiers. Upon hearing Ong Kai's words, Xiang Tinglong understood the meaning behind the cunning fox's request, hesitating for a moment before uttering a staggering sum. Haha, Master Xiang is indeed generous. I believe that with your reward, the soldiers of the Ong family army will surely fend off the enemy at our doorstep. Ong Kai exclaimed with laughter upon receiving Xiang Tinglong's offer of 1 billion Longwu coins. General Ong, if you were tasked with annihilating Li Wu and his faction, do you possess the confidence to accomplish it? After Ong Kai finished speaking with a smile, Xiang Tinglong pondered for a moment before responding. What? Master Xiang, that is impossible. This group has the capacity to eliminate Huang Chao. I merely have 2,000 more soldiers and slightly better equipment than him. While I am confident in my defense, to ask me to take the initiative to attack and eliminate them is to overestimate my capabilities. Ong Kai hastily refused without a second thought upon hearing Xiang Tinglong's suggestion. Although he was not entirely aware of the exact strength of Li Wu and his followers, the fact that Huang Chao had been defeated indicated that they were likely not weaker than himself. Even if he managed to scrape a victory, the losses would be catastrophic. How would he then defend his own territory? General Ong, what if I were to offer 30 billion Dragon Country dollars? What? 30 billion? Ong Kai's eyes widened in disbelief at Xiang Tinglong's proposition. Indeed, as long as General Ong can assist me in eliminating this group, the 30 billion Dragon Country dollars will be yours. Master Xiang, while the 30 billion is certainly tempting, I am self-aware enough to know that my family's strength alone is insufficient to vanquish them. However, if you were to offer 100 billion Dragon Country dollars, I could reach out to several generals to join forces in eradicating Li Wu's faction. Ong Kai replied, his eyes glinting with calculation. 100 billion? This, General Ong, allow me to consider it, Xiang Tinglong said, his brow furrowed in hesitation at the mention of 100 billion Dragon Country dollars. This sum represented 1/20th of the Xiang family's wealth. Moreover, there was still uncertainty regarding whether Li Wu's group was indeed affiliated with the Li family of Chushi County. If they were merely mercenaries hired by the Li family, spending 100 billion to eliminate them would be rather unwise. It might be more prudent to contact Li Wu directly and offer them a larger sum to recruit them, thus achieving more with less expenditure. However, the primary issue remained that he had no means to reach Li Wu. With this thought, Xiang Tinglong began to hesitate. Very well, Master Xiang, do consider it carefully. After all, the strength of the opponent cannot be underestimated. Without enlisting additional assistance, I cannot guarantee success. This is not a matter of my greed for your wealth. Understood. I will respond to General Ong by tomorrow. Good. I shall await your call. Ong Kai concluded before hanging up. At that moment, he had no inkling that he would never have the opportunity to receive another call from Xiang Tinglong. Li family, who exactly are you? Xiang Tinglong muttered to himself darkly after ending the call. Xiu Jiang, son Xiaochuan arose. Because of you, I cannot allow you to remain uninvolved. He continued to muse after a brief contemplation, before pulling out his phone to make another call. Brother Chu, please come to the Xiang family estate with Brother Sunday. The head of the family. Ahead lies the city of Fengze. Over half of Ong Kai's forces, numbering more than 4,000, are stationed in the eastern corner of this locale. Inside an armed off-road vehicle, Li Wu listened intently to a soldier's report from outside the window. Do they possess any heavy weaponry? After the soldier concluded his brief report, Li Wu pondered before inquiring. Head of the family, much like Huang Chao, Ong Kai possesses a few second-generation tanks, and they have a greater number of armored vehicles, approximately over 30. However, these are merely dilapidated and outdated relics. I dare say that even a direct hit from our tanks would suffice to dismantle their antiquated machinery, let alone a near miss, the soldier replied with a smile. Chapter 230. The Onslaught. Although we possess a significant advantage in both numbers and armaments, we must not be complacent. We must exert every effort to minimize casualties. Our soldiers are akin to family. While bloodshed is an inevitable aspect of war, I fervently wish for everyone to return unscathed. Do you understand? Li Wu addressed the soldiers with solemnity. Understood, the soldiers replied, equally grave, saluting him. Let the artillery battalion first dismantle the enemy's heavy firepower, followed by our tanks to obliterate their fortifications. Subsequently, the reconnaissance battalion's drones will precisely eliminate any remaining counterattack forces. And finally, let the armored vehicles shield the infantry as they eradicate the remnants of the enemy. Yes, the soldiers saluted once more before stepping aside to relay the orders to a group of battalion officers. approximately 1 kilometer from Li Wu's position. 3,155 millimeters self-propelled howitzers, 50 millimeters self-propelled mortars, and 2,122 millimeters modular rocket launchers were lined up in formation. Are you all prepared, brothers? A man clad in an officer's uniform called out as he observed all the soldiers taking their positions. Ready, the soldiers responded in unison. Excellent, brothers. Now fire at the target. In the eastern corner of Fengzi County, over 4,000 soldiers dressed in green uniforms were urgently assembling. A short, stout middle-aged man in military attire furrowed his brow, listening intently to a soldier's report. Brigade Commander, a large number of armed personnel have appeared in the direction of Revitalization County, and they are less than 5 kilometers away. How many are there? According to reconnaissance, at least tens of thousands, the reporting soldiers said, trembling involuntarily. Damn it, General Ong was well aware of their ambitions, which is why he stationed us here, anticipating this day. Fortunately, we have brought back all our tanks and armored vehicles. Although their numbers exceed ours by more than half, we still have a chance to prevail. Let the brothers prepare. Once we repel the invading enemy, wealth and women will be plentiful for all. Understood, Brigade Commander. Boom, boom. As soon as the soldier finished his response, an uncountable number of deafening explosions erupted around them, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. What is happening? The officer, who had previously been filled with confidence, was rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. Commander, this is artillery fire, and it's of large caliber. It's over. It's over. How can we fight against such fierce firepower? The soldier stammered. How can this be? How could they possess such formidable firepower? Quickly, send the tanks and armored vehicles to charge in. As long as we get close, we still have a chance. The officer, recovering from his shock, urgently instructed the soldiers. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Before the soldier could finish his response, another wave of intense artillery fire struck once more. The brigade commander, realizing that the armored battalion had also come under attack, exclaimed in despair, "It's over, we're finished." As soldiers witnessed the battalion engulfed in flames amidst the deafening artillery fire, one could only utter, where on earth did these forces come from? I've never encountered such a battle before. If they possess such strength, why did they wait until now? The officer, his pride shattered by the instantaneous obliteration of his once mighty battalion, shouted in fury with bloodshot eyes. Commander, we must flee. We need to find General Ong. These foes are insurmountable, a soldier urged urgently. Yes, it is imperative to inform General Ong. Those with such power are beyond our capacity to withstand, the officer concurred, preparing to retreat. Boom, boom. Just as the officer had taken a few steps, an artillery shell exploded, hurling him through the air. As he landed, another shell detonated nearby. With a violent explosion, the officer, already uncertain of his fate, was consumed by the fiery blast. Moments later, as the flames subsided, the spot where he had lain was utterly vacant. It was evident that he had been vaporized by the ferocity of the explosion. Tanks crushed them. What did you say? Shortly after ending a call with Ting Long, Ong Kai received a shocking report from a subordinate. You mean to tell me that over 4,000 of my soldiers are now reduced to but a handful? How can this be? Are you deceiving me? Ong Kai's voice trembled with a mixture of rage and fear. This was half of his force, vanished in an instant. Without these soldiers, Ong Kai would face a fate worse than death itself. Moreover, he was haunted by the recent call from Li Wu, who evidently possessed such formidable strength. In less than an hour, he had decimated Ong Kai's forces from over 4,000 to mere dozens. General Ong, it's true, only a few of us brothers managed to escape. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, bombarding our entire camp multiple times, followed by a surprise assault from hundreds of tanks and drones. General Ong, we are no match for them. The soldier's voice, quivering with fear and despair, resonated clearly in Ong Kai's ears. How can this be? Hundreds of tanks? Drones? This is impossible. Ong Kai, in a frenzy, swept the teacups and teapot off the table in a fit of rage. General Ong, many of our brothers are injured and unable to move. We request support. Support. My foot. Ong Kai bellowed, smashing his phone to the ground in his fury. Damn you, Ting Long. You have brought me to ruin. He roared like an enraged lion. It is imperative that I call Li Wu. If this continues, it shall surely be my demise. As Ong Kai muttered to himself, contemplating the act of dialing Li Wu for mercy, he suddenly remembered that he had just thrown his phone to the ground, gazing at the shattered remnants of his device. Ong Kai struck his own face in frustration. Anyone, he called urgently towards the outside of the house. What are your orders, General? A man, dressed as a servant, hurriedly entered upon hearing Ong Kai's frantic shout. Immediately find someone to repair this phone for me. Hurry, if it is not fixed within 20 minutes. You shall all face dire consequences. Yes, yes, I will go right away. The servant trembled in fear at Ong Kai's ferocious demeanor. Why are you still standing there? Ong Kai bellowed as he kicked the teapot that had just been swept to the floor towards a man. Damn it, damn it, Xiang Ting Long, I shall ensure your ruin. You scoundrel. As the servant scrambled to retrieve the phone, he hastily fled towards the door, trembling in terror, while Ong Kai raised his head and shouted in fury. Chapter 231. The Weasel wishes the chicken a happy new year, Brother Chu. Brother Sun, please, allow me to pour you a cup of tea, Su Ting Long said. As Chu Ping and son, Xiao Chuan, entered the reception hall of the Xiang family estate. After inviting the two to take their seats, he smiled and filled their cups. Brother Xiang, may I inquire as to the purpose of today as summons? Although Su Ting Long spoke with a smile, Chu Jiang, having navigated the entertainment industry for decades, was adept at reading the nuances of conversation. Su Tinglong's enigmatic smile and excessive politeness made Chu Jiang feel somewhat uneasy. Thus, barely lifting the teacup to his lips, Chu Jiang could not restrain himself from asking Su Tinglong directly, Brother Chu, is that even a question? It must certainly pertain to the matter of the Li family from Chuxin County. Did you not observe how arrogant that Li Rue was last time? He dared to speak to Brother Xiang in such a manner, thinking himself impressive simply because he possesses some wealth? Brother Xiang must have devised a means to deal with him. Today, you are here to share good news with us, are you not? Son Xiaochuan interjected presumptuously, not waiting for Su Tinglong to respond. Ha ha, Brother Sun, your intuition is indeed remarkable. There is certainly good news, but let us discuss it after we finish our tea. Come, let us drink, Su Tinglong said, lifting his cup to signal the two men across from him. This tea? Chu Jiang exclaimed, unable to contain himself as he spat the bitter liquid back out. It was a far cry from the exquisite dragonwell tea he had savored earlier at the Xiang estate. What seems to be the matter, Brother Chu? Is Brother Xiang's top-notch dragonwell tea not to your taste? Son Xiaochuan chuckled, taking up the cup with a grin and downing the contents in one go. This tea? As the tea entered Son Xiaochuan's mouth, his previously jovial demeanor froze. He began to stutter, pointing to his mouth, struggling to articulate, Brother Xiang. Is this perhaps some new variety? Forcing himself to swallow the astringent and bitter brew, Son Xiaochuan grimaced as he turned to Su Tinglong inquiringly. Brothers Chu and Sun, this tea is merely 99 yuan per jean, with free shipping included. I must confess, I find myself in a bit of a predicament. Su Tinglong said, placing his teacup back on the table without taking a sip and feigning difficulty as he looked between Chu Jiang and Son Xiaochuan. Brother Xiang, may I ask what troubles you? Chu Jiang's heart sank upon hearing Su Tinglong's words. How could someone in such a position be reduced to drinking tea at 99 yuan per jean? It was evident now why Su Tinglong had been so courteous and had smiled so strangely earlier. He had been waiting for them to arrive. Alas, my brothers, I may need your assistance this time, Su Tinglong said, glancing back and forth between Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan. Just let us know what you need. How can I help if you do not specify? Despite Su Tinglong's reluctance to elaborate, Chu Jiang felt a sense of foreboding. The Xiang family wielded considerable influence. What could possibly require his aid? This is evidently a case of a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year with malicious intent. Thus, he speculated that the request for money was imminent. This was not the first time he had engaged in such dealings with Tinglong, and judging by Tinglong's demeanor, this time the amount requested would not be insignificant. With this thought in mind, Su Jiang chose to bow his head and feign ignorance, remaining silent. Brother Xiang, what is our relationship? If you are in trouble, both Chu and I must certainly assist, Sun Xiaochuan remarked, noticing Su Jiang's silence and Tinglong's unwavering gaze upon him, forcing him to speak. Although his temperament was somewhat more carefree than Su Jiang's, it did not imply foolishness. It was clear that Tinglong was attempting to ensnare them. However, the prevailing circumstances were beyond their control, and unable to confront Tinglong, he reluctantly pulled the seemingly oblivious Su Jiang into the fray. Very well, I await the words from both of you. If we are to discuss the difficulties encountered, they are indeed somewhat related to you both. Oh, Brother Xiang, do enlighten us, Su Jiang inquired, retracting his furious glare at Sun Xiaochuan upon hearing that Tinglong's troubles were intertwined with their own, intrigued by the revelation. We have underestimated the Li family. What do you mean by that? Both Su Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan asked in unison. The Li family possesses a military force in the Kingdom of Jade? What? How is that possible? The Li family has only risen to prominence in less than half a year. How could they possibly have a military abroad? This is inconceivable, Xiu Jiang exclaimed, rising in agitation, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, it is utterly implausible. Establishing a military is certainly not something that can be accomplished in just a few months. Brother Xiang, have you made an error? Sun Xiaochuan queried, equally animated in his disbelief. Brother Sun, do you doubt the veracity of the news from the Xiang family? Ting Long retorted, his expression darkening. No, Brother Xiang. I did not mean that. It is simply that this news is exceedingly hard to believe, Sun Xiaochuan hastily clarified, sensing Ting Long's displeasure. Whether you believe it or not, the Li family has indeed been underestimated. I have received news that they intend to send individuals to assassinate you, as well as to disrupt my overseas enterprises. How do you both think we should proceed? Ting Long stated ominously, half serious and half jesting. Assassinate us? What shall we do? Sun Xiaochuan exclaimed. Brother Xiang, you must surely save us. I now believe your words. This Li family is not only wealthy, but also formidable. Clearly, they are a ruthless clan, possessing an army abroad, something even the Xiang family has not achieved. Having offended such a wealthy, powerful, and merciless family, Sun Xiaochuan felt a tremor of fear within him. After all, he was merely a seasoned figure in the entertainment industry, acquainted with a few people and possessing some wealth. Yet it was precisely individuals like him who feared death more than the average person. He had so many beautiful experiences yet to enjoy, and he had no desire to perish. Brother Xiang, do you already have a plan? Xiu Jiang inquired calmly, displaying a steadiness that contrasted with Sun Xiaochuan's panic, as he remained somewhat skeptical of Ting Long's assertions. During the last conversation with Xiang Ting Long and Li Rui, he was also present and could hear their sharp exchange of words distinctly. He found it hard to believe that the Li family would only target the two of them while sparing Xiang Ting Long. Indeed, Brother Chu and Brother Sun, General Ong has stated that if we can provide 20 billion Longwa currency, he is willing to assist us in eradicating the Li family's military forces. The Xiang family cannot muster such a sum in the short term, and I may need the assistance of both of you. Xiang Ting Long, concealing his gloomy expression, spoke with a faint smile to the two men across from him. 20 billion Longwa currency? Sun Xiaochuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he repeated this astronomical figure, which seemed unfathomable even to him. Brother Xiang, 20 billion Longwa currency this. You are aware of my circumstances. I am powerless to assist. Upon hearing the staggering sum, Chu Jiang felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within him, silently cursing Xiang Ting Long for having such extravagant demands. This was not merely a request for his flesh. It felt as though they intended to extract every ounce of his essence until nothing remained. Chapter 232. Does he wish to kill us? My dear brothers, I am well aware that the two of you cannot possibly produce the 2 billion. I do not wish to impose too heavily. Each of you need only contribute 25 billion, while I shall procure the remaining 150 billion from my family. The Li family's army must be extinguished, for I cannot find rest until that is achieved, and I trust that you too find it difficult to sleep soundly. After all, money is merely a material possession. It can be earned anew, but a life lost is irrevocable. Xiang Ting Long spoke with a smile at first, though his demeanor gradually morphed into a chilling smirk as he concluded. Brother Xiang, 25 billion is an insurmountable sum for me. Chu Jiang stammered, fear gripping his heart as he felt the weight of Xiang Ting Long's veiled threat. Despite the trepidation, he resolutely declined. Even if I had such wealth, I would never willingly hand it over to you. In truth, he held no profound enmity against the Li family. After being abandoned in the fields by the villagers near Li's village, the family had not troubled him further. It was only after Xiang Ting Long, emboldened by the rapid rise and newfound wealth of the Li family, took it upon himself to provoke them. Why should he pay a price of 25 billion for a conflict instigated by Xiang Ting Long's own recklessness? Brother Xiang, even if I were to be sold, I couldn't possibly raise such an amount, Sun Xiaochuan interjected, emboldened by Chu Jiang's refusal. Of course, I am aware that you cannot muster such funds, Brother Sunday. Selling you would hardly yield a fortune. Yet, I am cognizant that both of you possess substantial shares in various companies. Liquidating those shares, along with some of your properties and jewelry, coupled with your cash reserves, would likely suffice. Xiang Ting Long, unfazed by their rejections, understood their financial landscape all too well. He calculated that 25 billion would most likely drain their assets entirely. He could not be blamed for disregarding decades of camaraderie when faced with such formidable adversaries as the Li family. This is impossible, Brother Xiang. This is the fruit of a lifetime of labor. Chu Jiang exclaimed, struggling to suppress his anger. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. He stood abruptly, making for the door before Xiang Tinglong could respond. Brother Xiang, I too have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell, Sun Xiaochuan quickly echoed, following suit as he hurried toward the exit. As Xiang Tinglong observed their retreating figures, he leisurely poured himself a cup of exquisite Longjing tea, savoring its rich flavor. Ah, the quality of this top-tier Longjing is truly remarkable. He closed his eyes, relishing the taste, only to open them once more as he feigned surprise upon seeing Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan return to their seats. Why have you returned, dear brothers? Did you not have pressing matters at home? Ah, Brother Xiang, I suddenly recall that there is nothing urgent at home. Might I ask you to set aside the knife? Sun Xiaochuan gently touched the large machete resting on his neck, his eyes filled with palpable fear as he awkwardly chuckled. Brother Chu, is everything well at your home? Xiang Tinglong raised his teacup to his lips, taking a delicate sip before regarding Chu Jiang with a half-smile. Brother Xiang, too. 5 billion is simply too much. Even if I were to sell shares in the company, it would not be a swift transaction. I propose offering 500 million in cash instead. Chu Jiang understood that without a significant financial concession today, he would not be leaving the Xiang family estate. He composed himself and replied sternly, 500 million? Brother Chu, do you take me for a beggar? You initiated this situation, and now I'm shouldering the burden to resolve it, yet you are unwilling? Chu Jiang stated firmly, let me make myself clear. This money must be paid, one way or another. Xiang Tinglong's expression hardened as he addressed Chu Jiang without any pretense. Bring me the contract. No sooner had Xiang spoken than a man and a woman entered the room, both exuding an air of cold authority. The woman carried a small briefcase. Master, here is the share purchase agreement, the man said as he took the briefcase from the woman, placing it on the coffee table. He opened it and gestured towards the numerous contracts within. You two brothers should sign. Xiang Tinglong looked at the stack of contracts and addressed Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan. Once you sign the contracts and transfer the remaining cash to me, you may leave. Very well, I can provide the funds and sign my name. I only hope Brother Xiang will keep his word, Chu Jiang replied, gritting his teeth and suppressing his frustration. Naturally, as long as you both cooperate willingly. I assure you a safe departure from the Xiang estate. After several minutes, with the contract signed and the funds transferred, Chu Jiang, his expression grim, inquired, now that we have completed everything, may we leave? Of course, gentlemen, safe travels, Xiang Tinglong smiled as he stood, gesturing toward the exit. Brother Sun, let us go. Chu Jiang called to Sun Xiaochuan as he swiftly made his way toward the door, with Sun Xiaochuan hurrying to follow. As Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan exited the reception hall, Xiang Tinglong turned to the man who had just entered, calling out, and then made a gesture across his throat. Understood, Master, the man nodded, also making his way toward the exit. Xiang Xiao Jian, take your team to their homes. I do not wish for anything detrimental to the Xiang family to remain there, Xiang Tinglong instructed the woman, who similarly nodded before departing. Guzheng, you have caused me considerable trouble, so do not blame me for being ruthless, Xiang Tinglong said to himself, downing the last of his tea with a cold expression. Chu Jiang, will it truly end like this? This is the entirety of our lifetime's fortune, and now it is all being taken by Xiang Tinglong? It is absolutely unacceptable to let this matter rest. Sun Xiaochuan hurriedly followed behind Chu Jiang and swiftly arrived at his car, his expression one of unwillingness as he loudly questioned Chu Jiang, who was about to get into the vehicle. Are you out of your mind? What place is this? Do you not fear for your life? Chu Jiang nervously glanced around, and upon seeing no one else, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Do you truly believe that Xiang Tinglong would dare to brazenly seize our shares without reason? We are both aware of some of his actions over the years. We possess evidence that could condemn him. Can you guess why he treats us this way? Chu Jiang asked with a cold smirk directed at Sun Xiaochuan. Why? Sun Xiaochuan inquired. He has no intention of allowing us to survive. We must leave at once. Call our families and instruct them to evacuate immediately. Ah, he intends to kill us? Sun Xiaochuan exclaimed in horror. I will make the call right now, he said, retrieving his phone to dial his family. The call failed to connect, and he looked at the signal icon on his phone, which displayed 0 bars, in terror. It seems the entire Xiang family estate has lost signal. Xiang Tinglong has jammed the communications. We must hasten our departure if we are to have any hope, Chu Jiang declared before swiftly entering the vehicle. Soon after, the two cars sped away from the Xiang family estate at an alarming pace. Ha ha ha, dear friends, let's play a game of bumper cars. Outside the estate, a robust-looking truck bore witness to Xiang Xiaodao, who, with a manic grin, laughed heartily as he observed the two vehicles exiting the grounds. Chapter 233. Annihilation Boss. There's a large truck pursuing us from behind. The driver, glancing anxiously in the rearview mirror at the rapidly approaching truck, spoke nervously to Chu Jiang, who was seated in the back. I knew that scoundrel, Xiang Tinglong, wouldn't he let me escape. Once I survive this ordeal, I will ensure he pays dearly, even if it means our mutual destruction. Chu Jiang gritted his teeth in determination. Accelerate. Yes, boss. Haha, you cannot escape. You will be reduced to pulp under my wheels. Xiang Xiaodao, witnessing the two cars hastily fleeing, remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with a maniacal delight as he proclaimed madly, Damn it, the phone is still unreachable. That truck behind must be equipped with a signal jammer. Guzhang, feeling relieved as his car distanced itself from the monstrous truck, pulled out his phone to call his family, only to find that it was as futile as trying to reach the family estate. The call simply wouldn't go through. At this moment, Sun Xiaochuan was in a similar predicament, frantically attempting to dial out, but to no avail. Boss, there's a large truck blocking the road ahead. What should we do? The driver exclaimed in a hurried tone, detailing the unexpected situation. This must be part of Xiang Tinglong's plan. Lao Zhang, think of something quickly. We cannot stop. Chu Jiang shouted urgently, his eyes bloodshot and breathing heavily. Boss, we have nowhere to go. The ditches flank us on both sides, and the truck is obstructing the front. We can only exit and proceed on foot, the driver said, slamming the brakes and halting the car a few meters away from the massive truck blocking the road. All right, let us move. With that, Chu Jiang flung open the car door and bolted towards the side of the road. Haha, go to hell. Xiang Xiaodao, gleefully driving the truck, saw Chu Jiang's car come to a stop, and then watched as Chu Jiang exited and sprinted away. With exhilaration, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, crashing into the two stopped cars with ferocity. Bang! Crack! Crack! The thunderous collision and the sound of metal fracturing were deafening, causing Chu Jiang, who had just sprinted a few meters, to feel his pupils constrict involuntarily as he instinctively turned back to look at the car he had just vacated. Before his eyes, the once pristine luxury vehicles were now unrecognizable wrecks. The reinforced truck had violently rammed into the two upscale cars, pushing them forward with immense force until they collided with the truck blocking the road. The two vehicles, which had previously appeared sturdy, were crushed into flattened discs under the relentless pressure. Chu Jiang's expression turned ashen as he noticed crimson liquid seeping from the mangled cars, dripping onto the ground and pooling into streams of red, resembling a flowing creek. Upon witnessing such a scene, Chu Jiang did not need to look closely to comprehend that Sun Xiaochuan, who had conversed with him moments ago, along with his driver and Chu Jiang's own chauffeur, had likely met their irrevocable demise. Chu Jiang felt a sense of relief for having disembarked early and fled swiftly, yet an overwhelming dread enveloped him. It was evident that Xiang Tinglong intended to eradicate all witnesses. Even if he had narrowly evaded this calamity, he was certain that further threats awaited him. With this thought, Chu Jiang turned and sprinted frantically toward a nearby grove. Run, run faster. This is what makes it thrilling. He cackled to himself as he descended from the large truck, wielding a steel baseball bat, and observed Chu Jiang fleeing into the thicket with a sinister grin. After a relentless dash of several minutes, Chu Jiang, utterly exhausted, found himself compelled to halt beside a grand tree. Not having engaged in such vigorous exertion for an extended period, his lungs felt as if they were on the verge of bursting, and a brain deprived of oxygen forced him to gulp in air and desperately swallow to soothe his parched throat, which felt as if it might ignite. Having narrowly escaped this ordeal, he muttered through gritted teeth, Xiang Tinglong, you are truly ruthless. The image of his acquaintance, Sun Xiaochuan, being crushed into oblivion by two massive trucks sent tremors through Chu Jiang's body. Using the last remnants of his strength, he concealed himself behind the tree, cautiously peeking around to assess the direction from which he had come. Seeing no one in pursuit, he continued to catch his breath, striving to calm his heart, which felt as though it might leap from his throat. Xiang Tinglong's relentless pursuit of both me and Sun Xiaochuan leaves no doubt that he would not spare my wife and children. They are in grave danger. I must contact Pinger immediately. As his breathing began to stabilize, Chu Jiang swiftly retrieved his phone, intent on calling his son, Chu Ping. Boss Chu, whom do you wish to call? May I offer my assistance? Just as Chu Jiang was about to dial, a playful voice suddenly erupted from behind him. Who? The unexpected sound intensified Chu Jiang's already frayed nerves, rendering him as skittish as a startled cat. He turned around with remarkable speed to face the large tree. Boss Chu, How long has it been since we parted? Have you already forgotten me? The voice persisted in its teasing tone, and soon a somewhat familiar figure emerged from beside the tree. You. How much did Xiang Tinglong pay you? I can offer you 5 times. No, 10 times that amount if you spare me. Recognizing the man as the one who had previously presented him with a share transfer contract to sign for Xiang Tinglong, Chu Jiang realized that this individual was undoubtedly an agent of Xiang Tinglong. A profound fear gripped him as he beheld the steel baseball bat in the man's hands. And in a frantic bid for survival, he desperately attempted to buy his way out. Boss Chu, I require 100 million. If you grant me this sum, I shall release you. With a playful grin, Xiang Dao hoisted the steel baseball bat onto his shoulder, casting a mischievous gaze at Chu Jiang. Very well. I shall transfer it to you immediately. Chu Jiang responded, preparing to access his banking app. What's the matter? Are you reluctant? Xiang Dao inquired, his expression darkening as he scrutinized Chu Jiang, his demeanor menacing. My young brother, I've already transferred all my cash to Xiang Tinglong. If you spare me, I would be willing to sell my possessions to gather 100 million for you. I implore you to let me go, Chu Jiang pleaded. Fear etched on his face as he frantically waved his hands. Does that mean you cannot provide me with 100 million at this moment? My young brother, Chu Jiang's words faltered, abruptly interrupted as Xiang Dao swung the steel baseball bat down fiercely onto Chu Jiang's calf. Chapter 234. Evidence of murder. No, please, do not kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. Feeling an excruciating pain radiating from his calf, Chu Jiang collapsed onto the ground, screaming as he desperately pushed off the ground with his good leg, striving to inch backward. You have no money. What are you even saying? You're wasting my time. Since you cannot provide me with funds, perhaps you could offer me some amusement instead. I shall give you 2 minutes. Hurry up and run. If you can manage to flee a mere 100 meters. No, let us say 80. Then I shall spare you. What do you think? Chu Jiang gazed at the smirking figure of Xiang Xiaodao, who promised freedom should he escape a distance of 80 meters. In his desperate state, Chu Jiang found no solace in the words. He remained silent, only screaming while casting furtive glances around, searching for a glimmer of hope for escape. Since you haven't spoken, I'll take that as agreement. Here I go, counting down 1, 2. Observing Xiang Xiaodao tilt his head skyward, slowly uttering the numbers, Chu Jiang was acutely aware that this was merely a cruel jest. Yet, when faced with the specter of death, even the faintest flicker of survival compels one to act. And Chu Jiang was no exception. As he crawled on all fours, resembling a lizard scuttling across the ground, a twisted smile involuntarily crept upon Xiang Xiaodao's lips. 98, 99. 120. Good bus. You're quite the sprinter. You've covered over 100 meters now. Why not take a breather? Xiang Xiaodao shouted jovially, leisurely approaching Chu Jiang, who had managed to crawl a considerable distance. Huff. You must keep your word. Chu Jiang gasped, looking up at Xiang Xiaodao's towering figure. Of course. You may leave, Xiang Xiaodao said, casually resting the steel baseball bat on his shoulder and gesturing for Chu Jiang to depart. Seeing that Xiang Xiaodao truly intended to let him go, Chu Jiang, though skeptical, gritted through the agonizing pain in his calf, grasped a nearby sapling for support, and struggled to rise. He then began to move forward, albeit with a pronounced limp. Bang! You deceitful scoundrel. I curse your ancestors for generations. I will. Chu Jiang had barely taken a few steps when he felt an unbearable agony strike his previously uninjured leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Turning back, Chu Jiang saw Xiang Xiaodao looking at him with a gleeful expression. Realizing that his fate was sealed, he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Xiang Xiaodao. Chu boss, I have been an orphan since childhood. I know not who my ancestors are, nor even who my mother might be. While I may be unaware of their identities, it deeply offends me when you insult them in my presence. Now let us continue. You wretched dog, may you suffer a terrible fate. Chu Jiang screamed, once more as his arm was brutally shattered, continuing to wail while hurling fierce invectives. Curse me as you will, the harsher the words, the more exhilarating it becomes, Xiang Xiaodao laughed maniacally. Raising the steel baseball bat high once more, and with a fierce swing, he brought it crashing down towards Chu Jiang's only remaining intact arm. Stop! I possess evidence of your family's crimes. Right here, Chu Jiang interjected as the bat hovered a mere 20 centimeters from his arm, ceasing his vitriolic tirade against Xiang Xiaodao and instead shouting loudly. Oh, evidence? Where is it? Xiang Xiaodao halted the descent of the bat, furrowing his brow as he looked down at Chu Jiang, who replied, It's in a place known only to me. If you let me go, I shall return the evidence to Xiang Tinglong. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Chu Jiang's forehead as he endured the excruciating pain from his shattered limbs. Gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Oof, do you take me for a fool? You can perish." With that, Xiang Xiaodao swung the bat menacingly towards Chu Jiang's head. 10 years ago, Sun Xiaochuan and I delivered more than one girl to Xiang Tinglong. Each of them was a rare beauty, selected through a rigorous audition, and they all met their demise at his hands. I have the evidence. If you kill me, Xiang Tinglong will surely face ruin. Chu Jiang shouted. His face flushed as he strained his voice. Indeed, you're a cunning old fox. Where have you hidden the evidence, Boss Chu? Tell me, and I assure you, I can spare your life. No, only when I am certain of my safety will I relinquish the evidence to you. Damn it, you truly are ungrateful. Let me be frank, at this moment, your family and Sun Xiaochuan's family have likely been reduced to ashes. Your precious evidence has met the same fate. What? You lawless fiends. I will fight you. Chu Jiang roared, picking up a stone with his one functional hand and hurling it at Xiang Xiaodao with all his might. Though he had suspected that Xiang Tinglong might target his family, the confirmation of their demise drove Chu Jiang into a frenzy, launching a futile attack against Xiang Xiaodao. Xiang Xiaodao dodged the stone Chu Jiang had thrown, raising the bat to deliver a powerful blow to Chu Jiang's head. Bang! Bang! As the steel bat descended towards him, Chu Jiang instinctively closed his eyes, preparing for death. However, he was taken aback when he heard 2 consecutive thuds and felt no pain. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold Xiang Xiaodao, once a menacing figure, now lay motionless on the ground like a lifeless monkey. Who are you? Chu Jiang asked, surprised to see a man in a black hoodie and mask casually discarding a wooden stick. Despite the presence of this mysterious figure capable of confronting the Xiang family, Chu Jiang felt no fear. Having anticipated his demise, he was now saved by this enigmatic individual. Even if this person intended to harm him next, could they not simply kill him again? If one were inclined to end their own life, they would not seek salvation. Thus, he harbored no fear towards the individual before him, merely a sense of astonishment regarding the identity of this person who dared to oppose the Xiang family. Do you possess evidence of Xiang Tinglong's crimes? The mysterious man, clad in a mask, did not respond directly to Chu Jiang's inquiry, but instead, in a gravelly voice, pose a question to him. I do. Who are you exactly? Chu Jiang hesitated as he spoke. Hand over the evidence. Impossible. Xiang Tinglong murdered my wife and children, leaving me in this state. I will ensure he faces the consequences. I will not relinquish the evidence to you. As Chu Jiang gazed at his twisted limbs, memories of telling Xiao Dao that his family had been reduced to ashes flooded back, and he suddenly broke down in tears. Give me the evidence, and I will avenge you. If you refuse, I will take your life, the mysterious figure continued, his tone monotonous yet menacing. Can you truly avenge me? Chu Jiang, seemingly oblivious to the threat posed by the mysterious man, was acutely aware of his own frailty. As a man now bereft of 3 limbs and family, the prospect of exacting revenge on his own seemed insurmountable. Chapter 235. The assault on Tsanglong Villa. Even if he were to be rescued now, he would undoubtedly fall prey to his family's relentless pursuit. He simply lacked the time to hand over the evidence to someone capable of dealing with Xiang Tinglong. Thus, in the presence of this individual, who was likely an adversary of the Xiang family, Chu Jiang harbored a glimmer of hope. Very well, provide me with the evidence, the enigmatic figure stated succinctly, choosing his words with great care. All right, I shall tell you. The evidence against Xiang Tinglong lies within. There is a USB drive containing both video and audio recordings. However, I must caution you, this evidence must be entrusted to a reliable person. Otherwise, even with irrefutable proof, there would be no way to bring Xiang Tinglong to justice. You must belong to the Li family, am I correct? Xiang Tinglong, your attempts to annihilate me will not go unchallenged. Even if I descend into hell, I shall drag you down with me. Chu Jiang muttered fiercely to himself as he observed the mysterious figure turn and walk away silently. Not dead? Chu Jiang murmured to himself, only to glance down and see that Xiang Xiaodao was still breathing, albeit with a look of fear in his eyes. His gaze instinctively fell upon the steel baseball bat that lay beside Xiang Xiaodao. You are not dead. I'm the one who should be dead. Chu Jiang rasped, using his only functioning hand to crawl towards Xiang Xiaodao. With a furious shout, he lifted the steel baseball bat and brought it crashing down upon the back of Xiang Xiaodao's head. Boss, can it be fixed within 20 minutes? No, within 15 minutes? A young man, sweat-drenched and clad in the attire of a servant, hurriedly approached a mobile phone repair shop, clutching the remnants of a phone. Young man, are you not from the Ong General's residence? What matter could be so urgent? The shop owner, noticing the visitor was from the nearby Ong Kai's estate, greeted him courteously. Enough with the pleasantries. If it's not fixed in 15 minutes, I might very well lose my life. The young man exclaimed, panic evident on his face. Is it truly that dire? A phone that cannot be repaired in 15 minutes will result in a death? Given the condition of this phone, even with 150 minutes or 15 days, I could not restore it. This is merely a small repair shop. In such a state, it would need to be sent to the original factory in Longhua for any hope of restoration. The shop owner lamented, shrugging helplessly. What shall I do? If the phone is not repaired, General Ong will surely kill me. The young man's face was a picture of despair, his voice trembling with rising emotion. This phone, it wouldn't happen to belong to General Ong, would it? Young man, I truly cannot assist you. You must seek your own fortune, the shop owner replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. The mention of Ong Kai, the local warlord, meant that threats of violence were not to be taken lightly. The life of an ordinary servant was of little consequence to such a figure. Is there truly no way? The young man implored, gazing at the shop owner with a look of deep sorrow. Even if you were to gather all the repair shop owners from the entire county, this phone cannot be salvaged. The motherboard is irreparably warped and shattered. This is beyond our capacity for repair, the shop owner replied candidly. Damn it. If it can't be fixed, then let it be, the young man exclaimed, violently hurling the remnants of his phone to the ground. Young sir, what are you doing? General Ong will not let this slide, the shop owner said, his expression filled with dread. Humph, death is inevitable. I might as well make a run for it. I advise you to do the same, the young man retorted. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I flee? The shop owner asked. Confusion etched on his face. Ong Kai has stated that if this phone cannot be repaired, you all will meet your end, including me and you. The shop owner who failed to fix the phone. With a newfound resolve to escape, the young man's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile. What? Young sir, we have no grievances, past or present. Why would you wish harm upon me? The shop owner stammered, his legs trembling. You can only blame your shop's recent misfortunes. Come with me, and we may yet find a chance of survival. But where can we possibly flee? Ong Kai will surely pursue us, the shop owner said in despair. Humph, Ong Kai himself is in dire straits. Perhaps by the time we return, he will have already met his demise. What do you mean by that? I just overheard outside that Ong Kai's forces in Fengzi County, numbering over 4,000, have nearly been wiped out. He is now facing formidable adversaries. What? Such a turn of events? Is it truly so strange? If Ong Kai can reign as a local tyrant, why should others not suffer the same fate? In the years past, he has brought ruin to countless women and slaughtered innumerable men. I sincerely hope he meets a fate where he lies unburied. Having said this with a fierce tone, the young man disregarded the shop owner and turned to flee into the distance. Watching the young man's receding figure, the shop owner gritted his teeth, pulled down the shop's shutter, and then hurriedly ran away as well. Master, ahead lie the Songlong and Wohu villas. Songlong is 5 kilometers away, and Wohu is 8 kilometers. Please provide your orders, a soldier reported to Li Wu, who had just disembarked from the vehicle. In less than an hour, Li Wu had eradicated the enemy forces in Fengzi County. Leading the largely unscathed Li family army, he pressed onwards to Anyuan County, the stronghold of Ong Kai and one of the targets for the Li family army, where the Songlong and Wohu villas are situated. Order the artillery battalion to direct all firepower at Songlong Villa, bombard it thrice, then shift fire to Wohu Villa for the same bombardment. Following that, tanks will advance. I want them turned to ashes, Li Wu commanded coldly, gazing at a distant hillside where a cluster of opulent structures loomed. Understood, master. Artillery battalion. Prepare all cannons aimed at Songlong Villa. Ready. Fire. In the opulent setting of the Songlong Mountain Villa, reminiscent of an ancient palace, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly and spectacles embraced 2 alluringly dressed women. With a hearty laugh, he addressed Xiang Yinwu, who was similarly engaged with a beautiful companion. Brother Tao, I merely dabble in small business. I could never compare to the Tao family. However, should you desire, feel free to visit often. As for the ladies, I assure you, whatever your preference, I can procure them for you, Xiang Yinwu said with a lascivious grin. Is that truly the case? The bespectacled man inquired, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. How could I possibly jest with Brother Tao? It is indeed the truth. Then, I wonder about the availability of, he continued, his expression becoming more lascivious. Ah, so Brother Tao has such tastes? No problem at all. In the land of jade and stone, with sufficient wealth, any woman can be found. How about I arrange 2 for you tonight? What do you think? Xiang Yinwu replied, mirroring the man's lascivious demeanor. Sounds excellent. You truly are my good friend, Brother Yinwu. I look forward to your arrangements tonight. The middle-aged man chuckled. Of course, Xiang Yinwu nodded, beaming with delight. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted outside, interrupting their conversation. Chapter 236. A Sea of Flames. What is happening? Help! Help! As Xiang Yinwu felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, he caught glimpses of roaring flames outside, his expression a mixture of terror and urgency as he shouted, "Ah! Save me!" Inside the room, 7 or 8 beautiful women, startled by the sudden explosion, scurried about like headless chickens, simultaneously screaming for help. Xiang Yinwu, what on earth is going on? I merely came here to have some fun, and now it seems my life is at stake. Tao Gu. I do not know what is happening either. This is General Ang's territory, and we provide him with 30% of our profits each year. How could this be? Xiang Yinwu crouched in a corner, hands clasped over his head, speaking to a middle-aged, bespectacled man trembling beneath the table. Xiang Yinwu, if I lose even a single hair today, the Tao family will not spare your Xiang family. Tao Gu, I assure you, this is not our doing. I am equally perplexed. Boom! Boom! Just as Xiang Yinwu finished speaking, a series of explosions erupted in quick succession. Tao Gu, we must flee. We will surely be blown to bits if we stay here. Xiang Yinwu rose from the corner, fearfully addressing the middle-aged man still hidden beneath the table. What are we waiting for? Take me away now. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. Follow me. With that, Xiang Yinwu led the way, hastening toward the door alongside the middle-aged man. How could this be happening? Upon opening the door, Xiang Yinwu swept his gaze around, only to find the once magnificent ancient-style lofts now reduced to ruins, many engulfed in fierce flames, while people fled in terror, screaming. Xiang Yinwu, which powerful deity have you offended? Kai could never muster such firepower. Damn it! I have truly encountered misfortune beyond imagination. Had I known, I would never have accepted your invitation to this place. What are we waiting for? Hurry and take me away. The middle-aged man followed closely behind Xiang Yinwu, his eyes filled with dread as he beheld the horrific scene, yet he could not resist spitting contemptuously on the ground. Then turned to Xiang Yinwu with a face full of reproach. Tao Gu, follow me. Bang! Just a few meters outside the building, Xiang Yinwu suddenly felt a wave of heat from behind, followed by a tremendous force that hurled him away. Cough! Cough! Tao Gu, are you all right? After being thrown, Xiang Yinwu experienced a brief moment of disorientation before regaining consciousness, uncontrollably coughing violently. Once he regained some composure, he pushed himself up and looked back, only to see the loft he had just occupied now engulfed in flames, reduced to mere rubble. The middle-aged man with whom he had conversed moments ago now lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless pig. It's over. Tao Qingxiong has perished here. What shall we do? Damn it! Who is attacking my family's Songlong villa? With all his might, Xiang Yinwu slowly moved to the side of the middle-aged man in glasses lying motionless on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a thick, broken wooden stick was lodged in the man's side. Testing for breath, he found not a trace of life, causing a wave of panic to engulf him. Boom! Boom! As he contemplated how to explain the death of this Tao family member in his domain, a series of violent explosions erupted once more. A robust man in a security uniform, merely 100 meters away, was obliterated by artillery that descended from the heavens. The horrific sight made even Xiang Yinwu, who had seen his share of bloodshed, retch uncontrollably. I must call my elder brother. He might know who these people are. Suppressing his fear, Xiang Yinwu dashed towards the back of Songlong Villa, pondering to himself. A few minutes later, he found refuge behind a massive rock on the mountain's rear, panting heavily as he gazed at the dozens of pavilions engulfed in flames. Damn it! How fortunate I am to be alive. This is a significant loss. Who on earth are these wretched individuals? As his breath began to steady, he muttered curses to himself. Why has my brother answered the phone? After cursing, he pulled out his phone to dial the number saved under Xiang Tinglong, waiting for several seconds without a response, anxiety creeping into his thoughts. Meanwhile, at the Xiang family estate in Modu, Master Xiao Dao is dead. What? How is that possible? Xiang Tinglong, incredulous, responded to the butler's report. Xiao Dao was an orphan he had raised since childhood, trained by professionals to be capable of taking on 10 adversaries alone. There was no way he could perish against 2 elderly men, even with 2 ordinary drivers added to the mix. Master, Sun Xiaochuan and the 2 drivers are dead, and Chu Jiang has lost both legs and an arm. Xiao Dao was killed by a blow to the back of his head from Chu Jiang. This cannot be. Something is amiss. What about the Chu and Sun families? Unable to comprehend, Xiang Tinglong mused for a moment before turning back to inquire about the conditions of the Chu and Sun families. I just received a call from Xiao Jian. The situation has been handled. That's good. Send someone to deal with Chu Jiang. This person cannot be allowed to live, Xiang Tinglong said coldly, making a slitting gesture across his throat. Understood, master. As the butler departed, Xiang Tinglong instinctively glanced at the phone on the table, which had lit up, revealing a call from his third brother, who was far away in the country of Yushur. Third brother, aren't you supposed to be with Tao Qingxiong? How could you possibly find the time to call me? As Xiang Tinglong answered the phone, he did not wait for a response and immediately inquired, Brother, Tao Qingxiong is dead. What? Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Tao Qingxiong perish on our turf? Xiang Tinglong suddenly rose to his feet, his voice laced with fury. Brother, we were ambushed. Songlong Villa has been reduced to ruins, and nearly all of our men have perished in the explosion. Damn it. This must be the work of the Li family, Xiang Tinglong muttered under his breath, accepting the devastation of Songlong Villa. The Li family? Which Li family are you referring to? Xiang Tinglong asked, perplexed. Chapter 237. Reduced to ashes. Third brother, do not concern yourself with this. Swiftly inform your second brother to vacate the Tiger's Lair Manor, for it is no longer safe there. He must leave at once, Xiang Tinglong urgently instructed, disregarding Xiang Yinwu's inquiry. Understood, I shall call him immediately. Boom, boom. Before Xiang Yinwu could hang up, Xiang Tinglong heard the faint sound of explosions emanating from the phone, indicating that the source was not distant. Third brother, what on earth is happening? A chilling thought crossed Xiang Tinglong's mind as he pressed for more information over the phone. Brother, it's over. The Tiger's Lair Manor has also come under bombardment. Xiang Yinwu stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed at the distant flames and thick plumes of smoke. What the hell, the Li family? Where did they even come from? How could they possess such might? Despite having previously heard from Ong Kai about a warlord named Li Wu, who intended to seize the two manors, he had never fathomed that this Li Wu could breach Ong Kai's defenses in such a short span and bombard both manors. This indicated that the strength of this warlord was far superior to Ong Kai's. First, you contact your second brother, then proceed to Old Fourth and Old Fifth. I will reach out to Ong Kai to ascertain the situation, Xiang Tinglong hastily concluded before ending the call. Why is Ong Kai's phone turned off? After hanging up, Xiang Yinwu redialed the number saved under Ong Kai's contact. After a few seconds of ringing, a voice message informed him that the number was no longer in service. Xiang Tinglong muttered to himself in confusion. Little did he know that Ong Kai's phone had been shattered to pieces in a fit of rage. In his fury, Ong Kai had not even retrieved the SIM card, instead ordering his servant to take it for repairs. When the servant deemed it irreparable, he simply discarded the remnants and fled. Meanwhile, within Ong Kai's general's estate, he was furiously berating a middle-aged man clad in servant attire. Damn it! How dare he run away? I shall ensure his entire family pays the price. You brought him in. Take your men and eliminate his entire family. If you fail, I will see to it that your family suffers the same fate. Yes, General Ong, but I have something of utmost importance to report first. What is it? The Tiger's Lair and the Crouching Dragon Manor have been bombarded and are now reduced to ashes. It is best if they're all dead. That wretched Xiang family has caused me immense trouble. I will settle the score with them eventually. Upon hearing the middle-aged servant's report regarding the devastation of the two manors, Ong Kai snorted, filled with rage. With over 4,000 soldiers now lost, the obliteration of the two manors seemed only logical. What was there to be astonished about? Prepare a new phone for me. I need to contact Min Kai Lai. Ong Kai commanded the middle-aged servant after a moment of contemplation, his anger gradually subsiding. The Songlong Woa Mountain Villa lies merely 20 or 30 kilometers away from my location, and he is in urgent need of reinforcements. Without them, his remaining force of over 4,000 soldiers stands no chance against Li Wu's army. Yes, General Ong, I shall proceed immediately, said the middle-aged subordinate, turning briskly towards the door. General Ong, this is a new phone. The same middle-aged man returned shortly, holding a pristine device with great reverence, which he respectfully handed to Ong Kai. You may leave now, Ong Kai replied, taking the phone and gesturing for him to depart. Chuckling, Ong Kai picked up the new phone and began dialing. General Min, it has been quite some time since I last called you. Am I disturbing you? He inquired jovially once the call connected. Indeed, General Ong, what a surprise. What prompted you to call? Came a rugged voice from the other end, laughing heartily. My intention in reaching out to you, General Min, is due to some promising news. Li Wu from Ruifeng County has contacted me, proposing an alliance to confront you. Onkai disclosed. What? Li Wu? Ruifeng County? Who does he think he is? The rugged voice responded, agitated. Indeed, he seems to have emerged from nowhere, believing that by seizing Huang Chao's territory, he can stand against you, and even sought my support, which I promptly declined, Onkai elaborated. Oh, in that case, I owe you my thanks, General Ong. The previously irate voice now bore an inexplicable hint of amusement. That is unnecessary, General Min. Let's be forthright. I have my sights set on Ruifeng County and wish to ally with you to seize it. Oh, you desire Ruifeng County? And what might I gain from this? General Min, I can offer you 2 billion Longo currency. Ha! 2 billion, quite a substantial sum indeed, General Ong. Should you provide me with 20 billion? I might consider your proposal. General Min, are you jesting with me? Onkai queried, his brow furrowing. Onkai, you are the one jesting. Do you take me for a fool? Your 4,000 soldiers have been utterly annihilated. Do you expect me to march to my demise? General Min retorted angrily from the other end. You are aware of this? Onkai inquired, astonished. Of course, Onkai. I have survived this long for a reason. If Li Wu could dispatch your 4,000 soldiers in less than an hour, then I am far from being capable of such feats. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to join you in your reckless ambitions? General Min scoffed. Do you believe you can escape his grasp? Can you not see Li Wu's ambitions? Once he has dealt with me, he will undoubtedly turn his sights on you. Hee. Songlongwo Mountain Villa has likely been reduced to ashes by now. Li Wu bears a grudge against the Xiong family, and I am not so foolish as to sacrifice myself for a mere Xiong estate, General Min mocked, disregarding Onkai's threats. General Min, you have placed spies among my ranks. Onkai suddenly furrowed his brow, questioning angrily. That Songlongwo Mountain Villa has been obliterated, and he has only just learned of this. How could Min Kai Lai, situated over 100 kilometers away, possibly acquire such information so swiftly? Thus, he surmises that the adversary must have embedded agents in his vicinity. Does this hold any significance? Onkai, focus on surviving before pondering anything else, Min Kai Lai concluded, abruptly severing the call. Damn it. Onkai seethed as he gazed at the disconnected phone, cursing vehemently. As his anger reached its peak, he raised the device, poised to hurl it to the ground. Yet, just as it was about to slip from his grasp, he suddenly halted. I cannot simply resign myself to this fate. I must seek out Li Wu to engage in a serious discussion. If this continues, I am doomed. He muttered softly to himself, his head bowed in contemplation. Master, that Songlong and Wohu villas have been reduced to rubble. 1,000 brothers have already been dispatched to eliminate the remaining foes. Should we now advance towards Anyang County? A soldier reported to Li Wu, saluting respectfully. All forces, advance towards Anyang County. Capture Onkai alive, Li Wu commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Chapter 238, The Token of Loyalty Commander. We are 10 kilometers away from Anyang County. The artillery battalion has been fully deployed, and the reconnaissance unit has pinpointed the location of the Onkai forces. Should we commence bombardment immediately? Half an hour later, the Li family army, advancing at full speed, arrived at a position less than 10 kilometers from Anyang County. A soldier sprinted to the armed SUV carrying Li Wu, saluted, and reported, commence the bombardment. Li Wu instructed flatly. Understood. Boom. General, we are unable to establish contact with Li Wu. Our men were cut down before they could approach, and 10 soldiers have already perished. What shall we do? In the Onkai general's office, a middle-aged man in military attire spoke urgently to Onkai. What do you expect me to do? How am I supposed to know? Onkai retorted, exasperated. You lot are a bunch of imbeciles. You can't even manage to contact one person? Continue sending men out with white flags. If we fail to reach Li Wu today, we're all doomed. Do you understand? But, General, the morale of our troops is faltering. This is clearly a death trap, and no one is willing to go. If we force them, it may incite a mutiny. I urge you to reconsider. They dare. Figure out yourself. You must establish contact with Li Wu. If we don't reach him soon, we may find ourselves under bombardment at any moment. Hurry, think of something. Seeing the middle-aged officer wear a troubled expression and refuse his orders, even suggesting the possibility of a mutiny, Onkai felt the urgency of the situation. He had no time for such deliberations. According to his calculations, Li Wu's forces were advancing rapidly and must be near. If they cannot contact him soon, his fate would be sealed. General, why don't we flee? With money, we can go anywhere. Ahu, you are my most loyal subordinate, and I trust you implicitly. Let me be frank. Do you think I haven't considered fleeing? But where could I possibly go? My identity is blacklisted in every nation across Blue Star. I can't find refuge anywhere. If I remain in Yushur, the wolves will not spare me. They will devour me whole. This, Ahu, our only option is to contact Li Wu. Ultimately, their grudge lies with the Xiong family, not with me personally. If I cede Fengzi County to him and offer some incentives, I believe he will not seek my demise, Onkai reasoned confidently. Boom! Boom! Just as Onkai finished speaking, he noticed the cup before him shaking violently, followed by a series of continuous explosions. Not good. The camp is under bombardment, Onkai exclaimed, his face paling as he realized the direction of the cannon fire was precisely where he had stationed his troops. Onkai had long foreseen that Li Wu's troops would attack him, and thus he had relocated his forces to what he believed was a concealed position, aiming to evade the bombardment of Li Wu's artillery battalion. However, he never anticipated that this supposedly hidden refuge could be so easily discovered. It was over. Without these troops, Li Wu would be even less inclined to negotiate with him. Everything was lost. Onkai slumped back into his chair, his eyes vacant as he murmured to himself. Standing nearby was a middle-aged man named Ahu, who, snapping back from the sounds of cannon fire, turned to see Onkai's distress. With a glint of cunning in his eye, he slowly reached towards his waist. Ahu, what are you doing? Onkai shouted, slamming his hand on the table. His voice laced with fury as he sensed Ahu's unusual movements. Onkai, you are a man already condemned to die. Why not lend me your head for a moment? Ahu retorted, no longer concealing his intentions. He swiftly drew a handgun and aimed it at Onkai's forehead, a smile playing on his lips. Ahu, you are my most trusted subordinate. I have treated you well. How could you betray me like this? Onkai's eyes blazed with rage as he demanded answers. Indeed, you have been decent to me, but there is a saying in Long Kingdom. Birds of a feather flock together, but in times of peril, they fly apart. What more can you expect from us? I have done enough for you over the years. Faced with this inevitable demise, you cannot hold me accountable, Ahu replied coldly, a smirk on his face. I call for help. Bang! Just as Onkai's words began to escape his lips, a thunderous sound erupted, and he felt a warm liquid trickling down his forehead. He reached up to touch it, only to find blood on his fingers. You betrayed me. You. Onkai pointed a trembling finger at Ahu. His face contorted with fury, desperate to voice something more, but his strength waned, and he fell backward, lifeless. Onkai, you cannot blame me for this. I believe following General Li Wu offers a brighter future. I must use your head as a token of allegiance. Ahu stepped forward, kicking the motionless Onkai on the ground. Seeing that he was truly dead, he chuckled to himself. What happened? General Ong. At that moment, 7 or 8 soldiers armed with firearms rushed into the room. The leader, eyes wide with terror, pointed at the grinning Ahu in disbelief. You killed General Ong? What nonsense about a general? Why did he have to be called one? If it weren't for us brothers fighting tooth and nail for him all these years, he would have been nothing, Ahu scoffed. Onkai treated me reasonably well, but I understood it was merely a ploy to win my loyalty, to make me serve him. Yet, I knew well how he treated you brothers. You toiled for him, and all you received in return was just enough to scrape by. Do you truly find that acceptable? Listening to Ahu's words, several soldiers armed with firearms exchanged glances, pondering the truth in his remarks. Indeed, as Ahu had stated, in recent years, Onkai had provided them, the lower-ranking soldiers, with just enough sustenance to survive. However, such treatment was commonplace among the warlords of the Yushur kingdom. In comparison, it was hardly exceptional. Yet, at this moment, Ahu's words resonated with them, making them reconsider the value of risking their lives for merely 2 or 3 meals a day. You heard the cannon fire earlier, did you not? Our remaining brothers, numbering over 4,000, have all perished. The enemy's conquest of Anyan City is merely a matter of time. As our general, Onkai will not escape their clutches. He has merely met his end a little sooner. Observing the hesitation among the soldiers, Ahu seized the opportunity to press his point further. Chapter 239. Falling into the trap, brothers. May I offer a suggestion? With Onkai now deceased and the enemy approaching swiftly, it would be prudent for us to divide the possessions within the manor and flee for our lives. Brother Hu's words ring true. As soldiers, we serve merely to earn a living. With Onkai gone, there is no longer any pay for us. Remaining here could lead to our demise. It is wiser to seize what we can and escape. A particularly astute soldier, upon hearing Brother Hu's suggestion to loot Onkai's estate, suddenly brightened with excitement and exclaimed, Indeed, let us hasten. The more we can gather, the better. With that, 7 or 8 soldiers discarded their tattered firearms and rushed towards the rooms they believed to hold valuable goods. seeing the soldiers abandon their weapons in pursuit of loot. Brother Hu finally exhaled in relief, taking a seat in the very spot where Ong Kai once sat. He poured himself a cup of tea from a kettle, savoring it leisurely. Master, this is Ong Kai's residence. It appears deserted, remarked Li Wu as he stepped out a military off-road vehicle parked before a grand courtyard. Emerging from the ranks of over 100 soldiers surrounding the courtyard was a soldier clad in the uniform of a company commander, who approached Li Wu to report. Send someone inside to conduct a search. Understood, Master, the commander replied, turning to instruct the soldiers to charge into the courtyard. Master, there's a situation. You must come and see. The commander rushed back out 2 minutes later, urgency etched on his face as he addressed Li Wu. A situation? Li Wu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself before making his way into the courtyard without hesitation. You must be General Li Wu. Greetings. I am Yu Hu. Noticing the distinguished young man entering alongside the leading commander, Yu Hu, with a broad smile, stepped forward to extend a greeting. Who is he? Li Wu, ignoring Yu Hu's cheerful demeanor, inquired of the commander beside him. He killed Ong Kai, the commander replied, his gaze shifting to the cold corpse on the ground, marked by a small hole in its forehead. This is Ong Kai. He died so easily? Li Wu frowned, half speaking to himself, half questioning the commander. Yes, he is Ong Kai, and I am the one who killed him. Yu Hu interjected, undeterred by Li Wu's disregard, eager to take credit for the deed. Slap. Who permitted you to kill him? Li Wu's hand struck Yu Hu's face with force, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity as he glared at Yu Hu. This. Zhao Yi. Stunned by the sudden blow, Yu Hu was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend why Li Wu had struck him. You have killed him. Where shall I find his money? Li Wu asked coldly once more. General Li Wu, I am aware of this matter. Upon hearing that Li Wu was unable to acquire the treasures of Ong Kai, Yu Hu struck himself across the face and hastily spoke up. You know, where? Beneath this grand estate lies a basement where Ong Kai has established a hidden treasury, Yu Hu replied candidly. Do you know the password to this treasury? Li Wu inquired coldly. I do not know, but I am confident that this will pose no challenge to General Li Wu. Yu Hu responded with an ingratiating smile. Lead the way. Third brother, what is the meaning of this? In the opulent surroundings of Jibaishan Villa, Xiang Yin Wu disembarked the vehicle, his demeanor fraught with distress. A middle-aged man, resembling Xiang Yin Wu, approached him urgently. Fourth brother, Zonglong and Wohu villas have been utterly destroyed, and I cannot reach second brother. Xiang Yin Wu replied wearily to the newcomer. What? Third brother, are you jesting? Isn't General Ong safeguarding Zonglong and Wohu villas? How can anything go awry? The middle-aged man asked. Astonished. We were bombarded. Zonglong and Wohu villas have been reduced to ashes. As for Ong Kai, he is likely struggling for his own survival, Xiang Yinwu remarked disdainfully. Who could possibly threaten even Ong Kai's safety? Could it be other warlords? Does this mean our Xiang family is also caught in the turmoil? The middle-aged man's expression mirrored his confusion. I am not entirely clear on the specifics, but from what I gathered from eldest brother, these individuals are targeting our Xiang family, Xiang Yinwu said, frowning in deep contemplation. How can this be? Our Xiang family merely engages in business in Yushur country and has provided ample benefits to the local warlords. It is impossible for us to be in conflict with them. As for the Dragon Kingdom, which family possesses the audacity to extend their influence here? Who could wield such power? The middle-aged man echoed Xiang Yinwu's bewilderment. Fourth brother, do not concern yourself with this now. Contact fifth brother and have him come to you. This place is no longer safe. We must consult with Min Kai Lai and prepare accordingly. Understood, third brother. I will reach out to fifth brother immediately. The middle-aged man pulled out his phone and began dialing. In Zhaoan County, within a lavishly furnished estate, a tall, dark-skinned bald man furrowed his brow as he listened to his subordinate's report. General Min, Ong Kai is finished. Over 8,000 soldiers have perished, scattered, and defeated. This is a complete annihilation. How could such a large force succumb without a hint of resistance in just one day? Min Kai Lai murmured, his eyes reflecting fear. These individuals are undoubtedly formidable. Were they not seeking trouble with the Xiang family? I personally delivered the Xiang family members to him. Surely, Li Wu would not dare to retaliate against me. Min Kai Lai addressed the reporting officer. General, the Jucai and Jubao villas yield us tens of billions annually. Without this revenue, we cannot sustain an army of over 10,000. Wealth may be regained once lost, yet a life extinguished leaves one with nothing. Amidst the valiant ranks of Ong Kai's 8,000 strong army, they find themselves unable to muster even a semblance of resistance against their adversaries. Though our numbers have swelled by several thousand soldiers, what difference does it truly make? If we are unwilling to part with these two estates, our fate shall not be markedly better than that of An Kai, lamented Min Kai Lai with a furrowed brow. Ah, indeed, that holds truth. General Min, the Xiong family seeks an audience. Xiang Yanwu, Xiang Yanwen, and Xiang Yanbao are at the door. A servant entered, head bowed, to relay the message to Min Kai Lai. What? Members of the Xiong family? Huh, how fortuitous, for they have walked willingly into the snare. This will save me considerable effort. Allow them to enter. Min Kai Lai initially murmured in surprise, before his countenance transformed into one of delight as he commanded the servant. Chapter 240. Playing the fool hee, Brother Yanwen, Brother Yanbao. And this must be Brother Yanwu, right? It has been several years since I last saw you. What a rare visit. Upon seeing the three men enter with the servant, Min Kai Lai stood up with a hearty laugh, extending his greetings to Yanwen, Yanbao, and Yanwu. General Min, my brothers and I have come today to discuss an urgent matter with you, Yanwen stated directly, eschewing any formalities. What matter could be so pressing? Min Kai Lai inquired. Brother Yanwen, let us postpone such discussions for later. Allow me to arrange some food and drink. We can converse over a glass or two. He patted Yanwen on the shoulder, his demeanor cordial. General Min, I truly have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Yanwen insisted, his expression betraying his anxiety. Brother Yanwen, do you look down upon me, Min Kai Lai? You refuse even a single drink with me? Min Kai Lai retracted his hand from Yanwen's shoulder, placing both behind his back, his face darkening with displeasure. General Min, this is not. Yanwen stammered, sensing the shift in Min Kai Lai's mood. Panic welled within him, for he understood that he was in the presence of a ruthless warlord, a man unflinching in the face of violence. In comparison, Yanwen, who might be considered merciless among ordinary folk, felt utterly insignificant. Offending this man, especially on his own turf, could lead to dire consequences. Though he usually prided himself on his tact, this pressing situation had rendered him somewhat flustered. My fourth brother may be a bit anxious and has acted inappropriately. I hope General Min will not take offense, Yanwu interjected, noticing Yanwen's flustered state. At that moment, Yanwu found the situation peculiar. His fourth brother was not entirely unfamiliar with Min Kai Lai. He had long managed the Jabatian Manor in the Jadestone Kingdom, and Min Kai Lai, as the local warlord, had interacted with him on numerous occasions. They were familiar enough that it seemed odd for Min Kai Lai to be so irate simply because Yanwen wished to address business matters first. This reaction struck Yanwu as strange, causing a flicker of unease within him. I was merely jesting with Brother Yanwen. Given our friendship, how could I possibly be angry? You worry too much, Brother Yanwu. Min Kai Lai's demeanor shifted like a master of disguise, his previously grim expression replaced by a broad smile. General Min is truly humorous. It is I who lack a sense of humor. I shall certainly punish myself with 3 cups later, Yanwu responded with a smile. Excellent. It has been years since we last met. Brother Yanwu remains as generous as ever. Bring forth the wine and food. Min Kai Lai exchanged pleasantries with Yanwu before calling out to the servant. Brother Yanwu, Brother Yanwen, Brother Yanbao, what is this wine fare? After a brief interval, Min Kai Lai and the 3 brothers found themselves seated at a table laden with exquisite dishes and fine wine. Raising his glass, Min Kai Lai drank deeply, observing the Yin brothers doing the same before he cheerfully initiated conversation. It is indeed a natural sentiment. General Min's exquisite wine is undoubtedly the finest I have ever tasted. With one hand holding a wine glass and the other giving a thumbs up, Xiang Yanwu praised Min Kai Lai. Indeed, General Min's wine can be hailed as a divine nectar. I consider myself fortunate to partake in such a delightful beverage. Third brother, fourth brother speaks truthfully. This remarkable wine is a rarity on earth, as it is said to be found only in the heavens. To have the fortune of savoring it today is truly a stroke of luck. Are the 3 of you speaking sincerely? Min Kai Lai inquired, leaning forward with both hands propped on the table, scanning the faces of the Xiong brothers. Indeed, it is true. Not a word of falsehood can be found here. We would never dare deceive General Min, alas. This wine was merely purchased for 9 yuan per jean from the market. How is it that you 3 brothers can perceive it as divine nectar? Could it be that my palate has erred? Min Kai Lai remarked with a playful smile. Of this. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, speechless in response to Min Kai Lai's words. Do not mind my brother's amusement. Recently, a new force has emerged in Ruifeng County, led by someone named Li Wu. I am still uncertain of the full extent of their strength, but their ability to vanquish Huang Chao, who commands 6,000 troops, indicates they should not be underestimated. Thus, I have been preparing, acquiring advanced equipment, and planning to expand my ranks to guard against this Li Wu. The equipment has arrived, yet I am still short on the final payment, which has delayed my ability to retrieve it. I have been frugally saving, neglecting my brothers, and I hope for your understanding, Min Kailai admitted with a hint of shame. If Xiang Tinglong were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly find Min Kailai's words strikingly familiar. This clumsy act of feigned poverty mirrored his previous dealings with Chu Jiang and Sun Xiaochuan, yet now was being directed at the Xiang family. Ruifeng County? Li Wu, murmured Xiang Yinwu to himself. He had previously heard Xiang Tinglong mention that the aggressors were from the Li family, and now this newly emerged Li Wu, sharing the same surname, seemed to be the one attacking their family. Brother Yinwu, do you happen to know Li Wu? Min Kailai feigned surprise as he inquired. No, I do not know him. General Min may be unaware of a pertinent matter, Xiang Yinwu replied, denying any acquaintance with Li Wu. What matter? Ankai has been attacked, and over 4,000 soldiers stationed in Fengzi County have been completely annihilated. Even our Xiang family's hidden estates have come under bombardment, Xiang Yinwu said with a tone of bitterness. Oh, how is this possible? Such a thing cannot be true, Min Kailai exclaimed, standing in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. This matter is undeniably true. Even my second brother, Xiang Tingu, has gone missing, and it appears that his fate is grim. Thus, the three of us have come to General Min to issue a warning to exercise utmost caution. Xiang Yinwu spoke with a pained expression as he mentioned the inability to contact Xiang Tingu. Fengzi County borders Ruifeng County, and it is undoubtedly the work of the ambitious Li Wu, as I had suspected all along, Min Kailai asserted with conviction. However, dear Yinwu, while I can comprehend Li Wu's attack on Ankai, I fail to understand why he would target your Xiang family's Songlong Woa Mountain Villa. This seems rather unwarranted, does it not? They have seized Fengzi County, and the existence of these two villas should pose no threat to them. Can you shed light on this, dear Yinwu? This I am also at a loss. Xiang Yinwu hesitated momentarily, feigning ignorance. If he were to disclose that Li Wu was indeed after the Xiang family, Min Kailai would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to extort him for a considerable sum. He was not foolish enough to reveal such information. Li Wu has the capability to effortlessly annihilate Ankai's 4,000 men, a strength I believe I cannot contend with. Furthermore, the newly acquired equipment lacks the necessary subsequent funding, rendering it temporarily inaccessible. What shall we do if they come for us? Min Kailai expressed his anxiety, pacing back and forth. Upon witnessing Min Kailai's distress, Xiang Yinwu began to grasp the situation. Was this a plea for funds from the Xiang family? Could it be that he has discerned Li Wu's intentions towards the Xiang household? General, I have an urgent report. Just as Xiang Yinwu was lost in contemplation, a soldier rushed in, addressing Min Kailai urgently. Do you not see that I am dining with esteemed guests? Get out, Min Kailai retorted sharply. Chapter 241. Trouble? Then let us eliminate it, General. There is urgent military intelligence to report, a soldier said, his face reflecting his unease. What is it? Speak quickly, Min Kailai urged, furrowing his brow at the soldier's announcement of critical news. General Ong Kai. With Min Kailai's consent, the soldier stepped closer, bowing his head to whisper. What? Anyin County has fallen? Ong Kai's fate is uncertain? Min Kailai exclaimed in shock, echoing the soldier's report. How long had it been since Ong Kai had called him? And now it was all over? Though he had anticipated Ong Kai's defeat, he never envisioned it would come so swiftly and so devastatingly. 2 counties lost within a single day. Ong Kai commanded over 8,000 soldiers, hardly an insignificant force. Yes, General, this is the latest information we have received. Anyin County was subjected to fierce shelling, resulting in heavy casualties among Ong Kai's 4,000 troops, and his fate remains unknown. All right, I understand. You may leave, Min Kailai said darkly, waving his hand to dismiss the soldier. Brothers, did you hear that? Min Kailai addressed the 3 members of the Xiang family, his face clouded with worry. Li Wu's strength is truly terrifying. He has obliterated Ong Kai in a single day. If I cannot secure that batch of equipment, I would stand no chance against Li Wu. Perhaps I should consider surrendering to him. Absolutely not. Xiang Yinwu interjected urgently as soon as Min Kailai finished speaking. Why not? I harbor no deep-seated enmity with Li Wu. Knowing I cannot defeat him, why should I not surrender? Do the Xiang family wish for me to meet my demise? Min Kailai's expression grew increasingly furious as he directed his gaze at Xiang Yinwu. General Min, you have misunderstood me. The Xiang family has been cooperating with you for many years. Our relationship is one of mutual reliance. How could we desire for you to perish? Xiang Yinwu hastily clarified upon seeing Min Cailai's rising anger. Then, pray tell, why should we not surrender? General Min, Li Wu has already eliminated Huang Chao and now on Kai. His ambitions are evidently vast. Even if you were to consider surrendering, he may not accept it. And if he does, he would undoubtedly strip you of your military authority. Listening to Xiang Yinwu's explanation, Min Cailai knitted his brows in concern, a genuine unease creeping into his heart. Li Wu's power was indeed overwhelming. General Min, the Xiang family has collaborated with you for over a decade, maintaining a harmonious partnership. We are more than willing to continue this alliance. We do not trust Li Wu, so the Xiang family is prepared to support you wholeheartedly. Xiang Yinwu continued as he noticed Min Cailai lost in thought. Oh, and how does the Xiang family intend to support me? Min Cailai, now excited, pushed aside his earlier worries, eager to hear the proposal. General Min, may I inquire how much you require for that batch of weapons? Are you suggesting that the Xiang family is willing to finance the purchase of those weapons for me? Indeed, Xiang Yinwu nodded affirmatively. Very well. The Xiang family is truly my good friend. Under such circumstances, I shall not hold back. A mere 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. Just that amount will grant me possession of that arsenal. What? 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins? Xiang Yinwu, along with his brothers Xiang Yinwen and Xiang Yinbao, exclaimed in unison, their shock palpable. General Min, are you certain you have not misspoken? What weapon could possibly demand such a sum? After exchanging glances with his brothers, Xiang Yinwu turned to Min Cailai once more for clarification. Tanks, artillery, missiles coupled with the need to augment our troop strength. You are aware that acquiring such heavy equipment is no simple task. Sometimes, even with ample wealth, one cannot procure tanks. This time, I have managed to connect with a formidable arms dealer, which is why I have managed to acquire some. Thus 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins is barely sufficient, Min Cailai explained. General Min, if we obtain these armaments, do you have confidence in dealing with that Li Wu? After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yinwu bit his lip and asked, naturally, with these weapons at my disposal, I will ensure that Li Wu is utterly defeated. Min Cailai replied, brimming with confidence. Very well, I shall call my elder brother at once. With that, Xiang Yinwu stepped aside, retrieving his phone to make the call. Eldest brother, General Min requires 10 billion, claiming he can assist us in eliminating Li Wu. As soon as the call connected, Xiang Yinwu spoke eagerly. What? Min Cailai wants 10 billion? Upon hearing this, Xiang Tinglong was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Onkai had also demanded a similar sum from him. Is this money so easily acquired? Are they all attempting to exploit me? Eldest brother, Onkai has met a dire fate. Anyang County has fallen, with over 8,000 soldiers either killed or wounded, and Onkai's own fate is uncertain. Currently, the only one who can aid us against Li Wu is General Min. If our Zhaojin wealthy mountain villa is destroyed, our losses will be even greater, and furthermore, we have been unable to contact second brother. He may be in grave peril. We must avenge this grievance, grant the funds. What? Onkai's fate is unknown. We cannot reach the second brother. The voice on the other end was filled with shock and fury as Xiang Tinglong responded. Yes, eldest brother, our family has never endured such losses. If we do not avenge this, the Xiang family will become a laughingstock. Very well, I will agree to Min Cailai's terms. I shall transfer the funds to his account immediately and ensure he eliminates Li Wu for me, Xiang Tinglong declared vehemently. Yinwu, how did it go? Min Cailai asked eagerly as Xiang Yinwu returned after ending the call. Eldest brother has agreed. The funds will be sent shortly. Excellent. With the support of the Xiang family. What do I have to fear? Min Cailai laughed heartily. Come, Yinwu. We had discussed so much, yet the meal remains untouched. Let us eat without delay. After his jovial outburst, Min Cailai graciously ushered Xiang Yinwu back to the dining table. Moments later, a servant hastily approached Min Cailai, whispering something into her ear. In an instant, the radiant smile that adorned her face transformed into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! The Xiang family truly possesses great generosity. I have received the funds. Brother Yinwu, enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters. General Min, please proceed. Yinwu Xiang replied politely, though he found Min Cailai's behavior rather peculiar. Come here. Min Cailai, stepping out of the reception room, suppressed her smile and commanded a soldier clad in military uniform who stood nearby. Send someone to keep watch on Anyang County. Should Li Wu launch an attack, do not confront him directly. Raise the white flag immediately and send someone to negotiate, stating that I have a grand gift to present. As the soldier approached, Min Cailai reiterated her orders. Understood, General. With that, the soldier jogged out the door. In the grand estate where Onkai resided in Anyang County, Li Wu led the way, flanked by several soldiers, while Yu Hu brought up the rear. Master, Ong Kai is indeed wealthy. With gold and cash combined, it must amount to nearly 10 billion, remarked a soldier in a platoon leader's uniform, excitement evident in his voice. Look at you, so, Navi, it's merely 10 billion. When has the Li family ever been short of funds? It's hardly worth mentioning, Li Wu replied nonchalantly. Indeed, for us, money is but a mere string of numbers. By the way, what shall we do about Yu Hu? This man was capable of killing Ong Kai and is undoubtedly ruthless. Keeping him with us could lead to complications. The platoon leader voiced his concerns in a hushed tone. Complications? Then we shall eliminate him, Li Wu stated without a hint of hesitation. Yu Hu, trailing behind, overheard Li Wu's unguarded words, and his complexion instantly paled, realizing that his life was in jeopardy. What do you intend to do? Let go of me. You cannot do this. I killed Ong Kai and led you to the hidden treasury. I have done you a service. You cannot kill me. The soldiers at the rear, having heard Li Wu's declaration, swiftly subdued the now panicked Yu Hu. Chapter 242. A pleasant surprise, Humph. You need not lift a finger. Killing Yu Hu is as effortless for us as breathing. Finding the hidden treasury is equally simple. Your presence among the Li family forces is undeniably perilous. I shall now send you on your way. The company commander approached Yu Hu, drawing his pistol and aiming it at him with a frosty demeanor. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. Generally, how can you treat a loyal servant in such a manner? Who will dare to serve you in the future? Are you not concerned about the morale of your soldiers? Observing the commander had already disengaged the safety on the firearm, Yu Hu trembled, desperately pleading for his life while attempting to evoke sympathy from the other soldiers, foolishly hoping to dissuade Li Wu from executing him. One might argue that such tactics could have slight efficacy with other warlords, but with Li Wu, they bore no weight whatsoever. The soldiers were unwaveringly loyal to Li Ruwei and the Li family forces, and would not harbor any discord with Li Wu over Yu Hu's empty words. Execute him. Li Wu coldly issued the command, disregarding Yu Hu's pleas or attempts at sowing discord. He then turned toward the reception hall of the courtyard. Please, I beg you. Bang! Yu Hu's words were abruptly silenced as the commander unhesitatingly complied with Li Wu's order. A gunshot rang out, and a small hole, akin to that of a peanut, appeared on Yu Hu's forehead, followed by a cascade of crimson blood. Bang! Yu Hu's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, reflecting profound resentment. Drag him away and dispose of the body, the commander ordered, casting a final glance at Yu Hu's corpse to confirm his demise before barking orders to the soldiers behind him, then hastily following in the direction of Li Wu. Let everyone rest for a day in Anyan County. We shall depart tomorrow to destroy the Gathering Wealth Manor. Upon the commander's arrival, Li Wu promptly instructed. Yes, master. The commander replied with a crisp military salute before striding out of the courtyard. It is time to report to the clan leader. Once in the reception hall, Li Wu muttered to himself, retrieving his phone to dial Li Ruwei. Since Li Ruwei assumed the role of clan leader and appointed Li Wu to establish a branch of the Li family in Southeast Asia, Li Wu had ceased referring to him as boss and now addressed him as clan leader. The 20,000 biological soldiers were officially named the Li family forces. Who was the clan leader on the phone with? Perhaps I should wait. Li Wu murmured in confusion, listening to the engaged tone emanating from the device. In Longhua, Chunning County, Li Ruwei had just finished dining with Yin Lingxian when his phone began to ring. Who is calling you? Yin Lingxian inquired with curiosity as she noticed the phone's ringing. Probably someone from the company looking for me. I will take this call outside. Li Ruwei responded with a smile. Regarding these rather gruesome and violent matters, Li Ruwei was reluctant to let Yin Lingxian know too much. Huh, I've never seen you manage anything at the company. Is it because some beauty came looking for you? Yin Lingxian pouted, feigning anger as she inquired. Your guess is astoundingly accurate. Allow me to show you. She is indeed a stunning beauty, Li Ruwei chuckled, teasing Yin Lingxian. I have no interest in that. Hurry up and answer your phone. It will hang up automatically if you don't. Yin Lingxian rolled her eyes at Li Ruwei and stated. She felt utterly secure about him. If it were any other man with Li Ruwei's wealth, he would have long been unfaithful, indulging in affairs rather than waiting until now, let alone reuniting after 3 years apart. Thus, she had complete trust in her reclaimed boyfriend. Li Ruwei's reluctance to share things with her undoubtedly had its reasons. Even though he loved her dearly, she understood that as a woman, especially one involved with such a successful man, one must navigate relationships with prudence. Otherwise, various issues would inevitably arise over time. All right, I'll go answer the call, Li Ruwei responded to Yin Lingxian's reminder. suddenly recalling that the phone had been ringing for quite some time and would soon hang up if he did not pick it up. He quickly exchanged a few words with Yin Lingxian before turning towards the door. Zhao Yi, what is the matter? After taking a few steps, Li Rui pressed the answer button, placing the phone beside his face as he walked. Boss, and Yi has obtained a damning piece of evidence against Xiang Tinglong. A damning piece of evidence? What is it? Li Rui, intrigued by Zhao Yi's reply, felt a surge of interest. The conflict between the Li family and the Xiang family was now in full swing, and he was keen on any method to eliminate Xiang Tinglong. However, considering the complexities of Long Country and the stature of Xiang Tinglong, he preferred to avoid direct and crude methods such as hiring assassins, which could cause significant repercussions from above. Unless absolutely necessary, Li Rui wished to explore alternative, more refined approaches to deal with Xiang Tinglong. After An Yi had completed his mission, he had been monitoring the Xiang family and inadvertently discovered that Xiang Tinglong had sent people to pursue sons Xiaochuan and Chu Jiang. Upon learning that Chu Jiang possessed evidence of Xiang Tinglong's murderous intentions, he intervened to save Chu Jiang, subsequently acquiring evidence of Xiang Tinglong's heinous crimes against several young girls, which led to their deaths. With such evidence, Xiang Tinglong was doomed. Hee, what a delightful surprise. It seems fate is against Xiang Tinglong, Li Rui exclaimed with laughter upon hearing Zhao Yi's account. Boss, when Chu Jiang provided the evidence, he warned An Yi that it should not be directly handed over to the authorities in Modu. According to him, the Xiang family has connections there. What do you think we should do? Connections? I would find it strange if they didn't have any. It is not surprising to me that the Xiang family has their own ties in Modu. How could such a prominent family, thriving in both legitimate and illicit spheres, lack connections? Contact Xiao Tsong. These hackers should certainly be stirred to action. The 10 skilled hackers, previously acquired to assist the 2 brothers in the dormitory, have been idly languishing since their return to the country. Bored, they have joined the Tungfei group as cybersecurity personnel. Li Rui believes they are likely quite restless and would be eager to engage in some tasks of their own accord. Boss, do you mean to publish all this evidence online? Zhao Yi inquired hesitantly. Is that truly wise? Might it not escalate the situation beyond control? Can you find trustworthy officials? Li Rui countered with a question of his own. Perhaps we could approach Mayor Ning Guoyang. His father, Ning Kangyan, and their family are quite formidable, Zhao Yi suggested. Chapter 243. House arrest. The rapport between Ning Guoyang and myself was relatively amicable. However, one might question whether the Ning family would wade into murky waters on my behalf. My esteemed boss, you may not be aware, but while the Ning family indeed holds considerable influence within the political arena, they still fall short of being a truly top-tier political family. The Ning family aims to bolster County Chief Ning Guoyang's political achievements, which would position him favorably to vie for one of the 9 elder positions in the future. The pivotal element in Ning Guoyang's accumulation of accomplishments is, in fact, your flourishing enterprise, the Tungfei Group. Thus, as long as Ning Guoyang requires political capital, the Ning and Li families will remain allies, sharing both fortune and misfortune. Therefore, should you, my boss, make a request, the Ning family will certainly extend their support. Zhao Yi, responsible for gathering intelligence on Li Rui and managing the informants, remained diligent, amassing all pertinent information related to the Li family and Li Rui, even in the absence of direct orders. With intimate knowledge of the Ning family's background and their stance towards the Li family, he confidently conveyed his insights to Li Rui. Let us not involve the Ning family in this matter. Allow Xiao Tsong to handle it. I do not fear the situation escalating. Rather, I fear it not escalating at all. After reflecting on Zhao Yi's analysis for a moment, Li Rui declined the suggestion to enlist the Ning family's assistance in dealing with the evidence concerning Xiang Tinglong's murder. Li Rui believed that if the Ning family were to intervene, the conflict between the Li and Xiang families would be thrust into the open, potentially exposing many unsavory tactics. While it might be impossible to directly link the Li family to any wrongdoing, the scrutiny from higher authorities could prompt them to monitor the Li family more closely, a scenario Li Rui wished to avoid. He understood that the approach taken by those in power would differ significantly depending on whether matters remained concealed or were brought to light. Understood, boss, Zhao Yi responded, acknowledging Li Rui's decision to have the hackers manage the evidence without further comment. After hanging up, Li Rui intended to seek out Yin Lingxian, but noticed a missed call from Li Wu. Just as he prepared to return the call, Li Wu's phone rang in again. Patriarch, the Canglong Wohu villa has been reduced to rubble, Li Wu eagerly reported as soon as the line connected. Ah, splendid. What are the brothers' losses? Li Rue exclaimed with delight upon hearing that the Xiong family's 2 estates had been utterly annihilated. After his laughter subsided, he inquired about the casualties among the Li family army. Although the Li family army comprised beings from the system, they were still flesh and blood, and Li Rue had always regarded them as family, naturally desiring to minimize their losses. We have eliminated over 7,000 enemy soldiers and captured over 1,000. We sustained a few light injuries, but tragically, 3 were shot with black firearms and did not survive, Li Wu reported to Li Rue with frankness. 3 dead? Li Rue asked, his voice heavy with concern. Indeed, Chief, they're all warriors. To die on the battlefield is their most honorable fate. To perish for the Li family is a glory unparalleled. They have met their end with pride, and there is no need for you to be sorrowful, Li Wu said, observing Li Rue's somber demeanor and attempting to console him. You speak the truth. In war, death is inevitable. You have already done remarkably well. Li Wu, I must assign you a task. Chief, please go ahead, Li Wu replied. I want you to construct a cemetery where all the soldiers of the Li family who fall in battle shall be interred. I wish for future generations of the Li family to pay their respects annually. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed, Li Wu affirmed. The following morning, within the courtyard of Min Kai Lai, the 3 brothers, Xiang Yanwu, Xiang Yanwen, and Xiang Yanbao, gathered in a room, their expressions grim as they whispered amongst themselves. 4th brother, 5th brother, I have an unsettling feeling about this situation, Xiang Yanwu remarked, furrowing his brow as he addressed Xiang Yanwen and Xiang Yanbao. Brother 3, do you share this sentiment? I too find it peculiar. Yesterday, Min Kailai insisted we stay in his courtyard, which struck me as rather strange. Is there a need for such hospitality? Xiang Yanwen pondered, confusion etched on his face. Could it be that our Xiang family's generous donation of 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins is the reason for his courteousness? Xiang Yanbao chimed in, eager to voice his own speculation. Absolutely not. Observe the people outside. Something is amiss. Why are there so many armed guards in this courtyard? When we arrived yesterday, there were only about 10 armed guards, yet now there must be at least 100, Xiang Yanwu countered, gesturing for Xiang Yanbao to approach the window and take in the scene. Brother 3, you are right. It is indeed as you say. There are not less than 80, if not 100. What on earth does Min Kailai intend to do? Xiang Yanbao stammered, his lips trembling as he spoke. 4th brother, test the waters with them, Xiang Yanwu instructed, pausing to contemplate before turning to Xiang Yanwen. All right, I shall go now, Xiang Yanwen replied, rising to head towards the door. Stop. Where do you think you're going? A soldier stationed at the door blocked Xiang Yanwen's exit as he opened it. I'm just stepping out to buy something, Xiang Yanwen said with a smile. The general has issued orders. There is an urgent military matter, and no one is permitted to leave, the soldier replied coldly. I am a distinguished guest of your general. Am I not allowed to step out for a moment? Xiang Yanwen's smile faded, his expression turning sour. Without the general's command, no one is allowed to leave. Return inside, the soldier stated, showing no sign of yielding as he aimed his weapon at Xiang Yanwen, his demeanor impassive. You. Xiang Yanwen felt a wave of frustration at the insolence of a mere soldier, but recognizing the threat posed by the weapon, he reluctantly retreated back into the room. Brother San, the situation is truly amiss. Min Kailai has effectively confined us. He hastily returned to Xiang Yanwen's side and urgently spoke to Xiang Yanwu. I've seen it all. Damn it. Min Kailai is terrified of Li Wu. He must have realized that Li Wu is coming for the Xiang family. He intends to hand us over. Upon finishing his sentence, Xiang Yanwu, consumed by rage, forcefully kicked a nearby chair across the room. Min Kailai has extorted us of 10 billion, and yet he dares to consider betraying us? How could he presume to act like this? Xiang Yanwen, after hearing Xiang Yanwu's conjecture, responded with skepticism. Humph. What does he have to fear? Even if he did hand us over, what could we of the Xiang family possibly do to him? I should have foreseen this. Damn Min Kailai. Xiang Yanwu exclaimed furiously. Brother San, what should we do now? If we fall into Li Wu's hands, he won't kill us, will he? Xiang Yanbao asked, his eyes betraying his apprehension. You ask me, and I ask whom? Damn it. Where did this Li family and Li Wu come from? What deep-seated enmity do they hold against the Xiang family? This matter requires a call to elder brother for clarification, Xiang Yanwu muttered to himself. A look of frustration etched on his face. Chapter 244. Are you truly resolute? Then quickly call our elder brother. If necessary, we can offer more money to Min Kailai. We absolutely cannot allow ourselves to be handed over, Xiang Yin said anxiously to Yin Bao. All right, I shall call him right away. With that, Xiang Yin retrieved his phone and dialed Xiang Tinglong. Third brother, why are you calling me so early? Is there an urgent matter? Upon answering, Xiang Yanlong's voice resonated with concern. At this moment, Xiang Yanlong genuinely felt the looming threat from the Li family. After exchanging harsh words with Li Ruifeng, he had done nothing yet the adversary had already destroyed 2 of his prized mountain villas. The display of strength from the Li family had instilled in him a profound sense of peril, and he was gravely worried about the safety of his 3 brothers in the Jade Stone country. Elder brother, Min Kailai has us under house arrest. Something feels amiss. He likely intends to hand us over to Li Wu. Xiang Yan's voice was solemn. What? Third brother, are you jesting? Just yesterday, I provided Min Kailai with 10 billion. How could he act in this manner? Get lost. Damn it. Hearing Xiang Yanlong's furious outburst and the sound of shattered teacups on the other end, Xiang Yan shook his head, reflecting on the naivety of both himself and his elder brother. Who is Min Kailai? A ruthless warlord who would not hesitate to take a life. For money, he would stop at nothing. Not only could he seize the 10 billion and hand over his brothers, but he might also evade the impending conflict with Li Wu. If he were in Min Kailai's position, he would undoubtedly do the same. Elder brother, what should we do? As he listened to Xiang Yanlong's incessant invective and the sound of items being thrown, Xiang Yan could no longer wait and directly inquired. I will call Min Kailai. After a moment of silence, Xiang Yanlong replied. Now, with his 3 brothers on foreign territory, what could Xiang Yanlong possibly do? Even though he was one of the underground overlords of Modu, it mattered little in the face of a warlord abroad. Fortunately, he still held a trump card, offering a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the same estate, Min Kailai had risen early, fully aware that today was pivotal for his life and death. His nerves were taut, rendering sleep impossible. What is the situation? Has Li Wu initiated an assault? Min Kailai, his brow furrowed with worry, had just taken a sip of tea when a soldier rushed in. He hastily set down his cup and anxiously addressed the soldier. General, reports indicate that Li Wu's forces have mobilized and are now only 25 kilometers from Xingyang County. 25 kilometers? Order everyone to refrain from resistance. All frontline troops are to raise white flags and dispatch envoys for negotiations immediately, Min Kailai commanded, pondering the soldier's words for a moment before gritting his teeth to issue the orders. General, is this truly necessary? If this gets out, we will become the laughingstock of other generals. The soldier heard Min Kail's order forbidding any resistance and demanding that all troops raise white flags. Was this tantamount to surrender? After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. Humph, who do you think you are to instruct me? Min Kail shot the soldier a fierce glare and retorted, General, I am merely considering your reputation, the soldier replied, looking quite aggrieved. Is that not why you are a soldier, and I am a general? The casualties among Ong Kai's forces, numbering over 8,000, were nearly devastating. Do you even know the extent of the enemy's losses? Seeing the soldier's defensiveness, Min Kail softened his tone slightly and posed a rhetorical question, feigning profundity. I don't know, but I estimate at least 1,000 dead or wounded, the soldier cautiously speculated. 1,000? I received news last night that Li Wu annihilated Ong Kai's army of over 8,000 with his own losses being but a handful, many of which were merely minor injuries. The actual fatalities could be counted on one hand. With such terrifying strength, how do you expect me to fight? Do you want to send our brothers to their doom? Min Kail's eyes reflected sheer terror as he spoke. The information he received the previous night had left him utterly shaken. He had only known of Ong Kai's devastating defeat and losses, but was unaware of the minimal casualties suffered by Li Wu. Learning of Li Wu's overwhelming advantage extinguished any thoughts of confrontation. Such power surpassed his own by an order of magnitude. If war were to break out, he would undoubtedly meet a grave fate. He now prayed that Li Wu would accept the offering from Xiang family, sparing his life. Otherwise, surrender was his only option. To have killed 7,000 or 8,000 while sustaining barely a handful of deaths. This, upon hearing Min Kail's words, beads of sweat broke out on the soldier's forehead, and his lips, hands, and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. Quickly convey the orders. All frontline troops are to resist no further, raise the white flags, and send envoys to negotiate, stating that I have a significant gift to present. Hurry. Perceiving the soldier's trembling, Min Kail bellowed. Yes, I will go at once. The soldier replied, swiftly turning to dash toward the exit. Wait. Ensure my contact information is delivered to the envoy. It must reach Li Wu's hands. Upon hearing Min Kail's command, the soldier, who had already taken several steps away, promptly turned back, receiving a note from Min Kail before hastily exiting once more. As Min Kail watched the soldier's retreating figure, his eyes filled with anxiety. Would Li Wu truly spare him? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang, pulling him back to reality. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Xiang Yanlong. Ah, Master Xiang, what brings you to call me so early? Min Kao inquired with feigned ignorance as soon as the call connected. General Min, I have an urgent matter. I wish for my 3 brothers to return to Longhua to handle some affairs. What do you think? Upon answering the phone, Xiang Yanlong immediately addressed the matter at hand. Oh, is there an urgent issue at the Xiang household? Do you require the return of all 3 brothers? If the head of the Xiang family wishes to elaborate, perhaps I may be of assistance. These are merely trivial matters, and it would not be necessary to trouble General Min. I only request that you arrange for my 3 brothers to be taken to the nearest airport to the kingdom of Huilong. Ah, under normal circumstances, such a modest request from the head of the Xiang family would certainly be met with my utmost willingness. However, given the current exceptional circumstances, I regret to inform you that I am unable to guarantee the safety of the 3 brothers from the Xiang family. General Min, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? After hearing Min Cailai's words, Xiang Yanlong was now completely convinced that he intended to imprison his 3 brothers. Recognizing that pleasantries were futile, he directly questioned him in a cold tone. Chapter 245. This gift is insufficient, Patriarch Xiang. What are you saying? Listening to the noticeably accusatory tone of Xiang Yanlong, Min Cailai continued to feign ignorance. General Min, state your demands. What must I do to secure the release of my 3 younger brothers? Xiang Yanlong, suppressing his rising anger at Min Cailai's act, pressed on. Patriarch Xiang, you are indeed generous. You have offered me 1 billion Dragon Country coins, and now intend to support me further? In that case, I shall not be modest. 20 billion coins per person, Min Cailai declared boldly, no longer pretending to be naive upon hearing Xiang Yanlong directly invite him to make demands. That is impossible. I will give you 10 billion. Release them. Xiang Yanlong retorted through gritted teeth. The Xiang family possesses over 200 billion in assets, with no significant liabilities. Surely, extracting a few hundred billion in cash should not pose a problem for you. Are you truly unwilling to part with such a sum? If so, then there is nothing left to discuss, Min Cailai countered. General Min, while it is true that our family has over 200 billion in assets and could indeed retrieve a few hundred billion, this cannot be accomplished instantaneously. Moreover, you must understand that they are merely my brothers, Xiang Yanlong replied. You are indeed the patriarch of the Xiang family, ruthless as ever. Very well. Transfer the 10 billion, and I shall release them. I hope you will honor your word. Otherwise, the Xiang family, even at the cost of our fortune, will support other warlords to eliminate you, Xiang Yanlong threatened, his teeth clenched. Xiang Yanlong, I'm not one to be easily intimidated. Transfer the funds, or prepare to collect the remains of your 3 brothers, Min Cailai stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. After ending the call, Min Cailai stared at the phone screen, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. The Xiang family, while lacking military power in the Jadestone Kingdom, was wealthy. If what Xiang Yanlong asserted were true, that they could muster a few hundred billion to incite other warlords against him, then he would be in grave danger. This posed a significant dilemma. What use is it to ponder so much? I must first navigate the immediate crisis. It is the Xiang brothers who will aid me in overcoming this challenge. What good does excessive worrying do? Min Cailai murmured to himself, shaking his head. Patriarch, we are approximately 15 kilometers from Qingyang County, where Min Cailai is stationed. The 2 estates, gathering wealth and gathering treasures, are located just behind the county. I suspect that Xiang Yinwu, whom we have yet to locate, is also in this vicinity. Inside the off-road vehicle, Li Wu sat in the back seat, attentively listening to a soldier's report from the front passenger seat. The 2nd son of the Xiang family has been utterly obliterated, and it is rumored that the 3rd son has fled. Your guess was correct. Order the artillery battalion to establish a firing position immediately, and all remaining personnel must advance at full speed. We must breach Qingyang County within 2 hours, Li Wu commanded coolly. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. With that, the soldier exited the vehicle and hurried towards a group of officers clad in military attire. Master of the house, news has arrived from the front reconnaissance battalion. Min Cailai's troops have all raised white flags, and someone is approximately 4 kilometers away, brandishing a loudspeaker, claiming to seek negotiations with you. The soldier who had just stepped out of the vehicle hurried back a few minutes later, anxiously reporting to Li Wu. Oh, how intriguing. Min Cailai, you are undoubtedly far more astute than Ong Kai, Li Wu remarked with a hint of surprise and amusement after hearing the soldier's report. Master, what shall we do? Bring him to me. Master, he has been brought here. Moments later, the soldier led a young man dressed in green, trembling slightly and holding a loudspeaker, to the front of Li Wu's vehicle to report. "Speak, what is it?" Li Wu inquired, stepping out of the car, nodding to the soldier, then placing his hands behind him, gazing at the quaking young man who kept his head lowered. "General Li." General Min sends his regards and expresses a desire not to engage in conflict. "He has prepared a generous gift for you," the young man stuttered, gradually lifting his gaze to address Li Wu. "A generous gift, you say? If Min Kailai wishes to surrender unconditionally, then I shall graciously accept this gift." Li Wu retorted with a wry smile, his lips curling into a knowing grin. The young man stood momentarily dumbfounded, unable to respond to Li Wu's demand for Min Kailai's surrender. "What are you still doing here? Do you wish to linger for a meal?" Li Wu prodded. No, General Li, I have General Min's phone number. Perhaps you could," the young man stammered, startled by Li Wu's words, fumbling to retrieve his phone from his pocket and presenting it to Li Wu. "Very well, I shall give him a call. Put your phone away." "I already possess his number," Li Wu replied after a brief contemplation, casting a glance at the young man's device. It was evident that Min Kailai was inclined to soften his stance. The so-called generous gift likely pertained to his family and those two estates. Given his apparent desire to avoid conflict, Li Wu surmised that a civil discussion could be beneficial. After all, avoiding war would be the most favorable outcome, not merely for the lives at stake, but also for the considerable ammunition that would otherwise be squandered, which was distressing enough. Shortly after Min Kailai concluded his call with Xiang Yanlong, he received a remittance of 1 billion. For an ordinary individual, this amount could last a lifetime. It had only thrilled Min Kailai for a fleeting few moments before he fell into a state of anxiety. As he anxiously awaited news from the front, his phone, resting on the table, rang unexpectedly. An unfamiliar number? Could it be Li Wu? Upon seeing the strange number, Min Kailai's eyes brightened, and he murmured to himself, "Hello, is this General Li Wu?" He eagerly inquired as soon as the call connected. "Yes, this is Li Wu. Are you General Min?" "What general? I'm hardly deserving of such a title." "General Li is the true commander," Min Kailai replied with a smile, engaging in pleasantries. "General Min, I hear you intend to present me with a generous gift? Please, do not beat around the bush. I have little time to squander," Li Wu said impatiently, wishing to skip the pleasantries with Min Kailai. "Indeed, there is a significant gift intended for General Li. I have heard whispers of some grievances between General Li and the Xiang family, and I wonder," Min Kailai inquired tentatively. "Ah, a profound enmity," replied General Li. "Though we have yet to meet, I feel an inexplicable kinship with you. If you do not mind, may I address you as brotherly?" "Min General, if there is nothing else, I must take my leave," Li Wu stated coldly, as he sensed Min Kailai's attempts to forge a connection. Wait, General Li. The three brothers of the Xiang family, Xiang Yanwu, Xiang Yanwen, and Xiang Yanbao, are in my custody. If General Li can withdraw his troops, I shall gladly present them to you." Min Kailai hastily interjected as he noticed Li Wu's growing impatience. "With the strength of the Li family army, I can acquire what I desire on my own." "Min Kailai, your so-called gift is insufficient," Li Wu responded dismissively. In a desperate bid to appease him, Min Kailai mentioned, "How about the two estates, Jibaishan and Jutsai Mountain, to be at General Li's disposal?" Upon hearing Li Wu's remarks, Min Kailai's heart sank, realizing that offering the Xiang brothers alone would not satiate his appetite for power. Chapter 246, Show of Strength. General Min. Some matters may be difficult to articulate over the phone. It would be more prudent for us to meet in person and discuss in detail, shall we? After hearing Min Kailai's proposition, Li Wu refrained from responding directly, instead extending an invitation for a face-to-face conversation. "Very well, General Li, please suggest a location." Min Kailai pondered for a moment before replying. "I shall await you 10 miles outside Qingyang County." "Understood. I appreciate your patience, General Li," Min Kailai replied courteously before abruptly ending the call. Alas, it appears this hurdle will not be easily overcome. "Li Wu, are you attempting to showcase your strength?" "Very well. I shall witness the extent of your power," Min Kailai murmured to himself as he sat in his chair, his gaze lowered, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Bring them in." Min Kailai suddenly raised his head, shouting towards the door. "General, what are your orders?" A soldier quickly entered, saluting Min Kailai before inquiring. "Please bring forth our 3 esteemed guests." "Yes, General." "Third brother, what did elder brother say?" As Xiang Yanwen heard Xiang Yanwu hang up the phone, he hastily inquired. "Elder brother has already transferred 10 billion to Min Kailai, and he has agreed to release us." "Let's hope he honors his word," Xiang Yanwu replied, his brow furrowed with concern. At that moment, despite his verbal reassurances to his younger brother, He understood that a warlord like Min Kailai valued only his own interests and was devoid of any sense of trust. They were truly in grave danger. You may come out now. As Xiang Yinwu pondered anxiously, the door was suddenly pushed open with force, and a soldier peered in, addressing the three men. Third brother, does this mean General Min is sending us back to Longhua? Xiang Yinbao exclaimed with excitement. Young brother, where are you taking us? Ignoring Xiang Yinbao's exuberant question, Xiang Yinwu and Xiang Yinwen exchanged worried glances. Xiang Yinwu stepped forward, addressing the soldier. You were called to come out. There is no need for all this idle chatter. The soldier snapped impatiently. You. Xiang Yinwu felt his face flush with anger at the insolence of a mere soldier. Just as he was about to retort, the words caught in his throat. He understood that one must bow their head when under someone else's roof. Otherwise, they would only suffer the consequences. Do you think you still hold the status of the third master of the Xiang family? Let me be frank. Shortly General Min will hand you over to General Li. And you may as well await your demise, the soldier scoffed. What? How could Min Kailai be so deceitful? I demand to see Min Kailai. I must see him. Upon hearing the soldier's words that Min Kailai would surrender them to Li Wu, Xiang Yinwu's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as he ran towards the soldier, shouting frantically, "Get lost!" Bang! Xiang Yinwu cried out in agony, clutching his forehead, which was bruised and bleeding from being struck by the soldier's rifle. Brothers, apprehend them all. The soldiers, witnessing Xiang Yinwu crouched on the ground, clutching his forehead and wailing in agony, let out a cold chuckle and commanded his comrades. You cannot do this. Release me. Xiang Yinwen cried out in terror, struggling violently as two soldiers forcibly restrained his hands behind his back. Take them away, ordered the soldier who had just given the command, as the three Xiang brothers were handcuffed. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the remaining soldiers. Within 2 minutes, over a dozen soldiers escorted the Xiang brothers out of Min Kailai's residence, approaching Min Kailai, who had been waiting for several minutes, to report. Load them onto the vehicle, Min Kailai said, casting a cold glance at the Xiang brothers. General Min, you cannot do this. My elder brother gave you 10 billion long kingdom coins yesterday and remitted another 1 billion today. You cannot treat us this way. Xiang Yinwu protested, straining to lift his head, which was pressed down by the soldiers, and spoke angrily to Min Kailai. Xiang Yinwu, I truly do not know whether you are genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. The money is already in my possession. What gives you the right to expect leniency? To me, you are nothing but useless debris. Disposing of you may even spare me from a war. Why should I not do this? Give me one reason. Min Kailai retorted, slowly walking in front of Xiang Yinwu, gripping his hair and locking eyes with him, smirking coldly. You, Min Kailai, you lack integrity. May you meet a wretched end. Xiang Yinwu shouted vehemently, his eyes blazing crimson. Slap! Dare to utter another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Min Kailai struck Xiang Yinwu's face fiercely, threatening him menacingly. Min Kailai, you! Xiang Yinwen interjected, seeing his brother about to curse again, hastily calling out to him. Third brother. He then shook his head at Xiang Yinwu, who was glaring at him. Get them into the vehicle. Min Kailai commanded the soldiers once he noticed Xiang Yinwu had ceased his curses, and he himself turned to board the vehicle. Master, everything is in place. Just waiting for Min Kailai to arrive. I assure you he will be frightened to the core. A soldier approached Li Wu, wearing a broad smile. This is precisely the effect we desire. If we can intimidate him into surrendering without resistance, why not? Moreover, Min Kailai and his over 10,000 soldiers possess some utility. I have no wish to eliminate them all. Li Wu responded with a faint smile. Master, although Min Kailai has over 10,000 soldiers, they are ultimately a disorganized rabble. Their discipline is lax, and compared to our Li family army, they are as different as heaven and earth. They have no sense of belonging to our Li family army. I fail to see the utility in retaining them, the soldier remarked. We have already occupied 3 counties, with a population nearing 1 million. In the short term, we can serve as peacekeepers ourselves to handle security issues, but in the long run, we will certainly require a dedicated force to manage public order. Not to mention, after we successfully capture Min Kailai, we will inherit the governance of the 3 counties under his control. At that point, we will be responsible for managing a population nearing 2 million. How can we proceed without capable management? Li Wu explained to the puzzled soldiers. Master, do you mean to recruit Min Kailai soldiers as peacekeepers? Could this not pose a risk? A soldier inquired with evident concern after hearing Li Wu's explanation. You yourself have remarked that these individuals are merely a rabble, a disorganized mass wielding weapons. Once we disarm them, Do you believe this rabble can still pose a threat to us? However, without firearms, how shall we address the issue of public safety? Many citizens of Yushur country possess firearms. If anyone dares to use a weapon against our peacekeepers, the Li family army can swiftly intervene. Moreover, you overestimate the loyalty of that disorganized rabble to Min Kai Lai. Chapter 247. Dazzling fireworks. Ultimately, they are merely mercenaries. Those who pay are their masters. When the time comes, we can arrange for the soldiers of the Li family army to lead them, ensuring that all the captains at the grassroots level are our own, leaving no room for rebellion. The head of the family is indeed correct. Listening to Li Wu's narration, the soldiers' eyes sparkled with admiration as they gave him a thumbs up. Master, there are 2 vehicles approaching. They must be Min Sai Lai's. One soldier suddenly reported to Li Wu, having spotted 2 military off-road vehicles approaching from distance. At this moment, who else could possibly come to this location but Min Kai Lai? Hee, I hope you recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to waste some ammunition to reduce you to dust. Li Wu responded to the soldier before muttering to himself as he observed the 2 approaching vehicles. Stop. Step out of the vehicle for inspection. As the 2 off-road vehicles halted several dozen meters away from Li Wu, a dozen soldiers swiftly approached and shouted, "Everyone, I am here to discuss matters with General Li. I am unarmed," Min Kai Lai declared calmly as he stepped out of the vehicle, arms outstretched in a gesture of peace. Min Kai Lai, to be honest, I find myself somewhat impressed by your audacity. Are you not afraid that I might take this opportunity to eliminate you? Li Wu bellowed with laughter, addressing Min Kai Lai. General Li, you are a person of great capability, and I trust you would not stoop to such actions. Min Kai Lai replied, chuckling in return. Let him approach, Li Wu commanded after scrutinizing Min Kai Lai for a moment, addressing the soldiers. General Li, if you could kindly wait a moment, the grand gift I promised you is still in the vehicle behind. Min Kai Lai spoke again as Li Wu's soldiers stepped aside. Bring down the Xiang brothers. Min Kai Lai instructed a soldier who had exited the passenger seat after Li Wu nodded in agreement. Yes, General. General Li. These 3 individuals are Xiang Yanwu, Xiang Yanwen, and Xiang Yanbao. Today, I am personally delivering them to you, Min Kai Lai stated as he approached Li Wu, flanked by 3 soldiers who were escorting the handcuffed trio. I was under the impression that the Xiang family possessed extraordinary abilities to dare confront the clan leader. Do they not know the meaning of peril? Li Wu remarked disdainfully as he surveyed the disheveled Xiang brothers. Are you Li Wu? What grievance does my family have with yours that warrants such treatment? Xiang Yanwu, hearing Li Wu's mockery, struggled to lift his head defiantly and asked in anger. It appears we have a fool among us. Why not inquire with Xiang Yanlong? Daring to covet the Li family? Such ignorance. Li Wu retorted before delivering a powerful kick to Xiang Yanwu's abdomen. Bang! Xiang Yanwu was sent flying by the force of Li Wu's kick, tumbling to the ground along with the soldier who had been holding him. As a formidable Min Kai Lai witnessed Li Wu's powerful kick, sending Xiang Yanwu flying several meters. He could not help but exclaim in shock, uttering profanities. This was a man weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, yet he was propelled away with a mere kick. Was Li Wu even human? Third brother, are you all right? Xiang Yanwen, upon seeing his brother hurled to the ground in agony, struggled to free himself from the soldier's grasp and hurried to Xiang Yanwu's side, crouching down beside him, his anxiety palpable. Damn it, you're courting death. The soldier who had been restraining Xiang Yanwen, fearing Min Sai Lai's wrath, picked up a stone from the ground in a mix of fear and anger and charged towards Xiang Yanwen. Stop! Both Min Kai Lai and Li Wu shouted in unison. You insolent fool. This is a gift I prepared for your general. Who do you think you are to intervene? Min Kai Lai retorted as he stepped forward to confront the soldier, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Yes, General, my apologies, the soldier whimpered, holding his cheek marked by 5 distinct fingerprints, bowing his head in trembling submission. We shall settle this later. General Li, I apologize for my lack of discipline. Min Kai Lai huffed at the soldier before turning to Li Wu with a conciliatory smile. Someone, take these 3 away, Li Wu commanded, ignoring Min Sai Lai's attempt at placation and addressing his soldiers from the Li family. Yes, master, the soldiers responded, moving to apprehend the 3 brothers of the Xiang family, who were either lying, crouching, or standing, and began escorting them away. General Min, are you suggesting that I can dispose of the 2 estates, gathering wealth and gathering treasure? At my discretion? After the soldiers had taken the Xiang brothers, Li Wu turned his attention back to Min Kai Lai, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, those 2 estates rightfully belong to the Xiang family, and since they have offended General Li, It is only natural for you to handle them as you see fit. Min Kailai replied without a moment's hesitation. Very well, General Min. Your generosity is commendable. May I invite you to enjoy a splendid view? Li Wu proposed, producing a telescope and offering it to Min Kailai. Ah, very well, I shall take a look at the magnificent view you speak of, Min Kailai stammered, momentarily taken aback before accepting the telescope with a forced smile. General Min, please look over here, Li Wu gestured, pointing towards the distance as he stood aside, encouraging Min Kailai to gaze through the telescope in the direction he indicated. Ah, this. Min Kailai, following Li Wu's direction, lifted the telescope to his eyes and peered into the distance. In an instant, a gasp escaped him as he struggled to articulate his astonishment. It was no wonder that a warlord like Min Kailai was so flustered. What appeared in his view was nothing short of staggering. A dense array of tanks, and a quick estimate led him to a jaw-dropping figure: 200 third-generation tanks. This is not merely a second-generation tank of inferior quality. Rather, it is a third-generation main battle tank currently in active service within the formidable Eagle Nation. How could generally possibly acquire such a multitude of these armored behemoths? As Min Kailai grappled with this perplexity, her astonishment deepened when, through the lens of her binoculars, she beheld a dense formation of armored vehicles, numbering no fewer than 300. General Liu. Min Kailai struggled to lower the binoculars, laboriously swallowing her disbelief while observing General Li's composed demeanor, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. General Min, how do you find this splendid vista? Is it not breathtaking? Indeed, Min Kailai responded robotically, her demeanor almost mechanical. The spectacle was undeniably magnificent. If only it could be accompanied by a display of resplendent fireworks, it would be even more enchanting, would it not, General Min? Huh? Min Kailai was momentarily taken aback by General Li's seemingly nonsensical remark. Order the artillery battalion to fire, targeting the treasure at Jukai Mountain Villa, so that General Min may fully appreciate this dazzling display. Understood. Chapter 248. I am willing to surrender. Boom. Boom. As a soldier produced a walkie-talkie to relay Li Wu's orders, the previously tranquil atmosphere erupted with a continuous, thunderous roar. The overwhelming noise jolted Min Kailai, causing him to stagger precariously, nearly losing his footing. What the hell? Just as Min Kailai regained his composure from the relentless cacophony, he heard a persistent whistling sound from overhead. Instinctively looking up, he was met with the shocking sight of hundreds of smoke trails painting the sky. This astonishing scene compelled Min Kailai to utter an expletive. It is worth noting that this is merely a small nation rife with warlords, where the adversaries they typically confront are of a similar caliber, essentially a clash of lesser foes. The warlords here possess only a handful of heavy artillery, which they cherish as treasures, rarely revealing them. Yet, here was Li Wu, a warlord who had suddenly emerged, orchestrating such a grand display merely to assault two estates. Observing the hundreds, if not thousands, of smoke trails in the sky, Min Kailai contemplated why Kai could not withstand a single day, were he in the same position. The outcome would not differ greatly. As a warlord himself, Min Kailai was not without experience. He discerned from the booming sounds and the whistling overhead that a significant portion of the artillery involved was the formidable 155mm heavy guns. He possessed only 4 of these, all relics from decades past. Alongside the heavy artillery, he also recognized the distinctive sound of rocket artillery. General Min, how do you find this display of fireworks? Is it not splendid? After a minute, as the thunderous noise subsided, Li Wu inquired with a faint smile. Indeed. Splendid, generally, may I ask. Are those rocket artillery? Min Kailai carefully probed. Modular rocket artillery, 30 rounds in 30 seconds, 20 launchers. I specifically deployed this for your enjoyment. General Min, ordinarily, I would not indulge in such extravagance. Generally, I am willing to surrender. Min Kailai, after a few moments of contemplation and biting his lip, finally spoke. Aha! General Min is indeed a wise man. I accept your surrender, Li Wu exclaimed boisterously, patting Min Kailai on the shoulder. General, since I have surrendered, I dare not continue to refer to myself with that title. You may call me by my name, Min Kailai insisted, repeatedly gesturing as Li Wu continued to address him as General Min. In that case, I shall not be polite. Min Kailai, shall we proceed to Qingyang County now? General, may I request to make a phone call first? Upon hearing Li Wu's intention to lead troops into Qingyang County, Min Kailai did not respond directly, but asked to make a phone call. Certainly. Thank you, General Li. With that, Min Kailai retrieved his phone and began dialing. Have all the brothers exit the county and gather all firearms together. No one is to fire, he instructed eagerly as the call connected. He made this phone call, of course, to ensure absolute certainty. He certainly did not wish for an unwitting soul to open fire on General Li Wu's troops. Yes, General, replied the voice on the other end, laced with evident delight. It was clear to anyone possessing even a modicum of intelligence that Min Kai was preparing to surrender, which signified that these soldiers would be spared from the horrors of battle, and the absence of conflict meant the preservation of life. For them, who merely sought to fill their bellies while serving a warlord, the prospect of avoiding war was the most joyous news imaginable. General, please, Min Kai urged, gesturing towards Qingyang County before addressing Li Wu. In the Devil City, at the Xiang family manor. Damn it, Min Kai, have you deceived me? You scoundrel. Xiang Yanlong cursed vehemently, kicking a chair across the room, then forcefully sending a teapot flying from the table. Master, what troubles you? The anxious butler of the Xiang family rushed in, his expression cautious as he inquired of Xiang Yanlong. The third, fourth, and fifth are all held captive by Min Kai, and I have lost all contact with them. That scoundrel has extorted 11 billion from me, Xiang Yanlong exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. How could this happen to the third master? It's all that cursed Li family's fault. Xiang He, deploy all our secret guards immediately, and post a bounty on the dark web. 10 million for the head of a Li family member. I want them dead. I want them all dead, Xiang Yanlong roared, his voice echoing with rage. Understood, master. Master, I have urgent news to report. A woman hurriedly entered, anxiously calling out to Xiang Yanlong. What is it? Speak, he commanded. Master, you must see for yourself, she said, handing her phone to Xiang Yanlong. How is this possible? Who recorded these videos? Who leaked them online? He cursed vehemently, his expression transforming as he glanced at the screen. Li Mingzheng, as the head of the 1st Division of the Cybersecurity Bureau, what are you doing? How could these videos circulate? Why haven't you blocked them yet? In a vast office, a middle-aged man in his 50s reprimanded a young man in his 30s. Director, it's not that I try to block them. It's simply impossible. These individuals are all highly skilled, and we are unable to manage them at this moment. Li Mingzheng replied, despair etched on his face. What? You cannot handle them? Did you not claim that all your subordinates are masters? Did you not assert that they rank among the top 1,000 in the world? The director retorted incredulously. Director, I assure you, I did not exaggerate. I guarantee that my subordinates are indeed top-tier experts. It's not a matter of our inadequacy. It's that the opposing side is equally formidable. These individuals are also ranked among the world's top 1,000, and it truly is beyond our capacity to address this situation at present. What is this nonsense? Just tell me how long it will take to resolve this. The middle-aged man exclaimed, waving his hand in frustration. At least 2 hours, came the reply. Get out of here. If you can't handle it in an hour, you might as well go back to farming. The middle-aged man spat as he spoke, his words showering Li Mingzheng with saliva. Director, I simply cannot comprehend. This Xiang Yanlong is utterly worthless. Look at the things he is doing. All of it is beneath contempt. I would gladly see him meet his demise. Frankly, we should just ignore him and let him be remembered in infamy. Wiping the spit from his face, Li Mingzheng said with indignation, what he has done will certainly attract the full force of the law. He cannot escape the consequences. However, the circulation of these videos online cannot be allowed to continue unchecked. The repercussions are far too detrimental. Surely, you understand this, do you not? Chapter 249. The Dark Web, I understand. I merely feel that being shot is too lenient for him. Li Mingzheng nodded and spoke. Stop wasting my time. Get to work. The middle-aged man kicked Li Mingzheng in the rear, urging him anxiously. It must be the Li family. It has to be them, Xiang Yanlong muttered softly, as if his soul had been lost after his anger subsided. Li Rue, you truly possess remarkable cunning, Xiang Yanlong remarked, pulling out his phone and fixating on a string of phone numbers, his teeth clenching audibly. Li Rue, are you truly going to take things this far? Xiang Yanlong dialed the number that filled him with loathing and, once connected, inquired directly. Haha, Xiang Yanlong, I have long declared that our war has commenced. Did you expect your adversary to show you mercy? You are rather naive. You have seen the video, Haven to you? Who can you blame? These actions are your own doing, and they are enough to condemn you to death 100 times over. Your fate is indeed what you deserve. Li Hui, I know I am doomed this time, yet I shall ensure that your Li family does not escape unscathed. I will place a bounty on your kin in the dark web. Bounty hunters will eliminate every last one of your family members, Xiang Yanlong declared, his eyes revealing despair as he laughed maniacally. These videos have already circulated online. Even if Xiang Yanlong has influential connections, they are of no consequence now. To appease the public, Long Country will not spare him. From the moment the videos were uploaded, he was as good as dead. Xiang Yanlong. Should even a single hair on a member of my Li family be harmed, I swear your children shall accompany you to hell, Li Rui retorted, coldly threatening in response to Xiang Yanlong's declaration of a bounty on his family. Haha, Li Rui, I concede that I underestimated your Li family. You are quite capable, managing to maintain such a formidable military presence in Yusher country. However, my 3 children are already in Eagle Sauce country. No matter your capabilities, what can you do about them? Xiang Yanlong laughed heartily after hearing Li Rui's threat. You may certainly try, Li Rui coldly said before abruptly ending the call. Xiang Yanlong glared at the phone that had been disconnected, then turned to the butler standing nearby, shouting loudly, Master, how may I serve you? Deposit 5 billion Dragon Country coins in the dark web and increase the bounty. I will offer 20 million for each Li family member killed, Xiang Yanlong, now utterly enraged to the point of contorting his features, proclaimed like a madman. Understood. You may leave now. Watching the butler Xiang he depart, Xiang Yanlong suddenly lost his vigor, slumping back into his chair and wearily waving his hand at the woman who had just reported to him. To think that after decades of navigating the underworld, I would ultimately be defeated by a country bumpkin. Li Rui, are you a punishment sent by the heavens? Once everyone had exited, Xiang Yanlong sat in silence for several minutes, murmuring to himself. Bang! Xiang Yanlong, you have been apprehended. At that moment, the sound of a door being kicked open resonated, followed by the entrance of a dozen officers wielding firearms. The leading officer, brandishing an identification, coldly aimed his gun at Xiang Yanlong, stating his intent. Faced with the barrels of numerous guns directed at him, Xiang Yanlong raised his head to glance at the group, then smiled and extended his hands. The dark web? Such a thing truly exists? After hanging up the phone with Xiang Yanlong, Li Rui murmured to himself. He had previously heard whispers of the dark web online, but had always dismissed it as a figment of imagination. Upon learning that Xiang Yanlong had placed a bounty on his family within the dark web, Li Rui finally comprehended the grim reality of its existence. It was imperative to uncover the nature of this dark web and the extent of the threat it posed to the Li family. Li Rui pondered aloud. Darling, what's wrong? Queried Yin Lingxian, who was seated beside Li Rui, engrossed in television and snacks. Noticing Li Rui stepping aside to take a phone call, and then returning to mumble to himself, she expressed her curiosity. It's nothing, I just need to make another call, replied Li Rui, rising once more to step away. Seeing his demeanor, Yin Lingxian did not react particularly, merely turning back to the television, accustomed to Li Rui's secretive behavior over the past few days. Xiao Tsong, are you aware of the existence of the dark web? Li Rui asked as he dialed the number of the elite biohacker, Xiao Kong. Once the call connected, he immediately inquired. Boss, why do you ask about this? Qiu Gong Zet Bunde. There is a bounty on my Li family in the dark web. How familiar are you with this dark web? Li Hui Presid. Who could be so malicious? Boss, being targeted with a bounty on the dark web is indeed a serious issue. As the name suggests, the dark web is a network concealed from plain sight, also referred to as the hidden web or deep web. It comprises a portion of online content situated beneath the surface of the traditional internet, unindexed by search engines, requiring specialized software, configurations, or authorization for access. The anonymity and complexity of the dark web render it a breeding ground for various illicit activities, such as money laundering, human trafficking, and even murder. There are dedicated platforms within the dark web for assassins to acquire contracts. Bounties can be posted, and as long as they remain active, one may never know when a hired killer might appear to strike from the shadows. Fortunately, in Longwa, these assassins cannot procure firearms, yet it remains a troublesome predicament. Upon hearing Xiao Tsong's account, Li Rui furrowed his brow deeply. The existence of such a world was indeed astonishing, echoing the adage that ignorance does not equate to non-existence. It merely reflects one's insufficient standing. Recognizing the dark web's reality, Li Rui understood, as Xiao Tsong had articulated, that this was genuinely a significant complication. It is often said that while a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, there is no guarantee against being robbed for 1,000 days. This wisdom held considerable truth. Although these assassins might not pose a substantial threat to himself due to their inability to obtain firearms in Longwa, his family and kin lacked the skills. Even bodyguards can occasionally falter. Thus, it is imperative to devise a foolproof strategy. Xiao Tsong, I need you to monitor every foreigner entering Chunning County. Is that feasible? After a moment of contemplation, Li Rue inquired of Qiao Kong boss. There are approximately 7 to 8 million foreigners entering the Dragon Country each year. If you expect me to monitor all of them, that is simply beyond my capabilities. However, Chunning County, being a small locale, has very few foreigners. As long as someone arrives, with Zhao Yi's assistance, I will undoubtedly keep them under surveillance, Xiao Tsong replied. Feeling a sense of relief upon realizing Li Rue only required him to monitor foreigners in Chunning County. He then spoke with renewed confidence. Very well. If you find yourself short-handed, do not hesitate to inform me. Ensuring the safety of the Li family is paramount. Understood, boss. Assassins? Let us see whether your lurking rodents are more formidable than my elite bioengineered assassins. Should you dare to come to Chunning County, I shall turn you into lifeless vermin. With that, Li Rue ended the call, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 250. The Arms Marketplace in the late afternoon. Having just finished his meal, Li Rue was preparing to continue watching television with Yun Lingxian when he received a call from Li Wu. Clan leader, we have successfully taken Min Kai Lai and captured 12,000 of his soldiers. After seizing 3 counties from Min Kai Lai, the territory of the Li family army now encompasses 6 counties, with a population nearing 2 million. Stepping into an unoccupied room, Li Rue answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Li Wu swiftly reported on the current status of the Li family army. Splendid work, Li Wu. As a branch leader of the Li family, you are our retreat. You must diligently manage the territory you have acquired. Should you require any talents, do not hesitate to inform me. I can provide various individuals. My only request is this. I desire a formidable branch of the Li family. Can you achieve that? Listening to Li Wu's account of their victories, Li Rue laughed heartily in praise. Clan leader, Ruifeng County is currently undergoing extensive construction, establishing various factories. Once the other 5 newly acquired counties stabilize, I will similarly promote industrial development. I shall ensure the clan leader has a powerful branch of the Li family. The Li family army in Southeast Asia will become the sharpest sword of the main lineage, pointing towards the places we must annihilate. Excellent, Li Wu. I eagerly await the day you become that sharpest sword, Li Rue replied with a hearty laugh. He had experienced the advantages of formidable military power more than once, and had become enamored with the sensation, yearning for even greater strength. By the way, clan leader, what should we do with the 3 Xiong brothers I have in custody? Li Wu suddenly recalled the 3 brothers from the Xiong family and inquired about Li Rue's opinion. The Xiong brothers? Upon hearing Li Wu's question, Li Rue furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to immediately decide how to handle the 3 men. Simply executing them would be a waste. After all, they were siblings of Xiong Yanlong, and perhaps the Xiong family could indeed benefit from their presence. Given that Xiong Yanlong had already met his demise, the Xiong family was currently leaderless. They might require these individuals to restore order. Li Wu, have the Xiong brothers contact their family and demand a ransom for their release. If they refuse, they shall all be executed, Li Rue commanded directly, considering that the Xiong family might need these 3 brothers. Yes, clan leader. If they do not offer at least 180 billion, I shall dispose of them. Li Wu replied with a fierce tone. Ding! The system detected that the host's family had acquired its own territory, with a managed population surpassing 1 million. The arms marketplace has been activated, allowing the host to purchase various weapons from Blue Star within the arms marketplace. As Li Wu's words faded, a voice resonated in Li Rue's mind, and a message conveyed by the system made even someone as seasoned as Li Rue tremble with anticipation. An arms marketplace? Previously, the system had provided an array of unexpected rewards, but the only truly directed purchase available was the humanoid beings. The ability to procure professionals for various fields was already an extraordinary boon. To his astonishment, the system had unexpectedly activated an arms marketplace, a truly extraordinary development. Does the arms marketplace offer everything for sale? Can also be purchased with Dragon Kingdom coins? After his initial shock, Li Rue eagerly inquired within his mind. This question was of paramount importance. Li Wu's current force of 20,000 bio-soldiers was undoubtedly of exceptional quality, and the equipment of the heavy-duty luxury synthetic brigade was equally formidable. However, there remained a pressing issue. The quantity of weaponry, particularly heavy weapons, was still insufficient. While it might suffice to rule as a local sovereign in Southeast Asia, Li Rue felt that the Li family's aspirations to become a world-class family could not be confined to this region. Thus, they must possess overwhelming military might that could extend its reach across the entire Blue Star. Indeed, host, the arms marketplace allows the purchase of any weapon using Dragon Kingdom coins, including nuclear-powered aircraft carriers weighing 100,000 tons, stealth strategic bombers with a range of 13,000 kilometers, nuclear submarines, and intercontinental missiles, exclaimed the system. Wow, that's incredible, Li Rue exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Patriarch, what are you talking about? Li Wu, on the other end of the phone, was perplexed by Li Rue's seemingly random remarks. Li Wu, do you not desire the Li family army to become the sharpest sword of the Li family? Li Rue responded with a smile, evading Li Wu's inquiry directly. Yes, Patriarch, but why do you ask? If I could procure any weapon available on Blue Star for you right now, could you then transform the Li family army into its most formidable weapon? Li Rue, suppressing his excitement, posed the question. Patriarch, are you feeling all right? Just tell me if it's possible. Of course, as long as there are sufficient and superior weapons, the Li family army can crush all enemies into dust. Excellent. Li Wu, what weapons do you desire? Speak freely, and I shall procure them for you, Li Rue declared with confidence. I want an aircraft carrier, I want strategic bombers, stealth fighters. Upon hearing that Li Rue could acquire any weapon, Li Wu, filled with disbelief, began to rattle off a plethora of top-tier weaponry like a relentless machine gun. Stop. If I procure an aircraft carrier for you, where will you dock it? Where will the strategic bomber land? As he listened to Li Wu's excited enumeration of weaponry, Li Rue suddenly recalled that while acquiring these weapons from the arms marketplace might not pose a challenge, the infrastructure to support them was another matter entirely. An aircraft carrier cannot dock just anywhere. It requires a deep water port, and bombers and stealth fighters similarly necessitate suitable airfields for takeoff. Wait, Patriarch, are you serious? I was just joking, and you seem to be taking it literally. Li Wu's voice revealed a hint of incredulity at Li Rue's earnest consideration of where to dock an aircraft carrier or land a strategic bomber. I'm not joking. As long as you can resolve the docking issues for the aircraft carrier and the strategic bomber, I can certainly procure them for you. Chief, if you say so, I shall take you at your word. Listening to Li Rue's earnest assurances, Li Wu felt a flicker of belief. Simply indicate where the aircraft carrier and strategic bombers can dock, and I shall handle the rest. Ha. Chief, I can certainly repair the airport, as well as the military port. I eagerly await your aircraft carrier and strategic bombers, Li Wu exclaimed with palpable excitement. You claim you can repair the airport, and I find that credible. Any flat expanse would suffice. However, where do you intend to construct the military port? Li Rue inquired, his curiosity piqued by Li Wu's enthusiasm. Chief, had you asked me this before yesterday, I would have had no answer. However, after Min Cailai's surrender, we have taken control of Qingyang County, Yinshi County, and Yangming County, which now provides us with a suitable location for the military port, as Yangming County conveniently possesses a coastline. Chapter 251. I can only blame my poverty. Li Rue was not well acquainted with the 6 counties occupied by Li Wu in the Jadestone Kingdom. Upon hearing Li Wu's confident assertion about the feasibility of constructing a military port, he realized the extent of Li Wu's optimism. It was as if a pillow were delivered just when one felt drowsy. All right, when you have completed the airport and the military dock, I shall procure for you your aircraft carriers and strategic bombers. As Li Rue discussed the acquisition of aircraft carriers and strategic bombers, his consciousness instinctively ventured into the system space. He subsequently clicked on the newly appeared arms marketplace icon. Before his eyes unfurled a plethora of weaponry icons, along with their performance specifications and pricing information. By heavens! Li Hui exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as he beheld a colossal vessel, one so familiar even to those who are not military enthusiasts. He couldn't help but curse, for the price displayed beneath this immense ship left him, who considered himself a wealthy individual, feeling utterly impoverished. Units of 10, 100,000, billion, 100 billion. Goodness, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier costs 70 billion Dragon Kingdom coins? Is the system attempting to rob me? Counting the figures painstakingly, Li Rue found himself dumbstruck. The amount of money in his possession was only sufficient to purchase 2.5 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. At that moment, the man who had previously felt no desire for wealth suddenly recognized his own destitution, rekindling his yearning for money. Chief, what troubles you? Li Wu inquired curiously upon hearing Li Rue's unexpected outburst of expletives. Nothing. I have something to attend to, so I shall hang up now. I will call you when I have time, Li Rue replied hastily before terminating the call. He was apprehensive about Li Wu's promise to complete the airport and military port in 3 to 5 months. If that were the case, how could he possibly afford to acquire strategic bombers and aircraft carriers? While Li Rue was not particularly knowledgeable about strategic bombers, He had gathered some understanding of aircraft carriers through the internet. He knew that a single aircraft carrier lacked combat capability without accompanying carrier-based aircraft, cruisers, destroyers, and nuclear submarines. With the funds he possessed, he could not even fully equip a single aircraft carrier battle group. Host, the 100,000-ton nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Eagle Nation from Blue Star has a manufacturing price exceeding 100 billion Dragon Kingdom coins. A mere 70 billion Dragon Kingdom coins can secure one vessel, which is already a reasonable price. The system promptly clarified in response to Li Rui's grievances. Well, I can only blame my poverty, he sighed. Listening to the system's explanation seemed reasonable, yet as he contemplated the exorbitantly priced top-tier equipment that tantalized him, he shook his head and let out a deep sigh. Though I cannot afford nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, bombers, or stealth fighters, I can still admire them. One cannot achieve everything at once. There will come a day when I will equip the Li family army with nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. After this self-reassurance, Li Rui continued to comfort himself. The B-2 stealth bomber is priced at 15 billion Longwo coins, while the B-21 stealth bomber costs 4 billion Longwo coins. And the White Swan strategic bomber is available for 5 billion Longwo coins. As Li Rui perused the military marketplace, filled with an array of top-tier equipment, he felt a surge of excitement that nearly caused him to drool. Many of these assets were beyond the reach of even Longwo itself. Even if he could not afford a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, investing several hundred billion in such equipment seemed plausible. His Li family army feared no one across Blue Star, except for a handful of major powers, and even those could be deterred. Once Li Wu's airstrip was completed, he intended to travel to Yushur country to bolster their arsenal. After surveying the military gear that piqued his interest, he whispered to himself in exhilaration. In the dead of night, around 1 a.m., as the residents of Li family village slumbered, several sedans swiftly halted at the village entrance before extinguishing all their lights. "This is the place, right?" asked a tall figure clad in black, whose piercing gaze glinted coldly in the darkness, addressing a slender companion who was peering towards Li family village. "Indeed, this is it. The head of the family raised us and honed our skills. Today is the moment we fulfill our duty. We must eliminate every member of the Li family. Can we accomplish this?" The slender figure, named Xiang Shaojian, first responded to the tall man's inquiry before gesturing towards the dim outline of Li family village visible through the shadows, coldly asserting, "Yes, we will eradicate the Li family." The group of over a dozen black-clad figures murmured in unison, "Understood. Good. It is time to demonstrate loyalty to the Xiang family. Let us proceed," declared the slender figure, leading the way toward Li family village with urgency. "Goodness, there's even a wall? And high-voltage electric fencing? Is this a rural area?" After 5 or 6 minutes, the group of black-clad individuals arrived outside the village's imposing wall. Staring at the towering barrier and the electric fence, the tall man, Xiang Dali, expressed his disbelief to Xiang Shaojian in a hushed tone. "Xiang Dali, have you really absorbed nothing from the past 20 years of training? Are you not resourceful enough to tackle challenges? Check the wall for any entry points. If none exist, devise a way to cut the power to these high-voltage lines. Understood?" After delivering a pointed rebuke to the tall man, Xiang Shaojian issued orders to the group of over a dozen black-clad individuals. "Yes," they responded quietly before dispersing to examine the perimeter of Li family village. After a thorough search, the group reconvened, whispering to discuss their findings. The entire village was encircled by a wall topped with high-voltage fencing, and they had failed to locate a means to sever the power supply. How absurd! Is this merely a rural family that necessitates such dramatics? We cannot even gain entry, so what is the point of violence? Xiang Dali muttered in frustration, listening to the discussions around him. Are you truly that foolish? The head of the family has been captured, and you still perceive the Li family as just an ordinary rural household? Xiang Shaojian retorted sharply before producing a wire from seemingly nowhere, a smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Let us simply enter through the front gate. Do not forget that we have learned the art of lockpicking." "Indeed, how could I have overlooked that?" "Allow me," he continued, snatching the wire from Xiang Shaojian's hands and cautiously approaching the tightly secured gate of Li village. "Enough of this. We must cease our games lest we incur the wrath of our employer." A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted as Xiang Dali's wire drew closer to the lock of the gate. Chapter 252. The onset of carnage. Who is it? Xiang Shaojian was startled by the sudden voice, resembling a frightened kitten, anxiously scanning the dark surroundings. "Heh, daring to wreak havoc at the boss's residence and questioning my identity? You, a bunch of insignificant fools, attempting assassination?" As the raspy voice continued to resonate, A dozen cloaked figures caught sight of a man clad in a black hoodie and mask, arms crossed, leisurely approaching them under the dim light of the Lee family's village gate. Are you from the Lee family? Do you really think you alone can thwart us? As the masked man drew nearer, Xiang Xiaojian's initial tension gradually dissipated upon realizing that there appeared to be only one individual. You think such a pitiful number is necessary? I alone can eliminate all of you, the masked man declared, unexpectedly producing 2 daggers emanating a chilling gleam, gripping them firmly as he addressed the dozen shadow guards with an icy demeanor. Ha, what a grand joke. Each of us possesses over 20 years of combat experience. What makes you think you can claim to eradicate us all? Xiang Dali, having stowed away the lock-picking wire, stepped forward, drawing a sharp dagger from his waist, defiantly confronting the masked man. What gives you that confidence? The number of lives I've taken far exceeds the chickens you've slain, rookie. Today, allow me to demonstrate the art of killing, the masked man retorted, abruptly propelling himself off the ground, launching towards Xiang Dali like a released arrow. How can he be so fast? The once disdainful expression on Xiang Dali's face shifted to one of shock as the audacious masked man closed in at a speed he could barely comprehend. Dali, be careful, Xiang Xiaojian, recognizing the masked man's formidable speed, urgently warned Xiang Dali while simultaneously hurling a dart-like concealed weapon towards the rapidly advancing figure. Clang! Ha! You know how to use hidden weapons? Interesting. Don't rush. Your turn will come. The masked man, halting his forward momentum, casually deflected the dart with a swift flick of his dagger, his gaze turning cold as he focused on Xiang Xiaojian with a chilling smile. This man is a master. We must attack together. Xiang Xiaojian, disregarding the masked man, gravely turned to Xiang Dali, who was now visibly salivating with anticipation. Agreed, brother. Let us take him on together. Xiang Dali responded affirmatively before addressing the dozen black-clad figures beside him. Taking down a rookie and a group of novices is hardly a challenge for me. Come on. Let the slaughter commence, the masked man proclaimed, once again surging towards Xiang Dali with incredible speed. As Xiang Dali rushed towards the masked man, he was acutely aware that this individual was far more formidable than himself. A flicker of fear glimmered in his eyes. Yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. With a fervent shout, he steeled his resolve. The masked man nonchalantly swung the dagger he held in his left hand, effortlessly blocking the dagger aimed at his face by Xiang Dali. In a swift motion, he pivoted the dagger in his right hand, transforming his grip from reverse to standard. The dagger then struck out like a venomous serpent, aiming ruthlessly at Xiang Dali's wrist. Xiang Dali cried out in agony as the dagger pierced his wrist, causing him to lose his grip on the weapon, which clattered to the ground. 20 years of training, and yet you are as fragile as a flower in a greenhouse, incapable of withstanding a single blow. If it weren't for the boss's desire to witness your capabilities firsthand, you worthless lot wouldn't even be here. Kneel! The masked man derided Xiang Dali, who was now wailing in pain. He then forcefully pressed the dagger deeper into Xiang Dali's wrist. Overwhelmed by the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, Xiang Dali instinctively fell to his knees. It hurts. I'm dying from the pain. Kneeling on the ground, he braced himself with his intact arm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he glanced at his injured wrist, his face contorted in agony. Let him go, or I will kill you, Xiang Xiaojian threatened the masked man, only to have his wrist pierced in a flash, leaving him kneeling in torment. It was only then that he realized the gravity of the situation and spoke up. Come, show me how you intend to kill me, the masked man replied, his tone laced with disdain, observing the slender figure of the black-clad Xiang Xiaojian, who, despite his apparent panic and fear, brandished a dagger in a futile attempt to threaten him. Were you not going to kill me? Why the hesitation? Are you incapable of taking a life? Allow me to demonstrate, the masked man taunted, noting Xiang Xiaojian's reluctance to act. With that, the masked man executed a fluid flourish with the dagger in his left hand, a move so swift that it left the onlookers bewildered. The glinting blade then plunged mercilessly towards the neck of the kneeling Xiang Dali, who was still crying out in pain. Xiang Dali felt a sharp pain coursing through his neck, and as warm blood began to flow, he summoned all his strength to raise his uninjured arm in a desperate attempt to cover his throat. To come to the Leaf family for assassination. This is the fate you have sealed for yourself. Are you all eager to test your mettle? The masked figure simultaneously withdrew 2 daggers embedded within the body of the fallen Xiang Dali, who lay on the ground, clutching his throat, struggling to breathe. With a disdainful tone, he addressed Xiang Dali, who was gasping for air, then lifted his gaze to the terrified Xiang Xiaojian and a dozen men clad in black, taunting them. And Tian, how tedious it is to deal with such insignificant trash. Why all the unnecessary chatter? At that moment, a raspy voice echoed once more from the shadows, and another figure, similarly garbed in a black hoodie and mask, emerged slowly from the darkness. Anyi, I am not like you, perpetually cold as ice. Moreover, this is an order from our boss. He wishes to witness their prowess firsthand. You cannot blame me for this. The masked individual known as Tian remarked, turning back to an E with a grin. It is no longer necessary. The boss has given orders. Dispose of these nuisances swiftly. We must avoid waking everyone. You know what will happen if you do? An E retorted, charging directly at the group of black-clad men. Chapter 253. The essence of the world, the moment an E came into contact with a dozen black-clad figures. Cries of agony filled the air. With each swing of his dagger, another person fell to the ground, lifeless. Within moments, 5 or 6 still bodies lay sprawled on the floor. An E, leave a few for me. And Tian shouted anxiously, witnessing how swiftly an E dispatched several of the foes. Damn it, they're all mine. Frustrated by an Yi's indifference as he continued his relentless slaughter, and Tian cursed under his breath and charged towards the petrified Xiang Shaojian. Though Xiang Shaojian had tasted the bitterness of taking lives, instructed by Xiang Yanlong to eliminate Sun Shaochuan and the Chu family, she had used a sedative to incapacitate them, subsequently setting ablaze their homes, resulting in the deaths of 6 or 7 individuals. She was unprepared for the psychological torment of being on the receiving end of such violence. Witnessing Tian and an E dispatch their adversaries with the ease of butchering chickens left her frozen in terror as thoughts of her own fate flooded her mind. Slacking off, are we? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and stab me with your dagger. And Tian exclaimed as he approached Xiang Shaojian, who remained paralyzed with fear. Frowning, he forcefully drove his dagger into the ground and then delivered a sharp slap to her face. Xiang Shaojian stumbled back, shaken from her stupor, her eyes wide with fear as she regarded Tian. Come on, weren't you going to kill me? I'll let you use one hand. And Tian taunted, tossing his dagger from his left hand to his right and concealing the left behind his back. Go to hell, Xiang Shaojian yelled, thrusting her dagger unexpectedly at Tian. Youngster, lacking martial ethics and resorting to sneak attacks, Tian remarked, blocking the incoming dagger with his own, then watching with disappointment as Xiang Shaojian turned to flee into the shadows. Whoosh! As a piercing sound broke the air, Xiang Shaojian, sprinting away, let out a scream as she fell to the ground, a dagger embedded deep in her back. Trash, wasting my time, and Tian cursed, glaring at the fallen Xiang Shaojian. Ani, leave me a few, or I will not let this go, he shouted at Ani, who was engrossed in his carnage. Upon hearing Tian's demand for sparing a few lives, Ani ignored him, his killing pace only quickening. Damn it, Ani, you're too selfish. You only leave me 3? And Tian complained as, 1 minute later, apart from himself and none of the others remained standing. He began wiping the blood from his dagger on the clothing of the fallen black-clad figures while voicing his grievances to an Come forth and deal with these individuals. Dark, he commanded, ignoring the prattling of Dark Tian as he spoke into the pitch-black surroundings. No sooner had his words echoed than a dozen figures emerged from the shadows, clad in black hoodies and donning black masks. They remained silent, each extracting a black cloth bag to ensnare the bodies of the fallen, swiftly hoisting them away into the darkness once more. Proceed to dispose of their vehicle. Darky instructed as he observed that the others had successfully removed all the corpses. I have no interest in matters beyond killing, Dark Tian retorted with a disdainful expression. Do you dare disregard the boss's command? So this is the boss's mandate? It must be executed without delay, Dark Tian conceded, hastily darting towards the outskirts of Li family village. Goodness, boss, these individuals are ruthless, 1 strike each. It's simpler than slaughtering chicks, Li remarked in a room filled with screens, addressing Li Rui, who sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on a large display. The screen presented real-time footage of the entrance to Li family village. Could you contend with them? Li Rui queried, intrigued now that the assassins who dared to target him had been eradicated by elite killers. Boss, if it's about bare-handed confrontations, I fear no one. But when it comes to clean and efficient killings, I lag far behind Dark and his crew, Li replied, spreading his hands. Indeed, each excels in their own domain. Dispatch someone to cleanse the area outside. Li Rui nodded at Li before issuing his command. Understood, boss, Li responded, stepping out to execute the order. It is worth noting that the arrival of the Xiong family's covert operatives to Li family village was entirely orchestrated by Li Rui's directive. His motives were multifaceted. Firstly, he sought to ascertain whether the covert operatives trained by the Xiong family were as formidable as those depicted in films, each one a paragon of prowess. Secondly, he aimed to gauge the superiority of his advanced biological killers against these adversaries, assessing not only their strength but the extent of it. This inquiry was crucial for strategizing against the so-called dark web assassins, a matter he needed to approach with caution. Although dark, he had previously eliminated 9 of the Xiong family's operatives, he had not witnessed the event firsthand, which prompted this spectacle. The Li family was no longer the modest clan it once was. An excess of comfort could prove detrimental. As Li Hui Muzit, his gaze traversed through the glass towards the upper floors of the villas belonging to his uncles, illuminated by the faint glow of lights peeking through the curtains. Since learning of the existence of the dark web, and the grim reality that one could indeed pay for a killer, Li Rui resolved to instigate transformation within the Li family. Acknowledging the inherent cruelty of the world, he understood the necessity for his kin to adapt to this harshness, fostering their vigilance to avert impending calamities. Father, are these individuals all under Xiao Rui's command? Did all those people get killed? Li Baiwang stamarat, his lips trembling as he gulped nervously, his complexion pale as he queried Li Yongda. Silence. You saw nothing today, do you understand? Li Yongda, though his face was also somewhat ashen, appeared better than Li Weiguang. Upon hearing his son's words, he turned and reprimanded him. I understand. Dad, I understand, Li Weiguang stuttered initially, then quickly responded in acknowledgement. These individuals came to assassinate our Li family. They deserve their fate. The world is far more brutal than we imagine. Xiao Rui has provided us with a refuge from his cruelty, but we must not forget the essence of the world, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. My son, you must remember this. I understand, Dad, Li Weiguang replied, his expression improving somewhat as he nodded in agreement. Chapter 254, Seizing the Opportunity Yuhan this. Deng Changyu's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His teeth chattered uncontrollably from fear, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. He glanced at Li Yuhan, who bore a similarly ashen countenance, and stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. How can you, a doctor, be so frightened? These individuals are malevolent. They come to our village in the dead of night, wielding knives. What do you think their intentions are? Their demise is merely retribution for their actions. Initially, Li Yuhan felt a twinge of fear, but as she considered the sinister motives of those who dared to approach the Li family at such an hour, her trepidation dissipated significantly. The masked figures, undoubtedly minions of Brother Rui, instilled within her a peculiar sense of security. No matter how ruthless they appeared, they were, after all, protectors of the Li family. Doctor, what's wrong? Which physician has encountered a scene like this? I have only witnessed such brutality on television. Did you not see how ferocious those masked individuals were? They slaughtered with the ease of dispatching a chick. It was utterly horrifying. Deng Changyu, regaining a modicum of composure, retorted passionately to Li Yuhan. Indeed, even if those masked figures are fierce, they're still our guardians. You must not disclose this matter to anyone. Do you understand? Li Yuhan said with a serious expression directed at Deng Changyu. Who would dare? I certainly do not wish to have my throat slit by a masked assailant. Moreover, Brother Rui has bestowed upon me a second chance at life. I would not want to be ungrateful, Deng Changyu whispered, shrinking back in fear. At least you possess some semblance of conscience. Now, let us retire for the night, as if we have not awakened at all and know nothing. Agreed. The following day, in the bustling metropolis, Xiong Family Manor. Madam, all our covert operatives have gone dark. Their mission has failed. Let it be, Xiong He. My primary concern now is how to safeguard the Xiong family's assets. With Xiong Yanlong apprehended and facing certain doom for his deeds, his demise matters little. What is crucial is that these properties must not fall into the hands of others. They rightfully belong to my son. A woman adorned in opulent attire, embellished with a myriad of exquisite jewels, sat upon the sofa with a furrowed brow. Madam, nearly half of our income derives from those 4 estates in the Jadestone Nation, which have now been utterly obliterated, with the head of the family imprisoned. The connections he cultivated have all but vanished, leaving the Xiong family shunned. If you wish to retain these assets, it may prove quite challenging, Xiong he explained, standing beside the sofa with his head bowed. What shall we do? Must we surrender our KTVs, bars, cinemas, and shopping malls without a fight? The glamorous woman responded, her expression one of defiance after hearing Xiong He's analysis. Madam, I do possess a strategy that could secure you the greatest benefit. Xiang He suddenly raised his head, revealing a knowing smile. What plan? Speak swiftly. Seek out the prominent families in the bustling metropolis and divest all these enterprises. Rather than being consumed by others, it is far wiser to sell them off voluntarily, thus securing a favorable price. Sell them? The resplendent woman murmured softly, subsequently falling into deep contemplation. Very well, let us proceed with the sale. I entrust this matter to you, Xiang He. If you execute it well, I shall not be remiss in rewarding you, she declared after several minutes of reflection, lifting her gaze to meet Xiang He's. Will you truly reward me? Xiang He straightened his previously hunched posture, fixing his unwavering gaze upon the woman. How much do you intend to offer me, my lady? Impudent. Xiang He, what is your station? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The resplendent woman, taken aback by the audacity of Xiang He, the butler of the Xiang family, slammed her hands upon the tea table, her voice rising in indignation. My lady, please temper your anger. I have served the Xiang family for the better part of my life, and now that it is on the verge of disbandment, I must consider my own future. Do you not agree? Xiang He remained unperturbed by her fury, responding with calm composure. Are you not afraid that I might have you beaten to death? The Xiang family is currently under my dominion. She narrowed her eyes, threateningly addressing Xiang He. The longer we delay selling these assets, the less they will be worth. My lady, you require my assistance. Xiang He maintained his calm demeanor, wearing a serene smile as he spoke. Very well. If you can manage to handle the Xiang family's assets within a week, I shall grant you a commission of 0.5. The resplendent woman fixed her gaze intensely upon Xiang He for over 2 minutes before conceding. I require 5. What? 5? Xiang He, have you lost your senses? The assets of the Xiang family are valued at nearly 200 billion. 5 amounts to a staggering 10 billion, which is simply impossible. Upon hearing Xiang He's demands, the resplendent woman could not restrain herself from rising, her eyes blazing with fury as she berated him. Indeed, prior to yesterday, the family's assets were valued at 200 billion. But times have changed. No one is willing to pay that sum for the Xiang family's current holdings. Securing half that amount would be a significant feat. What? Half the price? Upon hearing Xiang He's assessment of the family fortune, the woman's anger swiftly transformed into despair. This is the price as of recent days. With the head of the family apprehended and the second master deceased, with the third, fourth, and fifth masters detained in the Jadestone Kingdom, the Xiang family lacks leadership. These assets will soon plummet in value, and it is likely we may not even sell them for 1/10 of their worth. You are taking advantage of a calamity. She begrudgingly acknowledged the truth in Xiang He's words, though her heart ached. For even a sale of 100 billion would yield a fortune of 5 billion. My lady, might you reconsider? After today, I may demand 10. Without me, you will find it impossible to sell. Without a sale, you shall not receive a single penny. Xiang He remarked with a mischievous smile, speaking with a nonchalant air. Very well. I assure you, within a week, if matters are not resolved, I shall seek someone else to sell it, the glamorous woman said, her teeth clenched in frustration. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly be sold within a week. This is a lucrative venture that promises to yield billions as soon as it is taken over. Await my good news. The woman, having agreed to grant Xiang He a 5 commission, finally revealed a satisfied smile. Let's hope so. Hee, unless you have further instructions. I shall take my leave, she added. Begone. Hearing the glamorous woman's command, Xiang He felt no anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly and turned toward the door. As he departed, the glamorous woman seethed with resentment, her teeth grinding in fury at the audacity of a mere dog daring to bite back against its master. It was a source of great frustration for her, yet she found herself powerless to act. Chapter 255, Unconventional Tactics. Although she was the wife of Xiang Yanlong and the matriarch of the Xiang family, she was ultimately just a woman, entirely ignorant of the family's business empire. In fact, she could not even discern the various assets owned by the Xiang family. Without Xiang He's assistance, it was utterly inconceivable for her to manage these enterprises in the short term. Just as she was gritting her teeth in frustration, feeling powerless against Xiang He, a sudden, melodious voice erupted from a designer handbag resting on the sofa. Recognizing the familiar tune, the glamorous woman realized that someone was calling her. She suppressed her anger directed at Xiang He, reached for her handbag, and pulled out her phone to ascertain the identity of the caller. Upon checking her phone, she noticed a call from someone saved as Xiang Yanwu. Her expression darkened upon realizing that it was her husband's third brother on the line. Xiang He, come back. The glamorous woman called out loudly to Xiang He, who was about to step out the door. Matriarch, is there something else? Xiang He turned, a puzzled look on his face. It's a call from Xiang Yinwu, she said, holding the phone toward Xiang He, her other hand pointing at the screen. Her countenance grim. What? Isn't he being detained by Min Kai Lai? The family head was previously unable to reach him. How could he be calling you now? Xiang He's expression also turned sour. The reason they had been discussing the sale of the Xiang family's assets was predicated on the assumption that Xiang Yanlong had been captured and the remaining 3 brothers were being held. If any one of the 3 brothers were to return to Longhua, their entire plan would be rendered moot. Should I answer the call? The glamorous woman asked. Looking up at Xiang He, uncertainty etched on her face. Answer it. If Xiang Yinwu is able to return soon, our plans will be in jeopardy. We must ascertain his current situation, Xiang He quickly explained. All right, I'll take it, she said, pressing the answer button. The 3 brothers of the Xiang family are in my hands. If you wish to keep them alive, bring 10 billion Longhua dollars for their release. As soon as the call connected, a strong male voice resonated from the other end. Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the glamorous woman felt a wave of relief. This was not Xiang Yinwu's voice. Who are you? Why should I trust you? She instinctively inquired, feeling somewhat at ease. I'm Liu. I hold the phone of Xiang Yinwu. What reason do you have to doubt me? Are you perhaps a fool? Li Wu mocked her without reservation. Are you one of Min Kai Lai's subordinates? She asked, perplexed. Min Kai Lai is my subordinate. Don't waste my time with irrelevant chatter. Pay the ransom, or I will have them all killed, Li Wu replied impatiently. Go ahead and kill them. You think I'll pay 10 billion for their release? Dream on. The glamorous woman suddenly burst into laughter, her bewilderment giving way to audacity. Upon hearing the words of the flamboyant woman, Xiang He's expression suddenly shifted, realizing that this foolish woman might be about to cause trouble. However, it was too late to intervene. As he pondered any possible remedies, a male voice on the other end of the phone interrupted his thoughts. Damn it, why aren't you following the script? Aren't you supposed to rescue the 3 Xiang brothers and take charge? Li Wu was baffled, unable to comprehend why Xiang Yanlong's wife was reacting in such a manner. Generally, let me speak with her, a softer male voice chimed in on the line. Upon hearing this voice, the flamboyant woman's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. Fine, you speak. If I don't get the money, I will kill you. Li Wu threatened Xiang Yinwu, who lay battered on the ground. Yes, Xiang Yinwu nodded vigorously as he took the phone from Li Wu. Big sister-in-law, why are you unwilling to spend money to save us? Once he had the phone, Xiang Yanlong angrily questioned. Yinwu, it's not that your sister-in-law doesn't want to help. It's just that our Xiang family genuinely cannot come up with that much money right now. Your elder brother has been captured, and I am powerless. The flamboyant woman feigned difficulty as she spoke. Is it true that elder brother has been captured? Although he had already learned of Xiang Yanlong's capture from Li Wu, hearing it from his sister-in-law made it hard for Xiang Yinwu to believe. Yes, Yinwu, you must understand your sister-in-law's predicament. I truly have no capacity to assist. Sister-in-law, the Xiang family has over 40 billion in cash. After deducting the 11 billion previously given to Min Kai Lai, the family still has at least 30 billion in cash. Why do you claim you cannot present 10 billion to save us 3 brothers? What are you really trying to do? As Xiang Yinwu, being Xiang Yanlong's brother, was well aware of their family's financial situation, he angrily questioned the flamboyant woman's deceitful words. Let me be frank, Xiang Yinwu. From today onward, the Xiang family will cease to exist. You think I would part with 10 billion to save you? Do you truly believe you're worth that much? With Xiang Yinwu's voice laced with intense fury, the flamboyant woman discarded her pretense and openly mocked him. You're a complete fool. Shut your mouth. Xiang He, who stood nearby, contemplating how to respond, could no longer hold back his disdain and directly insulted the flamboyant woman. Wretched woman, are you planning to sell off the Xiang family's assets? You dare. From his snippets of conversation, Xiang Yinwu had surmised that this woman intended to sell the family's holdings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned that the Xiang family would no longer exist. The thought of their lifelong efforts being handed over to this vile woman ignited his fury. Xiang He, you miserable lackey, how dare you insult me? Xiang Yinwu, what are you so proud of? You're merely someone else's captive now, unable to return to Longhua. What can you do to me? Once I sell the Xiang family's assets, I'll take your family's money to Eagle Sauce Country and indulge in the company of 10 or 8 men. Just think how delightful that would be. The resplendent woman initially unleashed a torrent of abuse upon Xiang He, and then proceeded to taunt Xiang Yinwu on the phone. You, when I return, I will certainly make you pay, you wretched creature, you wretched creature. Xiang Yinwu furiously exclaimed. General Li, if you can return me, I shall grant you 10 billion. What do you say? Xiang Yinwu gazed at Li Wu with an expression full of anticipation. How amusing. Truly amusing. But why should I place my trust in you? Li Wu remarked, his expression growing increasingly intriguing as he listened to their exchange. Upon hearing Xiang Yinwu plead for his release, promising a sum of 10 billion upon his return, he wore a playful smile. Generally, if you release me, I can leave my fourth and fifth brothers here as hostages. I will certainly procure the funds to rescue them. You must believe me, Xiang Yanlong implored earnestly. I have conceived an even better plan, Li Wu replied, taking the phone from Xiang Yinwu's hand and placing it to his ear, speaking in a leisurely manner. Give me 30 billion, or I shall release the 3 brothers of the Xiang family. Chapter 256. You are one of them what? You intend to release the 3 brothers of the Xiang family? Are you not their adversary? Should you not eliminate them instead? The striking woman, taken aback by Li Wu's declaration of freeing the Xiang brothers, inquired incredulously. They are merely 3 insignificant flies, easily swatted away. However, if their release could cause you some inconvenience, I would not mind letting them go. Li Wu chuckled heartily. No, you cannot free them. Kill them, hurry and kill them. Who do you think you are to command me? Offer me 30 billion, and I shall ensure the Xiang brothers never return. Otherwise, you shall deal with this mess yourself. The woman was rendered speechless by Li Wu's words, her fury palpable. Agree to his terms, urged Xiang He, who stood beside her, his brow furrowed in concern. What? Xiang He, you traitor. That money is mine. Why should I give it to him? Get out of my sight. The striking woman, incensed that Xiang He, her loyal servant, suggested conceding 30 billion to the opposing party, threw her phone onto the nearby sofa and stood, pointing a finger at Xiang He while hurling a cushion at him in anger. Foolish woman, do you truly believe you can bring back Xiang Yinwu and his brothers? With their capabilities, do you think you can contend with them? If they return, your subordinates will no longer heed your commands. You will only meet a gruesome end. Xiang He remarked, swatting away the cushion as he regarded the woman with a look of bemusement. Should you liquidate the Xiang family's assets, you could amass over 100 billion. Otherwise, when Xiang Yinwu and his brothers return, it will be your demise. Noticing the woman was speechless from his words, Xiang He continued, So, what shall it be? Then what do we do? The woman, now alarmed at the thought of being killed by the Xiang brothers, was visibly flustered. Given the money, 30 billion or 100 billion, can you not discern which is greater? 30 billion. That is an immense sum, she lamented, her expression reflecting deep regret. Furthermore, the Xiang family account had been drained. On the very day Xiang Yanlong was captured, 5 billion had mysteriously been withdrawn. Though pained, she understood that 100 billion far surpassed 30 billion. Just as she was about to acquiesce, she recalled that the account lacked sufficient funds and reluctantly asked, How much remains? 27 billion. Then give all to him. Can we not withhold any? The woman wore a face of utter despair, her heartache suffocating. Choose between forfeiting 100 billion or retaining this 27 billion, Xiang He stated coolly. Xiang He, were it not for your long association with the Xiang family, I would genuinely question your allegiance lies with them. The striking woman glared at Xiang He, her eyes brimming with intense hatred, her words laced with venom. I merely desire to secure my 50 billion. Listening to the words of the alluring woman, Xiang He suddenly stiffened, and after a moment's pause, he responded, Provided that you can eliminate the 3 brothers of the Xiang family, I shall grant you 270 billion. The enchanting woman cast a deep glance at Xiang He, then bent down to retrieve the phone she had tossed onto the sofa, continuing her conversation with Li Wu on the other end of the line. Very well. 270 billion it is. I shall send you an account shortly for the funds to be transferred. Although the phone lay discarded, Li Wu's keen hearing allowed him to catch the exchange between Xiang He and the woman, realizing that the Xiang family possessed merely 270 billion in cash. Thus, he readily agreed, stating, I must first see the bodies of the 3 Xiang brothers. I lack the patience to engage in idle chatter with you. If the money does not arrive within 10 minutes, I shall release them. With that, Li Wu abruptly ended the call. Damn it, bloody bastard. Upon witnessing the call being disconnected, the alluring woman cursed in exasperation. Mistress, let us transfer the funds. We cannot bear the consequences of the Xiang brothers returning. I am aware. No need to remind me. Now, be gone. Yes. I shall contact the prominent families in the Magic City to discuss the acquisition of the Xiang family's assets as swiftly as possible. Xiang He remained unfazed by the woman's tirade, bowing slightly as he spoke. You do understand that time is of the essence, do you not? Why are you still here? The alluring woman urged, nearly driven to the brink of fury in those brief minutes. Her sole desire was to obtain that 100 billion and escape to the Eagle Nation to revel in a splendid life. Patriarch, the 270 billion has been received. I never anticipated that such a useless endeavor could yield such a reward. After hanging up on the woman, Li Wu received the funds in the account he had sent to the alluring woman just 5 or 6 minutes later. Elated, he immediately called Li Rue. Indeed, 270 billion. This will surely procure you a plethora of fine possessions. Sitting at the dinner table with his parents, Li Rue, with one hand grasping food and the other holding the phone, spoke nonchalantly. Son, what 270 billion? Li Yongzheng, who had been focused on his meal, lifted his head in curiosity upon hearing his son mention such a sum. Oh, it's nothing, Dad. A friend of mine is playing a game and has 270 billion in game currency. He can acquire numerous excellent items with it. Li Rue replied dismissively, not wishing to divulge the truth to his father, knowing full well that it would only complicate matters. Patriarch, what about the 3 Xiang brothers? Dad, Mom, Ling Xian. I've finished my meal. You may take your time. Without waiting for Li Wu to finish his sentence, Li Rue set down his chopsticks and addressed the 3 at the table, then ascended the stairs without allowing them to say another word. Speak, he said, once he had found a room upstairs and closed the door behind him. The patriarch, the Xiang family, has truly been drained. The 3 brothers of the Xiang family have become utterly useless. It would be better to eliminate them altogether, as their existence merely wastes air. With Li Rue's approval, Li Wu continued the words he had left unfinished. Indeed, given the crimes committed by the 3 brothers, such a fate is what they rightly deserve. By the way, weren't we discussing the construction of a military airport and a military dock yesterday? There is no rush for the dock, but I need you to expedite the construction of the airport and, if possible, build several more. I have grand plans. In just a few words, the fate of Xiang Yanwu and his brothers was sealed, and Li Rue turned to Li Wu to discuss the military airport and dock once more. Regarding the newly launched arms marketplace, Li Rue could not resist browsing through it multiple times last night, captivated by the exquisite stealth fighters and the enormous stealth bombers. He had drooled several times, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of these magnificent weapons of destruction. Rest assured, Patriarch, I will exert every effort to expedite the construction of the military airport, as I am eagerly awaiting your fighter jets and bombers, Li Wu declared. A high-ranking special forces soldier produced by the system, who harbored a keen interest in these superweapons, sharing the same urgency to complete the airport and obtain these formidable armaments. Chapter 257. A beautiful life. Very well. I shall await your good news, Li Rue replied, conversing briefly with Li Wu before ending the call. In the majestic mansion of the Xiang family, he returned to his abode, hastily closing the door behind him. He anxiously retrieved his mobile phone and dialed an unfamiliar number devoid of annotations. I have acted according to your instructions. The assets of the Xiang family will be yours in a matter of days. You must not go back on your word, and under no circumstances harm my wife and children. Xiang he implored as soon as the call connected. Well done. Your efficiency is commendable. Rest assured, all I seek is the Xiang family's wealth. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure the safety of your wife and children, came the emotionless, hoarse voice from the other end. It better be so, for if not, even in death, I will not spare you, Xiang he retorted, his voice tinged with apprehension despite the assurances received. Death? Those I have slain are denied even the chance to haunt the living. Attend to your affairs diligently, and your family shall remain unharmed. I harbor no interest in individuals of your ilk, the emotionless voice continued, and with that, the call was abruptly terminated. Xiang Yanlong, had you known the true terror of the Li family, would you still dare provoke them? Xiang he muttered to himself, a wave of uncontainable fear washing over him as he contemplated the implications of his recent experiences. The events of the previous night had instilled in him a deep-seated dread regarding the Li family, whom Xiang Yanlong had foolishly antagonized. The existence of his wife and children was a secret he had meticulously concealed for nearly 3 decades, yet had been effortlessly unearthed by others, who had even tracked down his family residing hundreds of kilometers away. This semblance of omnipotence instilled a profound terror in him, a cunning fox who had navigated life for so long. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. 5 days later, within the opulent hall of the Xiang family mansion, Xiang he entered, a black briefcase in hand, his spirits lifted. In the distance, he observed the lady of the house, pacing anxiously within the grand hall. Xiang he, have all matters been resolved? Upon seeing Xiang he approach with a briefcase, the woman stepped forward, her expression radiating excitement. Indeed, everything is in order. Once you affix your signature to these documents, The fund will be transferred to you immediately, Xiang, he declared, placing the black briefcase on the tea table before her. He opened it casually, gesturing towards the trove of documents within. So many? The woman's initial elation faltered as she regarded the overflowing briefcase, her brow furrowing in concern as she looked up at Xiang He. The contracts have been meticulously drafted by me. There are no issues. You need only sign, and it will not take long. Do you doubt my word? Please examine the situation for any discrepancies. Each time I sign a contract, I record a video for the other party, who subsequently transfers the corresponding funds to your account. There is absolutely no issue with this. Yet, the woman continues to regard me with a gaze tinged with skepticism. Calmly, I present a contract to her, opening it before her, and inquiring, why doesn't the buyer come to sign the contract in person? After glancing at the open document, the woman, seeing no apparent issues, raises her head with a puzzled expression and asks me again. The Xiang family is currently viewed as rather undesirable, and no one wishes to draw too close. I offer a brief explanation to the woman regarding her confusion. Indeed, for every contract signed, I expect to see a corresponding sum of money. After contemplating my explanation for a moment, she nods in agreement. I have already provided your account details to the other party. Now, please begin signing, I say, retrieving a pen and handing it to her. Once she has signed and affixed her fingerprint to the contract she had previously reviewed, she lifts her gaze to me and inquires, where's the money? Patience, I shall record a video now and send it to the other party, I reply, picking up my phone to capture a close-up of her signature and fingerprint on the contract. I then send the video to a social media account devoid of any identifying information. As the woman watches me send the video with a look of doubt, her own phone suddenly vibrates in her hand. A notification appears, revealing a deposit of 1 billion yuan. Upon seeing the bank notification, her previously skeptical expression transforms into one of joy. The amount deposited matches the figure stated in the contract she just signed, confirming that I have not deceived her. This realization leads her to conclude that she stands to gain 100 billion today, filling her with exhilaration. Quickly, let us proceed with the next contract, she urges me. Very well, I respond, retrieving a second contract from the box. The woman meticulously inspects the document once more, finds everything in order, and signs it, again placing her fingerprint. Following my submission of the video, her phone alerts her to another deposit, this time of 90 million yuan. With this latest confirmation, her doubts dissipate entirely. The process continues. I present the contract, she reviews, signs, and fingerprints, followed by her checking her phone for the deposit notification. This sequence persists for a full half hour until all contracts are signed. 950 billion? Why is it short by 50 billion? She exclaims, her excitement akin to that of someone under the influence of a stimulant, as she feverishly calculates all the deposit notifications with pen and paper. Ultimately, she realizes the total is only 950 billion, prompting her to furrow her brow and question me. Do not forget, 50 billion is mine, I respond, organizing all the contracts and placing them within my briefcase before standing to address her. It seems you shall benefit from this, you wretched creature. 5 billion would suffice for you to squander a lifetime. Never mind, for I possess a staggering 950 billion, a sum that could sustain me for 100 lifetimes, ha. The woman, initially aggrieved, hurled insults at Xiang He, but upon contemplating her immense fortune, she could not help but burst into laughter. I must remind you, from this moment forth, the Xiang estate belongs to another. You should hastily gather your belongings and depart. Xiang He suggested, unperturbed by her vitriol. There is no need for your input. I now have an inexhaustible wealth. Who would wish to remain here? Today, I shall purchase a ticket to the United States. This is your ticket to the United States. The aircraft departs in 2 hours. Xiang He suddenly produced a ticket and presented it to the woman. You bought me a ticket? The woman gazed at the ticket with a look of bewilderment as she questioned Xiang He. Very well, this spares me the trouble of acquiring one myself. You faithful servant. Consider this a good deed. Noting Xiang He's silence as he merely regarded her, she swiftly snatched the ticket from his hand and continued her tirade. Ha! A splendid life awaits. I am coming. With the ticket in hand, the woman paid no further attention to Xiang He, striding away with a light-hearted gait, laughter spilling from her lips as she made her way out of the Xiang estate. A splendid life? I find it hard to believe that such individuals possess benevolent hearts, Xiang He murmured to himself, observing the woman's retreating figure. Chapter 258. A complete sweep Li. What is the current situation? How many individuals have arrived in total? Does it match the information provided by Zhao Yi? In a room adorned with numerous screens, Li Rui entered and noticed Li Yi who was engaged in discussion with a senior bodyguard while standing before the multitude of displays. Clearing his throat, Li Rue waited for Li Yi to turn before he posed his inquiry. Boss, in the past few days, we have had 4 waves of foreigners arriving in Chunning County, totaling 11 individuals, which aligns perfectly with the information Zhao Yi provided. They are currently residing in Chunning County. All are under our surveillance over the past 2 days. They have been probing for information near Li Family Village. I suggest we apprehend them all tonight, Li Yi replied respectfully, stepping closer to Li Rue. Originally, Li Yi had intended to wait a few more days for more of these mice to gather before dealing with them collectively. However, seeing his boss's eagerness, he agreed to act tonight to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. As he spoke, Li Rue approached an empty chair, turning to sit down. I have been eagerly awaiting this moment. For days, I have watched those filthy rats scurrying beneath my very nose, yearning to crush them, Li Yi exclaimed, excitement illuminating his face as he received the order to deal with the group that night. Although they are indeed assassins and possess considerable skill, we must not underestimate them. Li Ru Seishent, noting Li se evuberanje. Boss, do not belittle them. If they had firearms, I might harbor some reservations, but in Longhua, they cannot procure weapons. They are akin to toothless tigers. No matter how fierce they may have been previously, they are now reduced to mere kittens. I will deliver such a blow that they will understand the meaning of no return, Li Yi declared confidently, raising his massive fist. Well then, I look forward to witnessing your performance, Li Rue responded with a smile, pleased by Li Yi's self-assurance. By the way, boss, even if we manage to eliminate these individuals, what lies ahead? The bounty on the assassin website remains active, and more will inevitably come. This cannot be a sustainable solution, Li Yi suddenly recalled, realizing that these killers were lured by the bounty in Chunning County. Even if they dispatched this group, another wave would surely follow. Frowning, he turned to Li Rue for answers. At present, there truly is no feasible solution. The bounty account belongs to Xiang Yanlong, who is the sole possessor of the password to revoke the bounty. He has already been captured, and extracting that information from him could prove quite troublesome, Li Rue acknowledged, understanding the validity of Li Yi's concerns. Without addressing the root of the issue, eliminating this batch of assassins would merely be a temporary fix. Is there truly no alternative? Boss, even if we cannot rescind it, it matters not. With our brothers by our side, we shall slay as many as come until they are terrified and cease their pursuit, Li Yi reassured, noting Li Rue's contemplative frown, unsure of his thoughts. There is nothing I cannot resolve. Since the issue of revoking the bounty proves to be troublesome, why not eliminate this assassin website instead? Joseph, I must say, we truly should not have come to Long Country. There is a complete lack of firearms here, and I feel utterly insecure. In a hotel-style room, a voluptuous blonde woman, clad in provocative attire and adorned with heavy makeup, complained to a handsome, crew-cut young man of Caucasian descent. Kinna, I didn't compel you to come. You could have chosen not to, the young man replied indifferently, retrieving a knife from his person and wiping it clean with a towel, all while avoiding eye contact with the blonde woman. Kinna, this head is worth 20 million Long Country coins. Such a lucrative deal. Don't you want to partake? If we eliminate just 10, we could contemplate retiring immediately. A bald African man, who had been listening to their exchange, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, savoring the smoke before addressing the blonde woman with a grin. I've always believed that money isn't easily earned. Those who can afford such sums are hardly fools. If someone is offering 20 million for a single life, those individuals must be anything but ordinary, the blonde woman remarked, sauntering over to the bald man and casually taking the cigarette from his mouth, inhaling deeply without a hint of hesitation. Isn't it just a nouveau riche, boss? Haven't we gathered enough information over the past few days? The bald man showed no concern as the blonde woman pilfered his smoke. He produced his own from a pack and lit it, continuing to indulge himself. You're rather simple-minded and brawn overbrain. I can't shake this ominous feeling, Joseph. Perhaps we should abandon the mission, the blonde woman stated after taking a puff, first retorting to the bald man, then turning her furrowed brow towards the young man. Abandon the mission? Based on your intuition? I have never placed my faith in instinct. I rely solely on the weapon in my hand. If you wish to withdraw, now is still the time, the young man said coldly after a brief moment of contemplation, sheathing his exceptionally sharp blade. Damn it, you two fools. The blonde woman spat as she watched the young man and the bald man retreat to their respective rooms. Discarding her cigarette, she stamped it out with frustration. As a novice assassin, her skills and experience paled in comparison to those who had trained from a young age. Yet, her survival in the assassin realm for over a decade was not without reason. That reason lay in her remarkably keen intuition. Whenever danger lurked nearby, she would experience an inexplicable sensation. This elusive skill had allowed her to evade several life-threatening situations. While investigating her target, she had caught sight of a majestic building from afar, and in that instant, a wave of trepidation washed over her, a feeling that had only surfaced during her most perilous encounters. And this particular sensation was far more intense than any she had experienced before. I cannot proceed. I must abandon this task, Kaina murmured to herself. The earth lay shrouded in darkness as the sun gradually descended toward the horizon. The colors of the sky transitioned from vibrant oranges and reds to a profound blue, while stars began to the night sky, resembling countless eyes gazing down upon the earth. Kaina, will you truly not go? A burly man inquired as he knocked on the door of Kaina's hotel room, testing the waters. Chapter 259. Your intuition is quite accurate. I fear I may earn a life, but not have the means to enjoy it, Kaina declared as she leaned against the door, resolutely refusing the proposal. Let us depart. Others have already set off, and if we delay, we may miss even the broth, the young Caucasian man urged, crossing his arms and standing behind the imposing figure of the black man. Very well, Kaina. I must admit, you have made an erroneous choice. Such a splendid opportunity for wealth is being squandered, which is truly regrettable, the black man lamented, spreading his hands in a gesture of disappointment. Good luck to you, Kaina replied, firmly shutting the door behind her. I hope my intuition is mistaken, she murmured to herself, standing by the window and watching her departing companions. Your intuition is quite accurate. Just as Kaina finished her self-reflection, a raspy voice suddenly echoed in the previously empty room, causing the hairs on her neck to stand on end. She whirled around to face the source of the sound. Who are you? Kaina asked, her voice trembling as she recognized the figure behind her, a man clad in a black hoodie and wearing a black mask. You intend to kill my boss. Yet you inquire about my identity? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dark Sky. Pray tell, is the caliber of foreign assassins always so lackluster? Dark Sky mocked, addressing Kaina with derision. Why, you are one of the family? Kaina stammered, her pupils dilating as she instinctively took a step back. Is that not a question you already know the answer to? This blonde lady, you ought not to be here. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Dark Sky said, brandishing a dagger from his waist, skillfully twirling it between his fingers as he slowly approached her. Wait, I have already abandoned the mission. You cannot kill me, Kaina exclaimed, her complexion paling as she sensed the imminent danger. Though she was also an assassin, albeit one who had only recently ventured into this perilous world, her skills were inferior to those who had been trained from a young age. Yet she was still far superior to an ordinary person. The apprehension that gripped her before any confrontation was unprecedented, primarily due to the dexterity with which the masked man handled the dagger. A person capable of manipulating a blade with such finesse was undoubtedly a master, far beyond her own capability. Is this what you call an assassin? How disappointing, madam. From the moment you set foot on this land, your fate was sealed. Now, draw your weapon, and I shall grant you a more aesthetically pleasing demise, Dark Sky remarked, his expression one of palpable disappointment. I shall leave at once. Pretend I was never here. With a resigned shake of his head, Dark Sky sighed deeply, and the dagger that had been spinning rapidly between his fingers abruptly halted. He then directed the blade towards Kaina and lunged forward. Clang! Now this is intriguing. You managed to block my strike? You're slightly better than those useless fools. Dark Sky exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as Kaina clumsily drew a dagger to ward off his attack. Just let me go, and I will offer you 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. With trembling hands, Kaina summoned every ounce of her strength to shield herself from the impending strike of Ntion, urgently addressing him. Ignoring Kaina's plea, Ntion lunged at her once more. The clash of metal echoed as she realized the dagger was about to pierce her neck. Desperately, she raised her trembling hand, wielding the dagger with all her might in a futile attempt to block the incoming attack. However, her exhausted arm, weakened from the previous blow, could no longer withstand the force, causing the dagger to be knocked from her grasp. It veered off course and plunged into her delicate shoulder, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as she crumpled to the ground. Look at my memory. Blood is splattering everywhere, and I will have to clean this up later, Ntion lamented, observing the crimson liquid gushing from Kaina's shoulder and pooling on the ground. With a swift motion, he stepped forward to where Kaina lay, still shrieking in agony, and struck her neck with a precise hand chop. She collapsed like a lifeless automaton, her body hitting the ground. In that fleeting moment before darkness engulfed her, Kuena was consumed by regret. Why had she come to the Dragon Kingdom? With a subordinate possessing such formidable skills, the Li family could not possibly be simple. Yet, it was far too late to comprehend this. From the moment she set foot in the Dragon Kingdom, her fate had been sealed. Even with extraordinary abilities, the outcome remained unchanged. Is everything resolved? Li Rue, who had been anxiously awaiting news within the villa, stood up to inquire as Li Yi entered. Boss, it's all taken care of. Without firearms, dealing with these people was a matter of mere moments. Li Yi replied, a triumphant smile adorning his face. This is merely the first batch. Do not let your guard down. Next time you spot these rats, handle them without delay, Li Rue instructed. Understood, boss. Xiaohui, I have something to tell you. Your cousin Yu Han's engagement to Deng Changyu is set for 2 weeks from now. Your eighth uncle asked me to check your thoughts on this. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Li Rue heard his father, Li Yongzheng, inquiring about the matter. Is Yu Han's engagement confirmed? In 2 weeks? Is that so soon? How's that too soon? Your cousin Yu Han and Changyu have been together for quite a while and are already living together. If they don't marry now, it would be quite the joke. Had it not been for your fourth brother's wedding, they would have married long ago, Li Yongzheng replied, shrugging off Li Rue's concerns. That is true. They might even have children soon. It's time to marry, Li Rue nodded in agreement. So, do you think your cousin Yu Han's wedding in 2 weeks is acceptable? What objections could I possibly have? Of course I agree, Dad. You need not ask me about this, Li Rue remarked, rolling his eyes. Listening to his son's inquiries, Li Yong rolled his eyes but found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, such matters should not require consulting Li Rue. However, his son's standing within the Li family had reached an unprecedented height, particularly after that fateful night. By the way, when do you plan to marry Ling Xian? At a loss for how to respond to his son's question, Li Yong's gaze shifted to the breakfasting Yun Ling Xian, and he deftly changed the subject. Dad, why are you asking about this? Li Rue stammered, caught off guard by his father's inquiry. Isn't there still time? Still time? Ling Xian is with you, without any formal acknowledgement. Do you truly believe you are treating her fairly? Wang Sume interjected, having ceased her breakfast, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Li Rue. Hearing Wang Sume's remarks directed at Li Rue, Yun Ling Xian felt her face flush. She glanced up at Li Rue, who was still unsure of how to respond, before shyly returning to her breakfast, pretending to eat. Chapter 260. Grandmother's birthday. Father, mother. Let me and Ling Xian deliberate on the matter of marriage before making any decisions. Rest assured, in this lifetime, I shall only acknowledge Ling Xian. Observing his parents' demeanor, Li Rue realized he could not evade the conversation and resorted to a strategy of delay. His affection for Yun Ling Xian was undeniable, and logically, they should be contemplating marriage at this juncture. However, he felt an instinctive reluctance towards the intricate customs and rituals associated with marriage, the reasons for which he could not precisely articulate. Uncle, Annie, I have faith in Li Rue. Yun Ling Xian, feigning interest in her meal, felt a wave of sweetness upon hearing Li Rue declare his unwavering commitment to her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she glanced at him once more, only to find Li Yongzheng and Wang Sume still unwilling to relent. She quickly interjected to alleviate Li Rue's predicament. Very well, as long as Ling Xian has no objections, I shall refrain from further interference. You can manage this on your own, said Li Yongzheng, casting a look at Li Rue before conceding with a sigh. You're already an adult, capable of handling your own affairs. As your mother, I shouldn't rush you into marriage. Being a man, perhaps your focus lies on your career, and postponing marriage is not an issue. However, Ling Xian is a wonderful girl, and I fear you may let her down. Since Ling Xian has voiced her stance, I will cease my urging. But you must not betray her trust, or I shall no longer acknowledge you as my son. Wang Sume stated, seeing that Li Yongzheng had acquiesced. She felt compelled to issue a warning to Li Rue. Mother, I am your son. Do you not know my character? Li Rue retorted, feeling aggrieved by Wang Sume's implied distrust. Your second brother is such a decent fellow, and yet... Never mind, Wang Sume abruptly halted, realizing she had ventured into an inappropriate comparison. Father, mother, we have finished our meal, and will take our leave upstairs. As Li Yongzheng and Wang Sume finally ceased their verbal exchanges, Li Rue seized the moment and discreetly signaled to Yun Ling Xian, who was still nibbling at her food. Uncle, Annie, I have also finished eating. Please take your time. In an instant, Yun Ling Xian comprehended Li Rue's signal and promptly stood, addressing Li Yongzheng and Wang Sume. Very well. Go on, go on. Li Yongzheng initially offered a warm smile to Yun Ling Xian and then rolled his eyes at Li Rue, expressing his impatience. Son, wait a moment. Yongzheng, Have you forgotten what your elder brother mentioned yesterday? As she observed Li Rui hurriedly escorting Yun Lingxian upstairs, Wang Sumei suddenly rose and called out to him, then turned to Li Yongzheng. What is it, mother? Li Rui, who was already leading Yun Lingxian up the stairs, turned around in confusion to inquire. Look at my memory. I've completely forgotten about it. Li Yongzheng lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. It pertains to the celebration of your grandaunt's 90th birthday, and your uncle has requested that we convene today to discuss the matter. Upon noticing the perplexed expression on Li Rui's face, Wang Sumei began to elucidate. Grandaunt? 90th birthday? When did I acquire a grandaunt? I am completely oblivious. As he listened to his mother's explanation, Li Rui's bewilderment only deepened. He had no recollection of such a relative. She's your grandfather's sister. What else could she be? Li Yongzheng interjected. Father, what is going on? Li Rui remained utterly confounded, unable to grasp the situation. His grandfather had passed away nearly a decade ago, and his memories of him were already fading, let alone this grandaunt of whom he had no recollection whatsoever. It is not surprising that you are unaware. In truth, you have never met her. Your grandaunt married far away, and, due to the inconvenient transportation of the past, she gradually lost contact with your grandfather after a few visits in earlier years. So, it's not just you. I have only seen her a handful of times when I was a child. Li Yongzheng explained as he set down his bowl and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Now I understand. But just how far away did she marry? Li Rui nodded, indicating his comprehension, and then curiously inquired about the distance that had led to decades of estrangement. Approximately 100 kilometers, came the response. What? Just over 100 kilometers? Li Rui was incredulous upon hearing the distance. The notion that a mere 100 kilometers could sever the ties between blood relatives for decades struck him as utterly unfathomable. Do you think it's like today? Everyone has cars now, but back then, visiting relatives relied solely on one's feet or a bullock cart. Even when automobiles became available, the costs were prohibitive for most people. That makes sense, Li Rui acknowledged after a moment of contemplation, agreeing with Li Yongzheng's point. 10 years ago, when your grandaunt celebrated her 80th birthday, your grandfather had wished to attend her celebration. However, by then, his health had deteriorated significantly, and our circumstances were quite poor, so ultimately, he could not go. Alas! As he spoke, perhaps reminded of his father, who had passed nearly a decade ago, or perhaps feeling regret for not fulfilling his father's wish to celebrate his sister's birthday. Li Yongzheng sighed deeply. Noticing the profound sorrow in Li Yongzheng's eyes, Li Rui and Yun Ling exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. In the end, it is our lack of ability that led to this, but fortunately, we have you, son. 3 days from now will be your grandaunt's 90th birthday, and your uncle has suggested that we should attend. This would fulfill your grandfather's final wish. What do you think? Naturally, we must go. She is my elder, and it would be unthinkable not to honor a celebration for an elder. Li Rui responded without a hint of hesitation after hearing Li Yongzheng's words. Very well. Your uncle will be coming to our home shortly, and other relatives will also be joining us. We can discuss it further then, Li Yongzheng said with a smile. All right, Dad, then Lingxian and I will go upstairs to sit for a while. When Uncle arrives, you can call for me, Li Rui said. Upon seeing Li Yong nod in agreement, he took Ling Xuan's hand and continued up the stairs. Lingxian, are you truly not afraid that I might develop feelings for someone else? Li Rui inquired with a playful smile as they entered the living room on the upper floor and switched on the television, settling onto the sofa beside her. You are now quite the successful entrepreneur. It would not be unusual for you to stray, Lingxian replied, her expression suddenly tinged with a touch of grievance, appearing quite pitiful. Come now, spare me the act, Li Rui retorted, unfazed by her feigned innocence, as he was all too familiar with his girlfriend's antics. If you don't coax me, I might just bite you, Lingxian declared, abandoning her pretentious demeanor and adopting a fierce look as she lunged toward Li Rui. Chapter 261. The Tao family will not let this go dare to bite me? Watch how I deal with you today. Li Rui forcefully pinned Yun Lingxian onto the sofa, effortlessly restraining her delicate arms with one hand. What do you intend to do? No, Isurande. Realizing the familiar glint in Li Rui's eyes, and knowing what was about to unfold, Yun Lingxian hastily conceded. Ha, too late, Li Rui chuckled as he moved closer. Don't. Wait, your phone is ringing. Just as Yun Lingxian was about to relent, she suddenly heard the faint sound of a ringtone emanating from Li Rui's phone, prompting her to quickly alert him. You're deceiving me. Is it really a call? Initially convinced that Yun Lingxian was merely trying to trick him, Li Rui soon heard the subtle ringing and, feeling displeased, spoke up. Yin Lingxian, I need to take this call. We can continue later. Upon glancing at his phone and realizing the caller was of significance, Li Ruei turned to Yun Lingxian. Who wants to continue with you? Hurry up. Yun Lingxian shot him an irritated look and nudged his arm, urging him to leave. I'll come back to deal with you later, he said with a smirk before retreating to the bedroom. What's going on? As soon as he answered the call, Li Rui's smile faded, and he asked in a neutral tone, Boss, the money has been retrieved. It will take some time to deal with the Xiang family's assets. Came the raspy voice from the other end. Good, well done. Has everyone been taken care of? Hearing the good news, Li Rui's spirits lifted. All taken care of, boss. I assure you, no one will discover how this foolish woman vanished from the world. The raspy voice promised confidently. By the way, boss, are we really selling all of Xiang's properties to the major families in Modu? Selling them in such haste, surely 1T yield a good price. Why don't we manage them ourselves? If we take over the Xiang family's assets directly, it would signal to everyone that we are responsible for their downfall. The Li family does not need such notoriety, especially since many of their businesses operate in the gray area. It's best that we avoid those. Li Ruei explained in response to the inquiry. Understood, boss. After this, the call was disconnected. Did you finish the call so quickly? Noticing Li Ruei return from the room in less than 2 minutes, Yin Lingxian shrank back and asked, Who says a phone call can't be brief? Why are you so afraid of me? Observing Yin Lingshuan's reaction, as if she had encountered a ferocious beast, Li Ruei understood her fear and approached her with a lascivious grin while inquiring, Can you let me go? At this rate, I'll surely perish at your hands. Yin Lingxian rolled her eyes and, blushing deeply, responded without answering his question. It is often said that only the overworked ox dies, not the land it toils upon. I, this resilient ox, am unafraid. What is there for you, this piece of land, to fear? Come now, having feasted and quenched my thirst. It is time to engage in some exercise to aid digestion. With that, Li Ruei lunged once more towards Yin Lingxian. Let us retreat to the room. We must not allow our parents to overhear. Yin Lingxian murmured resignedly, realizing there was no escaping the situation. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Long City, within an opulent villa sprawling across dozens of acres, 5 or 6 imposing men sat in ancient-style armchairs, their brows furrowed as they listened to a young man's report. Master, upon investigation, 4th Master has gone to the Xiang family estate in Yushi country. The young man respectfully informed the group of elder gentlemen seated above him. The Xiang family? The one from Magic City? Scoffed a middle-aged man in his 50s, clearly displeased. Brother, 4th Master is a disgrace to our Tao family. What sort of people are the Xiang family? They are nothing more than filthy rats in a stinking gutter, engaged in unspeakable deeds. By associating with them, 4th Master tarnishes our family's reputation. Another man added, 3rd brother speaks the truth. 4th brother has gone too far. The Xiang family is unworthy of even carrying our shoes. His mingling with them is akin to trying to uplift a pile of mud. Indeed, upon his return, he must be confined for 6 months. Quite so. I believe enough of this raucousness. The Xiang family is in turmoil. Xiang Yanlong has been captured, interjected an elder man in his 70s, striking the armrest of his chair with authority. Despite his white hair, he radiated vitality, his voice resounding with vigor. The previously tumultuous room fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Brother, is Xiang Yanlong not the head of the Xiang family? Has he truly been apprehended? Could this be related to 4th Master's inability to connect? Continue, the elder commanded, fixing his gaze upon the young man who had just reported. Master, 4th Master is likely in grave danger. The young man hesitated momentarily before continuing. What? What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? How could 4th Master be in peril? Who dares to harm a member of the Tao family? Silence. Speak clearly about what has transpired. The elder was taken aback by the young man's words, sitting upright in shock. Observing his brother's chaotic interjections, he scolded them for their impatience, then turned back to the young man, urgently inquiring. 4th Master went to the Xiang family's Sanglong Mountain Villa in Yushi country. Recently, the villa was shelled, reduced to ashes, with countless casualties. 4th Master has gone missing there. Ah, could it be that the warlords of Yushi country are fighting amongst themselves? 4th Master is indeed most unfortunate. If that is the case, even if the 4th brother has truly encountered misfortune, seeking vengeance for him shall prove quite challenging. Master of the house, it is not merely the Sanglong Mountain Manor. All 4 estates of the Xiang family in the Jadestone Kingdom have been reduced to rubble by cannon fire. This indicates that the situation is far more complex than a mere war among warlords. These individuals have targeted the Xiang family. It is no wonder that Xiang Yanlong has been captured. Who then are these people? After hearing the report from the young man, the elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow and quietly articulated his conjectures. Elder brother, perhaps we should send someone to inquire about Xiang Yanlong. He might know whether the fourth brother is alive or dead, and he should also have knowledge of these individuals. If the fourth brother has perished, it could be the warlords from the Jade Stone Kingdom, but if it is the influence from the Dragon Kingdom, the Tao family will not let this matter rest. Chapter 262. Using a knife to kill everyone, behave yourselves. Until we ascertain the identity of our adversary, no one is permitted to act rashly, the white-haired elder admonished sternly, concerned that his brother's fervor might lead to complications. Second brother, you shall approach Xiang Yanlong and inquire about the whereabouts of fourth brother. We must ascertain whether he is alive or dead. Having noticed that his brothers fell silent after his warning, the elder directed his attention to a man who appeared to be in his 60s. Very well, I shall go today. Brother, should I ask who the assailant is? Seek out Xiang Yanlong. He will undoubtedly share that information with you. Such a splendid opportunity for a covert strike. Do you believe he would let slip by? If we provoke the other party, will we not be playing into Xiang Yanlong's hands, becoming the instruments of his revenge? No. We cannot allow the Tao family to be manipulated by others. The second elder of the Tao family expressed his reluctance at the thought of their family being used by someone he deemed merely a larger-scale thug. Second brother, while your words bear weight, if fourth brother has indeed perished, we cannot let this grievance go unavenged. Otherwise, we shall appear pitiful. The second elder, upon hearing the third elder's statement, furrowed his brow in contemplation, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, the Tao family was a notable lineage in Long City and throughout the Dragon Nation. After all, their eldest brother once. If a family member were to be killed by another, and they took no action, would they not become a laughingstock? Enough, second brother. You shall meet Xiang Yanlong. I will arrange for a note to be prepared for you. We shall decide on our course of action once the situation has been clarified. After all, I am stepping back now, and we must not attract undue attention. Seeing that his brothers were about to engage in further discussion, the white-haired elder interjected. Understood, brother. Wait. We must not inform Z of the potential misfortune befalling fourth brother, lest he act impulsively and jeopardize our plans. As his brothers readied to depart, the elder suddenly rose, addressing the group with urgency. Brother, we are indeed aware of this. Even if fourth brother is down on his luck, he is still Z's father. If Z learns of his father's plight, uncertain of his fate, who knows what reckless actions he may take. Second brother speaks wisely. Z is a fine young man, one of the brightest among our younger generation. His abilities are remarkable, having invested in numerous large enterprises at such a young age. He could undoubtedly become a pillar for our family. Until we comprehend the situation fully, we must keep this from him, or he may act out of madness. Indeed, you all understand. Now, return to your respective duties. Second brother, go meet Xiang Yanlong. The elder waved his hand, signaling that they could disperse. Brother, we take our leave. The group, adhering to ancient customs, clasped their fists in salute to the white-haired elder, then turned to depart. Why do I have an unsettling premonition? It is inconceivable that the adversaries of the Xiang family could pose a threat to the Tao family, as they are of the same rank. Observing the departing figures of several brothers, the elderly man with white hair lowered his head, furrowing his brow and murmuring to himself. Son, your uncle has arrived, come down. 2 hours later, Li Rue heard his mother, Wang Sume, calling out, prompting him to pause his actions and glance at Yun Lingxian with a look of melancholic reproach. I cannot be blamed for this. I must hurry down, or I may perish from exhaustion. Yin Lingshuan's face flushed. She gasped for breath, her eyes sparkling with the joy of survival as she urged Li Rue with both hands, saying urgently, "This is quite disappointing. I could continue for another 3 hours." Li Rue replied with evident displeasure. "Darling, have you been possessed by an extraterrestrial being? You were never this formidable before. It is utterly exhausting. If you insist on another 3 hours, I shall require a hospital to retrieve my remains." Yun Lingxian pouted. "Is it truly that exaggerated? Very well. I shall grant you mercy today. Your uncle is waiting downstairs. I shall descend first, and you should rest for a while." Li Rue thought to himself, as Yun Lingxian suggested, he was possessed by aliens. In truth, he had not been possessed, but rather enhanced by a system that had markedly improved his physical capabilities, thus extending their time together considerably. "All right, you may go. I must take a nap. My bones feel as though they are fractured," Yun Lingxian said, pulling the disheveled blanket around her smooth, porcelain-like skin before lazily waving goodbye to Li Rue. "Rest well. I shall attend to you tomorrow," Li Rue remarked, playfully patting Yun Lingshuan's rounded, covered form. As Li Rui dressed and made his way downstairs, he found several uncles gathered. After greeting each one, he took a seat beside his father, Li Yongjin. Xiao Rui, you have arrived. Now that everyone is here, let us discuss Aunt's upcoming 90th birthday celebration. Li Yongjin nodded at Li Rui before addressing the assembly. Seeing everyone acknowledge him with nods, Li Yongjin continued. This aunt may not be vividly remembered by many here. Most of you have only met her a few times in childhood, so your impressions may be hazy. As the eldest, even I have but a vague recollection of her. However, regardless of how faint our memories may be, she is still of our Li family blood, a member of our lineage, and someone whom our father held dear in his final moments. A decade ago, during her 80th birthday, no one from the Li family attended, failing to fulfill our father's last wish. This time, for her 90th birthday, I believe it is imperative that we go. If anyone has objections, please voice them. My dear brother, there is truly little to deliberate upon. The siblings of our father are few, and now only this aunt remains among us. It is a rare occasion indeed, as she celebrates her 90th birthday, and we must attend. Upon hearing Li Yongjin's words, Li Yongchun rose first to express his agreement. Just as our second brother has stated, there is truly nothing to negotiate. Given the remarkable achievements of the Li family, how could we possibly neglect to honor our elder on such a significant milestone? Not only must we attend, but we must do so with great splendor. A 90th birthday deserves to be celebrated with utmost grandeur. Once Li Yongchun articulated his thoughts, Li Yongda eagerly stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm. Presently, we Li family members are fortunate enough to lack for nothing. Not only does our nephew Li Rui bring in substantial income, but each of our own sons also earns several million annually. The wealth is so abundant that it is nearly impossible to exhaust it. Therefore, what remains a concern? Naturally, it is our reputation. If we do not celebrate our elder's 90th birthday with great fanfare, where would the dignity of the Li family reside? You are absolutely right. I concur with the decision to attend. I too agree to go. Excellent. Since everyone is in accord, we should designate someone to notify our aunt's side, enabling us to make the necessary preparations. Observing the unity of the group, Li Yongjin's expression brightened with satisfaction. Chapter 263, Family Matters Brother. Let that lad Wenlong come over. He happens to be home today. I'll call him right away, Li Yongwang interjected as soon as Li Yongjin finished speaking. All right, let Wenlong notify him. Li Yongjin replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. I'll give him a call. With that, Li Yongwang took out his phone and dialed. What's up, Dad? A languid voice greeted him as soon as the call connected. Lazy boy, what time is it? Still in bed? Upon hearing his son's sleepy tone, Li Yongwang instinctively scolded. Dad, with all the busyness at my brother's company lately, I've been running around like a headless chicken. Now that I finally have a chance to sleep in, what's wrong with that? Li Wenlong replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Enough of that. Hurry up and get here to your brother Rui's house. I have a task for you, Li Yongwang said, recalling how often his son had returned home only in the early hours after long nights of work. He felt his son had a point and quickly changed the subject. A task? Is it something Brother Rui needs me to do? I'm on my way. Upon hearing that this matter was related to Li Rui, Li Wenlong, who had initially seemed groggy, instantly became invigorated. Without waiting for his father to say more, he hung up, leaped out of bed, and began searching for his clothes. Brother Rui was his idol. Without him, he would still be tightening screws in the factory. Without Brother Rui, his sister might have faced dire consequences when she was assaulted, and no one would have stood up for her. Thus, Brother Rui embodied his aspirations and beliefs. He would eagerly undertake any task associated with him. Wenlong would be here shortly. As he hung up, Li Yongwang shook his head helplessly and turned to the onlookers. Brother Rui, is there something you need from me? Whatever it is, I am ready to face any challenge. Moments later, Li Wenlong rushed in with great fervor, immediately spotting the youthful figure among the crowd. He hastily approached Li Rui, brimming with excitement. Why the rush? Your shirt is on backwards, Li Rui remarked, shaking his head in bemusement at Wenlong's frenzied demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, it's just for family use. No need to fuss, Li Wenlong said, glancing down to realize his shirt was indeed on backwards. And he offered an awkward smile. The other shared a light-hearted laugh at his expense. It's not that I have something for you. It's your uncle who needs you, Li Rui finally clarified, and the laughter subsided. Uncle, what does he need? Upon hearing that it was not Li Rui who sought him, Li Wenlong felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, but quickly adjusted and turned to Li Yongjin, inquiring further. I need you to visit my great-aunt and inform her that we will be attending her 90th birthday celebration. Great-aunt? I have a great-aunt? I was unaware of this. Li Wenlong responded with a look of bewilderment, mirroring the reaction of Li Rue earlier. This great-aunt is your grandfather's sister, and we have not been in contact for decades. Back then, transportation was inconvenient, so naturally you were unaware. Do not concern yourself with the details. I will provide you with the address to inquire about her. It should not be difficult to locate. Observing Li Wenlong's perplexed expression, Li Yongjin felt compelled to explain rapidly. Oh, very well, please tell me, uncle. The location is Shimin County, Qingjiang Town, Shimin Village. Your great-aunt's name is Li Shufang. Do you remember? Li Wenlong nodded affirmatively. All right, then you should depart now. It will take approximately an hour and a half to drive the 100 kilometers. Drive safely, Li Yongjin advised. Understood. I shall set off now, Li Wenlong responded, nodding at Li Yongjin before turning to exit the house. Shortly thereafter, a Lincoln Navigator sped away from the Li family village. Shimin Village must be right here, Li Wenlong mused aloud after navigating a 3-meter-wide cement road for an hour and a half. Peering through the car window, he spotted several houses in the distance. Auntie, this is Shimin Village, isn't it? As he drove the Navigator along the cement path, he noticed a woman in her 40s or 50s sitting in front of one of the houses and halted the vehicle. Lowering the window, he greeted her with a warm smile and inquired. Indeed, this is Shimin Village. Young man, are you here to find someone? The woman surmised, noting that a young man had arrived in a fine car, yet seemed uncertain about the name of his own village. Yes, Annie, I'm here to find someone. Do you know a person named Li Shufang? Li Wenlong asked with a friendly smile, offering her an unopened bottle of drink. Why are you being so polite, young man? I don't drink. Li Shufang? I have no recollection of her. The woman, initially taken aback by the young man's courteous demeanor and his luxurious vehicle, felt a sense of respect and joy. After pondering for a moment, she replied, Auntie, there's no need to be formal. It's not a valuable item. Just something to quench your thirst. Li Wenlong continued to extend the drink toward her. Very well. I shall accept it then, the woman said, approaching the window with a smile to take the drink. By the way, how old is this Li Shufang? Feeling a sense of obligation to reciprocate after accepting the drink, she initiated further conversation. In just a few days, Li Wenlong would turn 90. Instinctively, he wanted to respond with I don't know, but then he suddenly recalled that his aunt would celebrate her 90th birthday in 3 days. He quickly corrected himself, pondering inwardly how close he had come to appearing foolish. 90 years old? A grand celebration of her 90th? Strangely enough, there was indeed someone in their village who was about to reach this milestone. Could she be the person he was searching for? However, he was uncertain of her name. Upon hearing that the person Li Wenlong was searching for had reached the venerable age of 90, the woman recalled that there was indeed someone in her village who was about to celebrate her 90th birthday. She had only a vague memory of this, having overheard her in-laws discussing it. Yet, she did not know the elder's name, and thus could not be certain if this was the individual the young man sought. Young man, please wait a moment. I will inquire about her name, the woman thought, realizing that her in-laws would undoubtedly know. With a quick word to Li Wenlong, she hurried back inside her home. A minute later, the woman reappeared with an elderly couple, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 70s. Young man, are you looking for Li Shufang? The elderly man approached Li Wenlong's vehicle and asked first. Yes, sir, do you know Li Shufang? Li Wenlong politely inquired after addressing the elder. Who are you to her? The elderly man asked, furrowing his brow in suspicion. I should refer to her as my grandaunt. Li Wenlong rapidly uprumli. Then, you are from her maternal family? The elder's expression changed, revealing disbelief as he questioned further. Chapter 264. Why didn't you come sooner? What's the matter, old man? Li Wenlong asked, his face a mask of confusion as he observed the elderly man's expression. Why didn't you arrive earlier? The old man stomped his foot and let out a deep sigh. Grandfather, what troubles you? Do you know my great-aunt? Seeing the old man's reaction, Li Wenlong felt perplexed and inquired with a puzzled look. Of course, I know her. Your great-aunt has lived in our village for nearly 70 years. When I was a child, she even gave me candy. According to our generational hierarchy, I should address her as sister-in-law. Ah, your great-aunt resides in the only tile-roofed house behind the village. You may go there yourself. The elder reminisced about the past, and, after a moment of hesitation, chose not to answer Li Wenlong's question directly, instead directing him towards the back of the village. Thank you, grandfather. I will go now. Upon hearing the old man acknowledge his great-aunt and provide directions, Li Wenlong overlooked the elder's heavy sigh and expressed his gratitude with excitement. Sigh. As Li Wenlong drove towards the rear of the village, the old man shook his head and sighed once more. Those two sons of Sister Shufang are utterly disgraceful. Ever since Brother Lin passed away, they have neglected her completely. At over 80, Sister Shufang still has to grow her own vegetables and sweet potatoes. If it weren't for her good health, she would have starved long ago. The elderly woman who had accompanied the old man stepped forward, her expression filled with righteous indignation as she observed her husband's discontent. Indeed, Sister Shufang has suffered greatly. If it weren't for our occasional assistance and her own cultivation of sweet potatoes, how could she have survived until now? Such a virtuous and resilient woman. Reduced to this in her twilight years. In her prime, she was renowned in our village as a formidable woman, matching men in her labor. Alas, the ways of fate are so unjust. The old man continued, lost in his memories and sighing again. Father, mother, is Lin Chang's mother named Li Shufang? A woman who had been listening to her in-laws finally came to her senses and realized that the young man had been searching for someone she was quite familiar with, having lived in the same village for decades. Yes, Lin Chang's mother is indeed named Li Shufang. The old man nodded in response to his daughter-in-law's inquiry. Oh my, could there be trouble on the horizon? Lin Chang's mother has had a difficult time these past few years. If her family were to find out, wouldn't there be chaos? The woman exclaimed, her expression reflecting the gravity of the situation upon receiving her father-in-law's confirmation. Oof. Lin Chang and Lin Yi are both worthless. If Sister Shufang's family were to deal with them, I would wholeheartedly support it. These two brothers are nothing but disgrace to the Lin family. The elderly man let out a cold snort, revealing a profound disdain for the Lin Chang brothers, even though they shared the same surname. Father, the Lin Chang brothers are nearing 70 years of age, which is somewhat acceptable. However, their sons are far from virtuous. The young man earlier, should he cross paths with them, may find himself in dire straits. The vehicle driven by the young man was evidently of considerable value, and it was clear that the family of Sister Shufang had also thrived. Nevertheless, being alone, the young man might suffer if a confrontation ensued. I should take a look, he thought. After contemplating the woman's words, the elderly man felt unease for the young man and resolved to visit Sister Shufang's home. If trouble were to erupt, he could intervene or call the authorities. Old man, you must be cautious. If a fight breaks out, do not involve yourself. Your health is not what it once was. The elderly woman warned her husband with concern. Rest assured, I know my limits, the old man responded, waving his hand dismissively, before proceeding in the direction of Li Wenlong's car. Lin Chang, what are your plans for your mother's 90th birthday? Your brother Lin Yi will surely be reluctant to contribute financially. In that case, perhaps it's better not to hold any celebration at all. In a two-story red brick house, a woman in her 60s sat on the sofa, watching television while simultaneously cracking sunflower seeds, speaking to the elderly man beside her, who was doing the same. Are you out of your mind? How much could a banquet possibly cost? If you want to pay, I'll cover the expenses myself. We can manage with a few dishes to get by. Just think of the gifts we could receive. This isn't some trivial feast. It's my mother's 90th birthday, and all relatives must attend. We're bound to profit handsomely. Upon hearing his wife express reluctance to celebrate his mother's milestone, Lin Chang paused in his seed cracking, looking at her as if she were foolish. Ah, now that you mention it, that does seem reasonable. I hadn't realized this old matron still had some worth. The elderly woman, initially displaying reluctance, suddenly brightened at her husband's reasoning, her expression transforming into one of delight as she exclaimed, "Stop referring to her as an old hag. She is my mother after all. If others were to hear you, they would think poorly of me, and that would tarnish my reputation. Do you understand?" Lin Chang, displeased by his wife's remarks about his mother, quickly admonished her with a frown. "Humph, do you still care about your reputation? Look at my hands. Are they clean?" The elderly woman retorted with a disdainful expression, waving her wrinkled hands before Lin Chang. "What of it? They seem quite clean," Lin Chang replied, perplexed. "You realize they're clean? After a lifetime with you, you never bought me a gold bracelet or ring, and you still care about appearances? Lin Chang, you are but a man devoid of capability. Marrying you has brought me a lifetime of misfortune, and here you are, speaking of face? Your elderly relative, aged 90, still clings to life, feeding off her household. What a fanciful notion. Why even indulge in this conversation? At over 60 years of age, what need have you for gold bangles or rings? As for my mother, she has never partaken of what we own. She solely consumes the sweet potatoes she cultivates herself. I am well aware that the last of her harvest was depleted a month ago. Now, she may very well be pilfering the feed intended for the chickens we keep in her yard, feed that I purchased. To consume that feed is akin to consuming my own resources." The elderly woman retorted defiantly at Lin Chang. Enough. Let us not dwell on this further. Perhaps I should consider sending some provisions to my mother, lest this gossip reach others and I become the subject of ridicule. Chapter 265. The facade cannot be neglected upon hearing his wife mention that her mother had been without food for a month and might be resorting to eating chicken feed. Lin Chong found himself grappling with a mix of compassion and concern over potential gossip within the village. He broached the subject with the elderly woman, suggesting they send some food to his mother-in-law. Lin Chong, I advise you to abandon that notion. She is 90 years old and should have passed on by now. Once this milestone birthday is over, she will serve no purpose. Whether she lives or dies is of no consequence to me. Dreaming of receiving food from me is futile. The elderly woman, upon hearing Lin Chong's intention to provide sustenance to the old woman, reacted as if a cat had been startled, rising to her feet and pointing her finger accusingly at Lin Chong, unleashing a torrent of words. Enough, enough. Sit down. If you choose not to send food, so be it. I was merely considering our family's reputation. After all, my mother is still in decent health. If she were to starve to death, realizing the intensity of the woman's glare, Lin Chong halted mid-sentence. The elderly woman scoffed as Lin Chong wisely ceased his protest. She settled back down, resuming her sunflower seeds and turning her attention to the television. Look, Lin Chong, do you see that car heading toward the back? There aren't any other houses back there, are there? Having barely settled in to watch television for a minute, the elderly woman caught sight of an unfamiliar yet ostentatious vehicle driving toward the rear of the house through the open door. She turned to Lin Chong with a puzzled expression. Isn't that just my mother's house behind? Could it be someone is looking for her? Village Chong mirrored her confusion. Glancing back at her, how could that be? Someone who can afford such a car would not be seeking your mother. Could it be a relative of hers? No. Her relatives haven't been in touch for decades. Lin Chong, do you have any idea what is happening? The elderly woman muttered to herself, unable to grasp the situation, before turning to her husband for clarification. I have no idea. Let's go take a look. All right, let us see. With that, the couple rose, brushing off the shells of the sunflower seeds from their clothes, and made their way toward the back of the house. Is this where Annie lives? Following the village path, Li Wenlong arrived at the only tiled house in the entire village. Observing the dilapidated gate and the pungent odor wafting through the air, he frowned and murmured to himself. This house looks like it could collapse at any moment. Can anyone actually live here? He continued to scrutinize the old tiled house, noting the moldy and rusted wooden beams on the roof, with several tiles even caved in, which deepened his frown. Is anyone home? Struggling against the oppressive stench in the air, Li Wenlong gently knocked on the seemingly precarious gate, calling out softly. Is anyone there? After a few attempts with no response, he stepped into the yard. What else with all this chicken droppings? Observing the ground littered with filth, Li Wenlong could no longer hold back and pinched his nose. Is anyone home? He continued toward the tiled house, calling out once more as he approached. Is he playing a prank on me? Or have I simply taken a wrong turn? In this village, there stands but a single tiled house. Yet how could anyone possibly reside in such an environment? Noticing the silence that followed his musings, Li Wenlong spoke to himself once more. Regardless, since he had arrived, he resolved to venture inside and ascertain the situation. As he lifted his leg to enter, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind him. Who are you? Greetings. I am here in search of Li Shufang. Does she reside here? Turning to face the source of the voice, Li Wenlong saw two elderly individuals, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 60s or 70s. Recognizing them as likely villagers, he smiled politely and inquired about his great-aunt. Li Shufang? Who are you? And what do you want with her? Lin Chong and his wife exchanged glances, then looked up at Li Wenlong with a hint of surprise. Li Shufang is my great-aunt. My uncle mentioned that she is about to celebrate her 90th birthday, and they asked me to come and speak with her in advance. Li Wenlong responded truthfully to the elder's inquiry. Great-aunt? Are you from my mother's side of the family? Lin Chong instinctively asked, his mouth agape upon hearing Li Wenlong's words. Indeed, and you are. Are you my great-aunt's son? Li Wenlong realized the connection and asked with a sense of delight. Yes. I am Li Shufang's son, Lin Chong confirmed, suddenly feeling flustered. It had been decades since his mother had been in touch with her family. How had this young man suddenly appeared? He worried about how Li Wenlong might react to learning about his mother's current circumstances, especially considering the luxurious vehicle he seemed to own. In that case, I should address you as cousin. Greetings, cousin. My name is Li Wenlong. With the realization that he had indeed found the right place, he approached Lin Chong, introducing himself with joy. Ilu. As Li Wenlong approached and extended his hand, Lin Chong awkwardly shook it. Cousin, where is my great-aunt? After shaking hands, Li Wenlong finally inquired about the primary purpose of his visit. Well, Lin Chong hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt and unsure of how to respond. Your great-aunt has been feeling a bit under the weather and is resting in that house over there. The elderly woman interjected, noticing her husband's struggle to find words. She pointed towards a nearby two-story brick house, smiling as she spoke to Li Wenlong. You must be my cousin's wife. Has my great-aunt caught a cold? May I go and see her? Li Wenlong addressed the woman with a smile before expressing his concern. That might not be possible. Your great-aunt has only just fallen asleep. Let her rest well, the elderly woman gently declined. Ah, very well then. Please convey to her that we will return in 3 days to celebrate her 90th birthday. Upon witnessing his cousin's refusal, Li Wenlong felt it inappropriate to disturb his great-aunt's rest at that moment. Thus he requested his cousin's wife to convey his message instead. Very well, when she awakens, I shall speak with her, he replied. All right, I shall take my leave now, he added. Would you not come in for a moment and share a cup of tea? Lin Chong inquired politely. No, I must return early to discuss matters with my uncle. Perhaps tea can wait for another time, Li Wenlong remarked, sensing that the hospitality of the two before him was not as genuine as their words suggested, and he declined directly. Then we shall save it for next time, Lin Chong responded. Very well, I bid you farewell. Li Wenlong smiled and greeted the pair before entering his vehicle, turning it around and departing towards the village outskirts. Phew! Thankfully my mother's hearing has diminished these past 2 years. She did not catch a shout. If she had seen me, Lin Chong exhaled in relief, glancing at the elderly woman with a face full of trepidation. So what if she had? What could he possibly do to us? The elderly woman retorted, her disdain evident in her expression as she observed Lin Chong's cowardice. Did you not see the car he drives? It must be worth at least several 100,000. He replied, and what of a car worth hundreds of thousands? Can it devour us? She scoffed. Yet, this may work to our advantage. Your mother is celebrating her 90th birthday, which means we stand to gain significantly. The elderly woman's initial disdain faded as the prospect of profit rekindled a look of delight upon her face. What are you still doing here? Bring your mother out, give her a wash, and ensure she wears clean clothes. We cannot neglect appearances, she urged, pushing Lin Chong's arm in annoyance as he stood frozen in place. Chapter 266. Mother's truly starving, all right. I shall head there at once. Do not push me, Lin Chong declared, pinching his nose as he approached the dilapidated house that appeared on the verge of collapse. Mother, where are you? He shouted at the worn wooden door. What are you shouting for? Aren't you going in to look? That old hag's ears must be deaf. You know this all too well. The elderly woman outside the courtyard retorted impatiently. Casting a glance at her, Lin Chong chose silence and pushed open the creaky door, stepping inside. 2 minutes later, he emerged, a puzzled expression etched on his face. What's the matter? Did you not find that old crone? The elderly woman inquired, noticing Lin Chong's solitary return. I didn't see her. It's truly strange, he replied, scratching his head in contemplation. Let us check the chicken coop. In such a vast place, where could that old hag have gone? The elderly woman gestured toward a smaller, even more dilapidated structure to the right of the main house, her impatience palpable. Upon hearing her words, Lin Chong recalled the chicken coop and promptly turned ahead in that direction. Mother, you are truly here, he exclaimed as he knocked on the coop door, discovering an elderly woman with snow-white hair, clad in tattered and filthy garments, seated on the ground. Her back turned to him amidst a mess of chicken droppings. Mother, the ground is covered in chicken droppings, and you are sitting here, looking so unkempt. No wonder Xiaoying refuses to wash your clothes, Lin Chong observed, noting his mother, Li Shufan, remained silent, merely swaying slightly as she sat on the ground. Frowning, he approached her and admonished, Mother, what are you doing? This is chicken feed. As he drew closer, Lin Chong was startled to see his mother tremulously grasping a handful of feed, shoving it into her mouth. Despite having heard his wife mention the possibility of his mother pilfering the chicken feed, witnessing the act firsthand left him astonished. Can a person truly consume such things? Regardless of whether the purchased feed was edible, the moldy scraps mixed within were undoubtedly not fit for human consumption. Li Shufan ravenously swallowed the feed in her mouth, her trembling hands gradually regaining some steadiness. Once she had slightly collected herself, she noticed Lin Chong's presence and slowly raised her head, revealing a face lined with deep wrinkles. Xiao Chong, why are you here? She spoke in an exceedingly weak voice. Mother, why are you sitting on the ground consuming chicken feed? If Xiaoying finds out, she will surely scold you, and I'll be reprimanded as well. Are you not creating trouble for me? Lin Chong said, his brow furrowed, expressing his profound dissatisfaction. Xiao Chong, I am truly starving. Forgive me. I haven't eaten for many days, and I have run out of sweet potatoes. Li Shufan called out Lin Chong's nickname, then paused for several seconds before continuing her speech. After uttering a few words, she seemed to have exhausted all her energy and collapsed onto the ground. Mother, I must ask, are you not aware of how much food you have? Do you not know to conserve a little? And with so many people in the village, can't you ask them for some? Look at yourself, covered in dirt. Who do you expect to clean you up? In just a few days, you will be celebrating your 90th birthday. In such a state, how can you face anyone? Are you not bringing me shame? Lin Chong remarked disdainfully as he observed Li Shufan sprawled on the ground, coated in chicken droppings. Son, mother is hungry. Mother is so hungry, Li Shufan murmured weakly. Truly, you never let me rest easy. Just wait, I will fetch you something to eat, Lin Chong said, casting a fierce glare at Li Shufan on the ground, expressing his displeasure. What's wrong? Not in there? The elderly woman asked, puzzled, as she saw Lin Chong emerge from the chicken coop after a minute or two. Inside, go fetch something for me. My mother is too hungry to move. Lin Chong replied blandly to the elderly woman. Too hungry to move? What was that old hag doing inside? I knew it. She must have been stealing my chicken feed. What a nuisance. If it were up to me, I'd just send her off to the second son to deal with. Rather than letting her think about eating from our household every day, the elderly woman scolded, glaring at the small, tiled chicken coop. If the second son wanted her, he would have taken her already. Stop your prattling and hurry to bring something. If she starves, will we still celebrate her 90th birthday? What about the gift money? Truly a burden for that old hag. I will go get it now. The elderly woman, though extremely reluctant, conceded, realizing her husband's reasoning was sound. They still needed this old woman to help earn gift money, so she could not let her starve. Here you go. After a little over a minute, the elderly woman approached Lin Chong with a plastic bag in hand, presenting it to him. How did you manage it so quickly? Lin Chong asked, perplexed as he accepted the bag. Why all the questions? Just take it to the old hag to eat, the elderly woman replied. Her arms crossed, and impatience etched on her face. What is this? Lin Chong inquired as he opened the plastic bag, revealing a dark mass that was barely recognizable. Rice. What else could it be? The elderly woman said with a smirk, dismissing his confusion. Rice can look like this? Lin Chong said, still baffled, as he reached in to pull out the dark substance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed rice, though it had been nearly carbonized, making it almost unrecognizable from its original white state. See? I wasn't lying. That is rice, the elderly woman laughed, covering her mouth, and then doubled over in laughter. Is there not still some rice left at home? What can I eat this? Even the chickens would refuse to consume it. Lin Chong remarked with a troubled expression as he gazed at the darkened rice in his hands. Eat it or let yourself starve, the elderly woman replied nonchalantly. Her arms crossed defiantly. Well, this certainly shouldn't be fatal, Lin Chong conceded, faced with her unyielding demeanor. You old hag. After reaching your 90s, hurry up and pass on. Stop causing us trouble every single day. As Lin Chong walked towards the chicken coop with a plastic bag in hand, the elderly woman scoffed, spitting on the ground before loudly berating the hen house. Come on, eat quickly. Once you're done, hurry up and tidy yourself. Just look at how filthy you've become. You resemble a beggar. Chapter 267. The water is chilly, pushing open the wooden door of the chicken coop. Lin Chong tossed the plastic bag before Li Shufan with impatience. Li Shufan, without acknowledging him, opened the bag with her rough, trembling fingers resembling a withered tree and extracted the blackened rice, consuming it heedlessly. Xiao Chong, I would like to have some water, she suddenly expressed, her face contorted in pain after hastily swallowing a few bites. Like a starving ghost reincarnated, at 90 years old, and still choking on your food. Where am I supposed to find you water? ISNT, there's some water there? Just drink that, Lin Chong retorted, showing no concern for her plight as he pointed to the water dispenser meant for the chickens. Staring at the water reservoir, tainted with chicken droppings and the murky liquid within, Li Shufan was momentarily stunned. Could her own son truly expect her to drink such water? This thought flickered briefly in her mind before dissipating. Her son had never been filial, but considering she had subsisted on sweet potatoes she had grown herself and had not lived with him, she had never anticipated he could be so heartless. As the sensation of choking intensified, Li Shufan had no time to mourn her life. The instinct to survive compelled her to crawl towards the chicken's water dispenser. She opened it, disregarding the quality of the water, and poured it directly into her mouth. Cough, cough. The water rushed down her throat, provoking a violent coughing fit. Are you done? Su Ying will start scolding us again if you take too long. Hurry up, it stinks in here, and I can't bear it, Lin Chong urged as Li Shufan regained her composure, sighing deeply at her son's insistence. Li Shufan braced herself against the ground and slowly crawled up. I thought you two had perished in there. The elderly woman scolded discontentedly as Lin Chong assisted Li Shufan out. Enough chatter, just go heat some water, she commanded. Heat water? Why not just use tap water to rinse her off? Lin Chong frowned unconsciously at his wife's suggestion. It was already late autumn, and the water was still somewhat cold. Would it truly be safe to bathe a 90-year-old in such water? Su Jing, bathing in tap water in this weather might not be advisable, he cautioned. What's wrong with that? If you want warm water, you go heat it. And no using our bath basin, she snapped. Fine, let us use tap water then, Lin Chong relented, seeing his wife's displeasure and her insistence on him heating water. The water has been prepared. Xiao Ying, could you assist in washing Mom? Moments later, within a 2-story red brick house, a vast ceramic vat brimmed with tap water. Lin Chong, noticing the water was ready, displayed a flattering smile and called out to the elderly woman, who was cracking sunflower seeds while watching television in another room. Why don't you just wash her yourself? I want to watch television, the elderly woman replied with evident impatience. Xiao Ying, please help me. Once my mother celebrates her 90th birthday, I will buy you a gold ring. How about that? A gold ring? Really? For the sake of the gold ring, I'll wash her. The elderly woman initially expressed surprise, but soon her reluctance surfaced. Indeed, absolutely true. Why isn't that old hag in yet? The elderly woman approached the immense ceramic vat, glaring at Li Shufan, who was squatting nearby, and began to curse. In a fit of anger, she hurled a handful of sunflower seeds directly at Li Shufan's face. Feeling the sting from the seeds, Li Shufan dared not protest. Once Lin Chong had exited, she shed her clothing and stepped into the ceramic vat. Showing this, the water is so cold, Li Shufan exclaimed upon entering. Shivering uncontrollably, she hesitantly looked up at the elderly woman and spoke cautiously. Cold? What is so cold about it? It's not even winter yet. You old crone, your life is quite fortunate, expecting me to wash you. I'll make sure you're thoroughly cleaned, the elderly woman retorted, grabbing a mop leaning against the wall and began to jab it forcefully at Li Shufan's frail body. Showing, be gentle. That hurts a bit, Li Shufan murmured, her face contorted in pain. Hurt? What do you mean hurt? Stop pretending. How much strength am I even using? Are you made of tofu? The elderly woman snarled, gritting her teeth as she jabbed the mop harder against Li Shufan's emaciated form. Witnessing her daughter-in-law's plight, Li Shufan realized that any further protest would be futile. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain radiating from her body, while a glimmer of despair clouded her eyes. Perhaps it would be better if she were dead. She no longer had the strength to farm, and her 2 sons were unwilling to support her. Living in such a manner seemed worse than death. Ruege, I'm back. Li Rue, reclining on a lounge chair in front of the villa while playing on his phone, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Instinctively, he lifted his head and saw Li Wenlong returning, quickly standing up with a smile to greet him. Wenlong, you're back quite early. Did you find your aunt? I found her. Ruege, Li Wenlong replied cheerfully. Wenlong, you're back. Did you find your aunt? At that moment, Li Yongjin, who had seen Li Wenlong's car enter the villa compound, approached with an expectant expression. Uncle, I have found her. Following the address you provided, I located Annie's residence. Li Wenlong responded with a smile, akin to his reply to Li Rue. Haha, that's wonderful. How is your aunt's health? Li Yongjin inquired with eager anticipation. I did not see Auntie. I only met her son and daughter-in-law. They informed me that she has a slight cold and is resting, so I refrained from disturbing her, Li Wenlong recounted truthfully. Oh, your aunt is ill? How serious is it? Upon hearing that his 90-year-old aunt was unwell, Li Yongjin's expression shifted to one of deep concern. Although it was merely a cold, for a nonagenarian, such an ailment could prove fatal, prompting his unwarranted anxiety. It should not be too serious. I noticed that my uncle and aunt did not appear overly anxious, Li Wenlong replied, his face reflecting uncertainty as he absorbed Li Yongjin's concern. Uncle, do not fret. In 3 days, I will bring several doctors from the hospital to conduct a thorough examination for Annie. It should not be anything grave, Li Rue interjected, attempting to reassure Li Yongjin, who still bore an anxious countenance. Very well, Li Yongjin conceded, recognizing that worrying would yield no benefit, as he nodded in agreement to Li Rue's plan of bringing doctors to check on his aunt in 3 days. Uncle, now that we have located Annie and confirmed that we will celebrate her birthday in 3 days, we must consider what items we need to prepare. Chapter 268. Firecrackers for the village when it comes to purchasing items, if we adhere to our local customs. There is no need to buy much, just some firecrackers and a red envelope will suffice. Furthermore, your great-aunt is already 90 years old. What can you possibly buy for her that she would find useful? Our presents to celebrate her longevity is the most precious gift we can offer. Listening to Li Rui's inquiry, Li Yongjin pondered for a moment before responding. This is indeed true. At her age, no amount of money would be of any use to her. After hearing Li Yongjin's words, Li Rui nodded in agreement. By the way, Wenlong, how is your great-aunt's living situation? At this moment, Li Rui suddenly turned to Li Wenlong and asked, well, it seems decent enough, though one cannot say it's particularly good. It's just an ordinary two-story red brick house in the countryside. Li Wenlong hesitated for a moment before replying to Li Rui. The delay stemmed from his own doubts. An elderly man he encountered while asking for directions mentioned that his great-aunt lived in the village his only tile-roofed house. Having seen that house, he knew it was hardly a place for habitation, leading him to believe the old man must have been mistaken. His great-aunt likely resided in the two-story red brick house of a distant uncle. With these thoughts in mind, he took a moment before answering Li Rui's question. All right, I understand, uncle. Let us follow our customs, buy firecrackers, and prepare red envelopes. Once Li Wenlong finished speaking, Li Rui nodded and turned to Li Yongjin again. Certainly, we should purchase plenty of firecrackers, perhaps 20 or 30 packages. It has been many years since we celebrated your great-aunt's birthday. This time, let us ensure she has a lively occasion, and let her know that her descendants have thrived, Li Yongjin said, his eyes narrowing with joy. Uncle, you're right. We must make it festive. However, I think 20 or 30 packages of firecrackers might be a bit insufficient. Let us buy a whole truckload instead. A truckload? Are you joking, Xiaowei? Uncle, a truckload of firecrackers costs only about 100,000. Our family isn't short on money. Since we're aiming for a grand celebration, why not go all out? As for the red envelope, I'll prepare 500,000. Whether she can utilize it is her concern. Our intentions must not be lacking. 100,000 on firecrackers? And 500,000 in red envelopes? Upon hearing Li Rui's words, Li Yongjin stood there, dumbfounded. Although this sum was trivial for the Li family, spending such an amount just for a birthday celebration, with over 100,000 yuan on firecrackers and 500,000 in red envelopes, was indeed astonishing. Uncle, what's wrong? Is that not acceptable? Seeing Li Yongjin in a daze, Li Rui inquired, assuming he had a different opinion. It's nothing really. All right, we'll go with your plan, Li Yongjin replied, returning to his senses and gesturing dismissively. Very well, it's settled then. Wenlong, you shall take charge of purchasing the firecrackers. With Li Yongjin agreeing to his proposal, Li Rui turned to Li Wenlong and instructed. Understood, brother Rui. I promise to complete the task. By the way, when you say a truckload, how large of a truck are you referring to? A 9.6-meter truck or a 13-meter truck? Li Wenlong initially patted his chest with unwavering assurance, but suddenly recalled that there could be significant differences even with the same type of truck. Fearing complications, he hastily turned to Li Rui and inquired, is it a 9.6-meter truck or a 13-meter one? Do you intend to blow up your great-aunt's village? Li Rui, face palming in exasperation, replied, a quattro. 2 Meter truck with office. Oh, I understand now. I will go and place the order with the supplier, Li Wenlong said, and upon seeing Li Rui nod, he turned and drove away from the Li family village. Uncle, is there anything else? Li Rui asked as Li Wenlong's vehicle exited the village. Nothing at all. Li Yongjin waved his hand dismissively. I shall take my leave then. Very well. Using a 9.6-meter truck to transport a load of firecrackers is tantamount to blowing up the village. Does that mean using a 4.2-meter truck is any different? Observing Li Rui's retreating figure towards the villa, Li Yongjin's lips curled into a smile as he mused quietly to himself, unable to suppress his laughter. In rural areas, whether for weddings, banquets, birthdays, or New Year celebrations, many secretly compete to see who can set off the most firecrackers. The one who sets off the most firecrackers earns the most face, and this unwritten rule is deeply ingrained in the community. For someone like him, who has spent a lifetime in the countryside, providing a truckload of firecrackers for his great-aunt's birthday is a matter of great prestige. Thus, reflecting on this brought him an uncontainable joy. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Li Rui was abruptly awakened by an alarm that had long been set. Groggily picking up his phone, he realized it was exactly 9 o'clock. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, he suddenly heard Yin Lingshuan's voice. Still sleeping, you lazy pig? Today is your great-aunt's 90th birthday. Are you not planning to attend? Yin Lingxian teased, pinching Li Rui's nose, her tone laced with mirth. 90th birthday? Don't joke around. Let me sleep a little longer. Li Rui mumbled, pushing away her hand with his eyes still closed. Oomph. Who was it that said they would wake up early to congratulate great aunt? Your words hold no weight. Uncle and Annie are already up, and everyone else is waiting for you. If you don't get up soon, I'll have to call Uncle and Andy. Seeing Li Rui still in a daze, Yun Lingxian feigned anger and threatened him. Birthday celebration? All right. We are indeed going to celebrate great aunt's birthday. Whether it was Yun Lingshuan's threat or his own awakening, Li Rui suddenly sat up, smacking his forehead and muttering to himself. Finally awake? Hurry up and get dressed, lazy pig, Yun Lingxian remarked, rolling her eyes. All right, I'm getting up now, Li Rui replied as he grabbed his clothes from the bedside and quickly began to dress. After a brief, while having completed their morning routines, Li Rui and Yun Lingxian descended to the ground floor. They discovered that nearly all members of the Li family had gathered in the grand plaza of the villa. Li Rui, with a smile, took Yun Lingshuan's hand and approached to greet everyone in turn. Ah, Xiao Rui, you've finally risen. If you hadn't gotten up, I would have had to send your father to fetch you, teased Li Yongjin, grinning upon seeing Li Rui. Hee uncle. I simply didn't remember I needed to rise so early, Li Rui replied, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. With an entire truckload of firecrackers. If we don't leave early, we won't have time to set them off, Li Yongjing remarked, rolling his eyes at Li Rui. Dad, I know, it was a tea forgotten. It's still early, not even 9:30 yet. It'll only take about an hour to get there, and as long as we arrive before 11 o'clock. It's fine, Li Rui continued to smile awkwardly. All right, it's not too late. Son, don't mind your father. He tends to ramble. Hurry up and get the car ready. We shall depart shortly, said Wang Sume, stepping forward to alleviate Li Rui's discomfort, casting a sharp glare at Li Yongjing. Okay, Mom, I'm on it, Li Rui responded before turning to head towards the car. A few minutes later, a convoy of various luxury vehicles, accompanied by a 4-Zwei-Meter truck, rolled out of Li family village. Chapter 269. You dare to discuss decorum with me? Lin Chong, do not presume that I am oblivious to your petty schemes. For our mother's grand 90th birthday celebration, it is imperative that I receive my share of the monetary gifts. Otherwise, your event shall not proceed. In the spacious hall of a 2-story red brick house, an elderly man in his 60s casually perched upon a plastic stool, his fingers stained black and yellow, clutching a pristine white cigarette. As he exhaled clouds of smoke, he addressed Lin Chong, who sat opposite him. Lin Yi, I am your elder brother. Is it not proper to address me as such? Have you no sense of decorum? Lin Chong, already displeased by the audacity of his younger brother seeking a share of the birthday gifts on such a significant occasion, was further infuriated when Lin Yi brazenly uttered his name without any honorifics. Decorum? You, Lin Chong, dare to lecture me on decorum? Have you ever cared for our mother? Lin Yi, unfazed by Lin Chong's reprimand, continued to smoke with an air of disdain. I have never cared for her. Have you? If you have not, what right do you have to demand that I do? Therefore, we are of the same ilk, and you are in no position to judge me. I shall make this abundantly clear. If you do not concede half of the monetary gifts to me, your celebration will be rendered null. Lin Yi simikit, exhaling a plume of smoke directly into Lin Chong's face. Very well, you are indeed ruthless. However, you must also contribute half of the cost for the banquet. Lin Chong glared at his brother, his teeth clenched in frustration, yet he understood all too well that despite their strained relationship, Lin Yi would stop at nothing if denied his share. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Ha, that is more like it. The cost of this banquet is merely a few thousand yuan, while the monetary gifts will total several tens of thousands, an undeniably profitable venture. By the way, where is sister-in-law? She would not object, would she? Upon hearing Lin Chong concede to his demands, Lin Yi burst into laughter, only to remember that his sister-in-law was an even greater challenge than Lin Chong. He inquired further. Xiaoying is upstairs dressing our mother. You need not concern yourself with that. I shall speak with her. Just do not create any disturbances. Also, the banquet requires 6,000 yuan. You must give me 3,000 now. Noticing Lin Yi's smug demeanor, Lin Chong's expression darkened. Fine, if you can manage it, it is acceptable. I can give you the 3,000 after the banquet. Can I not, dear brother? Lin Yi replied with a grin. No, it must be given now. Brother, do you not trust me? We are kin. Is there not even a modicum of faith between us? Lin Yi continued to jest. Provide the 3,000 now, or I shall have you thrown out. Do not take advantage and then feign innocence. Lin Chong's expression was as dark as a storm cloud as he made his final proclamation to Lin Yi. Very well, here you are, 3,000 yuan, mere pocket change. Unperturbed by Lin Chong's refusal, Lin Yi leisurely retrieved a bundle of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and began to count them slowly. 3,000 yuan. Counting the bills. Lin Yi handed the money to Lin Chong with a smile. No need to count. You can leave now, Lin Chong coldly remarked as he accepted the cash, issuing a direct order for Lin Yi to depart. Oh, brother, it's our mother's 90th birthday. If I leave now, that would be quite inappropriate. Besides, I haven't tea yet received my gift money. How about you give me the gift money first, and I'll leave right away. Lin Yi, like a rogue, showed no sign of being offended by Lin Chong's harsh words and instead wore a cheerful grin. Lin Chong scoffed and chose to ignore him, heading upstairs to discuss with his wife how to divide the gift money, ensuring that half would go to Lin Yi. A few minutes later, Lin Chong descended the stairs, visibly agitated, accompanied by an elderly woman. The woman glared at Lin Yi, who was still puffing away on his smoke, her eyes burning with fury. Yet, as if struck by a thought, she only managed to shoot Lin Yi a fierce glare before turning her back in frustration and directing her ire towards the stairs. You old hag, are you not coming down? Do you expect us to come up and carry you down? The elderly woman, feeling utterly powerless against Lin Yi's shamelessness, unleashed her pent-up rage upon Li Shufan, who was struggling down the stairs while grasping the railing. Hearing the woman's scathing remarks, Li Shufan, despite her excruciating pain, quickened her descent. You old crone, don't you think I treat you well? I even spent 30 yuan on a new outfit for you. Unlike some who have never bought you a single piece of clothing in their lifetime. Shouldn't you show me some gratitude? As Li Shufan hastened down, the elderly woman continued her tirade, her gaze still fixed on the smoking Lin Yi. You better behave today, or you might just end up with leftover scraps to eat. If you cause any trouble or speak out of turn, you'll regret it. Seeing that Lin Yi remained unfazed by her veiled threats,